Actually, I want to let you know I'm joining the program. You guys should be very proud of your $200,000 market cap. And shout out to my man Number. I haven't had a chance to join his spaces, even over phones. What Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 12:30 to 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. There's a lot of alpha delivered there, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here. Hello. Hello, how are you? Have you come down yet? Yes, how should I believe you? You don't sound like you come back. You sound like you're still in the sky, son. All right, how's that truck running?
It's awesome.
All right. Have you worked in the back seat yet? There you go. All right, have you towed anything yet? All right, and you're basically most owners of trucks. That's good. All right, if you were going to tow something, what would you tow?
Uh, you can call me a car.
Boat.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Who are you with?
My sister.
Oh, your little sister? Wait, that was your big sister. Okay, hold on. Last was babysitting or something. Now you have your sister with you? All right, what's sister's name? That's okay. You don't have to get it. We'll just say sister. All right, so your sister is older?
Yeah.
All right. You have a good friendship with her? You guys are in your best behavior? All right. Does she ride around in your truck with you?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right. What did she get for graduating from? Did she get a truck?
She got
What did she get?
a Ford Edge.
All right. That works. If she were going to tow something, what would she tow? There you go. That's what I like to hear. All right. So what are you guys doing tonight?
Just smoking weed.
That's tight.
That's about it.
That's tight. Does she have a better relationship with grandma than you do?
Probably.
All right. That's good. Tell her to be on her best behavior and keep you out of trouble, okay? Excellent. Did you show her Did you show? Excellent. Good job. Did you show her story yet? Did you show her Sora yet?
Oh yeah. She was on it like.
Dog, she's amazing. A girl after my own heart. Ask her what she made. What did she make?
She made nothing. She literally just downloaded it, bro. And
Well, she wasn't on it all night.
she was just staring at her screen.
Right? That sounds interesting. All right, so what did you make that's cool?
I gave us a big like smoking a cigarette.
Oh, did you finally get it to work? Good on you. All right. What's that? Okay. So are you like on basically a work stoppage until more animals come in or something? Okay. So you don't go back to work till you know when? You don't know when? Okay, what's the last thing you lassoed? All right. How big? Yo, how big was it?
It was like 13.
All right. Have you been doing that professionally?
Oh
All right. Have you been riding horses?
yeah. Yep.
All right. How's that been? Have you fallen off one recently? Okay, does that hurt like a mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you smoking out of a vape, out of a bong, or like a joint?
Okay, so that's like
Oh, that's tight. All right. Very well. So you guys are just chilling?
yeah.
All right. Very well. How's TikTok been for you? Have you made 41 cents yet? 40 cents? You have 42 cents yet?
Yeah. Every day.
Oh, you're at 1 cent?
No, 45.
Are you serious?
No.
Did your Sora video get 5 cents for you?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a. Are you serious? That made you 5 cents? Because I don't believe you. I think you're bullshitting. Are you for real? All right. Well, you owe me a nickel.
I'll rub you nickels like how about that?
Okay, I appreciate that one. All right. Did you tell your sister my joke?
Yeah.
No, you didn't. You don't even remember. You didn't even know why it was funny.
Oh, wait, this is motherfucking, I can't.
Okay, you ready? I'm going to tell it to you again, and then you tell her. Okay.
Okay.
What's
Okay.
the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Okay. You want me to say?
It's black.
You want me to say it again? What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? So say it.
Different.
Say what I just said. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean? Not just what. Say this sentence. What is the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Say it. What's the difference?
No, you say this sentence. Is the difference between a chickpea and a bean?
Okay, what is the difference between the pea bonzo bean?
Not whatever the. We're gonna say it again clearly. What is the difference between? Hey, big dog, big dog, calm down. What's the difference between a chickpea and a garbanzo bean?
Alright, what is the
I've never had a garbanzo bean on my face.
oh my god.
Say answer.
I've never had one of my face.
You can't even say the word. How are they supposed to laugh? Thanks, baby. Hey, Connor, you need new friends.
Okay, hold on, I'll put it back.
Yeah, okay, you're never coming back. That's fine. I don't believe you. I'll believe it when I see it.
I just gotta take a shit, okay?
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't quick enough for you to take a shit. Right, right, right. You can't tell a joke for shit. All right, Big O. Well, I'm not here to entertain you. I'm about to talk in the Twitter stream, so you can listen to me.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time to my private birthday. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I do like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Since the pandemic, we've seen the death of the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me extremely influential. And once I go viral, I want your friends and family, all independently wealthy, if you're not already. And I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at creating not-for-profits, charities, and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm the biggest internet. I'm not live on one social media stream. I'm not live on two. I'm live simultaneously on more than 20 YouTube streams. You can watch my life 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you look at my comment post, you'll see a link to all of those YouTube streams. I dare you to look at them. I've never seen somebody with so many live streams at one time. I also have my link tree there. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. It would take me years to go through all of my content. I also have a link to my Discord there, discord.me/Rabbi. If you wish, I'm live 24 hours a day in my Discord for you to be able to discuss anything you wish. Additionally, I want you to know that I am someone who is an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells and water towers in developed nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Shore program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, if you're a shiller, you need to be in my Discord. Everything that I will tell you is I am here to be a mentor, be a coach, and I'm here to be your friend. I want to make you more money. And I have a proven strategy to be able to do so. I have a proven track record of success. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both professionally and personally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. And most importantly, I want to give people that. I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to share. Yo, what up, baby? I can hear you. Certainly. Well, like, 100%. Yeah, by trade, I'm a rabbi, but I'm also a certified project management professional. I have a teaching background. I have successfully launched major apps on the App Store and Google Play, downloads millions of people in major markets throughout the world, including Los Angeles. I have marketed on essentially every type of medium that there is, including television, radio, online, vertical, billboard, you name it, I've marketed there. Additionally, I have had major six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies, and I am really giving my talents and knowledge away. I want people to be more successful. I don't currently have a project of my own, though I'm sponsored by a project that's known as Harry Potter Obama Son Technical. It has a long name, but it's worth $100 million. And the ticker's Bitcoin, and he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars building wells in rural Nigeria for the benefit of the people there. And I'd like to not only continue to help those types of projects, we want to help the people of the world, particularly those in Nigeria. So if you want to know what I do, if you don't mind, I'll share it with you. Would you like to hear? Absolutely. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I want to make you the best social media on the internet. Here's how we're going to do that. Yeah, direct message or join my Discord. What I do is I send you a list of all the social media that you for all the things that I say. Everything I say is free. You'll never have to pay anything. So you may be someone who has a Twitter account or a Telegram account or a Discord account, or maybe all three. That's great. But you don't have all of the social media, chances are. So what am I talking about? You need a YouTube account, an Instagram account, a Facebook account, an Imager account, a Reddit account, a Rumble account, a Twitch account. There are about 25 different platforms that are major opportunities for you to be able to put to use a social media. So what you do, you're going to create a link to your account. You're going to create the 25 largest social media platform profile. Once you create those accounts, you're going to link them to your link tree. Then what we're going to do is we're going to populate those together with content using something known as Sora 2, which is an open AI product. It is taking over the United States and it's going to take over the world. It produces excellent videos that are 10 seconds each that will tell you everything that you need to know about a certain person on social media. So we're going to create about 10 or a dozen of those videos and populate all of your social media with that so that your accounts aren't just skeleton accounts, you have content. What we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to make memes. Now you may say, Rabbi, I know how to make memes. That's great. I want your creativity. But I bet you aren't using your social media in those memes, meaning you're not tagging them with your handle or you're not putting your link tree. So we're going to put your link tree in there. We're going to put your handles in there so that people know who the creative genius is behind these different memes. Then what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that these memes are on your social media, and we are going to populate your social media and your profile. We're going to optimize your profile picture and profile for the best opportunities and hashtags that are available in crypto and NFT and Web3 in general. Then what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to clip spaces. So posts like this one, if you weren't aware, clip their spaces. When there's a really important moment, there's output, people are laughing, somebody tells something funny, when there's an entertaining part of the scene. So you clip it, you'll tag the hosts, you'll tag the speakers who are involved in that, and then you're going to use hashtags to be able to create a great post. And that post is going to get you on the radar of the host and the other people who are generally influential in social media. Then what we're going to do is we're going to keep your elevator speech together. We're going to put together at least 3 of these: a 30-second elevator speech, a 60-second elevator speech, and a 3-minute elevator speech. Depending on the environment, depending on the space, some hosts give you more than others. So you want to be able to get your message in a clear and concise manner, depending on the forum. Now, I'm sure you've heard a lot of people shield themselves, and many times it's GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. How are you guys today? I want you to know I'm XYZ and I'm in Web3 and I'm the best person in Web3. You want to work with me in Web3, shoot me a DM if you want to give me a job. Many people shield themselves like that, and that's great. At least they're putting themselves out there in their training. So I do better. I want you to be able to come in and say, GM everyone, I'm XYZ and I'm the best social media marketer in Web3, and here's why. All of the other reply guys and shillers and readers are just going to comment GM on your post. They are going to like your post. They are going to repost your post on Twitter, and that's it. That's just the beginning from what I'm going to do. I'm going to create excellent replies to you. I'm going to ensure that your content is not just reposted on my Twitter, but I'm going to make on my YouTube, the #2 website in the world, Facebook, the #3 website in the world. I'm going to make sure when people Google you, the #1 in the world, you show up #1 because of the strength of our SEO, our search engine optimization, and search engine marketing. I'm going to make sure that when someone looks you up on TikTok, your post show. I'm going to make sure that when people look you up on Reddit, your post show. I'm going to make sure that you are highly ranked on Rumble and on Kick and on all of the streaming platforms. I'm going to make sure that you are #1 not just on Twitter, but on Blue Sky and Mastodon and Truth Social and all of the Twitter alternatives. Anywhere it is possible to rank #1 in social media, I'm going to make sure your brand is there. And what is that going to do for you? I'm going to repost you on 30 of my different social media accounts, which means 30 times more direct messages to you. It means 30 times more people are going to be buying your coin. It means 30 times more people are going to be giving you impressions and 30 times more people buying your NFT. When you partner with me, you partner with an entire marketing team with the social media reach that I have. And the best part is I charge exactly what my competition does. So you can go with the regular reply guys and just get a little of this, or you can be #1 on all the social medias. My DMs are open. I'm excited to work with you. That's what you want to say. That's the kind of passion that you having these social media accounts. You only have to create them once. You're going to get organic followers. You're going to get organic likes. And on top of that, it will make it very difficult for people to be able to impersonate you on the other platforms because you will have your name. No one will be able to steal your name. For those reasons, I think that if you're interested, you should send me a DM. I'll send you the list of social media that you need to create, and we can work together. Go ahead.
Yeah, really not true. You know, what is what I
I don't really want anything. In fact, I don't want anything. I like people to be more successful. I get that. I like teaching people. I have a teaching background and I have a lot of skills, so I get joy out of teaching people. I like to see people succeed, but again, I don't want your money. Please don't offer me anything. All I want from you at the end of the day is to be proud of your work and to know that you're a better marketer than when we first met. Absolutely. And you come available, it's available 24 hours a day. The Discord links in my profile if you haven't had a chance to join. If you don't have Discord, I totally understand. Feel free to send me a direct message. I'll send you the list of social media that you need. And you can get started. It takes about 1 or 2 days for you to create all the social media and to link it in your link tree. But once it is, you have a very, very powerful role in social media. And all your competition is going to be left in the dust because you're going to be the best social media uh, promoter on Web3, on Twitter Spaces. We have the opportunity to work together. Work together. You can ask any of the people who work with me. I never charge them anything. I don't want to charge them anything. They have more confidence in what they say. They're able to promote themselves better. They're able to promote their customers better. I think great joy out of that. Certainly. Well, we just started this not too long ago, and it takes people a while to create all the 30 accounts or so. But if you search the name Prince Israel on Twitter, you'll find someone who's pretty far along in the process. If you search the name uh, Giant underscore Judge, that's who you know. And we're really at the start of this. So I can tell you from my own experience, I have more social media than any person on earth, so I have a lot of experience. And over 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, 2,000 Twitter accounts, 1,000 we've got accounts, 10,000 Kick accounts. So I certainly know the process of a lot of social media in my time. And if you give us maybe a month or so, you're going to see the 30-year-old people we have who are trying to create their accounts all over the internet. Uh, Usually, one of my spaces, it just so happens to be pretty late when you guys are, and they aren't in here. But if you ask around, hey, do you know Rabbi? They're going to be, oh, yeah, I know him. He helped me create my link tree. He helped me create my pitch, and I'm getting more business. So, just ask around. I'm pretty well known in the Nigerian community. Excellent. And I just want to extend my appreciation to Stephen and for the opportunity to be able to share. I don't mean to take up your whole space, but again, if you're interested, everything that I tell you is free. I'm never going to charge you all of the social media that you're going to support, that's all free. Just to how it all works and you listen what you do for what you need to create. Not at all. consider, no, not your own. In fact, if you consider yourself a social media marketer, that's the minimum that you need to have. That's what social media marketers in the United States have. If you want to work at an agency, that's what they're going to look at. They're going to want to see your social media. And if you just give me a moment, I'll read it to you so that you know that these aren't just big ones. These are popular. So, of course, the link tree, we want you to have a Gmail account, but there's some people that email you. X, formerly Twitter, you have X accounts. YouTube, Telegram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, WeChat, Snapchat, Pinterest, Reddit, Quora, Threads, Discord, Twitch, Tumblr, Mastodon, Flickr, Free Social, Blue Sky, Kick, Imager, ChatGPT. Those are the basics. All of you already have about at least a quarter of those to half of them already. You just may not realize it. And we just have to help you with the other half. And then you're a full-scale marketer. If you consider yourself a Web3 promoter, Web3 marketer, you need to know that your competition is creating these types of accounts, and you should be as well. This is really important. You want to be able to say to your client that I posted your content on all of my social media. It's very important, especially in the age of AI, media accounts, to be able to populate it with accurate and important information about whatever the project is that you are promoting. And it's fine if you, that's totally fine. But just know that somebody's going to steal your name, and then you're going to be upset in the future when you can't have all of your names be the same. You have to have some of them be different. It's worth your effort to get them all created now. You never have to create them again. Once they're created, it's not like I say you have to do this once a month or once a year. One time you have to do this. So for those reasons, I do not think it is an overwhelming amount at all. This is what agencies in the United States expect, and globally, this is becoming more common. Yeah, this is a great question. So, firstly, you're going to have the opportunity to get business on all of the socials. So not just Twitter, like you were previously. You're going to have people that reach out to you on YouTube and on Reddit and on Discord and on Instagram and on TikTok. And they're going to say to you, hey, I see that you are promoting a project. I have a project I'd like you to promote. Or I have a project that I'd like you to be a part of. So the kind of jobs you can get from them are moderators, community leaders, things like certainly spaces hosts, and social web marketers. You certainly could be a social media manager from here. You can be a brand ambassador. Those positions that you may see in people's profiles, even graphic designers and project managers, all of these skills are going to be included in this sign up process and creation of these accounts. And you can use them for anything. Say, I don't want to be a Web3 marketer, I want to be a graphic designer. Okay, that's great. You need to have all of these accounts because people are going to want to see your art on all of these different social media platforms. It's important. And also, Google and AI and DuckDuckGo and all of the other social media engines and AI engines scrape all of these social media platforms for content. And that's how they learn about it. So you want them to have accurate information about you and about your project. And you're not only going to be able to be a social media marketer, but really what you're going to be is as a brand ambassador in the future for people, and then perhaps even a different for certain projects. They're going to say, I saw that you were able to promote this project. I want to bring you my project. I want to make sure that you have a piece of the pie. I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to be able to make money on our project, whether it's an NFT, whether it's a cryptocurrency, whatever it may be. You're going to be networked much better than you are currently with just the Twitter. I miss Twitter. I'll be there in a second.
So really nice. Thank you so much and giving this information.
My pleasure, dear pleasure. And thank you so much for the opportunity to share. Again, if you're interested, send me a DM right away. I'll be looking right back to we have that connection. And most of all, come to the Discord 24 hours a day. Talk to any of the professional issues that you have, or if you just need a friend, I'm here for you. All righty, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me?
I'm sorry. For when my granddaddy went to my dad, and he oh Lord, I don't know. So his came, they down the window, and I said, go sit down. So people said, get up, so oh, you ready? So now you want to see it for 2 minutes? He said, yeah, I said, okay, good. Enough time to check my I need to do. I just put him in the bed. Now, I told myself we was not going to do that tonight. We had to get up, but I couldn't sleep. I'm going to have for me going to sleep. Or I had to get him. That little tiny space over there. And that wall between his bed and that wall. That's a small space. Okay, got about that time. I had to run to go get. I told him to stay right there. His cane, and I had to go put him in that stool right there by his. And that's I'm glad. So that's what I was dealing with. Just like dealing with stuff.
No worries. You okay?
Yeah, I'm ready now. I don't like to play for what about that. Get no time to take. We're going to do it. I thought it was good enough. All right. How you doing?
It was really good. Thank you. Just in here. We're approaching 2,500 people in here. And it was just like, I don't know, 2 months ago or so, we just had 2,000. Which is great. More and more people are joining. And we've got Nigeria. That's good. And those people are really nice who I met on Twitter. And I'm doing my best to help them and helping everybody and just promoting myself doing what I can. And people are really positive about what I say. Nice job, Mr. It was too risky. So that's good. Give this to me. Oh, Mr. Aquarius, look how difficult this one is. Just get one of them. I mean, that's about all I can do. I spare. Not good. Thank you. Get it. Well, Mr. Aquarius, you even kissed it. It went to the right. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt, Mr. Aquarius. You're going to get a strike right now. I feel it. Get it. I was right. I was right. Nice job. I agree. Well, Mrs. Chris, how didn't you get that one in the back? That was incredible. You got this. No doubt. That's perfect. Miss Aquarius, look at you. You are, you're going to be tough to beat in this game, ma'am. Oh, you might be unbeatable. I need to give it to me.
Come on, you got it straight.
Okay, that was a big one. That was a big one. Yeah, but I needed more. That was, that was not easy. That was not easy, Miss Aquarius. All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win. Now it's your. You just won, but you're gonna gotta win again.
Like this.
Yes, ma'am. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. You gotta get that one. No doubt. No doubt. They shouldn't even make you do it because you're so automatic. Come on. I've got the same one that you got. Thank you, man. Get it. Go, 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 go. Halfway off. Okay, easy two. You got this. I shouldn't have said it's easy because those are actually two tough ones. You're right. All right. Now this is not easy. This is Aquarius. My finger slipped. There you go. I'm watching you. That's right. All right. You got this now. You got a tough four to get here. Didn't get him. Got him. Oh, do on that one. Give it to me. Oh, come on. This Aquarius. Give me this one. They shouldn't even make me throw it. That's automatic. Get it. Get it. Okay, this is a tough split. At least get two. Those two. Hey, you got one. You got one. That's could have been worse. Oh, no doubt. Okay, this is actually not an easy split. Give it to me. How did I get those two, but not the one? No way. No way. No way. Ooh, this is an interesting setup. Get it, girl. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, and she did. Folks, if you're watching at home, you should know she got one of the toughest five splits I've ever seen. That was amazing. Get it again. Miss Aquarius with the lead. Give it to me. Uh oh. Uh oh. I need to get all these. Get it. No. Miss Aquarius with the W. I win, you win. You win, I win. Excellent job. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. It's Aquarius. That was phenomenal. Good job. All right, Mr. Aquarius. He wrote,
I'm ready. In the morning.
you dreams, God willing.
It's just so much smoother. It's got a bunch of different brushes. It's so hard to get. There's that. It's free. And I'm getting free apps that's decentralized. That's yeah. Yeah, so I did one tonight. What's the most done? And it's insane. Everybody for commenting though. That's yeah, I mean the shit. I'm going. I changed my workbook today. I started seatbelt. That 101. Yeah, we're doing cars. So yeah, it all. So my goes up like that. On my old two set. Like when I was 15, I was using my girlfriend's brakes and no damage. My grandfather was from California. On everything. But like yeah, that's stuff. Dude, I got a small engine, so stuff. Yeah, I can do both. Everything. Simple. My buddy was from a lot of time. They didn't have much for the boat. What? Nice. I used to Adobe. I used to use back when I was in high school. I used for about 15 years on and off. I was making logos for teams and like money. Like all these guys do right now. But my art goes back now. I have a mouse to draw. Or I mean a pen. It was literally with my mouse and editing skills. So the jumbo can't just get just like you gotta be characters. Yes, 5 minutes. Crazy. I drew your wanting to see you, dude. I've kicked ass on that. You tell me, yeah, your name, but I love it. See, it's again, Jennifer's. It's like, I'm under 12 and all that stuff. Just sit down. I'm saying. My DJ anime girl, I look at it on my second. Okay, no. I'm just like, I know, dude. I'm like, everybody. Streets, but like, I'm obviously part of like the rave festival, like it's self-expression and whatever, and like I have. I should put it in for a while. Go. So just solidified the lineup and I made the on my Instagram. And that shit is gonna be fucking popping. Man, he's just sleeping right now. He had a long day. Yeah, you're talking. I heard it. Yeah. Tell me. He's kind of these. I have my yeah.
Yo, what up, dude? Are you ready to lose?
My phone's nearly dead.
Well, how was your day?
Not too bad.
What up, baby?
Use AI to increase your chances.
Yeah, I'm sure that.
I want to go. It's very unlikely.
That's what. That's what's the gambler's fallacy. There's the exact same in a fair lottery. There's the exact same chance that the next choice will be choice as there is a non-choice.
Okay. Chance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are a lot lower. Like 6, 9, 12, 15, 22.
That's a gambler's fallacy again. Exact same odds.
Right?
Yes. Actually, on right now.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just all in a row. Chances of that happening.
Zoo in a row. That's a different story. But just mixed up, it's the exact same odds.
You know the chances of being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? Fucking like 12 billion.
Zoo, did you hear about that guy in Australia who won, I think, like some amount of money and then won it again? When the news came and interviewed him,
Dude, it's really seen like 1,000 times.
Oh, yeah, I've been
Yeah.
It's not a hoodie.
In another dimension, dude, in another dimension, that's you.
I'm gonna go in there and cook more.
Whatever.
I'm gonna do something bigger. If I have to, that next.
Successful famous for this multiple countries.
Let me just cook. Let me cook. Because I already wanted to put it on. I wasn't done. I think like
There's
look at the
multiple-
visor. So that's it's beautiful. I love it. I'm gonna cook more.
What up, baby?
There's a dimension where you might
Weird, dog. She's on my lap right now.
there's a dimension where
Really what it is.
No, it's known as your dreams,
I wanted to put
What?
right? It's known as your dreams.
in the tree. You know, you're down there in the bear.
Here's the thing, right?
Trees, so you gotta have.
Not bad because she's like how much they are.
Okay. Dude, have you joined the Big Steppers Discord? Okay, could you? His friend's a massive whore. So she just sucks dick during the week or something? It's tight.
And he doesn't know this money's from it.
You think that's funny? It's talent.
Good morning. A proper relationship. We have no idea. Find out later.
Right.
Expect that.
Right. We know up front that you're a huge whore. Like record breaking whore. I'd rather know that than the alternative. Yes, sir. 100%. That bitch is gonna get anally fucked on 25 different angles. Yeah, baby. Go ahead. Not really. No, I definitely enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. I love being on street. There's like nothing in the world that brings me more joy than being able to share my life with people. I mean, what'd you say?
Say if this drink was say if this drink was 10, 15, 20 years. Are you gonna be happy? Are you gonna be happy?
Well, I'll be happy with the I'll be happy with the power of the thing. So, are you gonna shut the fuck up and let me answer the question? Okay, good. I'll be happy with the power the fame gives me.
You already have that quality. Come on, come on. Well, no, if you went outside, you already have that quality. How, like, how you gonna handle very like, no privacy? Come on, you can't go anywhere.
Well,
And everyone's gonna, and if you're going anywhere, everyone's gonna know where you're going.
well, I do go outside, and people don't know who I am. But even when I live stream outside, people didn't know I was. So that's not like a major issue for me. The fact that I probably disguise myself and then live amongst the people, that's not hard. There are stories of presidential children who sneak away from the Secret Service and go on dates and go hang out with their friends and stuff, and celebrities who wear disguises. So I'll be able to do all of that. It's not hard. And I'll be able to make a huge difference in the world. So I see it as a win-win.
You bring anyone, like, that's, get out, yourself, like, that'll be right.
Um, yeah, I mean, it could be done. It's getting more difficult though. But if you were like an indigenous person born like in a jungle, nobody knows who the fuck you are, and you could pretend to be your sister or whatever.
You think, you think I can stop that? I'm sure. Is that it?
No, you're already within the king's clutches, man. You're in a commonwealth country. They've known about you since before you were born.
You know my favorite.
What's your favorite song?
About me going, talking about
Millie is a
That's not the name. It's Milli Vanilli.
right, Millie.
Nelly?
Yeah, the one.
Dog, have you seen that video? Dog, Nelly's Dilemma with Kelly Rowland. Have you seen the video?
Yeah, were they using the X?
Yeah, that's my favorite part. It's like, bitch, he's never going to get your message. You're using a spreadsheet program. And she's all pissed off at him. You've seen that from a meme, haven't you? Right. You like that song that much?
It's a good song.
That's your favorite fucking song? You just like the background that goes, ow, ow, ow. Nelly, I love you. Ow. I do need you, Bubba, no matter what I do. All I think about is you. Even when I'm with my crew, you know, anything without you. No matter what I do, I'm crazy about you. If I do, you know, crazy without you. You know, you like Nelly? Do you remember that time I asked you a question and you were fucking silent?
Yeah.
Okay, what was it?
It ain't that song.
Zoo, do you like Nelly? Do you like Nelly?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's your favorite Nelly song aside from Dilemma?
Uh,
There are only two appropriate answers. Go.
fuck. I can't know.
Country Grammar or Hot in Here.
Not just
That works. That works really well. That's a good song. It's a very good song. And then he also did this song. He did like a remix of Cruise. Baby, you a song. You make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
like,
Yeah, what song did you say of Nelly?
that's
I know. What song did you say of Nelly before Drop It Like It's Hot? Ride with Me? What was it?
just
Just a Dream. That's a good one. I think he has a
all
song.
that I'm thinking of it, but
I think he has a song Ride with Me.
uh, yeah,
What about
no,
what?
Nelly does. Nelly does not have that. It's
Yeah, he does. There was a time when Nelly was the biggest rapper in the world.
a rapper.
Yeah, he is. American rapper Nelly.
He's an R.
He's called a rapper. He's a rapper, singer, and actor.
Somewhere.
Long Island. He has 5 children. He's from the Lou. That was a song. He had Sweat and Soup, Party People, Step on My J's. Oh, he had Air Force Ones. That was a big song. He had Just a Dream. He had, he did like country rap.
Rabbi.
What up, baby? He had Nellyville. He had Country Grammar. Country Grammar was such a big song. Bum, bum, bum. Hot shit, hot shit. I'm going down, down, baby. Hill Street in the Range Rover, street sweeper, baby, huh? Let it go. She been talking blood, listen to me now. Ride it, let it take a blood, listen to me now. You can find me in St. Louis rolling on thugs, rapping on thugs, talking, blah, blah, blah. Bring mother's caps and hugs, mean mugs and true shows that you are the cause. Related enough scratch just to navigate it. Fully decorated and chrome and it's candy painted. As I'm running, wild ain't it? I'm not gonna back the vibe, everything. St. Louis to Memphis, from Texas back up to India, Chi-Town, KC, Motown to Alabama, LA, New York, Vegas, logos, the hot Atlanta, Louisiana, getting paid on this country grammar, smoking going down, baby. No street in the range, sweet sweeper, baby, cop ready to let it go. Shimmy, tell the world listen to it now. Light it up and take a bunch, listen to me now. How'd you like that one, Zoot? He had Batter Up.
So,
He had St. Louis.
I'll go back.
He had Hot in Her, Dilemma, Air Force Ones, Pimp Juice. No, he had Pimp Juice. He had Pimp Juice. What motherfucker?
And that's just not possible. Yeah, it's not possible in a world where all the network is dispersed throughout the your question. I know there's a GitHub like that, and people take stuff out of that and put them in a image into that, so that then it comes right? Not kind of. It's not 100%. It's definitely inscribed on the trend. If you own the token access to the that has the image inscribed on it, you are without a dispute the owner of it. I mean, sure, anybody else can go and copy it and use it the internet download it as a JPEG. You owning the token means that you actually own the rights. Like you actually are the owner of that. So somebody else goes down, you can.
Here is athleticism.
What makes it funny? The way I interpret this video is some of the Dolphins people is the stuff on here that was so that makes sense. The thing that Brian is doing is dancing or whatever it is. I haven't seen the club of it. But the person in the video, I think he's just whoever made this. It's like a little switch. Because it gets to the point where it's hard thing with and those are like, at least Tom is good at seeing it. I mean, I like part of it. And then it's flashing at the end and doing whatever their pockets. So it's not all. I think it's going to just like making fun of comedy. Just, well, I don't care what you think, but it's just like it's fun. It's like goofy shit. To be entertaining. It doesn't have to do this thing where Joe and all those guys. It is. Imagine having that adequate experience. And so they really don't love it. It's just like that. And there's that clearest virtue. Like, what bugs me, I think, is the fact that it is disrespect. Which I like disrespect as far as the art goes. It's like, even at a mouse, it's like, I don't know. It's just like, funny when you look back, you're like, people are trying to pass this. So this clip is funny. I think he needs it. I think he did the way we think he did. But it's not as funny. It's like another one of these people. Some of the people in this family are just clear like anybody that does it. Their company sucks. You type things. This one is really funny. It's riffing like people on the judges and the announce. It's like that's always going to be fun. Anytime someone's super serious about something, very easy to but yeah, Tom, this is going to stand up to him. He's a great host. But yeah, it's too shady. Shady's a great job. I've never really watched other people like show countries like that. It's just funny. It's very easy. I think the shark. That's the job. We're understanding as a Rabbi. They just and that's almost like, yeah, because it's like that moment where you're talking about having you feel bad. Someone like showed up later and it's clearly just doesn't understand how to process and things like this. So he's like, yes, it's like you're like, oh, it's laugh how stupid it is. It's almost like he cares, but he just doesn't get it. It's like he focuses on one thing and forgot that it's about a, you know what I mean? Like he hears something getting sucked and he's like, oh, it's funny. And he hears like a way that he can, and he's like, oh. And then people are like, what do you think this and he did that? So I feel like there's some sort of protocol. So I'm not giving him a pass for his actions. And these sure did.
Something that we have to do in our language. And if you don't, you're going to watch it. So, if you say no, that's dog. No, it's you have yours. You just confirm what you say. It's that. And you kind of got you do when it comes to windows. Person. Yeah.
In China in a couple seconds. I heard them say that. I was listening in. It's actually pretty interesting. Yeah. I like it. It's got a massive market cap. And another reason I'm so bullish on XR is they, like Trump was in Genius Act. I know I really got an XRP for that. Standing over his shoulder. Like, they are making absolute high. They're have to really do something like for the future. They go into store using
In the cold winter of 2003, tensions were growing between Pacific and Colorado military outposts. The ensuing event responsible for the Lieutenant Dan writes home to his men about the mounting tensions.
My dearest mother, remind me of home. Brendan's been eating my ration. It's an accident. The dispute of parking continues. I strive to be the noble man you raised me to be. I fear that confrontation is inevitable. Your loving son. P.S. Give my sister a kiss from me.
Meanwhile, a messenger also delivered news from Brendan to his family.
What up, Jay? You made still a bit. See this food. See where that goes. Oh yeah. And I told his mom to fuck off.
Then, one cold, fateful night, tensions came to a head. Brendan blamed Dan for the work of bandits and declared battle. The first maneuver was a fish charge, followed quickly by an artillery volley of hesitated to take a defensive posture, and by the time Brendan Gadoosh last that was fired at night. To make matters worse, Brendan went on to spin the narrative in his favor, slandering his good name. Dan on a retreat home. Though he may never know, thousands have been defending his honor years. Drawing attendance to many misdeeds. Still become in the protected war.
where, you know, like, and I'm doing it. On my end. Some of the stuff, you know, they put their
Yeah, you used to be.
about it is, you can really use data. You can infinite ways to succeed.
Yeah, you're the biggest pod, and Elon Musk. I won. You were
I got that.
Right? Absolutely. It's weird because I try to find the clip on the actual YouTube. I think it's been taken off. I think I really click with it. So I'm taking this clip on the right and it's over there. I think the actual original clip is taken from I really, I feel just it's hard to see. So, positive thing about it. There's a clip here of that show that just happened, I think, a couple of hours ago, when obviously pre-1 and doing the thing with Brian Campbell. Excellent show. Really fun bands and stuff. Guys. And it's a lot of just team. Right? And take a guess what's up. Combat from. Can you guess what's from? Can you guess some of the reference? The funny thing is, I tried to find this original video, and I think it's been taken off. Also, I think so. I don't know. The live chat replay won't be available. That's it. But this is fine. And final entry. Let's hear from them.
No, he can't park his truck over there. We talked about it all the time.
Are you doing?
How's it going? How you doing? Just ask, just when you did it, this thing is so cool. You lean into the wait for it. Is it y'all's fault in Bellator? So do you think PFL smart cage
Yes. You shut up.
As in Bellator and America? Cheers.
Oh wow, that was the coolest shit. That was one of the best exhibitions I've ever seen in my time. I wanted to start in the players. Look at this. Look at the start. This is absolutely brilliant.
No, he can't work in there. We've told him that multiple times. He's telling us.
Are you doing bits?
How's it going? See you.
You could have.
Can't talk. With my color. Can't talk. My color. Okay, come on. I can't talk. No, and then talk. I can't talk. Yeah,
I mentioned that Daddy got
look at this. That's lettuce. with
However, growing and lithium is starting to flow. Meant to be the springboard for Callan's career. Come back after the country surface. One cold artifact, one the allegations, it's just, and that's it. No. When I with Joe and Brendan Shaw, just not there to pump up your comedy. Embarrassing enough, then getting to Canadian these days. So I'm going to take the deed. Trust me, this final time. It all started with podcast. Podcast. About that? That was podcast. Yeah. Big podcast. Big podcast. I've done it for many years. I haven't talked to her. She's been busy. You know, I know her reached out. And I had to do actually be a Zoom. She does it, which is you have to, somebody comes on the internet and then I was like, it's a surprise. It was probably like, maybe into your camera is all, you know. And now I Facebook, I'm like, oh, gee. And he's like, yeah, you can see it. Like, screen share so I can help you. Screen share the guy, and he's trying to configure Facebook. And then I'm clicking everything. I go, wait, so when are we doing it? It's Friday. And I go, okay. Where I was like, anyways, I go when her people reached out. Except those only God works. You can learn much from Rothschild. And the other jump in as you actually
chronologically love is Italy sitting solo appearance of Giari. Those things. Elephant media. Some stuff on that. I tried my hardest. I was in class every. I got a. Whatever reason, I didn't. I'm not Ryan Reynolds. I think I'm really good at comedy. Yeah, I'm just not as good. Maybe just. Maybe smarter in this other. But I want to be like, oh, that's fine. I'm the guy because of it. Since 1,000. I did hard. You're gonna have to. Yeah, okay. Do not. You have to let them look, because otherwise you'll look at that to me. I think all of this is chaos. They can't be a straightforward guy. My kids, they're way worse. I know I am. You want to open up? You pay a price. I think that was these things are the you mean like discussion? Yeah, sure. Everyone says it's I went through like I was like I just I want to repeat. I lost the word. Anything regarding gentlemen. I not have to deal. Especially with people have this idea and I watched it. And I was like, yeah. So I went to Orange County, and I was like, hang. And then no one because had love for you and it's like, keep that in mind. You would love to cash your checks. To by private. Selling out arenas, selling Cowboy Stadium or something, you know. Successful.
One in stage. How did this happen? How am I 60 years old? Still figuring shit out. Ramblings of a pretending the spotlight hasn't dimmed. He's putting on a break. Resigned to the fact that it's all over. The last ditch attempt to revive miserably. So does Brendan. This is like a Shakespearean tragedy.
Yeah, Will Chamberlain sitting on the backboard. These motherfuckers.
Has slipped. These are who preach but secretly more than anyone. These are funny. Reagan and Jason Rhodes. Comics go to their egos full of testosterone and these are sacred parts. Story by absorbing Rabbi feeling like a prequel, and this latest version is scammed by a poetic justice. It was so bad that there isn't a timeline. Succeeded. It's holding up a mirror and saying, "Hey, Brian, funny, you fuckers. This isn't what I want to think." Most of you already storage. But as Rogan puts it,
Whoa. No, dog.
Just so everybody knows, I'm that's correct. Because all carbon monoxide is right here, right now. I'm getting high. Amazing things about 5 in my friend's house. Brendan needs help. To like, help with my mortgage. Just really need it, bro. So much stronger than mine. Like this. She did all that. Alan gets closer. Shaw and waiting the past the low energy. Brendan's life saved and
No. How are you? Speaking and speaking names. Every day's a holiday. What's good? Catch you right outside. Okay. 100%. All right, big dog. Let's do it. Internet public son. Looking for games to play. All right. What do you like to play? What about Grand Theft Auto 5? How the fuck don't you have Grand Theft Auto, son? Yes, you are. What are your thoughts on Grand Theft Auto 6 being delayed? What are your thoughts? Grand Theft Auto 6 getting delayed. No, you didn't even know Grand Theft Auto 6 got delayed. That's right, my man. So it got delayed from May 26, 2026 to November 19th, 2026. What are your thoughts? Fuck that shit is the correct answer. Word, dog. All right. So what's on your agenda for this weekend? Aside from slaying and dick like it's going on style. You're gonna get down on the weekend? Okay, how's your weekend go? It's sexy. It's like white. What would you work? Okay. That's the largest poultry producer in the United States. They practically own the state of Arkansas. Word, dog. Man, yeah. Word, dog. That's not surprising. Them and Walmart own that fucking state. Word, dog. Okay. So Tyson Foods. That's a tough place to work, isn't it? Were you in the air? Were you in the still alive? Or no? Yeah, it's like illegal. It's illegal to use to film that. You know that? Isn't that shit wild? And I think, shit. And I don't think that's cool because how do you get whistleblowers? Number one, number two. Well, that's like a violation of your right. And three, what are you doing that's so fucking secret? Word, dog. But here's what happened. They gas them, and then they fucking they electrocute them so all those fucking feathers come off. Word, dog. And they don't want those videos to get out because it's millions of dollars in bad PR. Whenever one of those videos gets out on anybody in the animal industry, and I think that's important. But if I ever have, it's gonna be live stream 24/7. Those fucking chickens are gonna be basking in the sun till the day they die, and natural causes and mental fucking. No, I don't want to do that. No. Crap. Oh, this isn't my.
You make enough money?
I have gained some financial independence from the upstart Google Play. So I'm an app entrepreneur. So if you don't even have the money to get it off the ground, it's so expensive nowadays. Word, dog. All right. You ready to hear what I do? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the king, and everything in between. This is a real life treatment show, real life brother. This is a timeline or time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase concept is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king. This is the biggest event in global history. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated the creator had overtaken petroleum as a resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. And with that influence, and once I go viral, you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy, want to make sure that you have the opportunity of generational wealth. And I wish to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound? Excellent. Word, dog. I stream my life not only for world peace, but I want to help end world hunger through use of technology such as agricultural drones, flooding greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponic vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wealth developing nations such as Nigeria and benefit of the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the life strength program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we comfort water onto land and make it drinkable. How does that sound to you?
So nice.
Word, dog. I'm a futurist. I like to think about things that unite us as a people, as opposed to that which divides us. We're 99.9% the same DNA. Thus, I like to talk about things like anti-gravity, anti-matter, like travel, communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, space elevators, space tourism, things like terraforming other planets. I like to talk about interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like Neuralink and Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks. Extinction. People don't know this first example of the extinction took place in the year 2020 with the pioneer ibex. 2 years ago, located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, responsible bioscience. They made it their goal that in the next 3 years to reintroduce the willing members within the Arctic Circle, using Asian elephant circuits. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the reintroduction of willing members, they can reach Tasmanian tigers by the dodo bird, which I think is very exciting to be able to hear about my too. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about age 8. If you want, with your consent, I'd like for you to be able to live longer using life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cell sporadic spreading, things like cold shock, red light therapy, conversion therapy, testosterone replacement therapy. To be age 100, 120. And at about age 120, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounded like science fiction, but in fact, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? This is again with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize the technology known as mind-flooded technology. That's where we take a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, with your consent, for every element in the peripheral. Earlier download it and handle it. Cyborg or cybernetic, equip yourself a robot and ethereal, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is we have an opportunity in digital immortality. What do you think? Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah, dog.
When they get the fucking video game where you can play them with your mind,
Yeah, baby.
I'll die there.
That's Neuralink. That's already happening. There's a man named Nolan Astro who plays the game Civilization, which is my. Yeah, he was the first Neuralink patient. It's like it's NOLASBURG. That's not exactly very close. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker can. So I'm giving you 90% by the way. Look him up. Nolan NOLAN
Owen Arbor. That's
Yeah, exactly. It's not for me. Nolan Arbro. Okay, there you go. Nolan Arbro. There you go. I got you 95% of the way there, baby. Nolan Arbro. Nobody can tell you. Nobody can tell you that motherfucker's name. He's better than you are at video games. How does that make you feel? That motherfucker can't use his. There you go. He can't use his arms nor his legs. But you don't want a Neuralink implant. You want one of the skull caps, so that you don't need to have anything put into your body. And the skull caps work just as well. Word, dog. All right. So you want to be on the Neuralink list. Shout out to Nolan Arbor. Apologies to you, G, for always saying it correctly. And shout out to my men here. Yes, who had the balls. It's been a long time since I've seen an interview with him. But yeah, about 2 or 3 years ago, he was the first Neuralink patient, and now there are at least half a dozen of them. And so far, so good. So that's good. Like none of them, had, none of them have died, to my knowledge. Oh, so that's an issue. That's an issue. So basically, from the interviews I've seen with Nolan, he like they put it in him, but they don't have a way to update it well right now. And so he wants the second version of it or whatever that is. But they haven't done that yet. They haven't like taken one out and put a new one in and make sure it works. And so he might be exactly so he might be stuck with volume one or version one like for life or hopefully and he said like hopefully they've talked to him about this, they'll be able to figure out how to remove version one and put in version two. But that's why I'm of the belief don't put anything in you because I see how technology shit works and it gets wet and it's got a bad battery and the battery becomes a spicy pillow and explodes. I don't need any of that inside me. Give me the skull cap. I'm, I'm cool with just the cap.
Like you're driving down the road and then you get a fucking park ride and then you keep pressing the brakes.
Word, dog. Somebody gets fancy and waves a magnet by my head, and then all of a sudden I just drop like a fly. I want that. Word, dog. Okay, so you like games? Do you know what Twitter Spaces is? Oh, it sucks, but it's great. It just exactly. Oh, I'm going viral on it, baby. It just sucks. It's an uphill battle. It's an uphill battle. But yeah, you can use it and become successful. I'm in one right now. You're able to speak to like 1,000 people at once. That's really hard to do, just randomly. You can't do that on YouTube. You can't hijack someone's YouTube stream and start talking. So this gives you the opportunity to do that. And I've been promoting myself. The thing is, you have to be very, very, very patient to get into these big spaces. Sometimes you might wait 4 or 5 hours and not even get called up to talk. But then, if there's ever one of these serendipitous moments where you're paying attention and they call you up, you get to chill for like a minute. And whenever I chill for a minute, I get so many motherfucking people here at once. It's too many to talk to. And then I get a ton of DMs and I get a ton of people who follow me. So it's a very effective way to be able to promote yourself. Way more effective than any other way online. Just by far. Like, I've been live streaming my life for 4 years, doing everything I can to promote myself. And there isn't anything that works across the board.
I remember seeing you into
Well, that wasn't me because I wasn't streaming my life 5 years ago, but 4 years ago I was. There you go. That could be 100%. Yeah. That's all right. If you left the comment, if you would have left the comment, I would have never read it. It's no big deal. Well, because I have so many fucking streams. I have 20 different streams going at once. Nobody's got time to read comments on 20 different streams, especially when half of them are "go fuck yourself." Nobody has time to read that shit. Weird, dog. And they could make it so much better on YouTube if they just had a sound. Like if just the computer made a sound when somebody typed to you. But they don't have that. And you have to use third-party apps, and the third-party apps really suck dick. A lot of times they don't work. And so it just becomes a very frustrating situation where you could have somebody typing to you and you don't find out that they're typing to you 12 hours later. It's like such a simple thing for these platforms to just say, if somebody sends a message, just make it sound. That's all. That's all you have to do. But they don't do that. And the third-party apps that do make sounds and do read you the chats and shit like that, they only work, 50% of the time. And not always they get detected. They have integration issues. It becomes frustrating. So what I tell everybody when they read my shit, it just says, come to my Discord to talk to me. And I get people who do that. They're like, hey, I saw you streaming. I started commenting to you. And I read the title and it said your Discord link. And so I just came in here and I can't believe you're a real person. And I say to them, of course I'm a fucking real person. Nobody would make an AI with this bullshit. And then they're like, oh my word, I watch you every fucking day. I had a girl come in here last week. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, what? She's like, I'm gonna cry. I'm like, why are you gonna cry? She's like, I can't believe I'm talking to you. I watch you every day on YouTube. I just like to not be alone. And I just put on your streams and it's like I have somebody else there. And I was like, and it took you this long to come in and introduce yourself? She's like, yeah. All right, well, you can tell I'm a real person. And you're more than welcome to come in here. So I do get some fans. And, pardon me? Yeah, 100%. I get other people. Some of the people who are in here right now, they just like to sleep with other people just to know they're not alone in the world. And I frankly basically enjoy it as well. I like to know other people are there. Just we're not alone. We've got friends in this world. You know, Truman Show. What the fuck did you do with your life? You haven't seen the Truman Show. It's a movie from the 1996. Jim Carrey, and his entire life is on camera, but he doesn't know it. So basically, the story is he is born into a world. He's born, but a corporation adopts him. And the corporation that adopts him is like the first corporate baby. And they use this baby to put cameras all over the house, the crib, and behind his beard, all kinds of places. And he doesn't know it. And he goes through his entire life, and everybody's like artificially nice to him, and everything about his life is like very uh, corporate and controlled. And everybody in the outside world watches him on camera, and they're like really excited for him to discover that he's like eventually maybe going to find out he's on camera and get out to the outside world. He's basically born on a soundstage, a giant soundstage. And there are clues that he kind of might not, things might be artificial, but they make him like really scared of water. So he never like tries to go outside. And he falls in love, and the person who he loves tries to warn him, like, hey, I'm an actor and this is fake, and you need to like try to figure it out. Anyway, it's a really good movie. It's a really famous movie. And so when people say this is a real life treatment show, when I say that, that's what it is. It's basically like my whole life is on camera. Even though I know it's on camera, I don't know that I'm ever really going to be famous. So when I do become famous, I'll go back and watch these and be like, oh, that was so tight. That I didn't even know it was famous thing. It was fun. Yeah. I don't know if it ever settled in. Meaning, like, right, exactly, right. I think it probably would start feeling real when you start to meet other famous people and they know who you are. You're like, motherfucker, I know you. You're the son of the Lakers, and you're a pitcher for the Dodgers, and you play sort of for the Yankees, and they all know who you are. You're like the biggest actress in Hollywood, and you own such and such thing. They're all like, we know who you are. You don't have to like. We know who we are too. You don't have to tell us. We get it. Like they just and like wherever you go, everybody's like they know who you are. They fucking they just masturbate to you. That's what you know they're fucking famous. Isn't that wouldn't you say that's a pretty big standard? If you've got bitches masturbating to random ass bitches on the street who are just like, I'm after you, you're pretty fucking famous. Word. Oh, I know. Definitely. 100%. Back yourself up, man. Word, girl. Let that sprinkler fly. But yeah, I would definitely, if I were ever a famous person, I would definitely be the kind of famous person who would wear disguises and and go out try to be normal and and fuck with people too. I would totally fuck with people. I'd be like the biggest person to fuck with people. I would be like, I'd go to Starbucks and I'd be like, hey, can I get an apron and just pretend to work here? And the baristas would be like, yeah, sure, man, I go for it. And then people would come in, random ass strangers, and I'd be like, all right, welcome to Starbucks. How can I help you? They'd be like, damn, you look like the rep. I'm like, yeah, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? And they'd be like, you look just like my rep. I'd be like, yeah, I know, I get that all the time. What can I get for you? You want a frappuccino? Do you want a mocha? You want a latte? What can I get for you? They'd be like, man, can I take a picture of you? I'd be like, look, I'm just a barista here at Starbucks. I would make that my whole fucking morning. Then I'd go to Target. I'd be hanging out at Target. People would be like, is that the rabbi? I'd be like, no, I get that all the time. I am a Target customer service agent. I just go in with khaki pants and a red shirt, and then you look like a rabbi.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. I would do that. Oh, fuck. I'd make that like the first part. I would just go to random ass places and just. I've seen people do this before, like on Candid Camera or those Jamie Kennedy experiment kind of shows. And it's so funny when they're like, who did I see? Or who did I hear about? Uh, oh, I know, Aaron Rodgers. I heard about one of these. So he's a quarterback for the Steelers. He was a quarterback for the Jets prior to that. He was a quarterback for the Packers. And he was on one of these shows or something like that. I read about it on social media. And he was just like, I think they had some customer service. Somebody comes up to him and they're like, "Are you Aaron Rodgers?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, I get that all the time." And the girl's like, "The team you play for is like my favorite team. You look exactly like him." And he's like, "Yeah, I get that all the time. I'm not gonna help you." I would do that shit all the time. I would be all about that shit. I would think that is the funniest fucking shit. And I'd play along with it as long as they want. Like, they'd be like, "Can I get your autograph just in case?" I'd be like, "Yeah." You want me to sign it with my name or the famous person you think I am? And they'd be like, "Can we get a selfie?" I'd be like, oh, yeah, totally. That's one thing. I don't know if you probably haven't seen, but like, there are these things on. I'm on social media 24/7. So I see them all over the internet, and they have these people who sign autographs for the WWE, and I always see John Cena doing it. And he can fucking do these autographs. They give him a big fucking stack of these things. And they remove them from him. He doesn't even move them. He just puts his fucking signature on it, and they do the next one, the next one, the next one. And I feel like my arm would get tired. So what I would do is I would just get like a stack of paper and have it go sideways, and I would just hide a card with a marker and just like mark it. I'd be like, all right, you got my autograph because there'd be a lot of people who want to do it in the most efficient way possible. These are the things about what you think. When maybe I'll go better. But yeah, I'm trying to think what else I would do. I definitely know I would do this. I would go to places and tip really well. I'd be like the best tipper ever. Like, I'm already a very good tipper. I'd be like disgusting. Yeah. Oh yeah. This one, oh dude, okay, so there's this show. It's called Nathan for You. Did you ever see it at Central? Okay, so they have, it's called Nathan for You. So it was a really show. In one of the episodes, they wanted a lookalike of a celebrity to come in and tip a really big amount. And so, if you remember who Kramer was on Seinfeld, his name's Michael Richards. They had a Michael Richards, yeah, they had like a Michael Richards lookalike or something come in and tip like $1,000 or something like that. Oh, I know what it was. I think it was just to get a business some free publicity, so to get like the news there. So they had a Michael Richards lookalike tip $1,000 or something, and then they called the news and said, "Hey, what a cool thing!" And then the news came there, and they were like, did an interview at the place, and that got them way more than $1,000 in free publicity. It was something like that. I would do that same shit, but I would really do it. I'd be a good person. Like, I would take like a month. I'm trying to think of people normally ever tip, don't tip, do tip. And even if they don't accept tip, I would tip the pilot of the plane. You don't normally tip that guy, I tip him or her. I would tip like, I don't know, police officer. I guess you're not allowed to do that because that's like bribery. But I would tip, I don't know. I would tip everybody. Everybody. You know, yeah. I would try to think who I wouldn't never tip. I tip the local councilman. I tip the league of friends. So you gotta be careful with some of that shit. But I would tip doctors. I would tip the doctors. Tip doctors. Everything. 100%. I would just be like, bingo. Trying to think what else I would do. I would definitely do the whole wear a disguise and sneak out. That would be balling. Oh, I would be really good friends with the paparazzi. I'll tell you that. They could take as many pictures as they wanted because I'm live streaming my life. They're helping me. So I would be like, take all the pictures you want, and I'd be really cool friends with them. And you can tell what celebrities are cool with the paparazzi. Like, so I'm gonna go to this strip club. You can take pictures of me going in, and then I'm gonna go to this brothel afterwards. You can take pictures of me going in and out. Then I might buy Krispy Kreme late at night. You can take pictures of me there. And I might hit up Baskin Robbins. You can take pictures of me there. And then, you know, I would give them my schedule. What else? Oh, 100%. What else would I do? I would. How would I use? Uh, I would do the whole thing of going to children's hospitals. I would fucking live at those bitches. I would be like, I've got a tea. I've got a tea time at 1 p.m. I'm gonna go to a children's hospital before then. All the nurses would think I'm the coolest motherfucker ever. I'd be giving out ice cream cookies and lollipops, taking pictures of kids who are gonna die in 2 weeks. That shit would be cool as fuck to me. Um, just to make it kids' day. I would go to schools. I would just randomly show up at schools and be like, I would talk to the principal, I'd talk to the teacher, be like, hey, can I just pop in and like make these kids fucking life and be like, I'll sign all the autographs we want. We can sing songs, play video games. I would actually want to go play, have recess and play football with them and like that kind of shit. Fun. And just like, you know, kids would be like, yeah, I can't believe Rabbi came to my fourth grade. We played catch and then like we fucking ate ice cream and we watched. Trying to think what kind of cartoon would be interesting. I don't know. We could do something cool, and then they remember you as like the coolest fucking. That'd be like the coolest fucking school day ever. What else would I do? Definitely help children's hospitals, regular hospitals. Definitely. Maybe just like you gotta think like if you're a celebrity, like a super big celebrity, nobody's gonna say no to you. Like, hey guys, I want to go call the numbers at bingo. They're not gonna say no to you. They're gonna be like, fuck yeah, you're super famous. Like, give us a bunch of attention, and we will forever be known as the retirement home where the rabbi read bingo numbers. That would be fucking. They love that. I would just love. I would love to do shit like that where it would just be totally a surprise. People living their normal life, and not only do they get a break from their Monday day, but they get a story that they're going to. That shit would be good.
Yeah, it's nice. Getting the material things for great.
100%. Trying to think what else.
I always felt like I was doing enough taking a risk.
Have you ever thought of? Have you ever thought of life? Have you ever thought of live streaming your life?
Yeah, that's just like,
Dog. It's a pain in the ass, but it's amazingly worthwhile. I mean, I met you because of it. I would have never met you, and all the other people I've met. In total, tens of thousands of people I've met or interacted with in the last 4 years, and I've learned a lot. I've been able to. I can't tell you how much I've learned. I learn every single day, and when I have a traditional career as well, I'm always a learner. I greatly enjoy it. I know I'm creating like a kind of human development that will be studied in the future. I know it has the potential of making a lot of money, but I don't really think about that. I do think about that it's going to help society, just like with computers. Like I can show the world, like computers need to be more efficient. Here's where they crash. Here's where batteries fail. Here's where devices need improvement. Like that kind of shit. I would love. I'm gonna love to be able to help improve if I can get enough attention to it. Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, I know there will be drawbacks perhaps of being a famous person. Somebody asked me about this earlier too. And I get it. The whole like not being able to go outside without getting mobbed, that kind of shit. So that part will suck. But um, I don't know. I'm sure that you can get enough bodyguards to kind of take care of that shit. And celebrities aren't really like I don't know, 30 years ago or something. They would like you'd have paparazzi that would go through your garbage and would like stalk you. Celebrities don't really have that anymore. They basically pay for paparazzi to take pictures of them, so they get more attention. Just social media.
being a cover thing, and you just that's your goal. That's how you're gonna make money. And then the way somebody so much that eventually they pay you to be where they want to be.
That's what they do. Social media basically killed a lot of that because before the people were clamor for magazine pictures and things, but now celebrities give you those pictures and kind of cut out the middleman.
That makes sense.
Word dog. I would pull a bunch of pranks on people, like not in a mean way, but I'd be like, can I cook as a chef at a restaurant for a day? And they'd be like, yeah, sure, go. And I would like, I'm not a professional chef, and then maybe I wouldn't make something right, and somebody would complain about it, and they'd come up to me, they'd be like, yeah, they didn't think you cooked the steak right, or whatever. I'd be like, oh, they didn't. And I'd come out there and I'd be like, oh, you don't think I cooked the steak right? And they'd be like, oh, embarrassed, and I'd be, I'll try my best next time. Sorry, and they'd be like, like that kind of shit is so funny to me. Like, of course they're not going to do it correctly or something like that. I would love that shit. Or like, I would say to somebody the next time somebody asks for the manager, just come get me. And so somebody be like, I don't know, a story, be like, I'm going to speak to your manager. And then I come out and I'm like, yeah, can I help you? And they'd be like, oh, my word. And I'd be like, yeah, this person's making minimum wage. They're doing everything that they can. And you're acting like a huge bitch. How about you shut the fuck up and just buy the shit and don't complain, like whatever the fuck it was. I would just do my best to make people realize that they were acting either immaturely or inappropriately. I think that should be so funny. That's what I
This
do.
all for me. Just slow down there.
Word. Oh, this I saw there's a famous picture of where Anthony Bourdain and Barack Obama ate in a Vietnamese restaurant like 15 years ago or so. And it was so famous that nobody's been allowed to airs at this ever since. They put it in a glass cube, like because that's a famous people to be there. But there are these famous pictures of these Vietnamese who are just eating. They don't know who the guys are. I would do that shit all the time. I'd go to like rural Africa, and no one would know who I was, and I'd be like, "Hey guys, you want to play soccer?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, who's this guy?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I'm just in the neighborhood." Then they find out who I am. That shit would be hilarious to me. Or to go to like China and just or like Mongolia and somebody's like hut, somebody's yurt, and just be like, "Hey, dog, do you have cable TV?" They'd be like, "What?" No, I'd be like, "You have Wi-Fi like that?" And I'd be like, "Oh, wait, can I check my email?" And they'd be like, "Yeah." I think that shit would be hilarious. Yo, what's up? How are you? Yo, toasty the toast. What's good, son? Toasty the toast. You're gonna be super famous someday. What do you want to say to the world? Toasty the toast. Do you speak English? Toasty the toast. Toast. Do you like toast? Yo, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh, toasty the toast. You're not 18 years old. You need to go out. Take care, big man. I was gonna ask you all about toast. There's gonna be this huge group of people in the future who I banned who are all underage. And they try to get in these like, in the future. They'll be known as like right, exactly. But no, they'll be tight as fuck. They'll be like, yeah, I was 13 years old and I found this fucking server, and then Rabbi got famous and they banned me, and then he got famous, and then like they'll be like this whole yeah, they'll be like a badge of honor. But yeah, man, I was banned when I was 13 years old from Rabbi's server. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. In those cases, I because sometimes Discord asks you to show your ID and stuff in some servers. But I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna like. Then you're dealing with people's personal information. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want your fucking ID. Like here's how I check if you're 18. If you pass me, that's great. So somebody comes in, I say, how old are you? If they say they're 18, look, I was once a young person. That's the first stage that you say because you're like, oh, maybe I can pass for 18. So that's automatically red flag if you say you're 18. If you say you're 19, okay, then that's a chance. But then I ask you very quickly, what year were you born? And people who are 18 are like, I was born in 2007. And the people who were not, they're like, oh, I was born, and they have to do the math, and then I just automatically know, like, you're not old. But the people who know right away, I was born in 2007, I'm like, Were you born at the beginning of the year or the end of the year? Like, I was born January 15th. Oh, well, that's great. Okay. So that's kind of how I check on people. Well, I guess I had a girl in here yesterday, and she came in and she even said this herself. Some people say that she sounds like a young, like a 13-year-old boy, like a 20-year-old girl. And I couldn't really tell at first. And how old are you? And she said, she's like, I'm 19. How old are you? I'm like, oh, 39. Okay. Got some spoke to you. I'm like, all right, what happened? She's like, oh, I don't really know. I'm like, okay, what do you do? She's like, I'm in med school. We're like, oh, okay. Well, 15-year-olds aren't going to come out and say that they know a lot about it. So I guess I'm going to believe you. When were you in med school? You're 19, and she was from Iraq. So like, okay, I guess that passes. I do my best though to keep out anybody who's not 80, but it's not a perfect system. It's not a perfect system, but it's better than most people. Most people will let anybody in their surgery. I do what I can. Well, I'm sure they'll have something in the future that we can do. That's right now. I just do what I have to do, and yeah, I mean, there are gonna be ways around it. I know when we're like under 21, the friends who looked like an older sibling who get into bars. That was like a really hard thing to detect. I'm sure they'll have a biometric reading and stuff, but that still can, be incorrect. If you look for older sibling, who's just, how are you gonna prove it? ID's legitimate. The picture looks like you. So yeah. Um, yeah, 9/11. 9/11 really changed the game with that. Where they made like they changed. I used to just be like a misdemeanor now with ID. They changed it and made it the punishment worse and shit. But people still do it. And then they got the ones that scam, all kinds of shit that happens. But I don't know, like the British or in England, you need a digital ID. That'll be here soon enough to get rid of all the riffraff. I think that's something that makes my stream special. Is like this is the wild, wild west of pardon me, the internet. Like, let's say they ban my, I don't know, they ban my Twitter account. I can just go create 1,000 more Twitter accounts. Nobody's gonna fucking. The SWAT team's not gonna bust down my door. But in the world of the digital ID in the future, they could fucking make some law that says once you get banned, you're banned, and you can't break out. And if you do, it's a crime. That's when it's gonna. And that's that day. Only a couple of years of this. Oh yeah, you know it, and I know it. Where if you fuck up, you can't recreate an account, and it's just like, well, you fucked up, sorry, but this is the wild, wild west, so why not utilize it as much as possible? And until that day comes, but then people will look back on this day and be like, no way. Back then, you could just do as many accounts as you want. They couldn't really stop you from getting out your message. On Instagram, just create another Instagram. Ban you on Facebook, create another Facebook. They ban you on YouTube, just create another YouTube. They say that you can, but they're just like, there's no enforcement of that. But in the future, there will be, and they'll make it a crime. And then if you try to get around the system, you'll have a knocking. That's basically what's happening in England right now. People who have tweets, and these tweets aren't even bad, but they've already arrested hundreds, thousands of people for like tweets from like years ago, and that's going to come to the United. Thousands of people in the United Kingdom have been arrested over the tweets. I mean, and these tweets are like they're tame. Like in comparison to what people in the United States think, they are tame. And that's coming to the United States, and they'll use the premise of hate speech and shit, even though it's a violation of the First Amendment. You should be able to say all this shit. You should be able to say whatever the fuck you want, whatever you want, to whomever you want. That's the First Amendment. And threaten somebody, go ahead and fucking threaten them. If you want to tell people to go fuck themselves, go tell them to go fuck themselves. You shouldn't be able to put your hands on somebody. That's a different story. But you should be able to say, I'm going to fuck you up. Or you should be able to say, go fuck yourself. Or you should be able to say, I think you're ugly. Or whatever the fuck. That's the First Amendment. There's freedom of speech. That's why we have it. Because when you don't have that, legislating over the media or shit like that, that's not what they're doing. Now, if you come out, you put your hands on somebody, or you punch somebody, or then I have an issue with that. But in terms of saying whatever you want, say whatever the fuck you want. That's how I feel. And I should say, you should be able to write whatever you want to. That's somebody who's doing that. There's the idea. Well, the thing that really changed this is, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Well, if there is a fire in a crowded theater, of course you should be able to yell fire. So there are some times when yelling fire in a crowded theater is appropriate. And in those times where somebody does it and it's inappropriate, then people will just learn not to trust this person. Society gets to know people and troublemakers, and they'll be like, yeah, there's no fire. This person likes to yell fire all the time. Don't worry. Yell like to yell fire all the time. Don't worry about it. That's just how things are. It's already how things are. If, I don't know, sometimes kids do this. They'll be like, in an event, and somebody will be like, oh, there's a famous celebrity here. You'll be like, I don't think they're a really famous celebrity. But you kind of judge those things. But should those people be arrested for what? No, that's that's just my belief on it. That's how I feel. And what ends up happening is the laws are passed, and then it starts to become illegal to even say things that are like mundane. You can't. So, like for instance, let's say you say. Yourself, you loser, or something like that. Okay, well, what if they consider loser to be hate speech because that's a bullying? Well, now you're going to get the book thrown at you bullying. Like, what the fuck is this shit? It's like, that's not what the First Amendment's about. If it were, then the founding fathers would have said, you can't use hate speech, you can't use threats, you can use terroristic language. It doesn't say any of that. Congress shall make no laws prohibit the use of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of all that other shit. And that's kind of how I feel. That's why you have the free press. That's why you have the freedom to be able to say what you want. And in the very near future, that's all going away. The way that they had freedom of speech in where you make the thing that people get a lot of, for which you get a lot of trouble. They'll put a meme on Twitter and have the police in their house.
Yeah, that's
We're dogs, thousands of them.
at least for the meat.
That passed the law in 2023. picture the date that it went in, but over 3,000 people were arrested. And the UK is not that big of a country. So when you think if they do that in the United States, there are a lot of people who are going to be in trouble. And I mean, I I feel as if I see the worst shit on the internet in terms of quote unquote hate because I'm in all these discords and I'm on YouTube all the time. And I'm a huge target, and I don't let any of it get through. I know I'm cool, motherfuckers. So bring it. Say whatever you want to me. I don't go and call the police on you. I get people who say I'm gonna kill you. Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion, man. I get people in communities who are like, I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you die. Okay, I mean that's cool. I mean the other people like me. This guy's just a dick. I get that. Do I think that they should be in jail because of that? No, I don't. I truly say whatever you want. We have a from where I am. You may have it from where you are. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt. Words are never going to hurt. Yeah, exactly. So say whatever the fuck you want to me. I do not. And the reason why is just because then you start to creep in with these different laws, bullying terms, terroristic terms, and hate terms. Then you turn into a police. Then you can't say very soon you can't say things that you want to say. Like we need a new congressperson. It seems like it's bad to say, but they just need to pass a law saying that basically criticism of the Congress people is in line with bullying because the majority of people in your area elected them. It could be seen as a sign of bullying. I mean, does that make necessary? No, but it doesn't have to. You know, in this world, they can legislatures can pass things. I feel like that's why this the United States, the founding fathers specifically gave us this right. You should be able to use it. So that's just how I feel.
They definitely thought it over. They could.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't agree with the 3/5 of counting people. 3/5 compromise, but it counted African American people as 3/5 of a person. That's not cool. And I didn't like that many of them were slaves. That's not cool.
That's fucking so wild.
So isn't that fucking one of the wildest ones to me? Is Thomas Jefferson had a baby with his slave Sally something, and when he died, in his will, he specifically did not free them. So his own fucking kid, he kept enslaved. Isn't that fucked up? And he's seen as like this amazing fucking politician and president and all this shit. He doubled the size of the United States with the Louisiana Purchase, pardon me. Yeah, didn't free his own children in his will. That is fucked up. Man, isn't that fucked up? His own kids were in. Yeah, they were.
What's wrong with
It's wild shit.
the white shit?
Oh, that's as dirty as it gets. They're your own fucking kid. You rape your slave and have children, and you free them. If anybody you think is gonna get free, especially when you're president, is like you'd be like, hey, can you do me a solid? You raped my mom basically, and you have the freedom and the power to be able to let me go and give me my freedom, and he chose not to. That is the dirtiest fucking shit. That is. It's like you you are the scumbag in the highest order. Firstly, you're cheating on your wife with selling with your slave, and then get her pregnant, and would you not think she's fully human, but you're going to keep her a slave, and then your kids, your flesh and blood, 50% of them is your DNA, and you're not going to free them once you're done. That is some dirty shit. And right, and we hold these. Right. You know, I get just you using that word in the future. I bet you won't be able to say that kind of shit. Like that's a perfect example. You could be like, I hate what Thomas Jefferson did in not freeing his own children, and that goes against because you can't say you hate. Like in the future, you can easily see that happen. Easily. So I'm sure they won't let you say that's some bullshit either. That's some bullshit.
It's like people that
People don't.
it's like people that don't like cussing, like stuff like that.
Right.
It's always like,
100%. And what do you consider cussing? Depends on the household. Some people say crap is a cuss word. Other people crap is appropriate. Some people don't think you should be able to say
I
crud.
don't say
The television stations,
I don't say that.
I would on your house, but in a lot of houses, a kid will get in trouble for saying crap. If you said to your mother as a child, but just saying in general, you're full of crap. You don't think that kid's going to be in trouble?
Because it's
If you say it to your own mother, in 90% of households in the United States, you're going to be in trouble.
but yeah, but at the same time, it depends what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
I can you say pussy willow? Can you say pussy willow? Can you say pussy willow?
Pussy willow? What's that?
It's a type of tree. Can you say pussy cat? The word pussy, you can't say the word pussy in a sexual context in a lot of places.
I would consider pussy
There you go. So you can't say
use it like if you're like coming up to somebody and be like, you're
they use the term pussycat in like Bugs Bunny cartoons. Tweety Bird, Woody Tat.
I feel like that's different.
I get it. It's too subjective. The television stations can't even get it right. Meaning, there is some words you can say on television. George Carlin had a very famous stand-up routine about this, and some that you can't. The term tit is a kind of bird. You can say tit when referencing the bird, but you can't say it in referencing a breast. The term ass is a term for a donkey, but you can't generally say it in some parts of society as a woman. The term bitch, in some aspects, you can't call a person a bitch, but that is the scientific term for a dog. So it depends.
That's why, and I'll stand on it. I don't care who the person
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You should be able to say whatever you want. Now, the people hear it can react in whatever way they want. So that's their right. But anybody should be able to say anything. If you want to say exactly, if you want to say, if a black person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. And amongst black people, they're not going to get too big of a reaction. In some circles. If a white person wants to say the N word, they should be able to say the N word. But they're going to be judged by saying it. And that's the right people to be able to judge them. That's how society works.
Like
Exactly. But especially when you start legislating, certain people can't say the word. Okay, well, how dark do you have to be to say it? What if I don't think that most black people are too dark enough to be able to say it? I mean, then you're starting to get into like, how dark are you? You want to get into that argument. If you start legislating that way, you just the best or people who are of mixed race. You can't get into that argument. That word is used in their household, and it can mean friend, it can mean person, it can mean a whole bunch of things. And brother, absolutely. And so who are you to take away the ability for them to be able to use that word? What if someone is albino? So they're like, white, but of African American DNA. You're gonna take that away from them? Who are you to? Who are you? Who are you? They have black brothers and sisters. Their parents are black. They're black like Africa. They should be able to use that word as should everybody. But the albino person, a random ass white honky kid who uses it, they're gonna be seen as very small minded or racist or I mean there are situations where I hear that term being used by white people and they don't mean it offensively. They mean it like friend or cousin or brother, whatever. And they're just around black people a lot, so they think that they can use it. Their black friends don't really get on it too much. And then they get out in the bigger world and they sound extremely racist, but they don't mean it that way by any means. That's how it works. And then it's used a lot. It's used a lot in the Latinx community, where it's not used. Sometimes it's used offensively, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just used to be friend or dude. It's just a filler word, and then sometimes it's used in a mean or spiteful or racist way. So I feel that you should be able to use whatever word you want. No, you should be able to use it in a derogatory manner, and the people should be able to for you in a derogatory manner and think you're an asshole and not want to do it, but it shouldn't be illegal. That's a simple difference. People should be able to judge you and your word that absolutely, but it should not be illegal because when it starts to become illegal, that's when the court's going to come in and say, "How dark do you have to be able to say this word? What if you're mixed race? What if you have three parents who are black and one white parent, or one white grandparent and three grandparent who's black and two parents?" You get what I'm saying? Like there are lots of combinations here, and you don't want to get into it. You don't want to, and you don't want to get into it. And that becomes.
Yeah, now you have to break the whole thing down to the very
Then it becomes.
just
There's a family episode with this. It's completely racist, but they're joking about it, poking fun at it. Like a thing where to get into New York City, you have to be like a certain color, and there's like super white, white, tan, and if you're any of it, you're fine. But then when you start getting to the darker tan, and like brown and then black, it's like no. And then they hold the card up next to your skin, and if you're in the approved version, you can go on. But if not, they pull you over to the side and they do all kinds of questioning to you. You don't want to live in that world. Exactly. And that just complicates things. It's fine for society to judge based on what word someone uses. If someone's using a word, they are allowed to basically excommunicate that person. They're able to ignore them. They're able to yell words back at them. But you're not going to get in a world where it becomes illegal to say that. Because then when it's illegal to say that, then it becomes who gets to say it, who doesn't get to say it. How do you dictate who has the right? What skin color are you, or what makeup are you, or whatever it is? What religion are you? Like, you just don't want to get into that world. It becomes too difficult to legislate. Of course, it becomes too hard to legislate that kind of stuff. That's why Congress shall make no law infringing, impeding free speech, basically, whatever. Um, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom to gather. Those are all in. Those are all given to us by, and not even really given to us by the founding fathers. They're endowed by our creator. It's the language of the Constitution. All right, big dog. I'd love to talk with you more. I'm gonna get some sleep. I hope that's all right. All right. Well, then with that, I'm gonna listen to the podcast and
Switch. Why do you say that? I have to be honest. One of those guys, I mean, the best piece out there. It's just makes yeah, it makes weird. That's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphanies. When he figures something out for himself, he's the next best thing, and he cannot tell everyone about it. Like a child. And that's the ongoing thing with Brandon. It seems things away from him. That juvenile podcast with Aubrey Marcus later, where you close your eyes and feels like you're back in middle school over again. Except when your eyes are realizing pushing free from women dressed like teenage fuckboys, ironically talking out of their arm. For Brian Kelly, is that he's clearly struggling and the daily grind of having to turn into storage units for the podcast twice a week, all the being forced to eat healthy meals from partners east of a drug, and then looking out of the company partnership he's worshiping new material doesn't seem to land. Starting to be on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for now. Marcus, I haven't seen you in more than months. No, where it's like, we need money outside of business. We're learning. Just hanging around. That's how we started the company. I'm sorry I haven't seen you in Texas. I'm justified financially. Major talent must be hard with 5 separate families whilst living in the shadow of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago. Before leaving the work for a guy you clearly despise, early you are into your 60s. Again, offside. And now that Brian was not Joe Rogan for calling as a scientist of the recent fight, and I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted his move to Texas to work out for him so he could fund his captivity and leave Britain. I want that for him. Just like Theo. But the thing is, I'd rather the fighter and the kid lie up as a full outside the yards until the lights literally go out in the middle of the line.
this was my idea because they know it's yes, it's very gentle. And we are with possibly one of the lobbyist snake oil salesmen you've ever seen. He didn't lecture us on it. Just yeah, there's an interesting study just people compared to the babes when they met electromagnetic frequencies and everything that's happening in their body. When they were on functions, like these people play like something about 7 grams or course their body. And the time they were on it, spike of energy, whether it was the heart field, mental field, the spike of energy that was being cultivated. And they asked them about other traumatic experiences, places where they were super open and things that really saw the same heat amount of energy cell and actually actually spikes like those results are in truth like spirits our spirit are body knows truth we know the frequency the resonance of it and so when you tell truth actually your body lights up and so truth is even more important than positive emotions just being real especially now like with AI you can take over your business maybe a thing where hell it's on that who's going to be able to tell it's AI the talent meeting that he blatantly lied time that he's podcast. He's telling us that us from my and thoughts and what I decided he's mind blowing. He's got the human element of failure. What Alan's body will at least like I'm calculating in real time episodes of the film. Sit through it. And he's chance others sitting there back of a supplement Asian very good scorpions to themselves. And I was listening to this episode of myself. Is the perfect brand. Lots of side. What do we do? Inside, like when the Javante was, all right, can Javante? I just don't check. She has like this whatever reason. There's no signs that they just that's and then speed do against size and so we had this experiment like the thing that's going to get maximum attention.
highest best friends. So far, everything checks out. See how employees just went around desperately trying to improve the already bad Jake's trajectory. First, it was, I agree with Dave. Why does he stick to fighting people he's own sons? And then after Aldridge's done his own around Sean, he came home. He tried to the cruiserweight title, but just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, buddy. Right, if Brendan's in the room with golf with him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees. Now, on the other hand, I'm convinced one of the only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to all the rewatching Jake Paul's, he had enough to say where will they be. Usually, the lights and off.
Yeah, like 66. Three of the times going to medications, turn out, oftentimes in strength, we're going to have a big but it's not just all four. It's get knocked down and when we just saw that. Their mindset is in the Jake's doing this because he's got plenty. I mean, at a certain point, he doesn't matter as much as what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to have extreme. Not real. So much line like somebody there's a way. I think Jake's going to bring that energy of joy and attention. Jake's positive energy. People realize that this is also everything you've seen show the word that was not out and they have a battle, and then the battle is spiritual. Their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of elements. Like it's good to get to the mind of the spirit of mind. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got here's what I've worked for a practitioner. It's got myself, if I'm honest, it's like we're bringing the best spiritual energy out of this because he's not going to say his right hand's to the 7. Say that Alex Pereira does the same. Like for a long force, but I'm saying it's reality. When he does that thing while he plugs it, it's for real. Yeah, it's real. That he's bringing some deep jungle energy. Did he just say deep jungle energy? What did we just listen to? I listened to several IQ after listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like it's excellent. Imagine being friends with people in public, doubling down by bringing a spiritual coach, wearing those pants. If you that Jake Paul announced he was being podcasted, and his brother and all his friends agreed with him. Jake by fighting like 70 pounds harder than him at an exhibition fight. That wasn't the worst part. It was such good friends in the form of the spider of Joe Rogan. Should have known that Aubrey Hines was trained of stand-up comedy, which is not what I usually do. But I'm issuing an official warning to anyone who is not just anyone who's read something. They sort that off after he's the best man. Yeah, wait. Yeah, so laughter is the most underrated one as far as it's cultivating energy. You want good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in and locked in under a spell of liberty. This person is like ecstasy. Yeah, people like comics. I always think people literally spend all their time trying to get we're not, but for the most part, I promise you, the comics and creation, whoever they might be,
And the best shot is to make the level of positive energy that keeps you like focused on what you're doing. Comics are better than they're able to dig holes in stadiums. You know, try to get Oscar shot for the hero. Maybe they could have made that Madison turn. The only thing like you can almost stadium in the same moment, and it's the best high frequency energy you can possibly imagine. Like comics and laughter shows in a way. It's like so much respect. So true.
Brandon was definitely quiet during that entire conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that. But that was too fun for me, as you all know, I'm a big fan of stand-up. However, making it to a point where comedy works your ways out of control. Boston comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to tell us comedy, they're trying to run past us. These guys actually believe the shit coming out of their own mouths, or are they just so dumb to their grift that it comes naturally to them now? About nuggets of sacred psychedelic ceremonies. I'll bring the truth. They're looking like a kid each time out. Comedy writes itself in these puppets. And Brian Cummings' speech about comedians spending every week how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every 20 minutes getting off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual lifting is the next level. The assassins have promoting vitamin supplements to keep comedy as instead. And we all know the golden rule in Austin is first your audience enough, just keep saying it until they do.
We always have a bunch of Jews controlling the world, and that's the term. And I think that's like that's right. Comes from and so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews certainly, I think there's probably on Jedi. I know. So, like fundamentally, they can go both back for sure. I mean, they have something that's in the. It's also like. What you're doing is, we get it. There's this idea that
Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting the conversation with latest that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Chin seriously, could you imagine? And then he started asking what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to funny here. As a guest is just how desperate things are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon. That's hard to do. Yes, he's too busy with the links to make a phone call or send an email. And also, for some reason, Brian doesn't want to ask anyone in the green room to come on the show. So all that's just a region affiliate with 2016 affiliate to CrossFit. That's today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in the sounds of community, as well as my comedy special reviews and much more. Podcast universe. Go to channel Cringe and subscribe so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you.
You know, Rogan said something about last night. He was talking about that they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical. They did this, like no.
I didn't do it for you're not being a superstar. Yeah. It's like you have to responsibility for your at. 10 years. We found out. At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is controlling Brendan in basically every episode of The Fighter. These days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your role and marks it off as a reason he thought he had some conversation he was having with somebody else. Just a couple of weeks ago, having brought up the children of athletes and had chinned all the sports that Brendan attempted over the years just to show how the cause of death when they of course, I can't forget the sad reality and TBI's in football and MMA. He was set by his nails, squinting as he illustrated that the days are numbered. But in the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been really clear about his alcohol use and serious health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this way of picking it up. He has something of a athlete decision of a marksman. So Chin's going to end into the other guy right now. Brian's probably the healthiest person. He has a pretty good as I'm dealing with the field. He's reducing his lifestyle choices and bad health. Casually brought up his drinking issues. It's making any employees throw off. Quickly, he turned up Brendan Brian dished out a piece of advice that simply applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was those moments where Brian Callen directed his advice cautionary tone regularly speaking to his if you haven't read it, check out my new channel, which I just launched yesterday. I cover cricket from the internet, just podcasts. Shout out to all of you that are already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. That's are the best. All right, Chin, roll the tape. After that, on my side, I'm just like, wait, but someone that says, do you think about the impact? And they also put that out. Like, in this area. People like care about you, or people create messages. We care about it. Yeah, that's what the main thing is that people I'm keeping this. Your friend. I think we're going to have been around long enough. We've had our own issues. Yeah. And so I think what happens when you get some there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own sort of change. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that people for their failings. He said, where you are, because, you did this. Don't look at the successful people. They're assholes. What are you doing, man? I didn't have to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly like you have to be responsible for where you're at, man. That's one thing to say something. Yeah. Sure, exactly. I don't blame you. I don't. I'm saying that, hold on. It's all responsible for in one way or another. There's things happen, right? But what are you going to do to get out of it? And, there's some people out there, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been just asking. Or maybe that's the reason you are happy. I seriously with a straight face. I him. Nobody is saltier than Brendan Schaub. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't. He's Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Barrett is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from his pride and Brendan comes from being down to responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve their life, and they're both sitting in armchairs in some random opportunity to Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up and you're about issues in a meeting about the stationary budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll tell you there's a freeway drinking while blaming everyone else for his problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through pride right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when I was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Rogan blurted out that he was talking about an old, salty comedian. And although he's talking about Rogan, he's crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little puppy completely making up his own narrative. Like that, right? That's completely different. When has he ever done that before? But the other day, podcast Rogan. And I was like, the attention of that stuff. Weird. He doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like zero. He cares about the president. Like, yo, I was on it. Rambling on, like and I was talking about that. Basically, what I said was Netflix has created this certain national comics shows to make millions of dollars. And I wasn't talking. So yeah. I was under, but I decided to just make somebody on. Graham was like, Christ. And then, like, I was calling it, I see saying, like, this guy, he's been on my show, his show, and, like, he said, Rogan, he's not your phone, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like, so don't think the comments Rogan created on average Russia for absolutely no reason at all. Let's not go baby Bill's reaction was Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd been like, you know, like the time explaining to Chappelle, Schultz is a comedy, little sex, talking about so clearly according to Brian Cullen, Rogan hasn't been following his own haters and not giving them just because it looks like Mark Barrett is has been key. It's so funny to me how Rogan fucks time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams was by calling up Shannon Sharp's podcast? Hey, his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity, went straight to the top on Netflix. Everyone's talking about Mark Barrett talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know? Mark's also got a controversial model of doing on JRE to promote on his shiny bald head. Now, comedians just give it a listening effect. Now, that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC. There's no fun. They're just comedians. I promised you earlier, I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what I was describing earlier. How Brendan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know? Brendan was actually thinking about Brian. It drives me. That's how I'm like this. It drives me nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. Challenge anybody. Huge up for talent. I challenge you to give it the coolest wherever they're at. And you're 99% of them it drives me nuts. That he's not up to those guys. Better than 99% of them. Outcast you. That's what makes me proud. Not Mount Trump. That makes me proud. He's going to lash out at it. Ryan's cool. Ryan's trying to sell tickets. So that I'll tell you right now, I don't. Yeah. I actually have some advice for you. You see, the thing is, that's something he's going to take responsibility for when he is, sitting next to him, you have seen that one with shit free. That's what he is. You can't keep everyone else to the other people. That's what he's already career crashing done. By the way, I think the reason why you've been doing this for many months anymore is because you're trying to keep your family. Yeah. She's surgery. She's been in and out of the hospital. Like explained on my Instagram. Austin and Nashville. Happens, but I think this time I just don't care about that. I don't go back and forth so much. And I'm just gonna be on that. Get best time games. Get best play Boston. Girl. Tired. Stop product, but life and stuff like that. I gotta jump. I'm done. It's content.
Yeah.
Just to just since episodes, enjoy the content when I have that's the biggest thing. Every now and then, which is like saying me. Guys, nobody wants to have a conversation beyond the outset. Nobody has to improve the concept of this decision is fun. Not only that, Brendan did for a group of choices they have when you start a Patreon. As you can a bunch of items as sort of control into the podcast of 3 days ago. No ad free budget. Nice on the line. Guys, you should probably do that. I can't wait to sign me up. Check out the description to my Patreon. So you might uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video that is last action. That great usually that right and happy morning for us. So check that out if you're interested and don't forget to subscribe to the other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching. And this is ChatGPT. He's done that podcasting, Twitter, ChatGPT. Again, he's in the I don't know. They're watching the great show into just expect so was he on Ariel when he says that? That's right doesn't he doesn't have a thing. Brendan is one of the most productive and short white possible. This is some of the funniest shit that's in the world. The guy simply had to stop checking bills. Whenever there's a new situation, his podcast or someone's calling him out, or he wonders if there's a stranger, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be. Embarrassing himself in the way possible. This week, at UFC fight Wakano is different. It's the same shit, different day. He starts it, the other drives back, and then Brendan has a full-on down over it. He does not know how to start. Brendan is really good at the situation. He just half of the fight and hit it. Aggressive 2 sentences. Wakano dropped off the $100 line. This reminded me of the time Brendan line. Episode that really had accurate. Being clipped on and telling them how much it doesn't care. And he would be fake with me while ranting about like Remember though, people look at my videos and you might upload throughout them. Make sure you subscribe to both of the channels. My Patreon license and they can start all my usual suspects. But for those of you who don't know what's going on, this is no matter what. It does not matter. There's guys that are more famous that are fighting right now that are taking their it does not give a you figure it out in Spain. They got on so easily. So dumb not to take the money. So dumb. It makes no sense. Now, if you have a child, you can take this money. Invest it for your children. And it's like, we have bad match. The guy's going to start this. People think I did, but sure. It's all has to do with anti-trust by default, which accuse the UFC of monopolistic practices to suppress athletes. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was had not for over a decade. Between fighters from December 20 through June 2017. Brendan was as well. I can't recall like that. Show me the money. I can't. Here you are saying that you down the settlement. Waiting on it. Waiting on it. Was made some questions among us. The athletes had at one point, let's settle this down. And prices in UFC and they say, no, you're gonna and I don't know how much use. Yeah, that was not about UFC monopoly. It was the place and the fighters I'm not afraid to lose. I'm done. As you can imagine, opinions are pretty divided. He's saying if he accepted it, he would implicitly agree that the UFC is a monopoly, which he agrees with, and that he was underpaid early on in his career, which apparently he disagrees with. But his main point is that if the fighters who started the lawsuit genuinely care about putting this to the UFC's predatory tactics, with everybody's well, but if they really cared about the account, they would have settled for a judgment actually force the UFC to make changes to the wages with fighters. Instead, they forced out of $100 million and went back to business as usual. So, what is coming from this is actually changing. They just made more money. The business that is choosing not to outrageous actually hurt his feelings. That is you. Good grace. I need to tell you, What's the next step? If nobody you just your manager, coaches tell you not to. All right. Your fuzzies are Papa, you can use a brain buster. Takes up you like 2 times 2 plus 1. And saying they could give as in not living. I don't know how to understand that your boyfriend a few days ago Renata clarified his position on protecting the money in detail to take the money with the best up when he called out Brendan for saying this is what has made not Brendan's episode of show in all the saying that doesn't understand because he doesn't understand what you really but explaining it to him, etc. And so while he was talking to him, he had a little message for you.
Whatever, then I don't expect you to understand what I did. Because I don't care. This is our show. Define so that's why I can people click and say, hey, and people that watch the special. That's better than so
Just wasn't happy if you on. It was absolutely fucking brilliant. This is with Brendan. Not feel so intelligence without insulting. Well, apparently your wife was not happy about this. So you decided to spend the 11% of the fund for the kid, embarrassing just how much he doesn't get it. Yet, even after all this time and after explaining his detail, he rejected the completely missed the point and embarrassed himself. Now, I'm actually completely disagreeing with Brendan's take on sure if you agree that you have underpaid, which I definitely do. You should take money. You've seen a company that grew promotion, but also guys who are willing to take a beating in the octagon. So it definitely goes to both sides of the argument. But as usual, ends up getting emotions and making the strangest points. It's just bizarre.
Finally, McConnell responded. McConnell. Very upfront. Him not taking helps. It actually puts more money in my pocket. Some other fighters can probably use it. You criticize a fighter or so a lot of fighters response. You're just a fan or if we're facing a career pressure, because I'm not going to come off as a bully there.
we're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. Right. It's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. Is you're gonna start. If you're gonna go back. You can't respond, right? It's weird. Translation thing where they have to figure out. Hey, they're your handlers. You can't get back. When someone it's like with AD. Several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, that's so weird because you're making a workplace. Your team handlers, that's what you got. Right? This is GBD. I see that podcast. He's a fighter. The standards, right? The standards. Original. Again, think of it as each response of it count was receiving to return to sender. There's no accelerator of this shit. Brings up is forever etched in the imaginations and collective conscious of the internet. You came from a guy and you, but the whole to respond was so logic. Even still, Ghana was out of time and past the deadline. Brendan still decided to go through his response and break it down. That's how much he didn't care about it. I understand how it's done. I might call myself an idiot. Compared to him, I'm Elon Musk. Well, he's not talking to you about. He's talking to me about my fan. Listen to me. That means I'm dumb and he's young, right? And he goes, Johnny, oh, it's a podcast. It's mainly audio, dude. That's right. Oh, talking about from 5 years ago. And this is just like. 24 hours. I'm going to play your game. But if you're good enough, we have this thing to come up with. It has to be good. I tell you, all right, you took your time, you're putting some writers, come in. So it's this. Listen. For saying podcast, nobody gives a fuck. Everyone knows you. The only reason you drink audio is because you know you can't see those numbers. You don't see how transparent you are when you say that. It's just that. Apparently, Ghana only had 24 hours. Otherwise, not going to please. Every post is out for fucking days later. Think about what you're saying, mate. Even Brian's trying his best not to create from him, Jim. Who the fuck would want rights to go back and forth? This response from Brendan is an absolute disaster. It has been made so far, and I've edited this down quite a bit. I'll see you. I can't do I sit down over there in a chair for the last 12 years. What? You have to call a new And who's building a platform money just to reach me, but I do it from here.
Well, it might have been that he let it go and then Ariel asked him.
Fight
This is one thing that's was he on Ariel when he said that? That's the point.
yeah.
Go on.
Why doesn't he
Go on. He didn't go on.
address this? He doesn't.
On there for other people. Right. That's what. Brian Callen said to himself, well, what are we doing here, B? This is all in his feelings over this. I still don't understand he's going on another program. He's a UFC fighter, talking about the settlement and whatever the fuck else. And at the interview, he's actually just to talk shit about him. Narcissistic number coming out. He shut down Brian, but just tell us some of the saddest shit I've ever seen man do.
I think he's trying to get. You know who it is? Right? He's not. You on the time.
Sorry. That's actually a good point. Ricardo calling his podcast Show Me the Money. After he rejected the money, he's ironic. But just to clarify, that one doesn't count. And I'm not gonna lie, I've never ever heard of podcast Show Me the Money. So I check this out. He's only got 39,000 subscribers compared to Sydney's 177,000. Yet they still do around the same numbers. I mean, this podcast almost does the same numbers as the fighter and the kid. That's got about 500,000 subscribers, and it's been going for a decade. Why would you bring that up? Yes, the numbers to account for all the money. Ricardo's podcast is actually performing as an podcast. Tell us, how does it have an 8-hour nothing on your video 1 minute after you went live? But that's besides the point. Almost every argument brought up in retaliation to Ricardo's didn't even make sense. Not a single that was made in that episode. Just bucketloads of copium on full display for the world to see. And you've noticed a number of comedians coping on podcasts. Subscribe to both of my podcast streams and podcast lives, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives. Thanks for watching, guys. I will catch you next time.
What's going on in the world? I'd like to touch on some of the things that have happened. Just on Wednesday. I said, you know, steroids for 13 years. I think they were doing all that stuff. Right? Wow. That's very true.
So I continue this week. He's taking years off his life This is something I've spoken about times in the context of guys like Rogan and Brendan Shaw promoting recreational steroid use and catering for unregulated substances, which in some cases have open lawsuits against them, such as Rogan's previously owned supplement company Honda, which produces alpha-brain. But there was also Brendan's close encounter with freedom supplements he used to his podcasts, which turned out to be harmful and highly addictive, causing him to retract his and telling everyone that I can't take the money back though. Speaking of endorsements, I have an update on Brendan Shaw's latest soon. Make sure to subscribe to both of my channels so you don't miss out. Also, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my uncensored exclusive videos covering the usual suspects. As for you, before I and CTE are putting in a risk of why this makes me look so stupid from earlier this year. Yeah, there's something. Because I tore my myself. You know, after such a small tear, small tear. So, yes, make some. Or actually, a little bit of I don't know. Was it? That's not how you say it. Actually, that way, you want something? 3 or 4 days a day. Probably. That was the whole story. Drama. Actually, thought that was for the supplement. Ryan Callan fact checked him and explained that it's probably mostly water. And that was the perfect display for it. And was viewed for terrific effect. When talking about Chris Joe, we think of really Mr. Harvey's body in the midfield like performance. You know, you have the edge of the competition while sitting so many leverage upstairs. The podcast studio sliding nicotine pouches down the side of the picture while spinning at the screen and trying to sit on it. Ask questions. Just don't ask questions. And I know most of the substances they were doing they aren't actually anabolic steroids. They're mostly unregulated supplements created by savvy corporations. Influencers like promoting this podcast and watching. Sorry guys, I'm still recovering from that great situation. Treated some trauma from years ago that I clearly haven't. Probably we've almost both Rogan and Brendan discussing the recreational tools reviews and how much they love it. Whenever I bring this up, it always ends up in the comments. So just to be clear, I'm not talking about it. Obviously, there's a place for that if you have a deficiency. I'm talking about who takes tests so they can check the gene. Purely for aesthetic reasons. It's food completely different. And so when Ryan Callan brought up it's us, the footer and the king yesterday, led Brendan Callan up a lot of discovery and despair. Comment surprised me. Yeah, after whatever was just a bit more here. 2 more things. I guess he had an operation, and I heard his trachea collapse. I don't know. At the end of the day, what's interesting about this is that he's 71, and you can have a compromise if you give him arterial drainage. You can have an aneurysm that you don't pick up. You can not a sound on a sonogram if you're good. But overall, you have your twins can look to a and just breaks. Yes, it happens. There's something wrong with the machinery. And you know, look, man. 320. See him out in his fire. We've tried that. Yeah. So he had he's doing wrestling. He's now close to 6 feet. Yes. And then all the surgeries, but you know, he also did all the steroids for 13 years. And I think that they were doing all that stuff that puts his right there. Yeah, right? They go All dudes sleep dick instead. Yeah, we forgot about that one. To this episode of the background last night while I was scrolling through Instagram. And as soon as I heard Brendan putting back on steroid use as a potential alternative, my ears picked up and I knew exactly where this was going. So I did that. How many pro wrestlers have an opinion? It's pretty alarming. There's something about that. And it's so, yeah, it's so not these guys that are on roids and they're not really relevant and talking about politicians. Just so much. A lot of drugs. There's a lot of drugs.
You don't see tranquilizer.
And then stuff like that. And you're telling me how many leaders died in three. And that three. Saying I know so many people that I have days.
In the pain.
You're hard to pay. You're hard to pay.
Yeah, I think to burn it hard from both ends, and then also the amount of wear and tear on your body doing that sport.
They're also giant men. You know, so I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, they're not too many guys who are small who get into WWE.
Yeah. And they're so big, but they're probably doing a responsible amount of crazy, the big steroids like Tren and stuff. And I think that just works. That works wonders on your heart there.
Oi, Brendan, what the fuck is WE? Bro, it's not even a full word. It's just 3 letters. Come on, man. What are we doing here, B? The only thing worse than the amount of wear and tear professional wrestlers put their bodies through is the amount of coke coming out of Brendan's mouth as he sits there in complete denial that steroid abuse is a contributing factor toward premature death in pro wrestlers. This little copium session from Brendan is as transparent as his wife's thirst trap posts on Instagram. He was scrambling through his empty head, searching for every excuse under the sun, trying to convince himself that steroids don't have side effects. That's right, Brendan, they die young because they go hard on the paint. Nothing to do with all the shit they take to stay jacked with low body fat well into their 40s and 50s. And let's not act like he hasn't been around elite athletes before. How is it possible that he's gotten this far in life and in multiple sports at an elite level, and it hasn't once occurred to him that maybe a body is not sustainable? Sounds like that went straight to his head. At this point, though, it was all starting to dawn on him. If pro wrestlers are dying young, then what about NFL players?
Isn't that crazy?
A lot of guys.
It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy stat.
Do me a favor. How many NFL players died before 50? Like, obviously, there's more guys. There's more
in the NFL, right?
Still, no kidding.
Oh my god. A 3,850 revealed that those who qualify as obese were twice as likely to die before age 50. Yeah, they were just heavy, right?
22% of all deaths were. Again, I think the common factor is NFL players, WWE, they're all big people.
So NFL guys,
they're like Great Dane,
fat. They get fat as. They just do. Some of the linemen and stuff like that, I mean, they just get way fat.
Heart disease was the cause of death. Homicide, suicides count for 20%. That's
wow. 20%? Fuck. That's gotta be chalked up to CTE, I guess. Or just whatever.
All right, guys, let's get serious for a second here. Brendan has nothing to worry about. He's never played in the NFL. But first it was the juice, and now it's the CTE. That slow realization from Brandon that he's got 2 major risk factors was actually to watch. It was at this point that I actually started feeling sorry for him. This always happens with Bubba. Covering this guy is such an emotional roller coaster. See, guys like Andrew Schultz and Bert Kreischer, they lean into the cringe and use it to maintain relevance. But Brendan's just a straight-up dumbass. Like, I genuinely believe that he's never really thought about the side effects of his steroid use and all of the head trauma he's endured over the years.
I think it's interesting that some people suffer.
This is wild. 73.5% of the 517 NFL players death occurred before the age of 70.
Yeah. Wow. That's kind of nuts.
So the average NFL player died at the average age of 60. That compared to MLB 66.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Rates of NFL and NBA. NFL players died at a rate of 59.6. What the
dude, that's my age. Damn.
Yeah, but these are big boys.
Big boys.
And you're talking about 30 years of running into people.
Running into people.
Also, like training really hard. Yeah, the wear and tear on your body.
Yeah, it tears your body up. Tears your body up. And I think a lot of them gain a lot of weight, don't they?
I don't know about that. But then also, the MLB, the average 67.
That's shocking too, by the way.
Yeah, because
that's shocking.
Might just be athletes in general are dying.
I think athletes, yeah, but I think that's got to be chalked up to their size. You know,
maybe.
And I also think that
this is 1979, 2013.
That's
they weren't huge like they are now.
They're pretty big.
What about NBA? I think they're all just bigger people.
Yeah, that's another good question. Let's see NBA. Damn.
Wow. They're 1 in 5
do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about?
Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions.
Yeah.
Also, they're just Great Danes.
Great Danes. They're Great Danes. I would imagine, too, with anti-inflammatories, all the drugs you're taking all the time, painkillers, that's got to have something to do with it.
It's all heart-related.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Shit. That's crazy, man.
I wonder what UFC is.
Believe it or not, that actually made me feel kind of sad. I mean, this guy has a wife and 3 kids, and he's only just realizing that the decisions he's made, and in some instances continues to make, have caused him long-term irreversible damage. And don't get me wrong, I don't think Brendan deserves any of the harmful side effects of his steroid use or the effects of CTE. My point is that he spent years bragging about taking everything under the sun and tripling the doses, joking about it in front of him to make him laugh and to get his approval. But now at the age of 42, he's finally realizing that he's fucked himself. Like, how embarrassing is that to just sit there on a podcast, biting your nails as you read off a screen, searching for excuses as to athletes in sports that are known for steroid abuse are dying early. And it wasn't just me that Brian Callen could see where Brendan was going with all the questions, telling Chin to bring up the NFL data, and then finally the UFC.
UFC can't be high.
I feel like you are going to live longer.
Dude, I did. So Ways to Well has this test you can take.
Yeah.
And it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like where they become cancer. So you donate all blood, they run all of it to see if there's any, if it catches it before it's a problem. I just got the call before the show. Your boy's in the clear. Yeah. I was like, really? Nothing?
But you even though you've never actually been an addict. You went through a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality.
Yeah.
But you've always worked out.
Yeah.
You've always eaten well.
Yeah.
And you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know.
Do you have any, cancer in your family, though?
In my family?
Yeah. Cancer.
My mom had it in her thyroid. All my grandparents had it too.
So it does run your. That's you're very lucky then.
But your family's fairly long-lived, right?
Oh yeah. I was 98, then I was 99. And yeah. UFC hasn't been around that long, so but it can't be better odds than NFL or NBA. It can't.
No. Although
they're a little smaller. Yeah, it just depends.
Right.
But not the light heavyweights and heavyweights. They're size NFL guys.
They're huge. Some big boys. Yeah.
And they're cutting weight. So it's even harder on your body. So the lighter weights are cutting weight. Yeah. Which is even worse for you.
Yeah, you're taking some shots.
So Jim didn't end up looking up the stats for MMA fighters, so I did a quick Google to see what the numbers were like, and it wasn't good. I know this isn't comprehensive analysis, it's just a Google search, but exactly what Chin was doing in those clips there. And what do you know, the main cause of premature death in MMA fighters is head trauma. Credit to Rogan, though, he's never shied away from this discussion, and he's done a lot over the years to spread awareness for CTE and the damage fighters are doing to their bodies. But also, fuck Joe Rogan for promoting PEDs and steroids to a whole lot of men, including Brandon. I know so many guys who are on the gear and justify it by saying, well, Joe Rogan does it and he's fine. We're at the point now where scrawny comedians like Tony Hinchcliffe are taking tests while having shitty diets and smoking cigarettes. And it's not like it's a secret. They all doctors that wage too well. I think Rogan even pays for some of his buddies to go down there and get sorted out. That whole Austin comedy scene has turned into the biggest cash cow for all those doctors who keep pumping them full of shit they don't need. And where did Brian Callen get the idea that Brendan's on a good diet? How many times have we heard him shitting on Brian since they moved to Texas for not eating barbecue the right way? Brian will say he ordered the lean barbecue option with a side of veggies, and Bubba will call him gay. Like, this is what it's come down to. They completely revive middle school humor, sing like Gen Z fuckboys, but have the biological clocks of boomers who drink too much. Like I said, guys like Brendan make it real hard to feel sorry for them. Anyway, that's enough ranting for today. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to both of my channels. Don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
So walk me through this idea. So you know how the CBD industry is like the Wild West. You never know what you're going to get. Right? I represent Pure Spectrum. You know exactly what you're going to get. So I ride into this lawless, like, oh, right? I'm representing Pure Spectrum, the sheriff. I'm on a big horse, right, like a brown horse. And then all the townsmen, they circle around. They just all gather around. They circle around because they represent the other CPO. They don't want me in there. Okay, because I'm real. Well, they're bad guys. I'm good guys. So they have guns. I'm good guys. They have guns. And they take them out. I hear one go, "Hey, stick cowboy. We don't want you guy around here." I says, "I'm out back now." And he goes, "Get on out of here." And I go, "Because they don't want Pure Spectrum in the market." Why would they? Why would they?
All right, guys, before we get into today's serving of lawsuit lasagna, I've got to remind you, everything I'm about to talk about comes directly from the plaintiff's legal filings in this civil case. These are just allegations. None of this has been tested or proven in court, and Brendan Schaub is still fully entitled to defend himself. In fact, according to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't even been officially served with the lawsuit. So, technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond, deny the claims, or put forward his side of the story. There's a very real possibility Brendan's sitting in his storage unit studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations for the very first time. So, let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court, and Brendan Schaub has not been charged with any crimes in relation
And then they're just all laid out. And then they're like, "Dang, that was sick, man."
All right, guys, buckle in, because what I'm about to tell you is so peak Brendan Schaub, so classically Bubba, that even Gringo Puppy is looking like the least embarrassing thing he's ever done. See, while most comedians move to Austin to chase stage time, network within Rogan's inner circle, or just sit in traffic near a Buc-ee's for 6 hours, your boy Brendan's been busy racking up lawsuits like he racks up missed punchlines. And this latest one isn't about the so-called Reddit trolls. It's not about podcast bots. It's not even about his failing podcasting empire. This time, Brendan Schaub is knee-deep in a civil lawsuit out of Palm Beach County, Florida, with allegations so ridiculous, so on brand, that even the Fighter and the Kids subreddit couldn't have dreamed this one up. We're talking tax fraud, wire fraud, civil theft, conspiracy, and brace yourself, you guys are gonna fucking love this one. Allegedly using a CBD company's private customer database to spam strangers with promos for his failing comedy special at the time. That's right, you buy CBD oil to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan Schaub's in your inbox begging you to watch Gringo Puppy. That's not just poor marketing, that's psychological warfare. But let me back it up for those of you new to this Bubba saga, because to really appreciate how epically Brendan fumbled this one, we're going to start from the beginning. Before the lawsuits, before the storage unit studio, and before the Botox.
Chain smells like red. Smell it. It smells like your cologne, dude.
Yeah, I wear that every day. I could have been that.
How does gold hold
I got that
smells?
for the thing's kind of a good luck charm. My son had his seizures. I got that like this the day when we figured out CBD oil gets rid of them. So I don't take it
Seizure?
out. He was not anymore. Thanks to CBD oil.
Really? What was wrong with
Real
it?
story.
What was causing it?
They don't know. It's epileptic seizures, but benign though. And then there's like all like doctors like, oh, let's put him on this medication. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then I went to these forums, and the mom's like, do not give him medication. Everything you're doing, try CBD oil. And I have some friends, know some people in CBD oil business. Try that before I try anything else. Tried it, hasn't had one since.
Great.
Dude. And I got that chain when we figured out that the CBD oil fixed it. So.
This story starts with Brendan's newfound love of CBD oil around 6 years ago. He starts asking around, and eventually Pure Spectrum CBD, a company founded by a guy named Brady Bell, enters the picture. Brady's your typical entrepreneur trying to build a legit CBD brand. He's making moves, sponsoring athletes, trying to get into the wellness space, and for some reason, someone, possibly under the influence of one too many on-it supplements, suggests Brendan Schaub as a brand ambassador. Now, most rational people would look at Bubba's track record, fumbled an MMA career, fumbled stand-up comedy, fumbled podcast after podcast, fumbled basic geography by moving his business to a storage unit in Texas, and think maybe he's not the ideal choice. But they roll the dice anyway, and in late 2018, Brady Bell brings Brendan Schaub into Pure Spectrum as a partner, giving him 10% ownership of the company straight out of his own personal stake. All Bubba has to do is promote the brand, make a few social media posts, show up to an event or two, mention it on his podcasts, you know, the bare minimum for someone constantly bragging about being a business shark. But Brendan didn't just fumble the bag, he lit it on fire, shoved it in a Texas storage locker, and called it content.
I have some stuff going on. I have some joint issues and some other stuff.
CBD up with that.
She told me, she told
got you.
You brought it? Charlotte's Web?
It's Pure Spectrum. It's the best CBD on the planet.
Is that what's the brand? Pure Spectrum is the name of the brand?
Yeah.
And she told me to ask you for that.
Yeah. Let me talk to one of the owners.
Did you just talk to them?
I'm one of the owners.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you started your own brand. Did you buy into it, or did you form this company with them?
They formed it, and then I came in as a fourth partner.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
So you brought it? You brought it, I'm going to try it out?
I'm going to bring it. I forgot it. But I got the best for you. I got the best for you.
Okay.
We don't live far from each other. I can go get it and come back.
Okay.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's the least I can do.
So here's where it all starts to unravel, and honestly, it wouldn't be a true Brendan Schaub story with some world-class self-search. After getting his 10% stake in Pure Spectrum, Brendan allegedly does what Brendan does best. Absolutely fuck all. The lawsuit spells it out clear as day. Brendan missed every single required social media post. For those keeping score at home, that's 88 out of 88 missed posts. He skipped promotional events. He failed to honor his contractual obligations. Meanwhile, get this, he still managed to collect over 170 grand in commissions from Pure Spectrum. That's right, Brendan allegedly pocketed hundreds of thousands of dollars while doing less promo than Chin does research for the fighter and the kid. And honestly, that's impressive in its own way. But like every good Bubba scandal, things get dumber. Because as Gringo Puppy started tanking harder than his Spotify download numbers, Brendan allegedly decided to get creative. And by creative, I mean desperate. This lawsuit contains possibly the funniest sentence I've ever read in a legal filing. On multiple occasions in 2019 and 2020, Mr. Schaub solicited plaintiff to send mass emails using Pure Spectrum's customer database to promote defendants' unrelated comedy specials to help boost poor ratings on Showtime and IMDb. Let that sink in for a second. People are signing up to Pure Spectrum's mailing list because they want CBD products. They're dealing with anxiety, pain, sleeplessness, and Brendan allegedly tries to hijack the database to spam them with ads for Gringo Puppy. Imagine buying CBD to help your anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan's in your inbox saying he got chin while begging you to rate his comedy special higher than a Rotten Tomatoes disaster movie. But wait, it gets so much better, because apparently even Showtime and IMDb were so pissed off by Bubba's guerrilla marketing tactics that they allegedly threatened legal action. This is directly from the lawsuit. Defendants' misuse of company assets for personal gain resulted in negative consequences, including threats from Showtime and IMDb for improper promotional activities. After receiving threats from Showtime, Mr. Schaub acted like he didn't know about the promotional campaign, leaving plaintiff with Brendan's dirt on his hands. That is peak Brendan Schaub. Initiate the scam, fumble the execution, blame everyone else, retreat to Joe Rogan's bunker. Honestly, imagine being so bad at comedy that even your own promo strategy backfires, and the platforms you're desperately trying to impress threaten legal action just to get you to stop. It's almost poetic if poetry had CTE and a Thick Boy logo slapped on it. But we're just getting started. This was only the beginning of Brendan's downfall with Pure Spectrum. The next chapter, the non-compete violation, the $100,000 payoff, and what might be the sloppiest business move since he tried to trademark Tiger Thick whiskey.
My CBD company, they were doing this market. I said, hey, my friends are the funniest comedians in the world. Give me whatever marketing budget you have for the next 2 months. Let me do my thing with my guys. They go, okay. So I hired Chris D'Elia, Santino, Andrew Santino, Fahim, Derek Poston, I love Derek. Yep, Hassan Ahmad, and Brian Callen. Great. I had them come in. I gave them an outline. Oh, and Michael Rapport. And I gave them an outline of what I want to do. We're just going to freestyle this. You can get paid. And then we're just going to do this. We did 3 commercials.
So after Brendan's failed attempts to boost his comedy career by misusing a CBD company's customer list like his own personal email chain, things finally came to a head. By late 2020, even Brendan, the undisputed king of denial, couldn't ignore the writing on the wall. The lawsuit claims that after months of skipped promos, failed appearances, and illegal marketing tactics, Brendan finally agrees to part ways with Pure Spectrum, but not before allegedly pocketing nearly $400,000 for doing, quite literally, less than nothing. The terms of the deal were pretty straightforward. Brendan signs a dissolution agreement giving up his entire 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to a 12-month non-compete, meaning he can't promote or partner with any rival CBD company during that time. Everyone walks away with less brain cells than when they started. Simple, right? But this is Bubba we're talking about. If there's one thing Brendan loves more than abusing PEDs, it's violating contracts he never fully understood in the first place. Because not even 2 months after signing the non-compete, Brendan turns around and starts publicly promoting Direct Hemp, a competitor of Pure Spectrum, founded by co-defendant Daniel Herder, one of the masterminds behind what allegedly happens next. Brady Bell, the founder who originally brought Brendan into Pure Spectrum, wasn't having it. He sent cease and desist letters, or as Brendan calls them, cease and desist letters, reminding Brendan of the non-compete he literally just signed, and he probably even tried to speak slowly so Brendan could keep up, you know. But true to form, Bubba allegedly ignores everything, keeps promoting Direct Hemp, and focuses on the only thing he's consistent with, doubling down on the dumbest possible move. It doesn't stop there though, because behind the scenes, things are about to get a lot darker.
And then I get on my horse, and I'm thinking slow motion. As I'm on the horse, right, like I'm going, and there's like smoke, and the town's blowing up behind me like this.
Why isn't my horse town going up? Don't I see innocent people there?
No, they ran during the shootout. Because I heard one girl in the saloon go, "Oh, that's a sick-ass cowboy." Now, where you at, sweetie?
I know, but the town's...
The town, and then in slow motion, it's like, and then I'm looking like super smoky, and then even my horse in slow motion goes.
August 2021. According to the lawsuit, Pure Spectrum insiders and investors are plotting a hostile takeover of the company. The plan? push Brady Bell out of his business, take control, and in classic podcast industry fashion, glaze over the details later. But they have one problem. They need Brendan's help to pull it off. Even though he signed away his ownership, they allegedly approached Bubba with a deal. Hey Brendan, we know you technically gave up your stake, but how about you lie on some documents, pretend you still own 9.3% of Pure Spectrum, and help us vote Brady out? We'll throw in $100,000 for your trouble. Now, if there's one thing Brendan loves more than Scorpion, it's easy money with zero accountability. The lawsuit claimed faster than Theo Von distanced himself from the fighter in the gear. Signed the false declaration, claimed he still owned part of the company, and helped oust Brady Bell from Pure Spectrum entirely. All for a cool $100K, which in Brandon's world would cover Chin's salary for the next 4 years. But don't worry, the stupidity doesn't end there. You think after pocketing a questionable $100,000 for allegedly faking ownership documents, Brendan Shaw would ride off into the sunset, maybe retreat to another failing YouTube channel, or finally invest in a real studio that doesn't double up as a car park. But no, when Bubba fumbles, he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after helping boot Brady Bell from his own company, Brandon kept the scam going with some classic paper trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing false tax returns, using a fraudulent Schedule K1 form to pretend he still had partnership income from Pure Spectrum, and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy designed to defraud the IRS and Brady Bell simultaneously. I mean, the man's so addicted to fake numbers, he allegedly tried to blot his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just, oops, I forgot to declare a podcast ad. We're talking potential felony level allegations, wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax-related crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It paints Brandon as a textbook scammer, hiding behind his MMA background, influencer persona, and ever so fragile ego to cover up for his incompetence. The plaintiff's legal team even calls out Brendan's pattern of behavior. Defendant has consistently leveraged his perceived public persona as a former athlete and comedian to mislead business partners, evade contractual obligations, and engage in fraudulent conduct for personal gain. Translation: the thick boy business model isn't built on hard work. It's built on smoke, mirrors, storage units, and allegedly illegal shortcuts. But to truly understand how we got here, let's zoom out for a second.
You know, I'm in the business of likability. So when I go on the road, I think too, for younger comics or people getting into this, you think that the internet, through all the comments or whatever it is real. It's not real, man. I make a business out of likability. I don't know, 10 endorsement deals. That's how I pay my bills. I have 10 endorsement deals. And this isn't a flex, it's just showing you that, you know, I'm more loved than I am liked. You know, I go to a coffee shop, I can't go anywhere without being nice people, man. You know, love what I do. And then also, I sell tickets on the road. That's how else I pay my mortgage. You know, so that stuff is real. That's attainable. I see them and meet those people. So I think that's what helps me navigate through all the darkness. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpay my man.
This lawsuit isn't happening in a vacuum. It's part of a long, slow-motion train wreck we've all been watching for years. Failed MMA career, blamed it on concussions. Failed comedy career, blamed it on being too big, strong, and good-looking. Botched podcasts, blame it on Brian Callen, Chin, and production staff. Banned from Brogan's mothership, blamed it on protecting comedians from his fists. Now allegedly scamming CB members, falsifying tax documents, and panicking when the feds get involved. This lawsuit basically takes all the worst parts of Brendan's public persona, the fragile ego, the self-sabotage, the desperate clinging to relevance, and shows that allegedly it wasn't just happening on YouTube. It was happening in boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. And to no one's surprise, it all circles back to that same trademarked Bubba energy. Deny, deflect, distract, and somehow still fumble the bag. But if you thought this was just a civil court drama, think again, because the fallout from this lawsuit could make Gringo Papi look like a career high. Brendan Shaw, former UFC heavyweight, failed stand-up comedian, storage unit landlord, podcast bot enthusiast, now facing the most on-brand legal meltdown of his career. If even half of these allegations are proven true, we're not just looking at some slap on the wrist YouTube drama. We're talking massive financial penalties, triple damages under Florida's civil theft laws, IRS investigations for filing false tax returns, potential criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, and worst of all, more storage unit podcast episodes while he scrambles to salvage the empire. But let's be honest, we all know how this plays out. Brendan's going to hit the fighter in the kids set next week, acting like nothing's happened. He'll glaze Rogan harder than ever, even though Rogan hasn't acknowledged his existence since the move to Austin. He'll blame the haters, aka anyone who's been reading the court filings and knows how to pronounce the word conspiracy. And in true Papa fashion, he'll probably fuck up the legal defense worse than he fucked up his copyright lawsuit. You know, the one he thought was a defamation lawsuit for 2 years until I called him out on this channel, and his lawyers had to scramble to convince the court that he was lying on the podcast to save the case, which he still lost. But let me stop for a second. Even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. According to the filings, Brendan allegedly 0.3% ownership stake in Pure Spectrum CBD, pocketing $100,000 for it, despite the fact that, can't stress this enough, he didn't even legally own the stake at that point. He'd already signed it away months earlier in a different agreement. Now, look, I've covered Bubba long enough to know he's no Terrence Howard. He once thought Texas was an actual place. He thought Gringo Papi was going to break Netflix. He thought Rogan would actually let him set foot in the mothership green room, but surely even Brendan Schaub isn't dumb enough to sign legal documents selling part of a company owned. Surely the people around him, and let's remember, Brendan's reminding us how professional his legal team is. They just sitting there watching him allegedly sign fake declarations, cash checks for non-existent equity, and thinking, yeah, B, this is how Bezos built Amazon. I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where were his lawyers, his manager? Was there literally adult supervision? Chim's back there fumbling focus, Callan's busy planning his escape, and Brendan's out front allegedly committing corporate fraud like it's another poorly planned drug giveaway. We've seen Bubba talk about being a business shark. We've seen him glaze himself on his car shows. We've seen him claim he's too strong, big, and good-looking to fail, but allegedly selling phantom ownership in a CBD company while already locked in a non-compete, it almost defies belief. Almost. Because when you zoom out and look at the pattern, the comedy career that fell apart, the Texas move that backfired, the numerous scandals, the alleged tax issues, maybe this isn't as surprising as it sounds. Maybe Brendan's been winging it so hard for so long that people around him just stop questioning the dumb moves. Maybe the entire Thick Boy ecosystem is running on autopilot, fueled by bot views, blind confidence, and questionable paperwork. But let me be clear, this is all just speculation. It's my opinion based on what's in the lawsuit. I believe this case will hinge on whether or not Brendan legally still owned a share in Pure Spectrum CBD. Brendan hasn't filed his defense yet, and maybe when he does, it'll make sense. Maybe there's a rational adult explanation for how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company he didn't legally own. Maybe he still owned it and the plaintiff has it all mixed up. I mean, it's entirely possible. But based on history, I wouldn't count on it. This is going to get messy. It's going to be public, and we're all here for it. So if you want to stay up to date on the Bubba downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button for this channel, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe there so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where we go unfiltered, uncensored, and deeper than Brendan ever went into reading his own contracts, allegedly. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I look at the camera and I go, there's our CBD in this town and his Pure Spectrum partner.
I love it. You do? I knew it. This makes me want to use Pure Spectrum, you know?
What do you think of the mustache? Is it too much?
No?
Hell yeah. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like dull down my parents and how I could fight, so I never like brought that side out. But then it became, I was like just a stomping pad. Oh, shotgun cannon. You can fire away, man. You can say whatever you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene and I get in that environment where I'm at now mentally, it's like, I'll fuck them up.
Yeah.
So I took myself out of it. If that makes sense.
Brendan Schaub's back to his old ways again, threatening comedians with physical violence because they hurt his feelings. Ironically, doing exactly that to Bobby Lee was the straw that broke the business shark's back and set off a chain of events that would see him fall from grace and land himself in a puddle of his own piss in Austin, Texas. There is so much going on right now in Bup as well that you guys might not know about. So just before we get into today's serving of cringe slop from the kid, let me tell you what happened this morning. In the middle, I woke up to what I thought was a knock at the door. I rolled out of bed, wife's undies, and went down to see what was going on. Our front door laid out neatly on the top a yellow package with the words "Cringe Lord" in thick black text. Being the naturally curious individual I scooped it up and brought it into my study, which doubles as my kitchen, and opened the package. Inside were a bunch of legal documents with Brendan Schaub's name written all over them. My initial thought was, finally, that fuckface is suing me, and I started to brick up. Now, I don't know if you've ever cracked a fat in women's underwear, but it's possibly one of the most uncomfortable things you could possibly do to yourself. But after I realized that Brendan was being sued by someone else, I grew an extra inch and had to take the damn things off. So I'm standing there in my kitchen, which doubles as a study, completely naked, reading about all these allegations against Brendan Schaub, from tax fraud to wire fraud to conspiracy, and I thought to myself, fuck, it's cold. And so as soon as the sun came up, I got my lawyer on the phone, explained what happened, and now we're in the process of verifying all the documents I received so I can do a full breakdown of exactly what's going on, knowing that everything is correct and accurate. But fuck me dead. Some of the allegations in these documents I was reading about Brendan had me absolutely howling. Most of the events allegedly took place between 2019 and 2022 when Bubba was in full flight, so I've got my fingers crossed that it's all legit and I can share them with you as soon as possible. So stay tuned, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, because if this shit is real, I'll be going deep on this one. Also, quick shout out to all my members over on Patreon. There are still a few spots left in the $5 Founders tier before it gets locked, so make sure you head over there via the link in the description and sign up before it's sold out. My video on Timmy No Breaks will be up very soon, but I just uploaded a video on the worst guest in Kill Tony's history, so go and check that out if you're interested. As for your boy Bubba, life is just getting harder and harder down in Texas. If you've been following my coverage of his epic fail of a move, you'll know that Brian Callen has abandoned him yet again to go on a Mediterranean holiday with his family. So in the very first test of Brendan's move to the comedy capital of the universe, he's failed to get any big guests on to replace Callen while he's living it up on a cruise ship. Instead, we've had Tim Stolen Valor Kennedy on twice, and the first of two appearances from Mike Catherwood. And we all know there's nothing worse than seeing grown men sucking up to Brendan Schaub.
You're not someone who I don't think like you sit around thinking I would love to hurt someone right now. You're not, but your capacity, and Tim is the same way. And I've rolled and done all combat sports with Tim. It's you know, it's a thing. But your capacity to put people up is very high, very high. Tim's is very high. And so there has to be situations, a lot of situations in life where you're like, I don't know what you think you're getting into. But the reason I ask this is because I don't have a very high capacity to hurt the people of Earth. But the other day, my daughter has male friends, male buddies, and how old is she? She's 11, but the oldest kid was like 8th grade, like 13, 14, like freshman. And then the youngest of the group was probably like in the 9 ballpark. A collection of brothers and their male friends. And I like these; they're good kids and all. But I was driving around. We went to the water park, Typhoon, Texas, here in Texas. and we're having a great time and everything. And they start getting lippy. I mean, and in the back of my, and not they were, but they're little boys. Especially the 14-year-old. They're like, yeah, well, I'll show you what's all you up. And I was like, and I pulled the car over. And I was like, you're having a good time. This is fun. I was like, I wouldn't even break a sweat. Smash all of you in the car. Everyone in this car, all versus me. I destroy you. Just so we know. Let's have some fun here. But let's get that. Does that happen to you with adults, especially in the comedy world? Because you gotta be like fun here.
Never. In comedy, because I was always like trying to like tone down my parents and how I could fight, so I never like get it out. But then it became, I was like just something bad. Shotgun cannon. You can fire away, man. You can say whatever you want. And I went so far where I was like, man, if I return to that scene, like in that environment where I'm at now mentally, it's like, oh, yeah, that's what, so I took myself out of it. That makes sense.
What could be worse than two 40-something-year-old has-beens trying to convince everyone how tough they are on a podcast that gets most of their views from paid-for bots? Even the ad reads are getting shorter and shorter. Have you noticed? I keep telling you guys this podcast is on its last legs, and here we have irrefutable evidence that it's almost over. As soon as Podcast 1 starts pulling ads from the thick boy empire, Brendan won't be able to pay Callan to be his friend anymore. Chin will probably keep working for free, and before you know it, it'll be Brendan, the train tracks, the air conditioning unit, and Chin all sitting there in a storage unit with no lights on, repeating that same line over and over again. What else you got, Chin? Man, that's rough. But for all the growth that Brendan pretends he's gone through since quitting comedy to focus on being the most embarrassing baseball dad of all time, it seems like he's still harboring an enormous amount of resentment towards the top 250 elite comedy killers who used to pay the shit out of him in green rooms around the country. Instead of ignoring them and moving on like the big man he claims he is, now he's claiming that he'd beat the shit out of them if they ever said a bad word around him ever again. That's why he doesn't move around those circles anymore. It's not because he's not allowed at Rogan's Comedy Club, it's because he's protecting all those comedy assassins from his fists. But it's not just the mothership green room that isn't safe anymore. Even his own kids are in danger.
My son, I'm his dad, so it's all, he's talking about it, it's whatever. And he was getting lippy with me, and I was like, he's like, no, you won't. I'm like, because he was getting a little arrogant, and I was like, I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna hit you hard. Whatever you want to do, dude. And I said something. I was like, if you do this, you can do that. He's like, cool, man. Legit in his mind thought he could fuck me up. And I was like, go, dude. You can throw as hard as you want. I'm going to be at 10%. Because that was educational for him at that point. That's all I wanted. I'm like, let me show you the difference. But then he was throwing hard kicks to my leg and stuff. And I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. And he was like, yeah, what's up, man? I'm like, all right, dude. All right, keep going. And he throws a kick, and I just check it with my knee. And the top of his foot hits my knees, like on the ground. And he's getting up. And he's like, I can tell you he's mad. He wants to cry because he thought he was going to win. And he's still like going hard. And I'm like giving him chokes. I'm like, you good, dude? And just like grabbing him. And we got done. It was a learning experience for him. I go, buddy, if you fight another 9-year-old like that, you're going to dominate. Like, take that energy. Anytime if you're getting bullied or whatever, even like a tough 9-year-old, like that's devastation, right? I was like, bud, if you just throw one of those leg kicks on these little kids at the schoolyard, it's game over, dude. Like, just take that energy and put there. I would tell him, like, as long as you live, you're never going to beat me. Yeah. I'm constantly going to stay in shape, so you never beat me.
So in that one interaction with his dad, Brendan's son learned 2 life lessons. My dad has the most fragile ego in the world, and it's okay to beat the shit out of kids in the schoolyard. What are we doing here, B? Next minute, Brendan will be in the principal's office pretending like he doesn't know where his kid got the idea from. Luckily for him, though, it's highly unlikely that the school principal has ever seen an episode of The Fighter and the Kid. I mean, let's be honest here. But how many times have we heard these multi-millionaire podcasters pretending like they had to do it tough on the way up, having to scrape their money together to make the rent each month? We've heard it from Rogan, Burt, Tom, and Schultz. Apparently, the hardest part is having to call up your parents and ask for a couple of grand to get you through the month. According to Bubba, It's those phone calls that make men out of boys.
Are you one of the guys where, not that you came from nothing, but once you have money, which you're comfortable now, but do you have that constant fear of going back to broke?
No, what I do have, because I did not struggle at all. I wasn't a front.
But you've struggled before.
I was 2001 to 2005. I was like, how am I going to make rent this month? And I just refused to, like, I happened 2 or 3 times. I felt like I was swallowing razors. I'd go to my parents' house and be like,
so you know what?
a couple grand because I don't know what to do.
But today, that you don't wake up with cold.
No, I don't feel like that. But what I do feel like is like I think about those times when I would be sitting there watching TV or doing whatever you do to kill time on a day when you don't have work. 24, and my dog's sitting on my lap, and I'm like, fuck, I'm a loser. Like, how am I going to pay my rent? And I'm sitting in those moments, and I don't necessarily fear being in that financial position. I fear that feeling. I'm a loser. Yeah. I don't ever want to feel like a loser.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm getting good.
Well, no, it's true. I think that's what most, especially guys are in business, that's the biggest fear people. Well, but my thing is, my kids experience, like, they're used to this life. Like, my life out here is a movie, dude. Like, I wake up, there's the lake there, like, we're on the lake every day, and, like, my wife, I told her, I'm like,
your wife's yeah, shit, also, it's got to make you feel weird. It's got to make you feel like, is this real?
Yeah, it's we're in a simulation, according to Elon Musk. Yeah, my thing is that they have this life where my wife's like, you've called it, man. Like, it's so great out here. It feels like a movie. It feels like we're on vacation every day. Biggest motivation is we can't go back. We can't go back. Yeah, I can't. Like, I don't want my kids to be like, have that story when they're in their 20s, like, yeah, we grew up in this dope crap around the lake, and something happened, and now I'm in a party. No, my dad sold all his cars. Like, that's the motivation.
It's not even the amount of money. You're right. It's not the idea of regression. Yes, it seems so scary.
Brendan outlining his own demise right there is a page's delight. It's clearly been keeping him up at night with those cold sweats he was just talking about. He can't just admit that it's all falling apart around him. Moving to Texas was his last-ditch effort to save the podcast, and we all know how that's going, don't we, Ben? At least he's got a hot wife to sit with him throughout thick and thin. Once the money runs dry, she'll be the first one to get a job and pay the bills. The reality is, Brendan will blame his team, claim that mistakes out of his control. His dad will bail him out, and he'll be on the first flight back to LA, ready for his next identity theft. If you ask me, I think he'd be better off asking Rogan for a job doing security at the comedy mothership. It'd be funnier than anything happening inside. But if there's one thing we know about Brendan, it's his strong sense of self-awareness. This next clip was bought and paid for by Thick Boy Studios.
I think a lot of people in the internet sphere get very critical about you. Is they'll be like, "There's no self-awareness," and I couldn't disagree. I think none of my friends in the entertainment industry, especially in the digital space, are more self-aware than you are, because you struggle with the idea of like, I'm going to be in the space of like influencer / comedian / this and that, where I'm buff and used to fight in cages, and I'm handsome, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be so hard to do that and not. It's so hard to kind of express to people who aren't in this world. There's a reason why a lot of comedians are kind of like nebbishy, like the hoodie and the ill-fitting clothes. And it's like, these. Because that fits what people understand, and it also makes it easier for people to kind of connect with them on stage. And same with broadcast, same with radio guys. And when someone comes along, and you can say what you want about Dane Cook or these guys or Dalia, but when Matt Wright, a lot of it is just like
and swimming uphill when you don't fit that mold. And since day one, when you and Callan were just piecing together the idea of doing a podcast, you're living in I remember you were living in a condo in Marino, Ray, and you just got your first Beamer like that. You were just getting like your baller car, like it, and you're like, yeah, dude, I don't care. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And it's like it'll be rough. It'll be because like look at my jeans, and I'm gonna go. I'm looking at buying this Porsche, and you're like, this is gonna be rough for me. You were so you never once were like, I don't even understand why people are talking. You're like, look at my jeans.
I've got it from day one.
Look at my.
I get it.
You know,
I get it.
And so anyway, that's the end.
That's the one. The problem is that Brendan is too fit, too strong, and too good looking to be famous. It's not because he's a massive dumbass with shit for brains and doesn't have a funny bone in his body. It's because he's too talented, so he had to swim uphill his whole life. I remember when Joe Rogan said almost the exact same thing years ago, that people have trouble accepting Brendan Shaw because he's too big, strong, and good looking. Oh, and I almost forgot, he's also too self-aware. It makes sense now why Brendan basically begged Mike to come back for a second recording this week. Looks like he just found Brian Callen's replacement, and so the cycle repeats itself. But with all the dick riding in this episode, it made me think, what happened to Brendan's North Star, Joe Rogan? We haven't heard him even mention Brendan's move to Texas yet. He hasn't given the guys a shout out, let alone phoned into the podcast to help boost the numbers. Yet, according to Bubba, Rogan's his most loyalist friend in the world.
Dude, my first flight out here looking at houses, this is like, whatever, 4 months ago, I got an argument with two people on the plane about Rogan. Oh, what's that? Okay. Here. Am I really gonna fight
you and Brian and Bert and all the like that Rogan's here. You guys can say all you want. There are people that be like, he's cheap. Rogan's not my boy, but he's always. I knew Rogan. If Joe Rogan walked in right now, because he'd be like, oh Mike, what's it? He knows me. He before JRE. He used to have to do radio to promote his comedy, as all comics did. And he used to come into Kevin and Bean all the time. He was one of our favorite people. He was amazing. He used to light up the airwaves. He always was cool with me. He gave me and Kevin tickets to go to UFCs. He was cool. I have an experience. What I want to say is, like, I'm not in the Rogan sphere. I'm not hanging out with him later. I'm not going to go to the mothership and do anything. I will tell you, in 2004, Joe Rogan would come in to do the radio show, and you know what he would talk about on and off the air? MMA, conspiracy theories, and wild animals that I've never heard of that are living on some island in Fiji. Can you believe what this guy said? There's a theory about Hitler right now. Oh my God, I just got this new Porsche. All of this you're seeing, this isn't a creation. This isn't a costume.
There's more people watching now.
Yeah, and so I was like, hate him or love him. I will tell you, I saw it with my off the air, on the air. It's completely him. It's just him. It's just completely him. I don't know anybody who's off the air without wanting to get his buzz for it. Was more supportive of up-and-coming comics. Nowhere. That's why, by the way, I don't want to air it again. I don't want to air it 3 live. This is my shit. But that's why the sensation happened. Not because Rogan was mad because he was stealing his. He was furious about Ari and the guys. I've never seen a guy more actually concerned.
The comedy store blew over it. You know, they signed with Menzies because he's a bigger actor. For some reason, that wasn't beneficial to Joe at the time. Dude, you're talking the loyalist person, you know, right besides Lex in my life with Joe. There was a comic who went bad on me over in. I forgave them. I don't give a fuck. It happens. And he was like, you can forgive, but don't forget. And I was like, dude, you can allow him to work your club. He's like, no. Yeah. Like, you don't need to do that, man. It's just a loyal dude.
He is.
Mike's really pitching for a job in this one. The glaze is off the charts. But does anyone know who the comedian Rogan banned from the mothership is? He said it's a dude, so it can't be Annie Letterman. It's obviously not Bobby Lee because Rogan loves Bobby and had him on the podcast last year. I mean, is it Andrew Santino? I honestly have no idea. Let me know in the comments who you think it is, because the only thing funnier than Rogan not letting Brendan into his club is banning someone else who had beef beef with him. And that whole thing about how Rogan hasn't changed, he's the same guy he's always been, blah, blah, blah. If you showed Joe Rogan from 8 years ago any of his podcasts from the last 12 months, he wouldn't believe his eyes and ears. All of the sheep that Mike just mentioned, Brian, Bert, Brendan, have all become more douchey ever since they got the Rogan bump. I seriously think he's angling for a job with one of them, and he's using Brian's absence to get the chip in with Brendan for when they eventually split up for good. But like I said at the beginning, make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, because there's a lot happening at the moment and you don't want to miss out on any of my uploads. Shout out to all my members on Patreon. You guys are fucking legends. And I'm sorry to my wife for ruining another pair of her underwear. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Also, I think that those guys, like, I'm a wild boy in a sense. Like, I guess my issues. You don't become a cage fighter because you're normal.
We're back, and I want to apologize for leaving again.
Let's go back to bed.
But it's only 10 days. 11 days. 10 days.
It's 2 weeks. You know what you got to do? Like, just show up.
That's right. Like, hey, you can't do that. Wait, listen, I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. We're going to get Johnny Depp on. Get Johnny Depp.
Leto.
We're going to get Elon Musk on. Elon on. Elon's in Austin.
But yeah, so missing 2 weeks when we just got here, so that's cool. But
welcome back to the most slow motion breakup in history. Just when you thought Brendan Shaw couldn't embarrass himself anymore, his move to Texas is proving to be worse than everyone thought. When this all started almost 6 months ago, there were two main narratives going. The first one was moving to Texas is going to be an opportunity for Brendan to start fresh in a new city and rebuild what was once one of the biggest podcasts in the world. The second one was Brendan's move is going to be more of the same, and instead of a slow death in LA, we're going to witness a slow death in Austin. But I could never have predicted how much worse all of this would all turn out. Both narratives were completely wrong because, yet again, Brendan has redefined hitting rock bottom. Seriously, take a look at the new studio. They've gone for a Texas-themed logo background on the wall next to the stairs, and at the top of the stairs on the landing, that's where the Reed Act himself sits. And why do they have so many fucking tripods? If the camera locations are fixed, why don't they just build a cheap rig to save space and hide the cables? They could have saved so much space by doing that. Then, of course, you've got the solo Redact show set up right behind, which is just more of the same. And across the whole upstairs area, there is not one sound absorption panel in sight, just some useless black rags hanging in the corners that do absolutely nothing for the human voice. So not only does the set and lighting look like a high school visual arts project, it also sounds like dog shit too. But that's not even the worst part. Wait until you see this. Brendan is using the entire lower floor to store all of his cars for the channel Drive Fast All Gas, and wait for it, they're actually in a storage unit. This gives a whole new meaning to what are we doing here, B? So let me just get this straight. They moved their podcast studio from LA to the middle of nowhere in some Austin storage unit that nobody can find, including Brian Callen, and then they squeezed 2 podcast sets in the smallest area up the top so they could fit a bunch of cars downstairs for a failing car channel that doesn't make any money. This has Brendan, the business shark Shaw, written all over it, but the studio setup is only just the beginning. Literally everyone could see what was about to happen, except for Bubba. Brian moved down there a couple of months before Brendan, and he's absolutely killing it. He's got a regular gig at Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership, and he's making regular appearances at other comedy clubs and on various podcasts and shows. Now that Brian's cashed up and flying high again, he's ready for a summer vacation. And your boy Brendan isn't happy about it. This was the conversation at the very beginning of the podcast, right after the cringy intro thing.
Yeah, here we are, baby. We're back, bud. We're back. And I want to apologize for leaving again. 11 days. And it's just 2 weeks. You're missing 2 weeks. I'm not missing 2 weeks. I'm missing, no, because you come back on like a Tuesday. Well, I'll come back on a Wednesday. Yeah, I'll be right. No, we'll get a podcast in that week, so it'll be 3 shows. A total of 3.
Because you come back on Wednesday, we have to film on Thursday.
We'll film on Thursday. But hey, look at me. We're filming out there. Guess what? We'll get it in. That'll be our Thursday. We'll do it Thursday morning. And that, so we only missed 3.
Maybe.
We missed 3.
Like next week, so while you're gone on, what they do, cruise?
I'm going with the extended family. It's every June. Every June.
It's okay.
Well, it's my whole family though. It's my dad. He's 85.
The cruises?
Well, we take it's a high-end cruise. We start
This is Tesla, dude. 2 things I pay.
No, but this is a great cruise. It's with the kids. You know, it's great. It's fun.
You're missing 2 weeks when we just got here, so that's cool. But
Airing out your dirty laundry in the intro is a symptom of a dust. Like, who seriously wants to tune into a show while they're working or just chilling at home? Maybe they're in the car, and the first thing they hear is Brendan bitching about Brian taking a family holiday. It's like when there's a couple in your friend group who are constantly arguing and bickering, but no one has the balls to tell them to break up already. After all these years of Brian needing Brendan more than Brendan needing Brian, the tables have finally turned on your boy Bubba, and now he's copying a taste of his own medicine. Just watch the way Brian talks to Brendan now compared to when they were back in LA. He gives absolutely zero fucks what Brendan thinks. He's doing things his own way and doesn't need Brendan's approval anymore. But Brendan's turned into the toxic ex-boyfriend who's trying to convince Brian that he's nothing without him and needs him to be happy.
just need you to kind of.
No, I got us.
Listen, you know, after however long, like 14 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Back hurts, right? Hey, after 14 years, back hurts, and so does Chin.
Chin and Brennan have been in this studio, building this place out, putting up lights, renting the place, leasing it, paperwork, all that stuff.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, everything.
And I've been grab ass when you're like,
I've been doing stand up and just, I've been, you know what I've been about as useful as a cow chewing grass. And what else is new?
My back hurts.
No, your back hurts. I did say thank you. I did text. I really appreciate it.
Yesterday, after all the work,
I really
didn't even lights.
I'm such a that stuff, and I apologize. I know you're doing a great job.
Yeah, I don't need a pat on the back.
Well, right? It's nice. Your best friend should say, "Hey, dude."
I'm used to it by now. But
I don't want to be that guy to you. I don't want to be that person. I want to be your friend who's there to support.
It's all like you just gotta know. It's all good. Whatever resentment. Me and Chin's back. Me hurt.
So while Brendan and Chin have been breaking each other's backs, Brian's been off chilling with the Austin assassins in the mothership green room. By the way, renting the place, leasing it, and doing paperwork all mean the same thing. And everyone knows that Bubba's not signing anything himself. Brendan's probably been loitering around taking pics and videos for Instagram and getting in Chin's way. But someone needs to pull Brendan aside and explain to him that Brian's been carrying the show ever since they weren't able to book guests anymore. Everything wrong with the show is a direct result of Brendan and Chin's input. And when Brian's the strongest link, you know you've got a problem. Speaking of guests, though, like I said at the beginning, this move to Austin was meant to be an opportunity to bring on some big guests and breathe some life into this podcast. And now that Brian's mixing it with the top 250 again, he's got some plans for the future.
What am I going to do?
You know what you got to do?
What?
Just show up.
That's right. Like, hey, what am I going to do?
No, I don't want you touching anything.
I'd be here and I'd be like, do you want to put the, you'd be like,
no, I don't need you.
I know that.
Just show up.
Well, no, go on vacation. Now, listen, I'm going to get us some great guests. I'm at the mothership. I'm at Creek in the Cave. We are going to have some great fun.
I've never heard of it. I've heard of Creek in the Cave. Is Creek in the Cave an actual Creek?
It's a great club.
Oh, it's a club.
Yeah, it's a club.
See, I was thinking like a small Red Rocks and then
no.
water.
It's like Vulcan Gas Company. It's like right there. It's that whole section. That's a great club. I love that club. That's cool. Sunset Strip. We got some great comedy clubs. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
So you had the mothership last night?
Yeah, I did Story Wars with Louis J. Gomez.
And what is Story Wars?
So Louis J. Gomez.
Is it like a play on like this is not happening?
It's
like,
great. No. Louis J. Gomez came up with this idea.
I have no idea about that. That's not. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
So you tell you submit stories anonymously. All 5 of us submit 3
Live crowd.
stories. Yep. And then they'll read the story, and you have to guess who. It's a real story. You have to guess who in the crowd, who in the panel.
Oh, gotcha. So it's not stories from the crowd.
Yeah, no.
It's stories from the panel.
Yes. Okay. And so I'm doing it with Big J Okerson. Might be the funniest motherfucker.
I always tell you this.
Like he might be.
Top 5 doing it, but
Zach Galifianakis and Artie Lang, to me, were this raw, funny, improvise, like being able to improvise the funniest people
I
ever.
like two big guys.
I would say Big J Okerson is just from raw talent and ability to be funny. There's nobody funny.
Calling Big J Okerson a top 5 comedian in the world right now, and even going as far as to say that there's nobody going around better than him at the moment, is absolutely crazy. These guys are so fucking desperate for a guest that they've resorted to glazing average comedians. Next, they'll be saying how amazing Steve-O is to get him in the studio as well. Brendan has burnt so many bridges over the years that it's going to be almost impossible to get a decent guest on the show ever again. And with this whole move over the past few months, all the endless promotion from these guys, we haven't heard one word about it from Bubba's North Star, Joe Rogan. We all know how much Rogan loves to gloat when another comedian moves to Austin, yet he's had absolutely zero to say about this in any facet. Come on, B. The writing's literally on the wall. And so after they finished glazing Big J, they moved on to Louis J. Gomez. And if you don't know the history here, stick around because I'll give you a taste straight after this clip.
Louis J. Gomez, you know Louis. His dad was murdered. His mom was a drug addict. He went through some shit.
Yeah, everyone knows that.
Yeah, I didn't know.
He is who he is.
Yeah. I love that guy. He's great. I did a show. He had a stand-up show at Creek in the Cave. Wednesday at Story Wars.
He lives out here?
No. He just comes in. We'll get him on the podcast soon. Has he done this podcast?
Come on.
Yeah, so we got to get back on.
He's done it, Rachel? Yeah, for sure.
No, Louis hasn't done it. No, we gotta get him on.
All the years we've never had those on?
No, we gotta get him on. We gotta get him. We gotta get Big J.
So for those of you who don't know the history, Louis has been one of Brendan's biggest trolls over the years, especially after Gringo Bobby came out and Brendan started getting attention from the internet for being the world's worst comedian.
Did I say not to be keto?
No.
It's not sustainable.
You don't know
a guy like you.
You don't know anything about anything.
I know everything about everything.
That's not true. I'll listen to Brendan Schaub, who drives an Aston Martin. Thanks.
Brendan Schaub is an athlete. Okay, Brendan Schaub is
an Aston Martin.
Let me explain. Brendan Schaub is an ass.
You showed up here on a skateboard.
No, I didn't show up on a skateboard.
Brendan Schaub is the best comedian in the country right now. Look at me. Have you seen his stuff?
Yeah.
He's the best. So I will take advice from him.
Brendan Schaub, let me explain. So he might be, there's a good chance he's the best comedian of our generation. Okay?
Yes.
That's neither here nor there.
Prolific.
This is nothing.
These aren't him.
This has nothing to do with his amazing.
I understand the keto because he's an athlete. I was a swimmer when I was a child, Louis, and I was a great swimmer. I'll beat you in a race, and I'll beat him in a race in swimming. I'll kick his ass in swimming.
Brendan Schaub knows nothing about being fat and getting in shape. Yeah, and I guess the title of it was something along the lines of like Brendan Schaub caught trying to cheat on his wife, right? And there's a video of Brendan Schaub at a restaurant, just a security footage, and he goes up to a girl, and allegedly goes up to a girl. You don't know, it's literally security footage. He goes up to a girl. This video of him giving his number to this chick, his wife saw it, freaked him out, and he was like, "This dude, I'm sick of this guy saying." He watches all the time. He probably doesn't say anything, right?
He's nerve.
He watches every video this guy does on him. If it's not writing jokes,
yes.
Go to Shaw.
Of course.
Okay, you go to Shaw, you take his writing workshop, possibly. Okay.
Please edit this out.
They call it a workshop.
My LA friends, we don't have to take this abuse. We don't have to take this abuse in LA. We have mansions and we all drive Maserati. We don't have to take this abuse from these low-level bodega rats.
So we're not talking about comedy writing. We're talking
about high-level, prolific comedian Brendan Schaub.
Workshop. Online course.
There are seriously a bunch of clips like that of Lewis just roasting the shit out of Brendan, same with Tim Dillon, Dave Smith, and Big J. And so after calling out Brendan for so long and inviting him to Skankfest, your boy eventually agreed to do it and went on the panel, only for all of them to kiss each other's asses and play nice. So the fact that Brendan's willing to see past all of that and invite them on his dying podcast just goes to show how desperate they are to get a decent guest on. But forget comedians, these guys are shooting for the stars.
You gotta get Johnny Depp on. Get Johnny Depp. You know, you gotta get Elon Musk on. Elon's in Austin. A boy can't dream. I don't know if we're the platform for it. I mean, I'd be down, obviously, but yeah, maybe. I'll tell you guys, you know, obviously he's a good buddy, but if you listen to Theo Von and Jenny Vance, there's not another host in the world that can do what Theo does with his politician. It's hilarious, buddy. It's hilarious, bro. You listen to it, and you get to know any politician should come on there. Because Theo, you see the feels like me. He dips his toes in there, but he's not too into the weeds. So they're general questions that we're all curious about that no one asked them, but it's his way of thinking. There's an innocence. It's his language. There's no one else. You can find other Brian's and Brennan's. You can find other insert whatever podcast what you want. There is not another Theo when listening to these big politicians. He's not nervous. He's doing his thing. There's information there. It's so good. He's so unique. I just talked to him yesterday. He's such a unique.
Brendan went on that whole ramble about Theo Von just so he could say that he spoke to him yesterday at the end. He's more transparent than his wife's Instagram stories. But the whole Jared Leto thing is wild. Ever since Brian Callen was falsely confused by several women of essaying them a few years back, Brendan has adopted the default position to never believe any allegations that women make ever again. They've openly defended Russell Brand and Jared Leto, and I've even heard Brian trying to defend P. Diddy, but then backtrack when he realized what he just said. Becoming apologists for celebrities with allegations against them is not the path back to doing big numbers and pulling in big ad dollars. And I'll never get sick of hearing Brendan try to leech off Theo Von's success. He has to constantly remind everyone that they're still good buddies, even though Theo ditched Brendan to go out on his own and become one of the biggest podcasts in the world.
Super weird too. Like he randomly texts me. I don't know if he knew I was or something like that. He's like, check it in, man, blah, blah, blah. You going through a tough time? I was like, I just moved Austin, man. I'm trying to find my way. I'm heartbroken about LA. Yeah, man. I miss my community, my routine. I'll find it. It's starting to happen. You know, I got to this guy last night, and he moved from LA, and he was like, "Yeah, Texas is maybe the best decision I've ever made." But you should know it's no LA. You're gonna miss. There's no replacing LA. And I was like, "Oh, how long did it take you to get like? Back in your routine and feeling comfortable?" It was 3 years. I went, "What is? Yeah, tough 3 years. Tough 3 years." I went, "Oh."
See, I don't feel that way.
I went, hopefully it's faster for me than that. He's like, why not? It's only 3 years. He's crazy. But just the sweetest guy, too.
Things are not going to plan. And I'm not going to lie here, guys. As much as I think Brendan is his own worst enemy, I can't help but feel bad for the guy. He uproots his whole family while his kids are young to follow Brian to Austin. Rogan hasn't even acknowledged their presence in any facet. Meanwhile, Brian's hit the ground running, selling out shows at the mothership and going on different shows and podcasts. The new studio is in some random storage unit in the middle of nowhere. It looks shit and it sounds shit. Brendan's clearly hating it down there, but he's still pushing through with a brave face, trying to make it happen. Bro, just let it go. Admit you were wrong and go back to LA. You were clearly happier there. This didn't turn out the way you thought it would. Rogan doesn't give a you're there, and Elon doesn't even know who you are. I said this a couple of years ago in one of my videos. Brendan's biggest problem was trying to become a comedian while still trying to have a voice in the MMA community. If he had never tried his hand at stand-up comedy and instead used his podcast profile from JRE and The Fighter and the Kid to open up a gym franchise, I really think he'd be absolutely killing it right now. I really do. If you think about all the drama he's been involved in, almost all of it comes from him trying to be a comedian and struggling for acceptance within the industry. All of that shit with Bobby Lee and Kalila would have never happened. The internet wouldn't have turned him into a meme because of Gringo Bobby. He would have been just another retired MMA fighter who was friends with Joe Rogan and made a name for himself in his own lane. I actually think he could still do it now. Brendan still has some support in the MMA community. He could move back to LA, drop The Fighter and the Kid and the Golden Hour, put all of his energy into producing a professional MMA show, actually watch the fights instead of watching the highlights, fire Chin and get a decent producer who understands basic production, maybe a research assistant to give him a cheat sheet before every show, and then open an MMA gym. Work hard, grow the membership base, prove that it's a viable business model, then get some investors on board and expand around the country. Everyone would leave him alone and he'd make a shitload more money. I mean, look at the title of this episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Show up on why he shaved his head. And this is the only part in the whole podcast where he talks about it.
Here's a question. I'm sure you mentioned it like many times, but why don't you shave your head? The boys want to shave their head and ask me to do it. I was like, yeah, why not? And how do you feel? I like it. Don't care. No, does it feel like it's so much easier? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a fan. My mom always gets mad I wear hats all the time. My mom does. And my wife has been asking me to shave my head forever. And I never was just like, no. Yeah, she loves shaving. That looks way better. And then the boys didn't want to do it. Like, get out here because it was hot. Yeah. I do it one of those. So we all exactly. Shaving hair is one of the best feelings to me. Yeah, it's easy. I just take that tuber and do it myself now. And you can do like some mini fades too. Yeah, I can't do fades yet. You can. You can fade them. That's like super fadeable. Really? Yeah, that like. Yeah, I do. Two bosses. Once every week.
Seriously, they named the whole show after Brendan shaving his head. Bro, nobody gives a fuck. He's talking about his hair, but he's not even in focus. The autofocus was locked on Brian the whole time. Chin set it to manual focus and put them both at equal distances from the camera in the two-shot. Fuck me, Dad. What are we doing here, baby? I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm actually kind of disappointed with this whole Texas move. I really thought that Brendan was going to put a bit of money and effort into the studio and try to pull some guests on the show, but this is just fucking miserable. There are quite a few theories going around about how he's still making money, and I definitely agree that they're buying bot views. I'd say at least 30 to 40,000 per episode. They're going to get caught eventually and find themselves on the receiving end of a massive lawsuit from Podcast One. That's how they're still making money. It's because the ad deals are syndicated by Podcast One, and they spread the revenue around to all the podcasts on their payroll. That's how all of Brendan's shows are still going under the radar and making money. They're part of a group. They don't have direct deals with any of the advertisers. But that's obviously just my opinion. I don't know for sure. I'm just speculating based off public information. As for Brian Callen, I think he's playing the waiting game and he's holding out for Brendan to have the idea to part ways. I don't think he has the balls to burn that bridge with Brendan, so he's planting the seed for Bubba to turn around and think it was his own idea. That sounds like something Brian would do, so we'll just have to wait and see how it all pans out. So make to this channel and my second one, Podcast Cringe Bites, so you don't miss out on all of my uploads throughout the week. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon as well, where you'll find a bunch of exclusive, long-form, uncensored content covering various comedy specials and Kill Tony shows. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I think it's the best clip of all time. The Louis CK. We should press the button. It's all ninja. Have you been driving much in Austin? How's the traffic?
It's not bad at all.
It's not like
No, I don't think about it at all. It never takes more than a half an hour to get to the mothership. He'll come and get me at my house, sir.
Where's he land?
Wherever he wants. If there's a field,
wow.
he'll land right there, and you'll jump in, and you'll just take off.
And that's legal in Texas?
It's sort of legal, but when you're Shane, you know, you got some friends, and
he just flies his helicopter.
he flies. He doesn't drive. Tony's there, Hedgecliff's there, Rogan's there every night. It's just great. You know, I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it. Red Band will start doing his place. He gets there and I love it all.
It was one thing Brendan showed up to drag Brian Callen to Texas, but the entire execution of the move went up in Brendan's face. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually starting to feel bad for him. I've never seen Brendan with this much low energy. He barely laughed the entire podcast. He didn't even sit up and almost burst the vein in his neck while staring into the wrong camera. He didn't claim to be non-violent and then threatened violence against someone in the next breath. There was no name-dropping or claiming he's super close to someone he's never met, and he didn't even falsely confuse anyone of exposing him. In this episode, Brendan just sat there slumped in his chair, looking depressed and defeated, sipping on a Diet Coke and shoving God knows what into his mouth at regular intervals, as the reality of his situation set in deeper. He did, however, bring up his son's baseball in the first 2 minutes.
One more week, buddy. One more week. I can't wait till you get there anyway.
Tiger gets to the championship. I'm going to have to fly from Austin.
We have to do sometimes.
Brian Callen, on the other hand, was glowing like an expectant mother who just got back from an ultrasound. For those of you who don't know, earlier this year after the LA fires, Brendan Schaub came up with the idea to pick up shop and move to Texas. So he convinced his buddy Brian Callen to move there with him so they could continue their podcast and hopefully save what's left of the Thick Boy Empire, which has been dying in the arse for years. What he didn't know at the time was that Brian would make the move on his own a couple of months before Brendan would, because Schaub would have trouble selling his multi-million-dollar mansion in Calabasas. Because Brian was renting, he was able to get his shit together and move down there quicker. And so over the last few weeks, Brian's been flying back to LA to shoot episodes of The Fighter and the Kid until Schaub finally makes the move. And every time he comes back, he looks happier, healthier, and more at peace with his life, even though he wasn't able to fully beat the allegations. Brendan, on the other hand, looks like a divorced dad who gets to see his son 1 weekend per month after his ex-wife's new husband moved the family down to Texas for a new job and is now forced to hear about how much happier his ex-wife is without him and how well the new stepdad is going in his new job.
Been at the mothership a bunch.
Every night.
Every night. The pictures. I love to see it.
It's great, man. I'm loving it. I'm so fired up. I'm writing like crazy. They give me the late spot, like I close the little boy, so I'm doing a half hour as opposed to 15 minutes. It's just such a privilege. It's great. Tony's there, Henchcliffe's there, Rogan's there every night. It's just great. You know, I get to catch up and see those guys. I love it.
Everything I predicted right here on this channel has come true so far. Brian has hit the ground running in Texas thanks to his decades-long relationship with tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan, after the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Brendan Schaub's train wreck of an existence. He's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Chris D'Elia. Must be a coincidence. But now that he's made the Austin sacrifice and been abducted by the comedy mothership, his career is starting to turn around. And don't get it twisted, mothership regulars are making a killing. Rogan's Club is sold out every day of the week, so I have no doubt that Callen's making more money from stand-up than he does from The Fighter and the Kid. However, if you recall, back in January, I put out a poll for you guys asking what would Brendan in 2025. A, move to Texas, B, lose his lawsuit appeal, C, make a comedy comeback, and D, all of the above. Clearly, the correct answer is all of the above. A has already come true, and it looks like C is just around the corner.
I got an idea for us. I know you're in retirement, but I got a little idea for you to jump up on stage and do some stuff like your live. No, just for a different thing, but you might have to make a couple guest appearances. It'll be silly and fun, and I promise you, you'll love it. Get your beak back a little bit, just around a little bit. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Bubba went real dark there for a second. As soon as Brian mentioned him coming out of retirement and getting back on stage, it's like all those memories of being bullied by the entire internet for being the worst comedian in the history of the world came back to haunt him in that single moment. But hear me out for a second, because I think we might be onto something here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but did that just like Brian was talking about going on Tony? Because if he was, then fuck me dead. 100% yes, make it happen. Chin, if you're watching this right now from your unfurnished studio apartment, you have got to help make this happen. If there was anything we didn't deserve that nobody asked for but we desperately need, It's Brendan Schaub on Kill Tony. And I'm not talking about going on the panel as a guest. Nah, fuck that. We need him on as a guest open micer. Could you imagine Brendan making a comeback 60 seconds at a time, earning his comedy chops from the ground up, becoming a regular on Kill Tony, getting an invite to Red Band's secret show, just completely rewriting the script and proving to all the haters out there that not only is he the worst comedian in the history of the world, but he's actually willing to lean into it and resurrect the Gringo Puppy. Imagine all the recycled Texas material he'd have, such as shitting on homeless people, everyone being fat and white, complaining about the libs, and then showing off the size of his belt buckle. It would be the single funniest thing to have ever come out of the comedy mothership. And if you really want to see how bad things are in the Austin comedy scene right now, check out the link to my Patreon in the description below, where you'll find all my Netflix comedy special reviews and Kill Tony content. But as we know, Joe Rogan is the biggest obstacle for Brendan resurrecting his comedy career. So I'll come back to Brendan's Joe Rogan problem in a moment, because Brian's Austin shenanigans did not stop there. If the stories about the Austin comedy scene didn't hurt Bubba's feelings enough, then Brian's newfound love of helicopters certainly did. We all know that Brendan's been bleeding money for years, and he's being propped up by his dad, Peter Schaub, who's the director of Thick Boy Productions. So when Brian brought up his old buddy who picks him up in a chopper to go for barbecue, it was yet another dagger in the back of his Texas dreams.
With the chopper, what'd you get the chopper?
So my buddy Shane Snyder, who is just a great guy, and I work out with Tim Kennedy's best friend. Shane goes over in a helicopter.
Who flies this that tight?
He didn't drive it. That drive up. Oh, wow. That's a flex. It's not just a flex. He'll come and get me at my house, sir.
And where's he laying?
Wherever he wants. If there's a field, he'll land right there. You'll love this. We'd worked out, and he goes, "You want to get some barbecue?" I go, "Where?" He goes, "Salt Lake." I go, "How far away is that?" He goes, "Oh, no, you can't drive. It's about an hour and, 10 minutes, but I'll get there in 7 minutes." And I went, "Huh?" He goes, "Hop in." And I hopped in. And I sent you that video.
Like our cars?
Yeah, Bubba. He's got some helicopter. We got up, and in 7 minutes, we landed field. Right there. Well, it's better than Terry Black's. It's all like barbecue. Oh, Bubba, you like yourself some barbecue, right?
Yeah.
I had some bison ribs. I had some sausage. There you go.
I like bison.
And then we got back in the helicopter, and I was back in my car in 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah. And that's hard to argue.
Forget walking him to his truck. Bubba's about to walk into his chopper for some sloppy topping in his choppy. Thank you. As you would expect, though, Brendan's immediate reaction was to check out how much helicopters cost to see if he could swing it past his daddy. But it didn't take him long for him to realize that they were way out of his league, and there was no way he was going to be able to afford one.
Why don't you buy a helicopter?
Well,
Are they expensive?
well, he said, "I'll let you use my chopper to learn." And he was giving me a little lesson.
Was it tough to learn?
It scares me because it's so sensitive. And the wind, when the wind hits, you go like this. The whole thing goes, and I'm like, "Oh, just let it do what it's doing." I know, but I don't like this. And by the way, you're in a bubble, so you could see everything. It would take me 4 months, probably cost me 30 grand, a lot of money to get your license. But then you're
30 grand for a license?
Yeah, but then you're off at a run, Bubba. Now you can pick up a used chopper for about 130. A Thompson, not terrible.
Are you over like knob or something?
You're getting anywhere you want. Now I just need more money, though, Bubba. I don't have the money. You understand? I'm not a helicopter guy. But if I ever make a lot of money right there. Now my one buddy, our boy Eddie Stone, he flies around in that. Go back. He flies around that one right there. That one.
Why don't we go dibs on that one for 75K?
I'll do it with you. I'll do it with you. I'm not doing it. It's a 93.
This is so unnecessary. No, neither of you know that.
Waste time.
37.
Oh, I'll pick you up in a second. You know what I mean? Now, here's the problem. Sometimes you got to be careful.
That thing you're gonna die.
Yeah, I know. That's not wrong.
Look at the little made one for 42. That could be us.
Come on,
Single seat. No, we'll partner up.
that's a single seat.
Yeah, we'll partner up. 96 though.
Brian can sit on your lap.
That's what I'm saying. For 40 grand though?
Yeah. Now you gotta spend. You gotta buy a good one.
Yeah, you really don't want a penny pinch on a helicopter.
No, you don't want a penny pinch on a
You
helicopter.
want a penny pinch on helicopters or tattoos?
And maintenance.
That's a good joke for the bet.
That's a good joke. I need to steal that. If you guys see that on stage at the mothership, it belongs to Brennan Schaub and he's not getting credit. Don't penny pinch on tattoos or helicopters. That's a great joke.
Yeah, that's actually a terrible joke, B. But don't let that discourage you, Brendan. Tony's waiting for you. Trust me, you're gonna kill it. I'm not gonna lie though, this whole conversation, seeing the rocks in Brendan slowly turning as he tried to navigate the world of aviation time was an absolute teacher's delight. He also had a moment of true self-awareness where he acknowledged that flipping trucks is one thing, but flipping choppers is a whole other thing entirely.
It's so convenient. He flies by my house. I'm with my kids. I'm with my kids, and he buzzes my house. My kids were like, ah! He's looking at me like this.
That's Bruce Wayne.
He comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife is like, your friend's out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker? I can land that field if you ever late. We'll just go. I was like, what?
Wow.
And he goes, Rogan's like a half mile away from you.
Man, I'm jealous.
Yeah.
You can't really mod helicopters, I assume.
Well, he's been options.
Well, it says helicopters are statistically more dangerous than driving.
Are generally considered more dangerous than airplanes. What?
When he says helicopters fatalities per flight hour than car accident per drive. Okay, 27 times more dangerous than driving a car. Well, that's because when there's no fender benders.
There's no fender.
It's just a mistake.
Well,
you're gonna learn.
Did you see? So that
Heaven. I've made a few mistakes driving my day, right? And all the cars I've had, I made that mistake. Like if you were like, oh, Brendan flipped his TRX, right? I'm fine. Got a concussion. That's fine. Brendan flipped his helicopter. But, all right.
So if helicopters are 27 times more dangerous than cars, then for our boy Papa, we better add a zero to that. Like a handicap. But could you imagine if Brendan managed to convince his dad and Legs to get him a chopper, and he got his license and everything? Forget drive fast, old gas. We're talking about fly high, don't land. Fly by day, comedy mothership green room by night, all day. I'm telling you, it could work. He's even got the chopper impression down already. It's 10 times better than Callan's.
he comes right down to the trees. He's like, my wife is like, your friend's out there, and he's like, what are you doing, fucker?
Helicopter. Then we got a club. Shink. And all of it. See you later.
Gangster.
Yeah, Brendan's got that chopper noise down for sure. Brian sounds like a car that won't start. But all jokes aside, this move to Texas is going to be a real problem for sure. And the irony is the man standing in his way is the very man who started all of this in the first place.
Bro, Alex Pereira is the scariest kickboxer that's ever competed in the sport. He's the one guy that I would say, if he hits you once, you're dead. He just has to hit you once. Out of all the guys I've ever seen fight, I can say that more than that guy, including in kickboxing, in everything. It's crazy. I remember we came to the mothership and they were like, the security were like, it was terrifying because he was like, I went to meet Joe. And the security were like, I don't know what to do. Me and DC were in the hallway upstairs in the mothership, and he's teaching us how he checks the calf kit. You know that little area where the elevator is, where the VIP is? We're standing there in this little crowded area, like 5 of us. And Politan's kicking my legs, and he's kicking DC's legs, and he's explaining how he lifts his leg up this way, and this is how he checks it. And you're like, oh, God. And both DC and I, do we tell people about this? Like, how does a guy like that go and become a regular person? How do you integrate and just be a regular guy after that? Yeah, it's got to be very weird. Like, Schaub's figured it out. Yeah. But Schaub got lucky that he found podcasting, I found this all gas, no brakes. So like he found a way to transition and still have a good time. Yeah, it's very few guys.
That is just fucking unbelievable. The way Rogan brought that up with a straight face and got it completely wrong is just next level comedy. Talk about kicking a guy while he's down. Brendan started that channel Drive Fast Old Gas 18 months ago and is still yet to break 10K subscribers when he's the most frequent guest in JRE history and runs 3 other podcasts himself. Not to mention the fact that his podcasts very rarely break 50,000 views. Like, just let the guy go, Joe. He's already dead. Stop the fight. This is where I start to feel bad for your boy, Brendan. We know how much he looks up to Rogan. He's his North Star. He runs everything past him and takes his advice in every facet. And then Rogan can't even remember the name of his stupid-ass car channel that nobody watches anyway and clearly exists as a way for Brendan's dad to write off all of Brendan's cars. Then Joe will drag him on a companion where Brendan will make an absolute fool of him, get every prediction wrong, claim that he milks scorpions, and mispronounce with more than 2 syllables. But it's all good because Jamie turned off the live chat. I mean, what exactly is Brendan going down to Texas for? It's clearly working out for Brian Callen, but what's in it for Brendan? We all know Rogan's not going to let him in the comedy mothership.
Years ago, you told on this podcast that he shouldn't. Yes. Like, when do you feel like a fighter should walk away? Like, for example,
me and him, I was friends with him, so I knew that he wasn't really committed. And also, I trained with him a few times, and I knew that it was his lust for training wasn't there. And I was worried that neurologically he was suffering. There's going to come a point in time where you have to stop, and now is the best time to stop. Like, you already have a career. You're doing podcasting. You're doing well. He was making more money doing podcasting than he ever did fighting. I'm like, dude, you've got it out right now. You're a funny guy. You're fun to hang out with. I mean, you might not have the best stand-up, but talking to the dude, he's a funny dude. He's got a great personality. He's fun to talk to.
You telling Brandon that. Like, or just being honest enough to say, you need to polish up your stand-up. Like, a lot of people surround themselves with yes men. Like, that comfort, right? It's so important to have people that's going to be honest with you.
Holy shit, the irony of that conversation is next level. Rogan is the worst example of a rich and famous person surrounding himself with a bunch of yes men who continuously bend over to kiss the ring while simultaneously being one of the worst comedians in history. If anyone needs to polish their stand-up, it's your boy Joe Rogan. The net result of that conversation, where Rogan told Brendan to retire from fighting and focus on podcasting and stand-up comedy, is that his podcast is barely making any money and he's retired from comedy. This is why I'm starting to empathize with Brendan, because he's too stupid to see that none of the guys around him give a fuck anymore. Well, it's either stupidity or he knows he doesn't have any other choice. I really think moving to Texas is going to ruin him. He's dragging his wife and kids away from their friends and family based on the false promise of a better life and more opportunities, when the reality is he's left the Golden Hour podcast back in LA. The short show is basically dead at this point. Brian Callen's got one foot out the door and one in the chopper, and Brendan's comedy career is dead on arrival. What are we doing here, B? Sounds like it's waiting to happen. Remember, though, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the comedy specials and all the Big Kill Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there that you might be interested in as well, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
So, like, we could pay that up. I think so too. 100%. It could pay for itself, given how much flying, but where you want to go. We're like for a job.
Blue scorpion venom. Is it real venom?
Oh, and they sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions. Yeah, they milk scorpions, dog. I couldn't live 3 weeks ago.
Blue scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much. I don't know.
Do you know what you're taking? For real? Water. That guy's an asshole. Go back to that guy. There's a guy like that out there who figures out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to know.
What are you talking about, Brendan?
Sorry, buddy.
It's not in pay for it. It's sentiment.
Our boy Brendan is back at it. This time he's fallen for a snake oil scam, and in true short style, he milked it for everything it's got. even going as far as to bring it up on JRE with Papa Rogan after he knew full well that the whole thing was complete bullshit. And this is all part of Brendan's latest obsession with being the strongest dad on the baseball field. Just recently, he posted a video of his bench press routine to Instagram saying, "A lot of chatter about my workout routine these days, so here you go. Meat and potatoes workouts, bench pull-ups and deadlifts. That's it. No fancy kettlebell bullshit, no CrossFit, no saunas, ice baths, or trendy gym workouts. Never injured, strong as hell. I go to bed at 9 p.m. and wake up at 4 a.m. During the week, I fast until 1 p.m., eat only meat, and on weekends, I'll have cheat meals at the snack shack during my son's baseball games. My only goal is to be the strongest dad at the baseball field. My pre-workout is an energy drink and a mouthful of creatine powder, super meathead style. I give all glory to Jesus and scorpion venom plus peptides. Forgot to mention on top of this, I run 2 miles every day. If you've ever wondered why his comedy career fell flat on its face, well, yet again, we have irrefutable evidence of just how far gone this guy is. And the worst part is that he's genuinely a super strong dude. He played D1 football, he was a top 10 UFC heavyweight, he towers over Joe Rogan by a whole foot at 6'4", and he weighs upwards of pounds. The guy's an absolute fucking beast. That's not enough for him. He still has to brag on he is. He puts everyone down around him for absolutely no reason. And at the age of 42, he's jacked up on TRT and peptides. He gets stem cell injections. He takes a bunch of unregulated nootropics and supplements, all so he can post videos on Instagram of himself doing half reps on the bench press. But more on that later, because I've got all of the clips lined up for you guys from the last 6 episodes of The Fighter and the Kid. So stick around for that. To start off with, though, let's take a look at how one of Bubba's friends duped him into squirting snake oil underneath his tongue several times a day. I don't know if his buddy was trolling him or he's just a dumbass like Shaw, but this was absolutely hilarious. As usual, it starts off with a flex and ends in embarrassment. And for those of you who don't understand Shawmanese, when he says milking, he means to say milking as in milking a cow, but he just says it differently because Papa just goes. And so after his recent bicep tear, which apparently doesn't count as an injury, Brendan was explaining to Brian on the podcast how he was able to cure it overnight using scorpion milk.
Your arm, it's a arm, right? It looks big. Yeah, that's because it's swollen. Yeah, well, yeah, thank you. A friend of ours goes, you need to I should came out. Oh, we didn't talk. That's why. You need to get on scorpion, blue scorpion venom. And I go, bring that up. Who's milking scorpions? Yeah, who's milking scorpions? And they're like, and I go, you inject it? You know, I'm all about injecting. Yeah, there's no, you just take it orally underneath your tongue. I couldn't hold the baseball glove for Tiger. I couldn't play catch with him. I benched this morning.
Well, you don't use your bicep for bench. Use scorpion venom. Is it real venom?
Oh, yeah. And they sent me videos of them milking these little scorpions. And they're only, I think it's the DR, they're only, it's a special kind of, because you can't get that fat Arizona scorpion. And that ain't going to work. That's why these blue scorpions from the DR. Taking real scorpion venom.
You're putting it under your tongue.
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
I started milking the scorpion.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, grab that little dude. And they're showing me how they milk so much. And they put into I don't have the guy was showing me next to them, like 4 sections. So they milk, rotate, milk, and then just keep going. Yeah, dude, someone's milking a goddamn tiny scorpion. They can be cheap.
Yeah, I wonder if this is complete bullshit and this is placebo or if this is real. That's what I want to know.
I'm also on it. I can check straight BC 157.
So just in case you missed the graphic that Chin pulled up on screen there, Blue Scorpion Snake Oil costs $299 per month as a subscription. Seriously, the amount of shit these guys take and how expensive it is absolutely boggles the mind. That was like watching an 8-year-old kid brag into his buddies at school about what he did on the weekend. And of course, he had to slip in that bit about not being able to hold up the baseball glove for his son, just to remind everyone that he's the world's greatest baseball dad, strongest too. But thank God for Brian Callen, because if it weren't for him, we'd be none the wiser. He called bullshit straight away and found out it was a massive scam within a couple of minutes of Googling. I've noticed that Brian's pushing back against Shaw more and more since the move to Boston. He's got an exit strategy now, so he looks like he's less inclined to put up with Bubba's endless bullshit. He also looks more relaxed and happy than he ever did over the last couple of years. I mean, let's not get carried away here. He hasn't completely beaten the allegations, but having a strategy for life after Brandon is a winning move in my opinion. I can even see a tell-all book on the horizon about how he survived some of the darkest years of his life. I mean, he was literally a lol cow at one point. Anyway, once Chin pulled up an article breaking down the Blue Scorpion snake oil scam, it was all downhill for our boy Bubba.
Cancer patients around the world have been traveling to Cuba, blah, blah, blah. Studied infection venom on some 10,000 people. The company has published none of its research, which means they're fortunate. This man did, however, become so great that Labiofam had to change its tactics. It could not supply enough venom. So the company decided to produce a homeopathic version of the venom. That means it's not, if it's a homeopathic version of the venom, there's no venom. Under the name Vitatox, the homeopathic version is now sold to Cubans for 4 cents and to foreigners for $220. It is not backed by Cuba's regulatory Bureau of Health Protection. All we have are some anecdotes that are impossible to confirm. In the meantime, there are practitioners in several countries who offer the venom treatment to desperate people. Do you know what you're taking? For real? Water. That guy's an... Go back to that. Go back to that guy. You're so full of it, dude. We should call him Harut Tovmasyan. Like, dude, what are you saying? Hold on. So, let me just see. Let me go back. I just want to see what because if he's saying that, I can agree.
Oh, it's derived from venom of a Caribbean blue scorpion. It's composed of complex mixture of peptides, amino acids, and minerals. It's a highly diluted homeopathic form. Okay, guys, what that means is that there's no venom in it. God, that's so bad. It sounds cool. Is that guy? Who's that guy? Yeah, right? That's a Marquillo. Oh, God. Yeah, there's a guy like that out there who figures out a way to make money off of people who are just either desperate or too dumb to know the difference. You're talking about
what are you talking about, Brendan?
Sorry, buddy. It's not to pay for it. You're sent to me.
Yeah, Brian knew exactly what he was doing there. Like I said, he's got a safety net down in Boston now that he's closer to his old friend Joe Rogan, and Brendan knows it too. But seeing Brendan fall for a scam in real time is an absolute peach's delight. And it wasn't as if he was curious or ambivalent about it. He went balls deep without doing a lick of research, just because he thought it sounded cool to say that he squirts scorpion milk under his tongue 4 times a day. And if you notice the date in those clips, that was actually last month, on March 18th to be exact. So 4 days later, your boy Bubba would appear on the Joe Rogan Experience Fight Companion with Eddie Bravo and Gordon Ryan, where he would randomly bring up his bicep and miracle snake oil cure, even after he knew full well that the whole thing was a scam. Just to remind you, if you didn't hear it, that company sells this stuff in Cuba for 4 cents and marks it up to $200 to sell in the United States. Now that's some solid business sharking right there.
How are your shoulders? Good. Yeah. And yours? Good shoulders? Good shoulders. I tore my bicep like a month ago.
Did you get it fixed or no?
Nah, man.
You don't have to get it fixed. Is it a small tear?
Yeah, it's small tear.
Oh, okay.
I just been injected in
BPC.
Name something. Just.
Oh, yeah.
I started taking blue scorpion venom. Yeah, some scorpion venom. Some venom. I don't know. Name something. Brand name is venom or actual blue venom. They take venom from peptides. What? From a scorpion. What? What's that? Yeah, they melt scorpions, dog.
Reminds me of scorpion
cartilages. Dude, I couldn't live 3 weeks ago.
Blue Scorpion did it for you?
I don't know. That's the thing. I take so much. I don't know.
Something's working. Something's working.
I got back on the bench last week. No problems.
What is the scorpion stuff supposed to do?
It helps out with healing. Like there's all sorts of in history.
Really? Yeah. On the muscle you put under your tongue?
No, you put it under your tongue. Every morning, every night. Bro. And on the count, double.
Is there a side effect to it?
I feel, being awesome. Feeling healthy.
Does it make you feel great?
Oh yeah, I feel great.
Wow, but you're doing a lot of stuff.
That's the thing. I don't know. That's like, and then I stumbled upon was it methanol blue?
That's not how you say it. What is the actual methylene? Methylene.
Dude, it's on me all the time. Do you want some? I take creatine for neurological reasons and for muscle recovery. Yeah. And then I'm taking so many nootropics, I feel like I leveled out. And then someone recommended this methanol blue. Methylene blue.
3 or 4 times a day? Yeah, you're supposed to do it one a day.
Yeah, this one's great from Diesel Subs.
You're like a test rat.
Yeah. When it doesn't work, I think so.
Probably.
Yeah.
Subs working. The full combos working.
One of them's going to work.
The look on Gordon Ryan and Eddie Bravo's faces at the end there was the best part for me. And can I just say, we all know Brendan's a massive fucking idiot. But a part of me kind of felt happy for him just to see him in his element, cracking up his North Star in Joe Rogan, kicking it with the boys. Jamie disabled the live chat before they jumped on, so he didn't have to worry about getting to it. And I can't help but feel that he leads some life full of reaction and rejection, always getting shit on by the internet. But in that single moment right there, when he got Rogan to laugh and then leaned into it more and more just to keep it going for that little bit longer, it tugs at the heartstrings, you know? It's like going fishing with your dad for the first time. You hook on a massive fish, you start reeling it in, and when it gets to the side of the boat, your dad bends down and scoops it out with a net. And in that moment, you see the look on his face and you think to yourself, you know what, maybe it wasn't my fault that he left us to start a new family one suburb over. Anyway, I really got to stop drinking before I record this shit. And so after Brendan's embarrassing yet entertaining snake oil scam, he moved on to his next obsession, which is bench pressing 225 pounds. It all started with a visit to the now infamous Waste Well, the health clinic that services the top 250 down in Boston. And while you're watching this, make sure you don't forget Brendan's Instagram post. He never gets injured. If the TRT, peptides, scorpion milk, and nootropics weren't enough, now our boy is onto stem cell therapy.
No ways to wells those.
It's sick, huh? Well, and so you got
anything like it.
And they'll hook you with peptides and all that stuff.
Dude, it might be placebo. Like, you know, like from running all the time, I was like, they're like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I think just structurally, like, because all the pounding, it's just kind of up. Yeah. They shoot it. And when I would get on the plane, and usually on the plane, my knee was naked. Blood. My knee is 100%. I ran this morning. Come off.
Really?
They're like a fox. Now they said it would take 4 to 6 weeks to see a benefit. I don't know if it was just whenever maybe they lubed it up and I'll start having pain in a few days. Dude, I'm telling you,
they shot it with stem cells.
Yeah,
and it works. So and they give you a skin infection.
No, that's not them. That's from my own. I don't know. It's my PA's. Magic's fine. It's tears in here,
and then you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
It'll what?
100%.
So now the stem cells fix the tears in his arm. You knew your biceps couldn't cry. Actually, now that I think about it, it actually checks out. But now that he's cured all of his injuries, Bubba decided it was time to hit the bench. And like I said earlier on, it's obvious that Brendan's fucking strong. He can clearly bench 25 for reps without any assistance. But fuck me dead, what's with the half reps, dude? I don't know if it's an American thing or even just a football thing, but where I'm from, most of his reps wouldn't count. And you can tell that it's not hard for him. After he's punched out a dozen or so reps, he slows down and goes full range, so he can clearly do it, right? But Schaub's obsessed with being the best and breaking his own imaginary record of 40 reps, even though absolutely nobody gives a fuck and nobody asked him for this. He literally brought it up on every single episode in the last month.
That benching bit is it's ridiculous. I've shown that to people who are like, Jesus Christ.
My girl hit me up and goes, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy strong.
People are like, oh, you're not fully extending. I'm like, oh, you don't think I can do that? Oh, so this one I posted, literally, out of bed, no warm up, didn't run my miles, because I want to do it after with my knee, just to see how it feels. No warm up, nothing. Put 225 on and just 20, easy as pie. Wow. Full extension.
What do you?
Just as a one.
All right, I'm doing some CrossFit kind of stuff.
Do
Routine.
they not have bench?
So I haven't. Okay. So
You are one of those chairs that don't use it.
my chest is. I ate too much this morning.
Back, boys.
Back. Did you do 37? Did you do 225?
35 and a half.
225, 35 and a half.
35 and a half at the end of my workout.
At the end of your workout.
It was deadlift day, pull-up day, and I thought, you know what? Let's end on 225. And I don't use spotters. I think spotters are for gays. So then I did 225.
60 sets.
You can't do one pull-up. Can you bench 225?
I can bench a lot better than I can.
I didn't ask that.
When's the last 25? How many plates? You look like I can do a pull.
I know you should be doing
I
tests.
should be able to do at least one.
But have you ever looked at the stats I posted on how many men bench 225 in the world? It's only less than 1%.
200, 210, I think. 220.
Yeah, 225 is the market, buddy.
Yeah.
It's difficult to give an exact global location because so many people out there, but it says approximately 1.2 Americans can bench 225. So it's not many, which was surprising to me. I'm not even trying to be smart here. It's just a standard since high school. I feel like we made fun of you.
Yeah, we can work. Even somebody like me can work up to that, but it's a lot. If you're a regular guy.
Yeah, most of guys can.
Nice shoes, dude. What's up with your boots? Are those Danner boots?
I don't know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, but these are Brunt boots.
They're what?
They're sponsored the show, Brunt. Brunt, dude, they send them. I've had them for a while. You would love them because the inside is so comfortable. They feel like my Jordans.
They're a sponsor?
Yeah.
Where's my pair?
They don't want you to like understand.
What do you mean?
Because they go, you can only wear these boots if you bench around 225.
I bench, man.
Dude, bring up the thing our boy Catherine just posted.
Shut up, freak. He puts up videos of him just. I comment, you know what I'm talking about, Brandon. I DM you the other day. Shop's freaking.
So then I did 225 this morning 34 times. So I'm 6 off of my ultimate goal.
How many times?
36. But I just gotta get this bicep back in 100. 100, and I think the 4 I can crank out.
That's a lot of. So you did it 34 times.
36. I'm sorry, 36.
You did 36.
I'm 4 off.
You did 36 times.
36 is 4 off.
That is a lot of weight.
I know.
I mean, that's pretty.
Who knew that Brendan Schaub would go full Burt Kreischer this year? When Brian Callen finally leaves Brendan for that fat mothership check, and John Segura finally milks the last drop of scorpion milk from Burt Kreischer's teats, Bubba and Bart seriously need to join forces and start their own podcast. I'd honestly trip over myself to watch that every week. Just imagine the conversation. Brendan would start bragging about how he's the best baseball dad in the world. Then Bert will try and one-up him with the story about his daughter's period party, and then Bubba will challenge Bert to a push-up competition, and so they'll both end up on the floor doing half reps until failure. Maybe Bert can get Brendan back on the bottle for some real laughs. Now we're talking. But this is also typical of Brandon. He gets an idea in his head and goes full redact with it. And don't get me wrong, I think it's a good thing for him at the age of 42 to be setting himself goals and training towards them for his own personal health and well-being. Sure, he'll probably inspire some of his redacted audience to get into shape as well. But the guy's on everything under the sun. How is that an achievement? He was born with great genetics and he's on thousands of dollars worth of steroids, peptides, and supplements so that he can push out half reps on Instagram for a weight that he can clearly easily do proper reps with. If that's not the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard, I don't know what is. Actually, no, I stand corrected. Losing a 3-year lawsuit to a degenerate live streamer no one's ever heard of after falsely confusing Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage his marriage is the most Brendan Schaub thing you've ever heard. All this guy ever does is punch down on the people around him. In the studio, you saw him giving Brian shit for not being able to bench 225. I mean, Brian's 58 years old, and he looks pretty damn good for his age. Sure, he's got multiple families around the country, but come on, B, cut him some slack. And as for Chin, actually, fuck that guy. I can't stand him. He deserves everything he gets from Brendan. All that we're waiting for now is the Austin Podcast Studio reveal. I don't know when that's coming, but when it does, you know I'll be the first one to bring it to you. Until then, if you want to see my detailed breakdowns of all the Netflix comedy specials and all the Nick Kim Tony shows, don't forget to head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's a bunch of other stuff on there too that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
I feel like you got a good nose for fighting. Like no homo, you have like a button nose, like cute button nose. Cute button, right? Doesn't he have a good nose? So does Eddie. Yeah.
333 Vader wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is thrown your way?
because at the end, some of the people that edit these videos of these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis or Andrew Schultz or Brendan Schaub, it's like, buddy, clearly you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. Like if you did something creative where you weren't just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like dude, you can do this, man. I think you have more skill than I do.
Hard. Yeah. I think part of it is also I just was thinking about the other day.
It's D-Day for our boy Brendan Schaub because his buddy Brian Callen has officially left the building and headed for greener pastures in Austin, Texas, leaving Bubba behind to figure some things out.
What's up, guys? As you might know, we are in the biggest entire operation of the Fighting the Kid to Austin, Texas. Now, with that, Brian decided to move way too early. I get out there, I'm right behind him, but Brian just moved way too early. So our schedule's a little here and there. And if we can't make it in the studio both at the same time, we gotta bank some episodes, or we gotta give you a best of, like, this is what we're doing now. So we appreciate you guys. We're gonna do our best to give you real episodes. We're gonna get it done for the most part, but every now and then, we gotta give you the best of. So enjoy the best of Fighting the Kid.
And so, in the spirit of banking episodes, The Fighter and the Kid released a question and answer podcast earlier in the week, while Brendan runs around getting his house ready for yet another open house this weekend. But the irony of doing a Q&A session reflecting on their careers and still not realizing that it's Brendan's own attitude and actions that led to their downfall and not the external factors that he's still continuing to blame is actually crazy. This whole episode was filled with the most dogshit excuses, including I got given the wrong information, I trusted the wrong people, I was going through a rough patch, and at one point he even justified his actions with their classic line, "Who cares?" Mind you, this was all in relation to when Brendan and Brian falsely confused Bobby Lee of trying to sabotage Brendan's life in retaliation for Brendan trying to smash Bobby's girlfriend at the time, Kalila Kuhn, and walk one of her friends back to his truck after bombing. And so I've dissected and decoded this train wreck of an episode using my advanced editing skills in the hope of gaining employment at Thick Boy Studios as an unpaid intern. So if you've been following their move to Texas on this channel, you may recall my theory that Brian Callen will be the net beneficiary of the move because it will bring him closer to Rogan and he won't have to hit the road doing comedy now that he'll be able to join the top 250 assassins in the mothership green room. I also floated the idea that Brendan will attempt to resurrect his comedy career in Texas as well. However, according to the man himself, he's put the mic down for good. I'm not going to lie, when I heard his justification for not making a comeback, I literally could not believe my ears.
Colin Sr. wants to know, Brendan, you ever think you'll go back to comedy?
I get this all the time. I can't picture a world where I would have time to do it. There's a few factors that go into it. A, like in order to get good at stand-up, the amount of time that you have to spend doing it, like Monday through Sunday. It's like when you guys saw me do comedy, Brian's been doing it for 30 years, Rogan's been doing it for 30, Theo's been doing it for 25, Shane Gill's been doing it for 20. Schultz 20, Santino 20. So I'm behind the 8 ball. So not only just to even touch the tip of the iceberg, I have to do so much work just to get even at any level, and I just don't have the time. So I miss the hang. Sometimes I miss certain things about it, but overall I don't miss it. And then I would miss my kids' sports. It's just not worth it. And I don't miss the travel. That was the worst part. And the late nights. Doing it by 8:30. I've never been healthy. It just doesn't make sense for me. I'll do live fire the kids every now and then. But not if you make me commit to it like once a week.
Fuck me dead. Alright, first things first. The Shane Gillis cope from all these guys is funny as hell. If he started comedy 20 years ago, that would mean he just turned 16 years old when he started. Brendan started doing it after he retired from MMA, which was only a couple of years after Shane started. So technically, if Shaw had stuck with it, he'd basically be a 10-year guy by now. Instead, he dropped his first comedy special through Showtime barely a few years into his so-called comedy career, which was one of the first steps in making everyone hate him. I'll come back to this a little bit later on in the video when Brendan explains the 2 things he thinks ruined the Fighter and the Kid podcast. But to hear him finally realize what literally everyone has been saying for the last 10 years about how he sucks at comedy and needed to take a step back and actually put in the time and effort required to actually become half decent is one of the most Brendan Sharp things ever. Talk about being late to the party. Fuck my life. What a redact. But like you saw in the intro, our boy Bubba isn't such a big fan of channels like this one. Not because we document his lies and stupidity, but because we're wasting talent.
333 Vader wants to know, how do you guys always keep positive, especially when any hate is thrown your way?
Because at the end of the day, when hate's thrown our way, I always laugh at this. I'm like, I spend, you know what I do all day? I spend, and this is all I've ever done, I spend all day trying to figure out ways to make people laugh. And then I do a podcast. I don't know what I'm doing that's causing, like, if you hate me, I don't know what to tell you.
You know, like something like supposed to, like, what are we supposed to do?
You hate us.
Also, name somebody that's not like anybody that, and we're not celebrities, but like anyone doing anything of no, like, hate's just what you sign up for. I don't know too many people that like just focus on that. If all we did is focus on that, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I don't read comments, good or bad. That's the thing. I never. Good comments, bad comments. I don't read because they give you the same power. If you put weight in that, you can't win with the internet.
I just come to the territory.
And sometimes people are just good with you anyway. Sometimes it's fun to hate on somebody. Sometimes it's fun to kick somebody around.
It's such a waste of time, though. It's just such a waste. Like some of the people that edit these videos, or these reaction videos, or the downfall of Shane Gillis, or Andrew Schultz, or Brendan Jones. Like, buddy, clearly you have editing skills. If you just focus on it, you have a career, dude. Like, if you did something creative where you weren't, just giving an opinion on somebody else's talent, like, dude, you can do this, man. I think it did more skill than I do. Hard. It comes with territory. It's just the culture we live in,
I think part of also being older too. Man, you get it wrong a lot more than you get it right. You fail a lot more than you succeed.
But one of the reasons, like, we started a podcast, like, both of us have a lot of opinion.
Brendan shitting on reaction channels for making a career out of commenting on someone else's talent when he literally has a whole podcast dedicated to giving dog shit takes on the MMA world is peak irony even for your boy. But the best part for me is how Brendan tries to normalize the hate that he gets as simply it comes with the territory. Bro has a subreddit dedicated to exposing his every move with almost 170,000 homeless cats. It's literally in the top 1% of subreddits. No one else is dealing with that shit but him. And this is the trend with this guy. He complains about people creating false narratives about his life, when the reality is he sits there every day running his bush mouth, spouting the most bullshit takes about everything and anything, constantly lying through his teeth about things that are easily verifiable, and then blames everyone around him when he gets called out for it. And credit to Brian Callen for leaning into a lot of the hate that they get and acknowledging that some of it's actually funny, instead of just denying and deflecting like Brendan does. But when it comes to hypocrisy, Brian and Brendan are just as bad as each other.
Some hate is good to listen to. Actually, this guy, that's a good criticism. I've had people criticize me where I'm like, ooh, yeah.
The other people are like, job, this is the way I do it. They're like, job, love you. Quit interrupting Brian. I'm like, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, some guy said to me, he goes, I was on Rogan a long time ago. He goes, hey, dude, you get on there and all you do is try to show us how smart you are and how many books you've read.
I was like, you know what? You might be 100% right on that.
That was me.
How you trolled me. So there's a lot of that too. It's like, are you getting on there to promote something, or you get on there to show off?
It's just a hang. Like you know, like when you promote a special, if you're just yourself, which everyone loves, you don't have to promote anything. People go, and then at the end you have a special, like, God, Brian was great on there. I'll check out the special. You don't have to. I can't stand when people come on this show, Rogan, who have Schulte deal and have an agenda. We can smell it a mile away.
I told you this. Whenever I have to go on, and I feel like people, you got to promote your stuff on Rogan.
I hate when you do that.
I had this. I hated so much. I hate promoting. We had an evacuation order. I looked at her and I go, I got to go to Joe's podcast and then shoot my special at the mothership, but I feel guilty about leaving you here. And she goes, what are you going to do? You can't change a tire. I got this. I was like, all right, see you later. Raise my kids. Save them. Tell my story. I'll be in Austin. Sorry about the fires.
Tell them to watch your special. Tell the kids at school to watch Daddy's special.
They watch Daddy's special. It's going to be good. False gods. I'm excited, man. I'm sure YouTube. Yeah, I think so, right?
YouTube's the move because you get the moves for sure.
It's not me. So when you do it, then I go, oh, man, here's the thing about Total. Here's the thing about my dates.
It's the worst thing you do. I know. I hate when you do
That's why I don't do it anymore.
I told you I'd be there.
It's such a relief.
I told you I will be. All you gotta be is yourself. We all love you, and then people will. You don't have to tell.
So I'm thinking about when to put in this promotion.
Instead of being yourself.
I'm bad at it, so I'm like, not gonna get good at it. And then when you said that, I go, I don't want to be on Rogan promoting it. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to hang. So I'm gonna shoot the special, and I'm gonna throw it away, and I gotta start again.
Yeah.
And just because I've done 5 specials doesn't mean it's gonna be easy.
9-second quarter mile right from the 3. Mother. That's what you need. That's what you need, Count.
It's very
where special kicks it and you start selling out giant theaters.
Let's go, baby.
Let's get a little.
That's
Get
what
run
I'm
away from looters.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't. It's almost so unnatural. It's like, I don't know this thing about me. I don't want to go see me when I do that.
It's just not you. So when you do it, it's
Yeah, I'm just not going to do it.
you don't do it anymore.
No, I can't. It's such a
Again, our boy Bubba with the truckloads of copium when it comes to comedy special talk. If he has something to promote, which he doesn't, he'd be the first one to blurt it out on JRE for the world to hear. But when it comes to his buddy Brian, it's just fucking cringe. And it honestly drives me nuts that Brian has to self-publish his comedy special on YouTube because no streamers will touch him after the allegations. Not even our boy Rogan could broker a deal with Netflix for him. That's how fucking toxic he is. On a quick side note, there's nothing more American than Joe Rogan propped up on his booster seat in his Corvette, hitting 9-second quarter miles under the Texan sun. How does he reach the pedals, though? Anyway, the Bobby Lee situation came up yet again, and if you ask me now what Brendan's biggest talent is, I'd definitely say his ability to butcher a narrative into the ground so badly that it's barely recognizable. I honestly have no idea what he's trying to say here, but after all that's being said and done about this, Bubba really needs to take the cue from Brian and go with his narrative instead.
Here's another question from the same person. Do you guys think you'll ever fix the relationship with Bobby Lee, and who gave you the info about Tiger Belly that caused all the mess?
Bobby Lee and I on text had fixed that relationship. We will. I think you'll see us together in something, in the future. And I've apologized and taken full accountability. I love him. He's a great guy. I won't go into the Tiger Belly stuff, but it's over. It's over. It's done. It was a huge mistake, and he's our boy. I love the guy. I think he's really funny. I don't want to make any excuses. I never have. I've wanted to run away several times, and I throw myself in the mercy of the court.
Yeah, I don't know where I would see Bobby. That'd be cool. I have no animosity towards him. I don't care. I think he's hilarious. He's so talented, but I'm sure he feels the same way. It's like my life doesn't get better if me and him are friends. Neither does his. So all good. All good. Wow, I think he's a great guy.
Yeah,
we were never that close. He came up with the comic store. I was never that close with him. I've always appreciated him. He's such a talent. It's great podcasting and stand-up.
Man,
It's not like I missed them.
I think that putting him in the mix in that mix was wrong, 100% wrong. And I was working on bad information, and I take full responsibility. I don't even blame the information I got. I take responsibility for that. I
blame the information I got.
I always say it was the way I spoke to him. He was always my friend, always somebody I cared about. Didn't deserve any of that at all, not even a little bit. And I've not made a lot of mistakes in my life, but when I make mistakes, I've always accounted for them. And I believe a man should say, I was wrong. I huge learning experience, no excuses. And I had a bad moment, and I was in a bad way. I was personally and emotionally in a bad way, man. I was in a dark place.
It was bad timing. And also, I should have had in hindsight been like, what are we doing? No, we shouldn't do this. Like, we just weren't thinking I had going on. Like,
it was so dumb.
Whether it was or wasn't behind it, which we don't
Somebody
think
that
it
we
was.
cared about, who was a good person, who had nothing to do with it in the middle of it, it was outrageous. And that's my mea culpa.
But like, if it happened now, like, if we're in such a better spot, if someone came to us with that same information, I'm like, get the out of here. It was a weird time when it was so stupid. Yeah, so stupid.
I think you'll see. I think you'll see us. If certainly me and Bobby in the future. And I love him.
No, I don't know what me and Bobby would do. You know, it's not like.
So when Brian says who cares, I think he means that's how he should have approached the whole situation way back when it happened. As in, when he was presented with the fake 300 pages of evidence that Bobby Lee was behind the father and the kid subreddit, he should have just said, who cares, instead of threatening violence against Bobby Lee over phone and text. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? The whole point is that you didn't say who cares, and you effectively intimidated and threatened a little Asian boy for absolutely no reason. And then he'll completely contradict himself in the same breath by saying, I still blame the information, not the way I reacted. So which one is it? Do you regret your behavior at the time, or do you regret being so naive as to be duped by fake evidence? Fuck me dead, now I'm falsely confused. But the icing on the cake is Brendan's answer to this next question. This perfectly encapsulates why Brendan is where he is today, and why he'll never claw his way back into being the famous podcaster that he always wanted to be. The delusion is strong in this one.
Martino77 wants to know, what's one thing you would both do differently if you had to start this podcast over again?
Not the Bobby Lee stuff and listen to people. But as far as doing things different, I think when Brian was going off through him taking a leave of absence was a bad idea. And me just doing the show with random people, I think that was a bad idea. I think we should have, granted we need the money at the time, I think we should have put our foot down. Now, today, in 2025, you can do that. Everyone's like champion you, right? Like, you see guys that get accused of bullshit, and everyone's like, oh, we don't believe it. But back in 2019, when we were going through it, and I was like, B, what do you want to do? And the only way to get money was for Brian to take a leave of absence. I think you ruined the show. I think that, along with the Bobby Lee stuff, ruined the show. Now, I do think there's a place for us to come back, whatever that means, you know. But I would do this show for free. I love seeing Brian. I love you guys. I would do it for free.
It's not a contradiction. You know what?
Right?
Give them
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, when the allegations against Brian Callen from 4 different women came out in 2020 in that LA Times article, Brendan was supposedly forced to take Brian off air because otherwise advertisers weren't going to do business with him. It was a classic Me Too cancellation. And here we have Mr. Anti-Woke, Anti-Cancellation openly admitting that he cancelled his own best friend for money because apparently he needed it at the time. Mind you, this was back when Brendan had one of the most successful podcasts in the world with Theo Von, getting millions of views an episode. The fake version to his audience that he always sticks by his buddies and never gives in to cancellation is so fucking hypocritical. But the elephant in the room is that Brendan doesn't realize the real reason why the fighter and the kid fell off is because of him. Remember earlier on how he gave us those words of wisdom about how a return to comedy would be too late? It requires too much hard work, and he's too fucking lazy to make a comeback at this point. The part he left out was that not only did he do everything too quickly and rely on his MMA fame and friendship with Joe Rogan to get his Showtime deal, but he was extremely fucking arrogant the whole time. And that's what he still refuses to admit to this day. His whole attitude back then was so toxic that you can see it just by looking at photos. And it wasn't just his attitude. He actually hit back at his critics at the time, pointing out that he's rich, successful, and good looking, and they're not. Imagine trying to become a comedian and going full Karen on your audience, and then 15 years later admitting that you needed to put in the hard work to make it in comedy, and you're just not prepared to do that. And that's not the only reason. His podcast is so lazy and boring now that just got left behind. Thanks to Papa Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format and got in while it was growing exponentially. There wasn't anywhere near the amount of competition there is nowadays back then when he was getting the big view counts. But he didn't do anything with it. When Von left to do his own things and figure some things out, Brendan used to make fun of him. Instead, he chose to hang out with sex pests and go down with the podcast. So his whole narrative of blaming everyone around him for feeding him false information and Brian leaving the podcast for a period of time in 2020 as the only two reasons why the podcast is ruined simply isn't the full picture. The real reason is him. And so now that Brian's officially gone to Texas, things are about to get really interesting. I stand by my prediction that once Brian gets settled at the mothership and builds a following down there, he'll start bringing home the cash, etc., etc. He will then leave the fighter and the kid. Brendan's already announced he's leaving Golden Hour. They're staying behind in LA, so once Brian's gone, he'll have 2 short shows that nobody watches and no comedy career because it's too hard. All that will be left is Bubba, the truck guy. What a fucking dumbass. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my full review of Bert and Schultz's comments. There's a bunch of other exclusive content on there as well, so check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, make sure you subscribe to my channel right here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
When or if will we ever see Theo back on the pod? What is your current relationship with him now?
I talked to Theo yesterday. He posted happy birthday. Theo's doing his thing, man. He's swamped, yeah. And he goes, man, I talked to Brian, so how long you guys think you can finally get? My wife goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. I never said that. He was like, what? I'm like, you're so off? Yeah, that's hilarious. Isn't that weird though? It's going to go strong. Yeah, isn't that weird? Yeah. I was like, oh, you're so off. Yeah. Weird.
They've only just announced their move to Austin, and already there's trouble in paradise. Brian Callen's been talking shit, and it came back to Brendan, who decided to bring it up during the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Instead of talking about it off camera, thought he'd make it as awkward as possible by bringing it up on their failing podcast. And gone are the days when Brendan would straight up bully Callen on camera. Now he's refined his style into a more passive confrontation where he drops an accusation while smiling through gritted teeth. He does the same thing with Brian's allegations. Brendan's the soul everyone still knows about them because he'll randomly bring them up to remind everyone and then mask it off by saying how funny Brian is and the allegations have ruined his life.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused. But I'll get emotional. It drives me off. You don't believe this shit. Don't edit this out. I know you're not gonna like this. I'm gonna go ahead. It drives me nuts. Nuts. It drives me nuts. You want to outcast him? That's what I don't with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not mad, I'm trying to get mad, what makes you proud is he's not gonna lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places.
The irony is, Brian's comedy career had a massive boost at the beginning of this year when he went down to Austin to record his new comedy special at Rogan's Comedy Club and sold out every show. That's the power of Rogan's celebrity. He'll drag in an average comic for a weekend and every single show will sell out fast. But not only that, Brian also did a solo episode of JRE to boost his profile, which is something our boy Bubba hasn't had the pleasure of doing since 2022, almost 3 years ago. Bear in mind that Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history.
I don't think about ratings.
No, you don't. I'm saying,
but that's why I have them. That's right. See what I'm saying? Like, it's not about ratings. Like, if you sit around thinking about the ratings, do you think you would be on? No. What do you mean? You'd be on this show right now. I suppose I say things. How'd they call it? Let me do that again. Let me do that again. Get it. You didn't even catch it. Oh, you fucker.
And so this move to Austin is looking like it's going to mostly benefit Brian. Instead of traveling around the country doing gigs to feed his families and pay child support, he will likely tee up a regular spot at the mothership, which will honestly probably pay more than his tours do, because Joe Rogan's known to be quite generous and give comedians most of the door. However, one thing we know about Brendan is that he's a shark when it comes to business. He will no doubt have massive plans to make a comedy comeback and finally get a spot on stage at the mothership as well, a place he's previously been banned from performing at. But I'll get into the rumors that Brian Callen is leaving The Fighter and the Kid in just a moment, because today I'm wearing my fresh new Business Shark tee and hood, which you can get exclusively from the Podcast Cringe merch store. Anyway, check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com to get your Business Shark tee and hoodie, as well as a bunch of other exclusive designs only available from the Podcast Cringe merch store.
Well, I told you to remind me. I'll do this out there, but we can do it here. A mutual friend of ours, barely talked the other day. Talked to him and he goes, man, I talked to Brian, so, I mean, how long do you guys think you'd find him again? Like, why? He goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. And I go, huh? You're talking to Brendan, man. It's me. He goes, yeah, I know. You know, for a short leash, you guys can stop doing it. And I go, fighting a kid? He's yeah, Bubba, let me go through this way. Fighting a kid can make $0, and me and Brian would still do it every week. Yeah. It's never been about the money. Yeah. It has nothing to do with that. Right. He was really, yeah, he goes, oh, I just figured the vibe, like, after talking to Brian, talking to me, and talking to you, I went, oh, you're so off, dude. Yes, I talk to Brian every day. Yeah. He's like, oh, I thought you only talked to me in the studio. Like, buddy, I said, dude, I can't tell you how off you are. He goes, really? I go, yeah, I'll tell you off there. I said, you're either taking what I'm saying out of context or what Brian's out of context. I said,
we're not talking enthusiastically because
I said, I can't emphasize it. Or maybe when he's talking to us, there's just issues, maybe. I don't know.
I never said that.
But he was like, what? And I'm like, you're so off.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
We're going to Austin together. Dude.
Yeah, I told him, I said, Brian bought a house before me. It was really, I never thought he was going to help me. He bought the house before I did.
Yeah. No, we're doing
it. We both have houses. Yeah.
It's going.
Isn't that weird, though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're so off. Yeah. Weird, weird takeaway. Yeah, you know.
Okay, this is actually fucking crazy. There is so much loaded in there. Basically, there are two options in my opinion. The first one is Brian has been talking shit about Brendan and the podcast, and as usual, our boy Bubba is the 12th man on the deal team and has to find out from somebody else about personal matters like this one. Alternatively, Brian and Brendan's mutual friend was trolling Brendan. I think both options are equally valid. I've honestly heard it both. If you ask me though, I'd say that Brian's been hinting to people that he's going to part ways with Brendan depending on how things go down in Austin. And there's something said there that makes me think that. I didn't realize that Brian was the first one to buy a place down there. I think a lot of us were thinking that Brendan was going to be more keen to move than Brian was, and Brian would either need a lot of convincing or would just end up staying back in LA. See, Brian's made a career out of being a Hollywood extra as well as doing stand-up comedy, and the options are going to be limited. Many he moves to Texas. However, saying earlier, it makes sense that Brian has a massive opportunity to resurrect his comedy career at Rogan's Comedy Club, given that they've been friends for decades. But there's one more thing that I just can't get past. Brendan saying that they'll keep doing the podcast even if it's making $0 is absolutely wild. That right there just proves that someone is bankrolling his whole operation. How is it even possible to pay several staff as well as Brian's monthly appearance fee with $0 coming through the door? You guys know my theory. His dad, Peter Schaub, is keeping the lights on and covering the bills as a tax write-off and to keep his boy busy and out of trouble. But there's no way to know that for sure. I mean, I've also speculated that Brendan secretly isn't getting paid for doing ad reads. He's just doing them to keep up appearances and be like his buddies. Just take a look at how he throws one of his sponsors under the bus by admitting his gums are wrecked from sucking on too many nicotine pouches.
When I go to Texas, I got to go under and have some work on his teeth, but I have to go under. You do? Yeah, I'd have to be knocked out. What do they have to do? I don't know. Cover him? Yeah. I can't touch anything. Really? Nothing with sugar.
Because they're
Because I can't eat sugar.
because it's you're
so sensitive. Oh, buddy.
Really?
Oh, buddy. Like,
Wow.
Like pain to my knees if I eat sugar.
What?
Yeah, but I haven't touched sugar in a year. Man, I know.
That's really
There's no Ozempic.
That's a
and
tough-
just cavities. Big points, cavities or Ozempic.
Yeah.
Does it hurt on the outside too? Like the side was just my nicotine, like the gums are all. Of course, because a ton.
Let's go to the dentist.
That, Bubba. You have to put me under like a Bengal tiger. No. I can't do that. No, you're gonna touch my mouth. But you ever had a dog that has a paw trying to touch it? Yeah, it's me with my teeth. I'm 240 pounds. I'll be touching my teeth.
Well,
Here's the thing. I get anxiety even walking into the dentist.
The big old Schaub. So I don't know how his sponsor Rogue would feel about Brendan saying a processor 4 fucked up his. That's the kind of thing they probably don't want Bubba advertising. Stick to the script, B. Thank you. But let's get back to this move to Austin because this is going to actually be really interesting. We know this time last year, Brendan announced he was quitting comedy to focus on being a baseball dad and to be at home more for his sick daughter at the time. However, just a few weeks earlier, he divulged the real reason why the comedy scene in LA had become so unwelcoming towards him.
I feel like Joe Rogan really shifted the mindset in comedy of we're not we're really together and we can we're rising to all boats. He seemed to be the tip of the spear on that.
And he took that ship and he went to Austin, so that's the same philosophy out there in Austin. But now LA's like Game of Thrones because the king's had the guy's head cut off. By head cut off, I mean he moved to Austin, and now it's back to survival of the fittest, which is fine. I do both. I adapt with both. I'm down, but it was a better time when Rogan was in town.
How was it different?
Just when you had a guy at that magnitude going, this is how we do it. Everyone respect everybody. We support each other in every way possible. With his podcast, put each other on shows. This is how we do it. People are like, I guess that. Even if they didn't want it, that's what you got to do. If that's what the guy says, and that's how he carries himself, we're going to do the same. So it was just a more welcoming time. And then he leaves, and that kind of standard's gone. And I think you still got the big boy. You got Santino and Bobby doing Bad Friends. You got Bert Kreischer. He just does his on his own. Segura's gone. Dio's gone. T. Dillon's in and out, right? So it's just kind of everyone spreads that kind of, those kind of unspoken rules are gone. Which is, I'm down for the lawlessness of town. I'm down for that. I'll survive in that, but it's just not as fun.
As fate would have it, Bubba wouldn't be able to survive the LA comedy scene without Papa Rogan to get him through the door every night. That's why I'm so interested to see what happens when they head down to Austin. We know that Rogan had a talk with Schaub and explained to him that he's not a headliner yet, and he has to put in the work to improve his act before Rogan will put him on stage. We've also heard Rogan deflect responsibility for bookings onto Adam Egan, who takes care of all of the bookings at the mothership. But now that Brendan hasn't been on stage for over a year, working on his craft or putting in the hours on stage to make it into the elite top 50 group of comedy assassins, how will Joe Rogan deal with Bubba's comedy mod? Especially if Brian's got a regular spot. If things go the way I think they will, Brian eventually won't. Brendan will be stuck with a dead podcast, and it was Theo Von, and now it's looking like Brian Callis stuff out. And it doesn't help that Brendan's completely innumerate.
Way bigger. He's so good. He's undeniable. He knows exactly why he stands where he stands. Like, he's really thought out everything. He's not a liar.
He was a little weird when he was on Fox. He's pushing the agenda. But then when he went on his own, I'm like,
yeah, well, towards the end of Fox, towards the end of his run, he was like the only guy on the news talking about real shit.
Yeah,
and and talking about things controversial, and people did not want him talking about it. That's when they fired him. They fired him when he was at the top. It's a lot of different things. There was multiple different. I mean, it was someone was happy.
There were multiple Fox and CNN ratings that just sucked.
Yeah. At this point, it's a weird because there's too many commercials. You have to watch it at the time that it's on.
Money through all the advertising. It's all pharmaceutical companies.
It's just too hard to compete.
So I actually went and looked this up. In the past week, Fox News averaged 2.8 million viewers per night, and CNN averaged 500,000 viewers per night. Compare that to The Fighter and the Kids' 900,000 views for the past 30 days. And Fox News does more than 3 times the views that Brendan does, and CNN isn't far behind. Why Brendan makes shit up like that when it's easily verifiable will never cease to amaze me, but it makes more and more sense why Rogan tells Jamie to disable the live chat on Fight Companions. And Brendan's clearly nervous about this move. It seems like he was a bit quick to pull the trigger on the move, and now he's getting cold feet.
You know how you think about that? Now that's real.
I told my parents yesterday because they came out.
They taped it. I did get a call from your dad.
I know. Was he crying? Or
no, he's like, I can't wait to get out of here.
No, they're everyone's cool with that. Yeah, like I said, I haven't got pushback from anyone. It's a few people expected, but for the most part, we're stoked. Yeah, I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. Like, yeah, this is the best time to give it a shot. So, yeah.
You get any pushback on your friends or family?
I don't know. Most people are like, can't believe you didn't go before. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, our boy, I can't believe Brian's going. Yeah, I can't believe Brian's going. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Come on, man. Let's go.
Yeah, Brian's 100% been talking Brendan's back. He's got a plan, and I'm totally fucking here for it. Now, you guys know I don't like to be cynical, and I never make assumptions or create my own narratives. Seriously, who the fuck keeps adding shit to my scripts? Sorry, apparently Texas has much looser family laws and actually caps monthly child support payment $60 for 3 kids. Everything helps, right?
New Austin look, dude.
Hair transplant, cowboy hat, and I fix my teeth. Fortune for that game. Research history, dude. My only issue with all of it was the only things you have to figure out. The studio, all this. We'll figure all that out. The kids are stoked, right?
But they'll get, you know what kids do, especially boys? They have this quick.
They will, especially all the finest team, stuff like that. I think in the season, May, so after that,
you'll get yourself a Tesla, you'll be driving, it's going to be great.
Yeah, can't wait. A new journey, a new chapter. This will be great.
Okay, is it just weird? It's like everyone in that studio has Stockholm and smiling, picking away at his hands, while Brendan looks around forcing everyone to laugh at his shit jokes. How much money Brendan's dad, new podcast studio down in Texas. Maybe Papa can lease them some space fee in one of his warehouses or something. But honestly, at this point, they should really downsize and do it out of Brendan's house or something. Tiger Belly does way better numbers, and it's all run out of Bobby Lee's garage. Either way, it's going to be an interesting few months to see how it all pans out. Like I said, I've got my money on Callan coming out of this in a better position than he's in now, and Brendan will no doubt continue to redefine rock bottom. the guy would survive a nuclear holocaust. Anyway, make sure you check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com and check out all my new merch designs. Otherwise, sign up to my Patreon via the link in the description for content, and don't forget to like this to my channel on YouTube while you're here. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, she might be my type because I'm not
Guys, I'm a fan of her. I would beat the shit out of her.
Yeah, but you're 280 pounds. Just not Ryan. I said Ryan.
Oh, that's why I said that. Which comedians was he? No, when he said your friends aren't funny. I don't know. Not to make it awkward.
Listen, he said, is that your shirt? Try fast, all gas.
Bro, where's mine?
I don't know. You like those. I like those. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric vehicle club? Oh, how dare you? Drive in your future here an electric vehicle.
I didn't ask for that. I asked for the GT.
Brendan Schaub's comeback tour has finally kicked off for 2020. Appearance on the latest JRE fight companion for UFC 312, registered sex offender Brian Callen and former UFC welterweight champion turned top 250 comedy assassin Matt Serra. Seriously, when the funniest guy in the room is a 5'6" dude on TRT with violence in his DNA, you know there's something gone wrong. And I'm not talking about Rogan here either. But by far the funniest thing in his live streams is how Jamie has turned off the live chat. There's absolutely zero doubt in my mind that it's mostly to do with the fact that everywhere on the internet Brendan goes, he gets trolled in the comments. Even after the stream was finished and Jamie took it down to edit a few bits out before uploading it as a video, the comment section was going hard. Love how Brendan Schaub can be so wrong so often with confidence. Schaub's self-awareness is almost as good as his MMA career. Always love listening to Brendan talk like an expert on everything. Brendan's podcast logic. 1. Agree with the person talking. 2. Repeat person talking. 1. It's a good vibe with 3 comedians and Brendan Schaub. Schaub is so bad, and he's moving to Austin to be closer to Daddy Joe. Yep, that's right. Brendan confirmed in this episode that he is in fact moving to Austin. More on that later though, because seeing Rogan and his buddies getting so worked up over the comment section is some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. When it comes to interacting with their fans, nobody comes close to being as sensitive as these green room murderers. Remember last year when Brian Simpson just wanted to see what the internet thought about the controversial split decision between Gamrot and Dan Hooker at UFC 305, but got absolutely shut down by Rogan Hinchcliffe and Brendan Schaub?
Split decision.
Oh, y'all don't do live comments?
What? What are you doing with this stuff? Let's be with the people in the room. Let's not connect with folks outside that have nothing to do with us.
You're watching us on YouTube.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm just keeping up with the zeitgeist.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. How about there's 3 other people in the room and we're also on YouTube? No.
Were you just watching you on YouTube right now?
Yeah, bro, this is ridiculous.
You want a mirror or something?
Look, guys, we all making too much of this. Let's see who agreed with me.
You were about to be watching you.
Don't ever let them know you're doing that either.
Well, y'all are more famous than me. It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't matter. It's like you're dealing with crazy people.
Yeah, you'll stay as famous as you are. Keep doing that.
Also, you do it while you just hang out.
Yeah, take you a moment.
What was your take on it? What I meant?
I was right. You were wrong.
1, 2, and 3.
Split decision, though.
Yeah, I said split.
I actually agree about staying in the conversation. It is kind of weird to have about while you're on JRE on a live stream to read the live chat. You could have just asked Jamie to check what people were saying on Twitter or whatever. But the cope from Rogan and Tony calling their fans mentally ill and crazy is so fucking wild. These guys will sell anything and everything to their fans with a straight face. But when it comes to the live chat and comment section, all of a sudden their fans are crazy people who should not be heard under any circumstances. And heaven forbid their fans know that they read any of their comments. Like Tony said, you're not going to get famous if you read the comments. It's all about dick riding Rogan to fame and fortune while ignoring the people who got you there. Speaking of dick riding Rogan, did you hear Brendan the Parrot Schaub agreeing with everything Rogan's saying as if he isn't the most hated man on the internet? I don't know if you guys have heard or not, but Brendan's back in charge of his socials. Papa will take it from here. were saying that on the latest JRE Funyun, the funniest guy in the room was Matt Serra. And for the first time since it happened just over a year ago, finally someone brought up Cat Williams talking shit about Rogan, and he's never been funny buddies to his face. Honestly, when Matt blurted this out, I bricked up almost instantly. I've been waiting for someone to say this for so long. And Rogan's response was some of the biggest cope I've ever seen.
Which comedians was he? No, saying your friends are funny.
I don't know.
Not to make it awkward.
Listen, he said that because he thought for some crazy reason that I didn't want to have him on, like somehow or another, that he would be showing up people or something like because he's so good. Maybe he thought that because he's isolated. That's not even. He doesn't know me that well. The first time I met him was in the studio. Yeah, I love Cat Williams. I've always been a fan. He's so wild, and I've actually taken advice from him. There's two pieces of advice that I took from an interview that he did once that I use to this day. One, never eat before a show. He said, don't eat. He goes, I want to be hungry. Better off being hungry. And then two, he said, a music playlist that just gets me in the mood to show. And so I'm like, that's a good idea. The Green Room playlist that we have on Spotify, that's all the songs. It's like 35 hours.
It's smart. You guys should do. That's what athletes do.
It was a smart thing. I was thinking, I was like, why don't I do that? Like, that makes sense. It's like you want to turn it into a little bit of a party. Yes. You get that music going, Green Room with the mothership. Yeah. Get that music going, everybody's having fun.
So basically, Rogan's response, no, I love Cat Williams. Great guy, never met him. Bro asked him who Cat Williams was talking about when he said he's been pushing the same 6 never-been-funny comedians, and Rogan's answer was, before shows anymore and I listen to music. He even dragged the sacred Green Room into the mix as well, and fuck me dead, out of the 10,000 hours of Brendan Shaw podcasting I've listened to, I've never heard such credence from your boy. Bupper and Brian got rid there, but for someone who insists on promoting the most dogshit comedians in America on his podcast, Rogan, any of them get their flowers when he's in the sea. Rogan's the John Wick of comedy assassins. He's the queen bee of the hive. The tallest, funniest comedian alive. So we went to Brian Callen. Rogan changed.
I want to give you a compliment. Longo, who doesn't give compliments? I don't know where he says, you're dying the whole time.
Yeah. And I love it. Guys have the stress factor. Jake Matthews, I'm very high on this kid. Yeah.
Rogan and Callen have been friends since he likes to shut him down. If that were Shane Gillis, he'd be giggling and smiling like a high school cheerleader crushing it. And I've heard people say this so many times. Sure, and Callen must have something over keep getting invited back on for the Fight Companions. I mean, Brian even had his own appearance on JRE a couple of weeks ago to promote his comedy mothership appearance and the recording of his latest comedy special. So they must have a compromising video, 300 pages of evidence, or something to keep getting the royal treatment from Rogan. And just in case you didn't know, Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in history. Brian Callen's also in the top 5 most frequent guests, yet in almost every single Fight Companion, they're the weakest link, and know it too.
I remember Matt Serra when he fought Matt Hughes. And Matt Serra dropped him.
And I did drop him. Let's talk about that.
Can we talk about that?
I wanted, every time I hear him say this, it was a headbutt. My head hit him. The head connected. He was still standing.
Look at that head. That head. I said that head hit Tower 7. He collapsed.
When my head touched his chin, my hand went.
Yes, it was both. It was certainly both, but it was definitely your head hit.
Yeah, but I feel
you 100% correct. Look, Matt, he did call. He's coming back. He looks really good. Who's coming back? Matt. No, I don't mean fighting. No. I mean coming back from it, you know, and so his recovery.
Pressing.
I don't know what happened. Anyway, son. What do you do? Jesus, man, can't ask questions. Jesus Christ.
It's a trade check like it's Looney Tunes.
Maybe somehow he gets information on
There's a match to have some awesome guests on here, companions like ex-fighters or even former MMA degenerates who can't seem to capitalize on the Rogan bump. It's insane how shit their podcast numbers are, especially when all alone in a studio looking into a camera with speaking of, let's get to Brendan being an absolute fucking ass. And let me just say up front, get it, Brendan cops a lot of shit. Some people think it's bullying. For me, I see it as a public source. In fact, even the first judge in his lawsuit who lower court described videos shitting on Brendan Shaw as being heavily in the public interest. Thank you, B. But the thing that people seem to forget is that your boy does it to himself. He tries to attack up, backfiring on him. I mean, on what planet did Bubba think it would be a good out for being a poser? Bro lives in the glassiest of houses.
Rato's busted up on his right eyebrow. Yeah. Joe, you know, it was one of my favorite moments when you guys, when you had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt. What is he on? I'm like, yes, he goes, and then my favorite goes, I bow hunt. I went, thank you. I love, because I saw Joe go, I saw Joe go, do you? No, what kind of bow do you use? I think he did. I just never forget my bow. But I'm a fanatic. I shoot archery every day. Yeah, they should shoot bows and arrows. He does. There's a video of him. Has. No. He definitely has. Any laser tag. He definitely hunts pigs. He lives on an island infested with wild pigs. He does. I've seen videos of them doing it. It's just someone gives him a bug. He doesn't care.
Rogan was real quick to defend his billionaire oligarch. I'll come back to Brendan in just a moment, but he was right when Zuck 2.0 tried to bring up his bow hunting exploits with Rogan. It ended up falling flat on its face, which honestly I'm here for. These are the JRE moments I enjoy the most, when the rich and famous corporate overlords come onto JRE to reinvent their image, but completely.
You do wind up eating that meat from the animal there, one of the animal died. Like, you put it all together. Like, oh, this is where meat comes from. Yeah. Which is another reason why things have become sort of a energy is not necessary anymore to acquire meat. Actually pull the trigger, cut it up, butcher it, cook it. You knew what you were.
That's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of version of it.
You want to put it that way. Yeah. If you're just trying to get meat, it's not the most effective. The most effective is certainly a rifle.
Yeah, no, I'm mostly rate is so much higher, but it's but yeah, another.
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh, I didn't get to do it this season, but compound bow that I got strung to my draw length.
Who coached you?
A bunch of the guys who help run security around the range. Bro was planning that moment for months, only to come on and completely bomb, but fired over that one. But now that Dana White's bored of Meta, Joe's got to bend over and, to support the cause. However, we can't let Brendan off the hook here, because later on he would also become a bomb expert when he tried to flex his vehicles on Rogan, completely forgetting that Rogan has some Tesla Model S. And just like Zuck, Brendan had been for this moment for months. Finally, Rogan acknowledged his shitty little YouTube channel that hasn't broken 10 called Drive Fast or Get It Out as Toontown, but Brendan allegedly received a seasoned assist from Disney, so he changed Fast All Gas, which makes more sense when you read it as an acronym.
Is that your shirt? Drive Fast All Gas? Bro, where's mine? I don't know. I like the way it looks. What does it say in the back? Anti-electric. Out there. Your electric vehicle is. I'm
a little jealous. I'm not in the car. Like my thing was, I'm so angry at who's trying to ban combustion engines. Like it had so much anger, but Austin, it's kind of believing. Good. Tesla's factory here. I know. And there's not one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the Fighter and the Kid logo all over it. Just drive around town like a pariah. Let's go, baby.
There you go. Confirmation from the man himself that he's moving to Austin. Say less. Our predictions from my post last week are starting to come true one by one. All of the above will happen. But like Brian was just saying there, Rogan recently took the custom-tuned Tesla Model S from Unplugged performance, and in another gift from the internet gods, offering the car to Rogan's house, but they were so focused on Rogan that they forgot to show us the car. I feel like I'm watching a guy trying to sell a car and the buyer isn't completely sold. Why is cameraman more focused on Joe's legs than the car? The cameraman is definitely getting replaced after all them comments. Terrible cameraman. Next time, give us a clear 360 of the car, please. I felt it was needed in the video, and we never got it. The build and the whole reveal has been a mess. Show off the damn car and all the parts, and hire a proper social media manager for fuck's sake. Joe's legs are made out of carbon fiber. For fangirling over Road legs, they ended up posting a comment addressing all the backlash. We appreciate the constructive criticism on wanting more footage of the car in a 360 view. The last thing we want to do is not showcase Joe's epic custom build as fully as possible. We have more footage and will release another edit that shows the car more clearly as a response to the comment requests. We'll also aim to improve 360 capture of our vehicles in future videos. For this particular video, we shot with Joe in one take quite rapidly, so as a result, the content capture with Joe was raw and imperfect, yet still greatly enjoyable to us. We hope to our viewers too. Okay, seriously, who the fuck wrote that? That sounds like something out of a drive fast old gas video. And why is Bubba promoting his car brand when the last time he posted was over 4 months ago? With all honesty, I'm so Brendan's Austin, Texas. If you thought Tony Hinchcliffe's boots were cringe, wait until you see Bubba when he settles into his new digs up the road from. He's going to become a gun expert, buy a Cybertruck, and try to pierce it with a bow and arrow. And Jim will start posting barbecue videos. It'll be a peach's delight. Just don't have to point out where Texas is on a map.
You're the first find the main card, you're there to finish. Well, also, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's in Australia, home country, the whole deal. That's where he's from, right? You have to have your hometown boys when you have a fight on a card in the motherland. That's why poor Strickland going back there. Yeah, but Strickland is from South Africa. It's kind of neutral ground. Same area. It's pretty close. But you know what? It's totally close. Closer than Vegas where Strickland is. Yeah, not much.
Brendan really has absolutely no geographical awareness of the world around him.
I believe they're on opposite sides of the globe.
They are. It's like this, right? Yeah. It's like this. Yeah. Santa lives here.
And yes.
Polar bears live here. Yeah. So I had to eat my polar bear, so he's up here. That's how you remember it. Yeah. Polar bears are down here. Yeah.
Why do they show polar bears at the?
Because polar bears are in the Arctic.
Yes.
And the Arctic would be the North Pole, and Antarctica is the South Pole. Make sure I'm right about that.
I think we all learned something here today.
Where's the North Pole?
The North Pole is the Arctic, and the Antarctic and the South Pole is the Antarctic.
The Arctic is the center of the North Pole. Okay. So the Arctic is the North Pole, where Santa lives.
South Pole, as I said.
So Santa lives in the Arctic.
The amount of
why is it important? Let me ask you this: why is it important to know where Australia? No, this specific. Why is it important to know where Africa?
How long was it?
2 seasons.
You enjoyed doing it?
Yeah, it's fun. Season 1 we went to Asia forever, and then season 2 we went to Europe, Africa.
You went to Africa?
Well, just for one look. We were in Morocco.
Jesus Christ, dude.
People say Africa like it's a country. I do it too all the time.
Africa is a country.
That's a continent, though, yeah. So, like, Egyptians are technically African. Moroccans are. Everybody's claiming Africa, but it's so many different places. I know. Hey guys. No, that's different. No, but it's not a continent. The whole continent is North America, though.
said that Brendan needs to get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible, but to be honest, that's the safest place for him. Imagine if he had a real job that people relied upon to live. We can check in on him and make him still safe and not hurting anyone, you know? It's like those parents that would rather their teenage kids drink at home rather than going out and get up to no good. Better do a house where it's safe. But like I've been saying, I am so ready to embark on this journey with Brendan from LA to Austin, even though he probably has no idea how far apart they are or where they're located on a map. Brendan's determination not to quit is only matched by his stupidity and lack of self-awareness. I honestly think he's going to and try to make his way onto the stage at the mothership, and if he somehow gets a spot Tony as a guest on the panel, that would literally drop the video covering the episode till Tony with Shane Gillis, Mike Norman and Ari Shafir. So make sure a video up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only give though. Hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the
Black guys like anime.
That's not true.
Not all black guys.
I've never met a black guy about me either.
I don't think it's any of that. I think he's on our line and it becomes a women. For sure, show your phone up on the podcast.
On my phone.
Slap me. Slap me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, dude. When has that ever happened? When has that ever happened?
Oh, you may not have those.
When has that ever can happen? That's great. And I'm going to slap the person calling me.
Slap him.
Slap my wife. I'm going to slap Don.
No, don't slap the dog. Slap him.
If podcasting is an art form, it's the Leonardo da Vinci of the industry. A Renaissance man in every facet, from his days as a high receiving no college athletic scholarship offers, instead paying his way into college where he would go on to be undrafted in the 2006 NFL draft, and then getting released from the Utah Blaze in the Arena Football League without making the roster. Forced into retirement at the age of 20, then went on to train in boxing and Purdue, eventually making his way to UFC 2 years later, where he would flourish in the heavyweight division, losing 4 of his last 6 fights, 3 of which by knockout. However, after close friend and podcasting legend Joe Rabbi, Brendan would seize the opportunity to retire from the sport and take his talent on stage and into the studio. A polymath, Brendan would contradict all the haters and soy boys who laughed at him instead of with him, securing his first comedy special on Showtime just 4 years into his career as a stand-up comic. But with an IMDb rating of 1.4 stars out of 10, Brendan found himself, do I apologize to the comedy world and open a gym back in Colorado, lead a quiet life, raising a small family, attending all their baseball games and all my athletic knowledge and abilities to a new generation? Or do I carry on unscathed, push through all the hate, and prove to the world that I belong on stage, making people laugh? Naturally, Brendan chose the latter option, continuing his comedy career and released on YouTube 3 years later, titled Gringo Puppy, a clip, and he's also a father, so that would make him the white daddy? I think that's right. Hey, fuck you guys, it's funny, alright? Anyway, sorry, where was I? Oh, so Gringo Puppy ended up with an even lower rating of 1.1 out of 10, making it the worst comedy special released in history, paper at least. Luckily though, Brendan is himself as a bit of a business shark, always had a backup plan. You see, Bubba talks for a living, and thanks to his close relationship with superstar comedian and legend Joe Rogan, Brendan was an early adopter of the podcasting format with The Fighter and the Kid, which was a joint effort between himself and Hollywood extra Brian Callen. Shaw would also spread his talents across other podcasting ventures, including a 3-year thing with widely loved comedian and podcaster thing, which turned into The Golden, as well as his own solo podcast, The Shaw Show, both of which are still in production extraordinarily poor performance. Meanwhile, Theo Von's solo podcast adventure has gone on to perform amongst the best podcasts in the world. And so this would become a theme for Brendan Shaw. His extraordinarily poor performance in any facet would see him become frustrated with the world around, resulting in some of the most embarrassing scandals on the internet, from drug walks gone wrong to 300 pages of missing evidence to hundreds of thousands of dollars wasted on beast lawyers pursuing unwinnable lawsuits. Brendan went from high school athlete to UFC heavyweight to stand-up comedian to a massive fucking lolcow podcaster who can barely string a sentence together. I think he's a car guy as well. For some of you, this might be news. For others, this story is all too familiar. You see, a man of many talents, an athlete, a thinking man, a beast of a baseball dad. But where Joe Rogan has flourished with his down-to-earth, relatable character who asks his guests the questions Brendan doesn't have access to. So, it's up to him and his co-hosts and English these days to provide the hot takes and analysis on topics that all of them know absolutely fuck all about. Brendan calls this the deep dive.
You did. I know you like these deep dives.
Yeah, that's why we wake up and like a deep dive on this stuff.
Yeah, I gotta get some.
I've covered many a deep dive on this channel, most recently from Lawyer.
Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whatever they're gonna find you, whatever he's gonna, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, even if in the retrial or whatever it is in even the appeal.
And after butchering Conor McGregor's recent civil lawsuit loss, where Brendan repeatedly displayed his lack of knowledge on complex legal matters, he recently went on to counsel McGregor in his business affairs as well.
So his nut is this every month, and he can't get out of those. And those boats, and again, unless he paid all cash, which hopefully he did for all this, so he doesn't have a big, huge nut every month, but chances are he didn't pay all cash. So his nut, just based off what we see online, is a few $1 million a month. Taken care of from the nut he was getting every month. Most of that was taken care of from the money he was getting from Proper 12. That covers my nut every single month. So your nut of making $10 million a month to zero.
So to clarify for those of you who have no idea what in the fuck he's talking about there, when you're rich and you can't beat the allegations, you have less money, so you can't afford to continue living the high life. Those are the basic nuts and bolts of it. But it was this past week where we really saw Brenda go off the deep end with his take on the healthcare CEO shooter, where true to form, he identified with the CEO and not the shooter. Now, all jokes aside for a moment, because this is actually a fascinating look into this guy's brain. And just to cleanse the palate and set the tone, let's look at two from people who have managed to successfully read the room to the CEO shooter situation, pair it to Brendan's breakdown.
You know what's annoying me about this kid who killed this CEO is none of these news programs are talking about the incredible lack of empathy from the general public about this because of how these insurance companies treat people when they are at their most vulnerable after we've all given them our money every month, and now we finally need you, and all you do is deny us. And then these police and all of these things are taking the pictures of their CEOs off their websites. I got to be honest with you, okay? I love that the CEOs are fucking afraid right now. You should be. By and large, you're all a bunch of selfish, greedy pieces of shit, and a lot of you are mass murderers. You just don't pull the trigger. That's why it looks clean. That's why these people look, oh my God, he was just, walking into a hotel. It's like, okay, well, what was his job? What did he do? What was the results of it?
Well, Jamie and I were just talking. They think they have a photo of the guy who whacked that insurance CEO.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Yeah, they think they have a photo of his face now.
Oh, they do, huh?
Well, I would think
from around time, or they picked it up later?
I think, there's cameras everywhere. Yeah. If I had to guess, some guy got. Apparently, that company is really bad. Buying claims, 34% denial rate. So normal's like 16. Yeah. So those guys. I don't think anybody's gonna be crying too hard over that guy. Maybe his family, but that dirty business. The business of insurance is
The moment where the stakes are high, the tension between rich and poor is on a knife, and the social contract is hanging by a thread, Bill Burr managed to capture the thoughts of the masses without inciting violence, without condoning murder, and without spreading hatred. He simply said quiet bit out loud in the most Bill Burr way possible. Joe Rogan and his guests so understood the underlying tension and the everyday person. Brendan Schaub, on the other hand, had a much simpler explanation. Nothing to do with politics or sociology, no accounting for cost of living pressures or economic conditions. See, our boy Bubba understands these things at level. He put himself in the health. We've seen Brendan the business shark, Brendan the accountant. Now we have Brendan the criminal psychologist. Hey, real quick, how many chicks you guys fucked?
Clearly, this kid, smaller kid, wicked smart kid, clearly his hero's the Unabomber, but Ted Kaczynski. But apparently his family, he became estranged from his family. He got a back injury, like a really bad back injury, and they did surgery, I guess, and it didn't help. And since then, it just mentally broke him. And I guess he was saying, like, he can't have any physical contact with women because his back's so filled up. Like, he can't have, so that just drove him crazy.
Look at that. Are those really his screws?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, those are the biggest screws I've ever seen in my fucking life. What's going on there? What is that? Hold on. I don't believe that's a real picture.
So, but back to him, apparently this kid did that. It never got fixed, so he's in agonizing pain all the time and couldn't be intimate women, and it drove him crazy. Like, legit crazy. So he didn't speak to his family for at least a year. His friends and family on his social media reached out, like, hey, best friends, like, hey, man, try and plan the wedding. What's going on? Get back to us. He's in Hawaii. I know people that have those huge screws.
The football and stuff
like that. And sometimes that's why they get away with it. It helps. Yeah, sometimes it helps. Yeah. But for him, it didn't take. Who knows what happened?
God.
Who knows if it was a botched surgery?
That looks like a joke. I mean, I can't believe it.
I'm sure there's other ways you can deal with it. You know, the stem cells, down to Tijuana. That CEO would probably still be alive if this kid went down to Tijuana.
What I heard is, like, I don't know how he injured his back, but he tried to go surfing afterwards, and then it was just, he was in pain for like weeks after.
But apparently he got a really bad frame.
But that's why he got the surgery.
Tell his buddies, like, dude, I can't have sex. Like, it hurts too bad. Like, I can't be intimate with women.
I think that he might have just gone crazy. There's a thing. Young people, young men, schizophrenia and stuff like that kicks in their 20s.
See, I don't think that's here.
I don't think it's the drugs.
I don't think it's any of that. I think he's under a lot of pain, and then when it becomes the women.
It says he had pain for years, but it didn't say exactly how he got it.
That revealed he had been dealing with severe back then. Make you crazy and just be like, and everything's dark, like this world, and then you can't hook up with chicks. So then you would call him an incel, right? Usually incel, because it's not that he hated women. Clearly, women like him, you just can't bust nut.
So that's a good looking boy right there. Okay.
Fucking brilliant. Honestly, when I heard this for the first time, I paused and I thought to myself, we do to deserve such high-grade podcast slop. Our boy Buppa's got it all figured out. Despite the protests of his producer and co-host, it had nothing to do with the manifesto found with the guy or the socio-economic climate. And sure, this kind of shit builds up over a long period of time with various factors involved. I mean, it's a complex situation with a lot of moving parts. I'm sure you've all heard this by now, but the healthcare company the CEO was in charge of had the worst policy payout ratio in the entire industry. But not for Brendan. It's a busted nut. Fucking amazing. That has to be one of the most redacted takes I've ever heard come out of his mouth. I mean, that's the kind of explanation you'd expect from a middle schooler joking around with his buddies, not a 41-year-old baseball dad of the year. However, as per usual, things got worse. And can I just say, what's with this endless fuss these days with SA in prisons? First, we heard Andrew Schultz fantasizing about it over Kendrick Lamar, and now our boy Bubba has let his own prison fantasy slip.
This kid had a crazy IQ as well, so I'm sure he related to the Unabomber in that sense. And then you have this super dark night, he's hurt, and then he can't bust nuts, an attractive dude. So I guess you roll up on it.
But to kill someone? Come on, dude. I mean, if I'm like in insane, crazy pain, guess who I'm gonna kill?
Your dog.
Myself.
Yeah.
Or the doctor that put the
No.
No. You to end the pain, because
I could see that
for
happen.
him, your pain's gonna get worse, dude. Also, that CEO had nothing to do with your back.
You're f***ing with that guy's family too. Everyone that loves him, like,
can't do that to someone.
Also, that guy's not recommending that doctor. It had nothing to do with the screws.
No, he's just
But also, dude, you come from money. So there's other avenues you could have took to figure this back pain out. Your back pain's gonna be so bad in prison. You know what the beds are like at Pelican Bay, son?
God, yeah, I was gonna say.
They're not memory foam, bud. You know?
You're not gonna have some posturepedic back pain.
Oh, you think you have back problems now? You just pulled landscaping duty, bud. You know? That's how that goes.
And also, I'll get ripped in jail. He's a good-looking guy. That's gonna give him crazy back pain if he's gonna get hurt.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, you have to lay down.
Nobody when they're taking you from behind, nobody's going, "You back okay on this?" It's just
No, not prison. No, they're not gentlemen. You have to lay down. There's limp fish. He's bad. You know, and then you get that label. You already have mental issues.
Goddamn.
And you're limp fish in prison.
It's gonna be a bad time for him.
His back's gonna get pulled, man.
Yeah,
They might fix it. Because he has a pinched nerve. He's got to wiggle that bad boy out. Boy, with the holes on the train. Wiggle it out.
Yep, all you got to do is wiggle it out, B. Thank you. But like I was saying, it's interesting to see how none of them understood the connection between the actual CEO that got shot and the company he worked for compared to the entire healthcare industry. Not to mention the shooter was apparently just getting started. And as usual, the comment section did not disappoint. Mixed in with all the paid bots were some clearly agitated listeners. Hearing Brendan speak about this shooter is hilarious. The horrible take, the continued use of the word compromised, and the mispronunciation of all the words. I love this. Thank you, Brandon. Do they all have CTE? Their take on Luigi is embarrassing. So many minutes wasted because these guys don't even know why Luigi killed the CEO. You know Brendan comes from money because he's been able to go this far in life dressing and having the mindset of a middle schooler. Even if you don't agree, it's easy to understand why he did it. Brendan and Brian missed the point so hard because they're so out of touch in their little bubble. Totally misses the point of why Luigi shot the CEO of United Health. Crazy. So you'd think that after trying to milk the CEO shooter story over the last, with special thumbnails and everything, they have actually done some and understood the motives of the alleged shooter, other than needing to bust out. But as usual, they misread the room and came up with the most dog shit take possible. And the funny thing is, Brendan wasn't trying to be funny. He was actually being serious. He figured it all out. But there is one grace about Mr. Schaub. He has a tendency to blurt out the truth from time to time. We all know he has a track record of lying through his teeth about almost everything. Remember when he said this earlier this year in an interview?
From the outside looking in, I mean, we're not in your head. From the outside looking in, but you mentioned at the very beginning, broad shoulders. You can just like sweep it off and on to the next thing. Let's keep it going. Unlike anybody I really have ever seen.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. My dad just work ethic. So I hate all our friends who say, whatever shop brought a professional athlete's work ethic to a podcast or to stand up, and now with the cars and watch out. It's like, no, that's not a professional athlete's work ethic. There's some I've been with UFC fighters and players that have a work ethic. They're just so talented they get away with it. So that doesn't work for me. The work ethic it's across all boards. That work ethic came from my dad. My dad, blue collar, self-made. So when I was young, he taught me the work ethic. So no matter what I'm doing, whether I was a janitor for a short period of time when I was young, I was the best janitor there was. I was there early, stayed late. Like it's just a work ethic. So wherever you put me at, that work ethic isn't going to change. So whether it's in the car business, fighting, podcasting, stand-up, that work ethic is who I am.
First we had Brendan the lawyer, then the shark, then the accountant, and now the criminal scientist. But now we also have Brendan the janitor.
Did you say your first job was a janitor?
I was a janitor.
Like mopping floor?
Cleaning the bathroom. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl up, so I quit. And it was when the Broncos were in the Super Bowl, and I kept getting in trouble because if I can't clean the bathroom, I'm like, no doubt. And you know that I sent candy back in the day.
Yeah.
I used to grab a handful of Twizzlers, go in the bathroom, grab all the old truck and car magazines, and just sit there for hours reading the magazine. Yeah. And then finally, someone was like, "Where the?" Yeah. I had to pick the cigarettes out of the ashtray every morning. have to get at 5 a.m.
What was your first job, eh?
At McDonald's.
No way!
Hang on. I got fired because they wouldn't give me the Super Bowl off, so I quit? Huh? Bro, you can't even go one sentence without lying. These are what I like to call the confessions of a degenerate mind. If you give him enough rope, he'll let the truth slip out from time to time, and it's almost completely involuntary. We may not know how this all ends for Brendan Shaw. What you can count on is that I'll be here to document it in forensic detail. So make sure you go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
I don't have to tell you this. Everybody's got an opinion, and they love to be able to tell you what their opinion about you is, right? And it can be flat out hurtful at times. You have to have the thickest skin out there.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused. Whether you're guilty or not, whether they find you guilty or not, whatever they're gonna find you, whatever he's gonna, appeal this, whatever the end of the verdict is, whatever it is, even if in the retrial or whatever, in the word of my appeal, even the appeal.
Bro, you just said the word. How did you forget it that quick?
Not a lawyer. I don't know if you guys know this. Not a lawyer. I have CT, probably. Not gonna lie to you.
Watching Brendan Shaw try to reinvent himself every couple of years is like watching a baby never learn to walk. Full marks for effort, but 0 marks for execution. And while he ruined the towel in his stand-up comedy career at the beginning of this year, the unintentionally offers every week on his podcast keeps us coming back for more. 250 local business is booming this year. I saw the thumbnail and title of the latest episode of The Shaw Show. I laughed so hard that a little bit of pee came out. Conor McGregor trial for dummies. And the thumbnail has the Learning Made Easy trademark for dummies. But the funniest part is they're not leaning into it. They're actually being serious. Brendan and his producer, Chin, really thought they could give us a legal breakdown of the McGregor trial and help to educate all of us casuals on how Irish legal system works and shed some light on all the little nuances that the lawyers, jury, and judge got wrong. Because being miles away in a podcast studio gives you the best vantage point when it comes to analyzing all the facts and evidence. For dummies, by dummies. Nailed it. And honestly, who better than Brendan, the business shark Shaw, to break down a complicated legal case for us? This is the guy who didn't know he was suing a YouTuber for copyright infringement until over 18 months into the case. He actually thought it was a defamation case, so his lawyers had to get him to sign a declaration that he understood the difference between copyright and defamation, and then submit it to the court. But not only that, he lost the case to a degenerate live streamer who was representing himself, or as Brendan likes to call it, pro bono. Now you can start to see why I got so excited to hear Bupper's breakdown of this lawsuit.
I don't want to say it's not a thing, but the Conor McGregor being accused of assaulting a woman, it was not. It's not big news here unless you're kind of a hardcore, you know what's going on. But as far as like on mainstream media, it's not here. And I've been getting so many DMs and emails like, dude, what do you think of this Conor stuff? And man, is everyone freaking out in America? I'm like, dude, when I say it's not a thing here, the public didn't get freaking privy to it till he actually got convicted of assault. And it was like a ticker on the bottom of ESPN. I'd say 98% of America, this was going on. Because over in Ireland, over in Europe, this is like mainstream paparazzi. If people follow it day by day, it's a big deal over there. I thought that was going on, but for the rest of, especially casuals, had no clue. Like my dad, he saw the ticker at the bottom, was like, Conor McGregor found guilty of, aggravated assault. He's like, what? Are you kidding me? I was like, you didn't know what's going on? I'm like, oh, buddy. Do you have time to chat? This is going to be a deep dive. It's also important to remember this is
And wouldn't absolutely this breakdown by saying Conor McGregor was found guilty of assault, only to be corrected by his producer Chin, who's also a non-redact, yet still understands the difference between a civil and criminal trial. Throughout the whole 40-minute breakdown, Brendan would refer to the civil court's finding that McGregor is liable for SA as being guilty, which made no time, but the arrogance on display from Alabama cannot be ignored. Of course, he's in a unique position with his ear to the ground on such matters. He's been following this closely, his ties to the UFC and his dedication to covering all things MMA in a timely and considered manner. There's one unique factor that apparently qualifies him as an expert on this particular legal matter, and it's his relationship with Brian. Never has there been a media that threw more people under the bus every week for absolutely mean in a moment. So not only is he part of the 2% of Americans that actually knew about this case, he ain't just some casual who regurgitates what he hears from so-called ex. Surely Brendan did his own due diligence, right?
So I've done, tried to do these experts chimed in on it. I was in other podcasts. When you talk about this stuff, it's tough, especially coming from my experience where, oh boy, it's tough because when I hear this from perspective, I have a very close friend, my best friend, who was falsely accused of, and it ruined his life. My friend Brian Count was one of the good guys that suffered from this, and Brian's a fighter, and you know, he won't speak on it too much, but really messed him up financially. Has to tour every weekend just to make ends meet, and that's not how this is supposed to go. The way comedy should work is a guy at his level should be able to maybe do one show a month, or you know, pick and choose when he's on the road, because he's putting the work for 30 years in the clubs, in the theaters, in podcasting. He's put in all the work where at his age, he should be on the road all the time. He should be enjoying the fruits of his labor and raising his children and doing what he wants to do and doing spots around town. And all that was taken away from him with a simple tool. No evidence, zero evidence, no trial, nothing. Just boom. Hearsay. She said, he said. I know the details. It's not my job to speak on it, nor do I have that authority. You know, that's Brian's thing. I know the exact details, and it's awful what happened. Awful. Ruined his life. Brian does his best, and he does a show. So if you want to support Brian, I take you to a show. I take you to a show. Watch his podcast. I'm obviously gonna have a different perspective on this stuff. Where when I hear this stuff, I go, I need to hear more of it. I think most people go, oh my God, Conor's a piece of shit. I knew this guy, this is terrible. Because of my experience, I go, I don't believe it. It's on the consumer to figure out and form your own opinion. Don't listen to certain journalists or MMA experts or personalities who despise Conor McGregor. They're going to be biased, and they can paint a picture that's probably can convince you otherwise. We can get into it, but I just want you guys to know where I'm coming from. I'm going to have a very different perspective because one of my closest friends, my brother, has gone through, not to this degree, but it took everything from him.
Just when everyone had started to forget about the allegations against Brian Callen, Bubba starts running his injected lips and reminds everyone about the multiple assault and harassment accusations against Brian over a space of nearly 20 years. And Brendan's done this so many times, he uses the people around him and blurts out details about their personal lives just so he has something to say. Most of the time, he doesn't actually have a point though. For example, he just tried to convince us that he's in an unbiased position relative to other commentators and McGregor haters because he's close to someone who was accused of similar acts but was unable to name despite trying to sue one of their husbands and failing. Honestly, it drives me nuts how often Brendan brings up Brian's allegations.
It drives me, Paul, if we're being honest, you leave this shit, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my, I know you can like this. I'm gonna look right. It drives me nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callan, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't fuck with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not mad, trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. Let's see at those places. Oh, they should be right now.
Yeah.
So if Brian's struggling financially, why doesn't Bubba just pay instead of rage crying over the allegations? If Brian Callen is struggling to make ends meet and has to actually work for a living like the rest of us instead of living off daddy's money like Bubba, what's wrong with that? Brian's in his late 50s. In fact, he's only a year older than Brogan. Plenty of people work into their late 50s, dude. Is it possible that Brian's just not that funny and can't sell out big enough venues to tour once a month? Now, wasn't Brendan the one who cancelled Brian by taking him off the podcast because of advertiser backlash when all the accusations came out? Where was the rage crying then, B? What are we doing? Anyway, let's get back to Brendan's lawsuit analysis.
This is so complicated. I've been following pretty closely. It's pretty complicated. Meaning, I can paint that will make you believe that Connor's completely innocent. I can do that pretty easily. I can also paint a picture where the listener is completely correct. Really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, pretty easily too. That's the problem with this. You can start with Connor. So when I tell you all this stuff, what I want you to do is, in the back of your mind, think, if this wasn't Conor McGregor, would this have any sort of validation? If it wasn't the most famous mixed martial artist of all time, if he wasn't the biggest name in UFC history, is this even, are you believing any of it? This is what, 2018? So he goes out, it's not out in the town, right? He gets texts and pictures from this woman who's accusing him of these acts. I'm talking pretty little pictures, pretty, things, stuff like that. She does have a boyfriend and she does have a child. So there's that, right? This is where you're just like, Jesus Christ, Connor is a party animal. This isn't like one night. This is a 2 to 3 day bender on cocaine and alcohol. 3 days, 2 to 3 days is insane. I've never done coke, so I guess you just go all night. I don't know how it works, but I guess that's what you do when coke. Chin's done it. Apparently they're partying, they're doing their thing, and her claim is then Connor forcibly held her down and had his way with her. During all this, she's texting her boyfriend, lying to her boyfriend, her whereabouts, who she's with. She didn't mention Connor or anything like that. There's CCTV, so in the hotel, that shows her after the time when she said she was, assaulted, that she is hugging Connor, kissing Connor, taking drinks, convincing other people leaving the party to stay and party more. Apparently she saw some therapist that said, no, it's just a delayed reaction, and that's PTSD. That's tough for me to believe. So she went to the hospital. I think she went to the clinic, and the bruises on her arms and legs and body, you're like, we've never seen anything this bad. That's not good. That's not good. I think that's ultimately what convinced the jury that Connor's kind of at least liable for some of the damages. And now remember, he wasn't found guilty of he was found guilty, I think, of assault.
Okay, so Brendan brings up some valid points there around credibility. However, these days in courtrooms around the world, especially cases of this nature, there's no generally accepted standard of behavior for an alleged victim. A lot of the things that Brendan pointed out are irrelevant when judges and juries are determining whether or not consent was given. However, this is the most important detail that they missed, and honestly, this is why guys like Brendan and Chin shouldn't really be talking about this shit or giving their opinions. Connor was not found guilty of anything. It was a civil case. Connor is an innocent man in the eyes of the law. He was found liable for SA, resulting in an award of damages to the plaintiff of around $250,000 US. Someone who claims to have been all over this case and followed the beginning, listening to expert analysis and various breakdowns on different podcasts, he understands the simplest legal terminology. It kind of makes sense, though, why he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees himself without show except for a judgment against him. I thought he was a numbers guy.
Here's where it's tough to defend Connor. For her, this is not a money play. Now, this is over a 6-year period where she's been harassed. She had to move houses. Apparently, some people broke in her house, threatened her and her boyfriend, right? So there's all that stuff. Apparently, Connor's team offered her a settlement. She refused it because she wants justice. That's the real how true that is. So apparently, Connor's team went, hey, we don't need to go to all trial. Here's the settlement. So that's over a 6-year period. She only got, I think, awarded like basically $275,000 in American dollars, which might cover lawyer fees. So we say it's a money play. There's not much money here, and it changes her life forever. Because who would sign up for all this trauma, all this stuff nonstop? And it's not like she got $50 million, $10 million, even $1 million.
He was asking for 1.7, $1 million in loss of earnings, or $750K for rehousing, because as you brought up, her house was broken into.
But the court just awarded her $275,000.
Correct, yeah. Which, and to your point, there wasn't even a guarantee that she was going to get that. Had she lost, she would have had to pay Connors. So, to your point about taking a settlement, that versus the gamble of going to trial, not only not getting what you're asking for, but potentially having to pay money. So, to your point of why even go through all that.
I honestly think she's like that's what I thought.
That he was fun. He was of sound mind. He was totally with it. When the other Rabbi realized this,
seriously though.
Okay, so everything they all just said there is almost entirely wrong. First of all, the damages order that got handed down by the court does not include legal costs. So Brendan's theory that a lot of the money will just cover her legal fees is complete bullshit. There will be a separate costs hearing to determine how the legal bills are split up. But generally in these cases, the defendant who lost would have to pay all of the plaintiff's legal fees. However, there is a possibility that she could have to pay Connor's legal fees even though she won, and it's all to do with the fact that Connor offered a settlement that she rejected. Basically, when you're in a civil dispute and the defendant offers you, the plaintiff, a settlement and you reject it, but then you go on to win the case at trial and the damages you're awarded are less than the previous settlement offer, the court could order you to pay all the defendant's legal fees from the time you rejected that settlement. This is called the Calder Bank mechanism, and it exists to encourage parties to settle out of court and take pressure off the court system. And it makes sense, right? If you reject a decent settlement offer and then the court awards you less damages than that settlement, well, then you've just wasted everyone's time and money. That's why the woman in this case could actually end up going broke, even though she won. And I actually think this is a possibility because if you're in McGregor's position, right, and you've got a woman coming after you, she was asking for $7 billion initially. Connor said that he's earned over $650 million in career earnings. So I can see how his settlement offer could have been well over the $250K figure she was awarded by the court. In that case, she would then be liable for all of Connor's legal fees, after the date she rejected the offer, even though she won. I guess that reinforces Brendan's point, though, that she wasn't in it for the money and that she just wanted to clear her name and get some justice. We'll have to wait and see.
It almost sucks to say it. The UFC's moved on. Gone. They have. Me and Case love to see him fight. A lot of people, he hasn't fought since 2016. UFC's flourishing. UFC did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Kurt has not fought since he broke his leg, 2021. But yeah, he's a good win. I think I said he hasn't fought since 2016. I mean, he hasn't had a win.
Fuck me dead. Even when Brendan corrects himself, he's still wrong. Connor beat Donald Cerrone in 2020, dude. Bob is such a casual. Seriously. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed my breakdown of Brendan Schaub's breakdown of the Conor McGregor lawsuit. Make sure you go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello, kids. Monday morning. It is 8:52 a.m. here Pacific time on this chilly SoCal morning. How's everybody doing? Right. Let's forget I can't hear you guys. If you want mine, bud, but it better be one-on-one. Don't do that de-Stockton stuff where you jump guys. And if you do decide to jump me, it better be more than 4 to 5.
Brendan Schaub is back at making headlines for all the wrong reasons. What started out as a seemingly genuine effort to bring attention to a progressive degenerative disease that he suffers from himself, commonly known as CTE, or as Brendan likes to call it, SAT, or just CT, it ended up turning into a back and forth between him and Nate Diaz on Twitter. But now your boy took it a step further and delivered a staggeringly redacted hit piece on The Schaub Show, rife with all of our favorite Schaubisms. And I don't usually say this often, but working on these clips for you guys from Brendan's epic meltdown today was some of the most enjoyable work I've ever done on this channel. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love slogging it through all the podcast cringe slop for you guys day in, day out, but every now and then I kind of feel like, you know what, this one's for me. This is the cream on top. It was honestly like a Shakespearean soliloquy. It had all our favorite Schaubisms throughout. He almost started rage crying at several points, and he mispronounced all of our favorite words with the skill and precision of a surgeon performing surgery after 20 beers. But this isn't the first time our boys had a public meltdown all alone, by himself in his studio.
I remember Chin on Monday, I'll tell you about that. Steven Stewart guy went really bad on me. He was defending Dana, and he went dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will fuck you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Now here's the thing, in my opinion, Brendan's actually right about almost everything he says in this video. For 99.99% of the human population, love is a problem. But the way he gets so easily triggered by guys who have made a good living out of trolling people is absolutely fucking hilarious. See, your boys had it tough. Over the past decade, Bubba's been catching L's like a fat kid on prom night. Almost everything he's tried, he's failed at. But not like normal fails. I'm talking really public, embarrassing fails. Like Joe Rogan telling him he should quit fighting because he's not built for it anymore, live on a public broadcast, to then become one of the most widely ridiculed comedians in the world, and then getting dropped and ghosted by Theo Von, who went on to build one of the most wildly successful podcasts in the world, while Brendan was left to share the crumbs with a bunch of cancelled losers who get paid to laugh and be his friend. You guys know I could go on and on listing all of Bubba's seemingly endless failures, but that's not why we're gathered here today. I actually have a serious point on laughing at Brendan's on-air meltdown this morning, so stick around to the end where I'll look what's going on here.
I'm going to jump right into it. Some of you, especially the new viewers, they're probably tuning in. Oh, how's Brendan responding to Nate Diaz? Not a long rant here. I've never had issues with you guys.
So 4 minutes into the latest Schaub show, Brendan declared that he wasn't going to spend too long on this. It didn't really bother him anyway, you know, and he was only going to talk about it because his fans probably expected him to, as well as any new fans, of course, because we know Bubba's got such a big reach these days that he's always fielding new fans. But after making this declaration, he went into a uninterrupted rant, trying to convince us how tough he is and how he could easily snap Nate Diaz in half. Oh, and he doesn't care. None of this bothers him. Remember that. It's important. Luckily, though, he actually provided some context to this beef with Nate, which goes way back to 2017 when Conor McGregor fought Floyd Mayweather Jr., and I managed to find a clip of the interaction he's talking about here to give you the full context.
I don't know how long ago was that. I mean, when Conor fought Floyd, I was paid by Showtime. Look back around there. I was paid by Showtime to sell the public that Conor has a chance. Now, he was going to win, but he has a chance. That was my job. That's what I was paid for. I was the Conor expert. Still am. Love the guy, right? Hopefully he fights him. Probably not. So that was my narrative. And I was leaving after doing my job, and I was walking, and the entire arena is pro-Floyd, pro-thing. There was no familiar faces. So it's not awkward for me because my Showtime boys are there, Brian Daly, everyone's there. And walking back, and I see Nate, and I'm like, oh, thank God, another UFC guy. Alumni, yes. I go say what's up, and he'll just start talking. You know, his own insecurities. I don't know what's going on there. That was a weird one.
Remember your career?
Okay, whatever. Price 3 weeks before that, random Whole Foods was cool. So that's why I was like, yo, another, so you know, he's like rousing that cotton cold. All good. None of that bothers you.
Of course, none of this bothers your boy. That's why he decided to dedicate half his show to a single tweet from Nate Diaz. But as you could see from that interaction 7 years ago, Brendan was the one who walked away, saying he didn't have a problem with Nate, which, to be honest, was probably the mature thing to do and de-escalate the whole situation. Nate Diaz was probably just trying to be friendly or something. Who knows what guy's head. Anyway, so last week on the show, Brendan got all emotional when talking about his buddy's experience with CTE and how much it's affecting his life. This is where the whole Nate Diaz beef started up again.
I used to laugh. God, idiot. So we used to laugh because we'd get in our car and we wouldn't know how to get home. That was hard. We called each other and laughed.
I learned so much.
And thank God I'm all right, you know. Somewhat all right. I don't know. I talk for a living. I do a lot of creative stuff, which I think helps me delay whatever's headed my way. You know, but when I talk about fighter pay, compensation, there's not enough money in the fucking world.
I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential pain for the person to face when they are at the end of the journey of life.
Like it's a big band. These serious challenges and meeting basic everyday expenses like food, shelter.
I learned so much the truth is, I didn't take more than like a dog takes when it's grabbing water from the sea. Like a dog goes over to the river and starts drinking water.
So Brendan's heartfelt, emotional-filled dedication to his old sparring partner struck a chord with Nate Diaz, prompting him to share his thoughts on your boy's performance. He said, "Brendan, the big old is sure." Now, Brendan didn't like this, so he hit back with this. "Oh, buddy, I probably got 20 pounds on you, so not too far off. I'll snap your neck. Set up a grappling match and let me know how it goes for you. Have one of your handlers read this tweet and get back to me." Okay, just quickly, why does Nate have to let him know how it goes for him? Like, wouldn't Bubba be there too? Isn't he meant to be the opponent? I just feel like Brendan would already know the result, given he'd be the other guy in there. Anyway, sorry, I digress.
Driving my son to baseball practice, and a buddy, or maybe my brother, was like, "Oh God, here goes Nate Diaz again." I'm like, what? For what? And he put Brendan the big old D-shop with a crying emoji. Okay, and this, I assume, and those people tell me that it's in response to me getting emotional over my friend of 20 years.
Fuck me dead. Can somebody please explain to me, honestly, why does every Brendan Schaub story start with him either driving to or from baseball practice, or being at a baseball practice, or just being somewhere in the vicinity of a baseball game? I don't get it, B. We're in the thick of it now. Brendan's about to go into full flight and totally melt down over something that he clearly doesn't care about, right? But while you're watching, I want you to picture this. Just imagine that Chin forgot to press record and didn't realize until they got to the end of this rant. Imagine. See, that's the type of shit I think about. Best brains, B. Thank him. Wait, one more thing. If you put headphones on and listen real close, you can actually hear Chin breaking up as Brendan starts to heat up.
I don't get it. This whole... How honest do I want to be with you guys? This whole social media thing, like Brendan didn't tag me, Brendan the big old shop, crying emoji. Here's how I feel about it. This is just internet gossip, right? This gets him trending. He doesn't have a lot going on. Didn't get paid for the Masvidal fight. Probably doesn't know what he's going to do next. Connor, he's probably waiting on that. Connor's tied up with the TV right deal, so he's probably banking on that. He fought Masvidal, lost to Jake Paul, right? That's a big blow to his ego. So I guess he needs to do this to stay current. I retired 15 years ago, man. That being said, that's social media. This isn't real. Because here's what's real. I will fuck you up. That's real. I'm not asking for this. I don't want to fuck him up. I'm not trying to fuck him up. At the end of the day, if you walked in right now, I said, Chin, Case, can you guys leave? Only one of us is going to walk out unscathed. And it's me. Every fucking day of the week, 365 days a year, I will snap his neck. I know. What's his carrier code? 209? I know, 209. I get all that. Very cool. None of that is real. Oh, but he did great against Donald Cerrone. Did you see him? Leon Edwards. I get, dude, he's had some great fights. Tough dude. I don't give a I'm 245 pounds, trained black belt, top 10 UFC heavyweight in the world at one point. I'm not out of shape. I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to it. I know. I tell jokes. I do crazy. I made some mistakes. Oh, he got knocked out by Nogueira. He's in the trucks. I get all that. Firing the kids. Silly dude. I get all that. At the end of the day, the way this works, I'm not a civilian like the rest of his goons around him. I'm not this fake gangster. I don't go looking for fights. I know I'm tough. I don't have to get on Twitter and blast it out and prove it every day because I'm insecure because whatever shit he has going on with his childhood trauma. I don't have to do that. At the end of the day, I will twist your fucking neck off. Ask your boys. There's many of the guys that you fucks with that I've ruled with. Ask them how it went. Go ahead and ask them. Very close guys to you. Ask them how it went, bud. That's real. This isn't real.
Oh man, that was fucking poetry. A-grade podcast cringe slop, straight from the deep fryers. Thank him. Let's just quickly recap the highlights because that was jam-packed. What the fuck is unscathed? Is that some sort of jiu-jitsu move that Rogan taught him in the Mothership Green? Oh, hang on. Don't worry about that. Scratch that. What about Brendan's incredible ability to have a full conversation with himself? He's so good at it that he can anticipate what the other person would theoretically be saying. According to your boy, this is what Nate Diaz would be saying if he was there. Brendan tells jokes, he's made some mistakes, but he's also into trucks. He has a podcaster fighter and a kid, and he's a silly dude. Bro, what? No, wait. This takes the cake. There's many of guys that you fucks with. Oh, man, that's unbelievable. Seriously, what did we do to deserve this? Christmas came early this year, boys. It came early. Except we're not done yet, because, as usual, it got worse.
The difference between you and I, if you start crying because your brother USCT, the difference between you and I is if your brother, Chin's a brother to me, if your actual brother came out and started getting emotional, or if you started emotional about your brother's issues with CT and fighting and all this, because we know he has his issues, I would support you, even though you've been doing the entire time.
A few moments later.
The elephant in the room is guys do have some issues. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody. I feel like I don't. I don't know if you do. I'm not getting get on here and make fun of you. Know that. I don't know if your brother actually has it either. He has some issues. I don't know if it's from that. I don't know you guys well enough. But what I do know is you're not going to do shit. That I can guarantee you.
So after Bubba cooled down a bit, he tried to backpedal Nick Diaz having CTE. Amazing. How did he do it? We'll never know. But then he ramped up again. Seriously, this is the last clip I'm going to play for you guys before I explain what's really going on here in my opinion. But Brendan went on for almost 20 minutes uninterrupted. Like, dude, that's fucking wild. That is not normal, B. Imagine there's some random who clicked on his video and started watching, and this is what you saw.
It's all fake, bud. You're not fooling anybody. I've seen how the sausage is made. You're not tough to me. I know tough guys. Tough guys don't get on the internet and tweet at another grown man and beat the shit out of them. When they're crying, they get emotional because their friend of 20 years is having major issues, suicidal thoughts. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not some moron who buys into your tough guy name. I don't give a f. You're from Sacramento. That's your biggest thing? That's it? That's the narrative? I know tough guys from Sacramento. What are you going to do, Nate? What are you going to do? Volume punch me, motherfucker? That's what you're going to do? What are you going to do? Out-grapple me? In what consent? What world are you living in? This is the real world. You can show up with all your boys, do all that stuff. But what a real man will do is pull up one-on-one. I don't have a posse. I don't need one, bud. I'll drop my kid off at practice, roll over, twist your fucking neck off, and then pick him up just in time unscathed with a Diet Coke.
If you wanted to make me laugh, Papa, you got me. But can someone explain to me what suicidal thoughts are? Is that like a depressed Instagram model? And did you see his neck in those clips? Jeez, man, talk about breaking up. Anyway, let's just calm down for a minute, because this is where I wanted to get to. Here's the thing. You know, at the beginning when I was listing a few of Brendan's failures, how he can't stop catching L's, the bottom line is that I don't think he's in a good place. He's super emotional. He's having hot flushes. I mean, he was almost rage crying over a tweet from Nate Diaz. That is so fucking wild, man. Imagine being a 41-year-old dude with 3 kids sitting down and yelling into a camera for 20 minutes over a tweet. Seriously, 6 words and an emoji. All of this shit he's gone through over the years has taken its toll on him. That's why I don't think any of this had to do with CTE awareness or putting Nate Diaz in his place. Brendan's just a wreck. He needs to stop and get help and get as far away from a camera as possible. The worst part is, though, people were egging him on in the comments section. This is the "we like this side of Shaw" button. It's about time Brendan started sticking up for himself. I like this version of Shaw. Fucking right. Well said, Brendan. That's good Brendan finally stood up for himself. I wish he responded to everyone like this. It's about time Brendan starts to push back. Now, most of those were probably paid bots. It's strange to have that many likes but not many replies. And don't get me wrong, I said this at the beginning. Brendan's probably right. He would probably fold Nate in half if it came down to it in a one-on-one situation. I mean, Bubba's a big dude. But I think these meltdowns that he keeps having could get a lot worse if he doesn't get off the internet. He is way too sensitive for this shit. And I hate to be the one to say this, but he seems dangerously unstable. He's got all the embarrassment from the lawsuit, being caught lying on his podcast and forced by his lawyers to sign a document admitting that he lied and that he knows everything that's going on. Every month, it's something new with this guy, and when the money finally stops coming in, yeah, I don't want to think about the headspace he'll be in. So I'm happy to have a laugh at his on-air meltdowns with you guys, but beneath the surface, there's definitely some shit that needs to be addressed there, and the first step, in my opinion, is for him to just get off the internet and start rebuilding his life. Anyway, make sure you guys go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in my longer form uncensored content. There's plenty of other stuff on there covering Rogan, Kill Tony, various lawsuits, as well as other bits and pieces, and it's just a great way to support the channel. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I will catch you in the next one.
That's crazy. Why you do the 5 days? 2 days, 5 days. I don't know. They invited me to. I forgot. CD. I forgot. So the lawsuit thing. I'm sure it's a question. The lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, "Hey man, there's this guy on YouTube." Again, I hand to God, I've never seen him. I don't see him. Well, thank God, and people don't realize this. And even if he's doing like dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not hear.
Just when we thought the degeneracy of Brendan Schaub had maxed out its quota for 2024, he managed to completely flip the script and remind us just how self-destructive he really is. And I'm not talking about the way he talks like a toddler or dresses like a 19-year-old fuckboy, or even his addiction to lip fillers, nicotine pouches, and peptides. Shit just got real for Brendan, and the funniest part is he did it all to himself. Never has there been a public figure who was such a clear and present danger to themselves. Brendan's been caught lying to his audience across several podcasts, which ended up being presented to court in his ongoing lawsuit with a small YouTuber, which he started, forcing his lawyers to submit a document to the court admitting that he had in fact lied to his audience. But it gets worse. See, Brendan already lost this lawsuit earlier this year, so if he had just taken the L like a big boy and moved on, none of this would have come up, except our boy Bubba has an exceptional ability to misread the room and completely fuck himself for no reason. Like, there is absolutely no reason at all for him to be in this position. It's just wild. Let me explain. So as most of you know, back in 2022, Bubba the Business Shark launched a copyright lawsuit against a small YouTuber called Kyle, who goes by the name Unique. Now here's the thing. Everything you're about to see here is a complete lie. All of the clips I'm going to play for you right now have been quoted in a legal filing by Kyle in a motion to dismiss its appeal on the basis that he is not in control of Thick Boy Productions. This is from Kyle's file, and it's fucking hilarious. Business records filed with the California Secretary of State show that podcaster and former comedian Brendan Pop is the principal officer of Thick Boy Productions. In fact, the only officer of Thick Boy named as the Chief Executive Officer, Secretary, and Chief Financial Officer in its most recent filing. For all intents and purposes, Brendan Schaub is Thick Boy and is solely responsible for all business decisions of the entity. Schaub sells Thick Boy merchandise and bills himself as the Thick Boy himself in promotional materials. So get this, for the rest of this filing, Brendan is referred to as Thick Boy instead of his actual name. Oh, that's brilliant. Sounds like the ghost lawyer is a comedian himself. Anyway, I cannot express to you guys how redacted Brendan is for getting into this mess, but let me try. Take a look.
Yeah, that's the thing with, like, you know, defamation of character, stuff like that. That's even like the narrative on me, which I don't talk about with, you know, I have a lawsuit against this YouTuber who's a small-time YouTuber. If you don't know the background, you're like, oh, it's this guy who's big in the space and the smaller guy. I don't give a fuck. If you want to criticize my fight pics, my stand-up, my podcast, that's what I'm a public figure. I signed up for that. That stuff does not bother me. When you start slandering my name, stealing content, and creating this false narrative of cheating on my wife and doing all this crazy defamatory stuff, and using content, the clickbait stuff like that, for years, but then we're not playing the same game then I have to do something. If I made an entire career of defamation, I have to do something. And several times I've had my team reach out and go, we don't want to pursue this dude, just stop. And he wouldn't. So what would you do? So this narrative that, oh, this bigger YouTuber is showing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him, you know, I thought you didn't get down with cancel culture. I don't any fast.
This is different. You gotta know your facts. You gotta know your details.
Okay, so why don't we look at the real facts and details? In Kyle's recent motion to dismiss, it says, it appears that throughout the pendency of the litigation, Robert Allen has not given Thick Boy updates or explanations as to what is happening with the case. Thick Boy's CEO, Shaw, publicly spoke multiple times about the lawsuit in the last 2 years, but seemed to have no idea that it was actually a copyright infringement case. In fact, he continually called it a defamation of character case, supporting his assertion that he has not been properly informed by his counsel. And then he references the clip played for you. Back in 2022, by his own admission, Brenton thought that he was pursuing a defamation case. It seems like everyone else was clued into the fact that it was actually a copyright case, except for the guy who was signing off on all the filings and supposedly paying the bills. Talk about facts and details, huh? Except it gets worse. Let's move into 23, over 18 months into the lawsuit. Yet our boy Crinjo Puppy still didn't understand what the whole case was about.
You seem to be good at like just focusing on what you can control and not letting the negativity get to you.
I mean, I have to. Otherwise, I drive my TRX off of highway, off the PCX.
My TRX.
It's a Dodge truck, so not much of a flag. I didn't say like Lamborghini. It's still a truck. I'm a blue collar. Yeah. So yeah, what else you got? That's not me. That's not me.
Anything to try to like suppress this or like get on top of it? Like it's just
there's nothing you can do.
I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're gonna critique stand up or my fight picks or whatever, my football picks, all good. That's what that's for. Now, if you're gonna go out there and defamation, like whatever, Brent hits his kids or beats his wife, then you got my attention. I'm gonna come after you. Oh, yeah, that game I don't play. And the guy suffered from that. So
now, some of you probably remember that clip from a video I made last year, pointing out how Brendan had no idea what that was about and how he potentially just screwed himself by talking about it publicly. And now, finally, it made its way into a court filing. Take a look for yourselves. Almost 19 months later, a YouTube page called Hot Breath Comedy Network posted an interview with Schaub on December 12, 2023. The interviewer asks Schaub how he handles negativity online, which led to this exchange. We just saw that in the clip I played. He goes on to say, Robert Allen declined to explain why his supposed client was so uninformed about the litigation when the question was raised in lower court filings. These statements bolster Thick Boy's allegation that it was defrauded, it has not been apprised of the progress of the lawsuit, and has no interest in moving forward. Thick Boy has clearly not given informed consent for its counsel to move forward with this copyright infringement appeal. In fact, the appeal filings indicate that something odd is going on with this case. Thick Boy Productions is a Colorado corporation based in California with a principal office address in Calabasas, California. The deal was filed under a mailing address in Florida that has no official affiliation to Thick Boy Productions or its legal counsel, and appears to simply be a single-family house in a residential development. All available evidence suggests that Thick Boy has no knowledge of this appeal, no interest in pursuing it, and the action is being controlled by somebody outside the organization without the consent of the company's CEO, secretary, and CFO. Well, fuck me dead. How many videos did I have to make about this for Kyle and his ghost lawyers to finally figure this? But it gets worse. We're now in 2024. Brendan's lost the lawsuit on the basis that Kyle used clips in his videos under the provisions of fair use, except instead of walking away and licking his wounds, Brendan supposedly doubled down and filed an appeal. Or did he?
So, but that was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you brought up. Like, even with this lawsuit thing, right, with this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. I have a whole team of business managers, you got this entertainment manager, you got lawyer, you got this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been the guy to give people like, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. I started delegating certain things to people. And you notice, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Those days are gone.
So this was part of the Fighter and the Kids 1000th episode celebration, where they couldn't get anyone to actually come into the studio to hang out with them, so they phoned it in instead. Minor detail. Anyway, for some reason, Brent Brian thought it would be a good opportunity to cue things about the last couple of years. You just heard Bubba explaining how at the time of the lawsuit, there was also all of that bullshit with the wrongful accusations against Bobby Lee and Kalila over the fighter and the kids subreddit, and so Brendan simply put it all down to delegating his authority to people who didn't have his best interests at heart. By the way, all of this is quoted in Kyle's legal filing.
So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. A guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen him, I don't see him. So this guy who works for me, right, doing this stuff, business manager, he goes, hey man, I got a call from this lawyer, I've known him a long time. There's this guy on YouTube, he's making thousands of videos, you know, bad mouthing you and using your content on it. I don't care. I go, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a million of them, what are you gonna do? He goes, that's bad, man. He said you hit your kids, and I was like, okay. Next week comes back to me, dude, I'm telling you, I really think you should do something. You know, and they know how to pull out my heartstring. He goes, you know, he has a rap sheet where, you know, he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you gotta do. That's right. And I was told, John, ready? I was told, this is easy to take 3 months. It's still going on. That was really 3 years ago. It's still going on. But here's what people don't realize is, so they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they're in cahoots together, just getting money out of me or whatever. Me 10 years ago, I would never. You're never gonna beat the internet. It's just, internet's gonna internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, your boy's balling. You know, so at the time, like, yeah, do what you got to do.
So according to Brendan's lawyers, everything he just said in that clip was a lie, and he was forced to sign an affidavit confirming that it was a lie, which I'll show you in a moment. But here's what Kyle's filing said about those clips you just saw. Thick Boy initiated the lawsuit only after the unnamed business manager told Thick Boy 2 unequivocally false statements. 1, that Swindells said Shaw hits his kids, and 2, that Swindells has a rap sheet where he beat his son. These 2 statements are absolutely untrue, yet form the basis for Thick Boy filing this action. In that respect, Thick Boy was defrauded by his former business manager and entered into this action under false pretenses. This is also evidence that Thick Boy has never had an interest in litigating its copyright interests in the 4 videos in question. It goes on to quote one of the clips. Here, Thick Boy bluntly speculates that the business manager and Robert Allen were possibly scheming to defraud him of money. Sharp appears to state that he knows nothing about Robert Allen or possibly the business manager and would not recognize him if he were in the same room. This shows that Thick Boy was neither involved nor informed in the litigation at any point, even now before this Court of Appeals.
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing, like, dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issue they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about, I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. Yeah, I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired, horrible people, right? I have this business guy that should have no business managing any of my bad information, and I'm at a time where I'm not steering the ship. And it's not good.
So Brendan thought he was clearing things up for the record. He was doing his best in every facet to explain how he is no longer associated with the lawsuit. It's out of his hands. These other guys are taking care of it pro bono, which clearly he has no fucking idea what that actually means. And here is what Kyle's filing said about that clip. So Thick Boy had ended its association with the former business manager who was handling this case and knows nothing about the litigation. Boy is not receiving updates from its legal counsel. This raises an important question regarding that previous delegate of authority. If the employee who was controlling the litigation is now gone, and Thick Boy knows nothing about the lawsuit and has no interest in it, the decisions. Thick Boy makes it sound like the former business manager is still handling without authority. As far as decision-making authority, Thick Boy stated, your boy's back. I've been back about a year now. I run everything. Everything you see is me. Everything you see is my decision. Obviously, this is confusing. The original lawsuit was filed in February 2022, and this appeal was filed in March 24. Shaw wrested decision-making authority of Thick Boy's operations away from the former business manager a year ago and has no knowledge or interest in the current litigation. This indicates that Thick Boy never gave consent for his appeal to be filed and move forward. Wow, that's some good ghost lawyering right there. Thank him. And speaking of lawyering, I would pay good money to see the look on Brendan's lawyer's face when he saw this legal filing and then went to watch all the clips that were quoted. Imagine the slow closing of the eyes, the acceptance that your client is a read act, and then scrambling to undo everything Bubba just said. Well, this is what they came up with, and I'm going to try my best not to laugh while I read this to you. Stay strong, brothers. Here we go. Declaration of Brendan Shaw. I am the CEO of Thick Boy Productions. In February 2022, I appointed Robert Allen as Thick Boy's lead counsel in this action. Mr. Allen has regularly communicated with my business manager, Lex McMahon, and me regarding the status of this action. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the complaint against Carl Swindells on February 28, 2022. Mr. Allen had full authority from Thick Boy to file the notice of appeal of the district court's decision on March 1, 2024. Mr. Allen continues to have full authority to act on Thick Boy's behalf in all matters associated with this action. I understand that Thick Boy has fully participated in this action as required, including making the decisions to file the lawsuit, responding to discovery, and deciding to file the appeal. I understand that Thick Boy's complaint in this action alleges that Carl Swindells committed copyright infringement and not defamation. I almost made it. I understand that Thick Boy filed its opening appeal brief in early May 24, and that the parties are currently waiting for a decision from the court. So here we have a signed affidavit from Brendan Shaw basically refuting everything he said about the lawsuit over the last 2 years. This is the signed confession of a compulsive liar. And for those of you wondering why this is so serious, it's because if what Brendan was saying on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, you know how the lawsuit is out of his hands, he's not up to speed, he knows nothing about it, well, that would imply that somebody was submitting the legal filings without Thick Boy's knowledge or approval, which is illegal, right? Like, that's potentially a criminal act. But here's the best part. Now that Bubba submitted a sworn affidavit to the court, if he says anything to contradict any of those 9 points on his podcast or in an interview or whatever, well, that would be perjury. Seriously, only Brandon could get himself into this much shit over nothing. And don't forget, this whole thing is over $13,000. That's right, 13K grand. Take a look at this from Kyle's filing. Clearly, Shaw is misusing the term pro bono. As an attorney at a top LA law firm would not switch a rich celebrity's case to a pro bono cause. Thick Boy's speculation that this lawsuit may only be a legal cash grab by his attorney reinforces that the term was used in error. But nonetheless, this case has dragged on for over 28 months, and Thick Boy is claiming that it did not pay for the appeal and its voluminous brief filed by its elite legal team. The Thick Boy legal team sought approximately $13,000 in damages in the lower court, so a contingency or no cure no pay agreement does not make financial sense. This raises more who's controlling this litigation and whether improprieties are afoot. Regardless, all evidence points to the conclusion Thick Boy Productions is not a willing and active participant in this lawsuit. Well, thank God for Brendan's quick-thinking lawyers who got him to sign an affidavit admitting that he is in fact in full control and knows all the facts and details about the lawsuit and its status. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a legal document proving that Brendan Shaw is full of shit and he signed it himself. So normally I wouldn't do a video like this on YouTube. This is more of a Patreon style video, but I wanted to share this with a wider audience because it's not all jokes, right? I mean, people deserve to know when they're being lied to by a public figure. That's why I've always said Brendan is not built for this. He needs to get as far away from a microphone and a camera as possible. He just cannot stop taking L's. This is why lawyers will always tell you when you're involved in a lawsuit, don't talk about it. Keep your mouth shut until it's over, because you can potentially perjure yourself. And not only that, Brendan went so far to save face in front of his audience that he ended up throwing his lawyer under the bus. He just doesn't get it. When it comes to the legal world, the things you say matter. You can't just make shit up and create false narratives to save your own ass. So if you want to stay up to date with this lawsuit and the appeal, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon, where you'll find a bunch of videos, not just lawsuit stuff. It's also a great way to support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular here on YouTube yet, hit the subscribe button and make sure to give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid my man. They underpaid. He should have paid a lot more. I'll bet that's his thing. Dude, I almost straight up closest I've ever been to getting a fight.
Physical fight, not just an argument and an emotional fight.
Straight up, I got out of the car and threatened the guy.
Okay. Oh, well, back to the beginning. Why didn't you start the podcast with that? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay,
Because
so
we were talking
go ahead.
about movies and stuff. I didn't want to just jump in.
All right, so.
All right, I'm going to share the story of what happened to us yesterday, to me and the kids. It was very scary at the time when it was happening, but also it made me realize that there's like superheroes and vigilantes, and it happened to be Brent yesterday.
It must feel so good for her, dude. She was like, I've never been so turned on.
There you
like,
go.
That's what it took? Of course I can whoop his ass. I'm like, you don't know that from the get-go?
Arrest? Yeah, it's not a
Oh, dude, I'm talking under 45 seconds.
Yeah, no, I know. All right, so what happened?
Easy there, thick boy. Let's take this one slow. So, if you haven't heard, Brendan's wife found herself the victim of a road rage incident last week in a drive-thru at Starbucks. Luckily, though, Cream Joe Puppy just happened to be 45 seconds away and came to the rescue of his wife and kids in what can only be described as an heroic effort. However, like everything that happens in Brendan's life, there is a problem. Which story do we believe? You see, his wife came out and posted a now deleted Instagram video explaining what happened and bragging about how her beast of a husband came to the rescue and saved her and the kids from imminent harm by giving the alleged perpetrator diarrhea. Yes, she actually said that. This was all scripted by the man himself. Brandon just couldn't help himself and shared his version of events on the latest episode of the Golden Hour podcast, which was posted in full Starbucks theme. So, luckily, guys, I've gone through and dissected each version of events and put them side by side for forensic examination. And given that there's no evidence of these events other than the hearsay of Brendan and his wife, it's up to you which story you believe. But don't worry, I'll obviously tell you what I actually think happened and why. Just before we get straight into it, remember to check out the link in the description below to my Patreon, where I just posted my much anticipated video covering last weekend's Kill Tony MSG shows with full uncensored clips and commentary. From the feedback so far, it's looking like you guys want a part 2, so if you're interested, go and check it out and support the channel over on Patreon. Unfortunately, for one reason or another, our boy Bubba did not make an appearance at Madison Square Garden. However, Rogan did force Tony Hinchcliffe to share a small room with Brendan yesterday on the fight companion for UFC 305, which was awkward as fuck. But getting back to our forensic investigation of the alleged road rage incident last week, let's see how it all started.
Worked out. So my wife posted, what'd she post? She put, "You were my superhero."
Morning, and he comes back on time to say goodbye, whatever, give us a kiss, and head on for the rest of the day. But yesterday he didn't make it. The odds of him not making it yesterday. And so I drive to Starbucks. It's super close to my house. And I pull into the Starbucks. There's that work truck in front of me. And they're ordering. So I'm right behind. And there's a car behind me now because that Starbucks is pretty big.
Alright, so we've only just got the tip in and already the inconsistencies have started. Brendan's saying he was heading back to the house to see the wife and kids off at 7 a.m, but the wife is saying that they left at 7:45 a.m, and Brendan was running uncharacteristically late, so he missed them.
So I'm like, alright, well, I don't want the kids to start the day without seeing me. I'll stop by the Starbucks.
Love it. Very cute, dude.
As we're on the phone, I heard, get the car out, get the hell out of the car. Giving the kids up. I'm like, whoa. She's like, babe, this guy's getting out of his car. He's banging on the thing. I'm like, what? I go, lock the doors, roll up the windows, leave him there. Make sure he can't get out. I'm 1 minute away. Make sure his ass does not leave us. I hear him yelling, hitting the car, right?
While the truck in front of me that caused havoc was ordering, a friend called me. And he said, hey, babe, where are you? And I said, oh, I'm at the Starbucks. I said, I'm with the kids. He said, oh, I'm literally like 3-4 minutes away. He goes, order your stuff. And then because it's a gas station, you can wait. And he said, I'll come give you guys a hug and a kiss, and then you guys can head off. I said, perfect.
Then we have another inconsistency. He's saying he heard the incident take place while they were on the phone, but she's saying that nothing happened over the phone. They just planned to meet at the gas station, and then after they hung up, that's when shit went down.
He's in that big construction, like city truck, and he couldn't fit through the drive-through, so he was reversing, and Joanna just gave her like a curve, like beep, like no, I'll get out the way.
Right.
And then the car behind her, because she was backing up, held on the horn. I guess he thought maybe it was hers, but he was pissed. And then she was like, oh, I'm going to get out the way so you can back up. And that's when he got out and started hitting the car. And she's like, whoa, dude.
I pull up, it's my turn to order my drink. And I roll the window down. I order our drinks. But the work truck in front of me, I guess work trucks are a little wider. They're like a wider load. So he didn't give himself enough space. So he starts backing up. And in 2024, I want to say most cars have a rear view cameras. However, this guy got really close to my car. So I did a courtesy like honk. I said, beep. I'm like, hey, I'm here. Don't back up anymore because I'm right here. So it stops. I put my car in reverse and I start backing up myself. The lady behind me apparently doesn't know we live in 2024 where we have rear view cameras, and she holds the horn, which felt like for 5 minutes she's literally hanging on to the horn, like the honking horn. And I'm like, whoa, I'm like, what are you doing?
Okay, this is brilliant. I'm not sure why, but I always assumed that Bubba was the biggest redact in the family. However, it looks like there's some fierce competition from the wife. In almost the very same sentence, she says the guy in front was reversing, and even though it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras on most cars, she gave him a courtesy beep, but the woman behind her didn't realize that it's 2024 and we have reversing cameras, and beeped as well, except she held onto the horn for a much longer period of time. So the woman behind her doesn't know we have cameras and beeped, but she herself beeped. Yeah, makes sense. That's the kind of logic I would come to expect from Bubba's better half.
We see this guy coming, and he starts shouting at me like horribly. What are you doing? Honks at me, and then he comes to my car and slams the hood of my car. I told the guy, I said, back up. I said, if you get any closer, I will run you over. I said, you are scaring my kids. You need to back up. And he goes, who do you think you're talking to? Blah, blah, blah. He goes, I will beat you up. When he said that, it clicked in my mind that my husband was on his way to give me and his kids a kiss before sending us off to summer camp. And so I said, oh, okay. I said, you really want to do this? I said, that's how you feel? And he goes, yes, I will. And so I'm like, all right. I said, you know what? I'm going to call my husband, and he's the one that's going to F you up. I said, you don't talk to a woman like that, let alone you don't talk to a woman who has her kids in the car.
So again, this supposedly happened while Brendan was on the phone with her the first time, except she's saying that she called him a second time after she to summon her beast of a husband to come down and commit a felony in front of the kids.
I giggled and I looked at him and I said, you're going to regret you said that in about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. You're going to regret you just said that to me. And he goes, okay, I'll be waiting. I said, okay, dude, why don't you get back in your car? We'll see what happens.
So I go, what kind of car is he in? She's like, he's in a construction truck, like a white truck. I'm like, big dude? She's like, looks cool.
So now I'm shaky and I call Brad and I'm like, babe, where are you? And he's like, oh, he's like all hand, like go doodle guy, driving. And I'm like, where are you? And he's like, what's up? He's like, what's going on? I said, the MO in front of me just threatened me and your kids. and he said he was gonna meet up, and Brenda's he goes, what does he look like? What is he driving? And I said, he's in front of me, he's in a white work truck. He is a Caucasian male, and he was very aggressive towards me, and this is what he said. He goes, I will be right there. And I said, thank you. I will be here too.
Okay, so this is where things really start to get interesting. I don't know if you guys just caught that, but did you notice how Brendan allegedly asked his wife if the driver of the truck was a big guy, and she said yes, and he said, all good, I'm coming. Her recollection was that she only told him the type of car he was in and that he was Caucasian. And here's the thing, we're getting to the meat of the story now, and this is where they basically tell two completely different stories. She's trying to flex that her beast of a husband came down, super aggressive, he saw red, she's never seen him like that before, except Brendan says the complete opposite. He says that he was super calm, he was in control, and he took care of the situation in an orderly and civil way. He even says that his wife was so surprised about how calm he was, and that it turned her on. Yet her recollection straight from the G-Wagon completely contradicted that. So who's telling the truth?
Pulling up, I'm taking a left-hand turn. I see that construction truck trying to get out of the way. I cut through all the lanes, middle of traffic. I cut him off. I'm in my F-100. Cut him off. This dude done though. Your boy just got done with buys and checks.
Next thing you know, I hear like screeching tires. And I'm like, oh, that's definitely going to be Brent. Brent comes and intersects him in the middle of Ventura Boulevard. So this guy has no idea what's going on. He thinks he's God Almighty, calling me up, saying he's going to hook me up, saying all these hurtful and horrible things to me, and thinking, cool, I just get to leave now.
He's like, nah, man. He's in the car. I go, nah, man. I go, no. And I'm calm in this situation. So I go to open the door. I go, get the
what door? His door?
His door. I go to open it. I go, get the
and
car.
It's this thing?
That's him. And he goes, no. And I go, get the car. He goes, no. I go, roll down the window. He rolls down the window. I just very calmly, I go, do you have a gun? He goes, what? I go, do you have a gun? He goes, no. I go, very cool. Get the car.
Out of nowhere, I see Brent get out of the car, like out of his truck, with like a death stare in his eye. Like all he saw was red. He was so upset. He slams the door and he tries to like open the passenger door of this guy's work truck, and it's locked. And he starts like yelling, "Open in window," and this guy looks over and he doesn't know what just hit him.
You know what's fucking terrifying? She was how calm. Yeah, that scared the shit out of me. Yeah. People that can fight and can handle themselves aren't all crazy. She goes, you just walked them like, I gave them several warnings. Don't get out of the truck. Get out of the truck, your day's going to be a lot worse. If you do this, get out the car. He's like, nope, not get out of the car. I'm like, dude, get out of the car. He's like, I'm not going to fight in the middle of the road. I go, all good, dude. Just turn around. You see that dumpster behind the Starbucks? I'll fight behind that. I'm telling you, I won't touch you. Just drive your fucking car there, and I'm right by that dumpster. He's like, nah, the thing is, and I'm like, I'm just super calm. And I'm like, no, dude, just, we'll do it here, we'll do it there. But either way, you can't talk to people like this, man. Like, you think you're tough? Talking to an innocent female and 2 kids? Dude, I'm telling you, just go over there and we'll figure this out. He's like, the thing just almost gets up. It just takes off. I hear my kids like, yeah. And then I turn around and say, T, and Bossy, what was the lesson? Like, don't hit mom's car. I'm like, sure, that's fine. Also, around 5 now.
All right, while you guys are recovering from the cringe overload, let me break this down. Like I said before, she's saying he rocked up in a rage and saw red, but he's saying he was completely calm and it turned her on, which I'll show you in a moment. But did you also notice how, according to Brendan, he was being super cautious? He asked his wife on the phone how big the guy was. He approached the truck in a calm manner and asked him to wind the window down, asked him if he had a gun, and then simultaneously told the guy to get out of the truck, but warned him not to get out of the truck, apparently for legal reasons, which I'll also come to in a moment. And it just struck me that with the whole tough guy narrative that Papa pushes on the regular, that he kind of acted like a massive pussy. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I would have necessarily anything differently, or if I would have got out of the truck and beat him up. I'm not some tough guy, and I'm under no delusions. But Brendan's an ex-UFC top 10 heavyweight who could smash 99.99 human population on any given day without so much as breaking a sweat. The other thing is, Brendan's also a beast of a family guy, and when it comes to his family, he's made it clear that all bets are off. So why would he ask a guy if he had a gun? Like, I get that it could obviously be a problem, but when you're in that moment, a tough guy like our boy Bubba can think of that. He'd have already pulled the guy out of the truck and beat him senselessly. I mean, could you imagine Sean Strickland rocking up and asking a guy if he has a gun right after that guy threatened his family?
My wife was like, how do you know he's telling the truth? He didn't have a gun. I'm like, the way he answered, what? Do you have a gun? He's like,
What if he said, yeah?
okay, have a good day. I don't want
My wife wants to apologize to you.
What?
You would have been like, my wife wants to apologize.
Honey, get over here. Get over here.
I came here because I think we should deport her from America.
Yeah, that just ruined the tough guy narrative that he's been building for years, because that's how a rational, cool-headed individual would think in that situation, not somebody like our boy Bubba. Remember just a few months ago when he got all butthurt because Steve Will Do It called him out on Twitter for his redacted comments about UFC 300, so he challenged Steve Will Do It to a duel at Bradley Martin's gym.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I was like, what? You know, I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan. You know? So you can poke stuff at them. It's like, oh, you just don't know, blah, blah. Comedian, oh, but you don't know comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know about, you're so upset, I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there. You can talk about it. If you're so mad, you can go in the back room and figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that. No, like I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how this goes.
Never do that, but I know what you're saying.
No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like
if he wants to,
we can figure it out. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
But you would never. I know.
No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small too. I don't. So it doesn't like I don't come off as a bully. But whatever. He came at me, so it's like if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down. I've never had a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up, and that's just fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will f*** you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f*** you up. These are just facts.
That's right, unless you're one of a handful of people on this planet who are trained assassins like Bubba, he'll mess you up. Or basically just anyone with a gun. And this is the thing about Brendan that I think a lot of us already know. He's just a common bully. People he knows he can handle easily, like Bobby Lee, Kalila, Steve Will Do It, his producer Chin, and his side piece Brian Callen. As long as he knows he's safe, he's a tough guy. But when you introduce variables, then he's cool, calm, and collected, which is obviously a good thing, don't get me wrong, but if he wants true tough guy status, a family man who sees red when his family is threatened, doesn't knock on the window and politely ask someone if they have a gun before challenging them to a duel by the dumpsters.
The sheer terror in this guy's face, I've never seen it. Listen, I'm not for violence, but the happiness I felt to see this guy literally his pants and like be on the crying, on the verge of crying, shaking, he didn't know what hit him, was the most gratifying thing that I have ever experienced.
So good for her, dude. She was like, I've never been so turned on.
There you go.
That's what it took? That fat construction guy?
That's a basic fat construction guy.
No, I'm just saying like that. Of course I can whoop his ass. You don't know that from the get-go?
Yeah, it's not a
Dude, I'm talking under 45 seconds.
No, I know.
Tiger's like, Jesus. Hang tight.
And also from his wife's perspective, I think it says a lot that she dragged Brendan into a potentially violent situation, like expect him to be the tough guy when she wasn't really in any danger. Remember, I had allegedly threatened her. She wasn't in any imminent danger. In fact, Brendan told his wife to block the guy in and not let him leave. That's just pure ego. I mean, wouldn't you tell your wife and kids to get away from the threat and not escalate it any further? For me, the right thing to do would have been to get the CCTV footage and submit it to police so they can arrest the guy in the truck if it actually went down the way she said it did, because it would constitute assault under Californian laws. Not to mention that I'm surprised she didn't get the whole thing on camera herself. And speaking of Californian laws, Brendan yet again proved just how little he knows about how the law works. This was actually fucking hilarious because his co-host Eric Griffin called him out and had to explain that his reasoning was completely wrong.
I'm giving warnings because if he's filming or because he's in a city truck, I've given him several warnings. Well, if it's in if it's on trial or it's in the court of law, they're like, you didn't warn us. That's several. That's what goes through my head.
I know, but I don't know if that. I don't actually think that's going to help you in court.
No, except
like
for
if
the
you're
fact that they
like if you're Bruce Lee and you have the skills to kill someone.
That's not true.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't be like,
it's not like lethal weapons.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
I gave him a warning. I said, get out of the car. He goes, no.
Get out of the car.
Except for they could argue that when he got out of the car, he took it as like a life-threatening.
That's what I said. If you get out of the car, I'm assuming you want to engage in a physical.
What I'm saying is, if you really wanted to fight, I mean, there's ways to get him out of the car. I mean, you could have been like,
Trust me, he was getting out of the car.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that must have been disappointing then.
Yes.
So you walked up and you were hoping that he was a tough guy.
Yep.
Trying to, because then you're like, yes.
I was just hoping it wasn't Francis and Ghana.
Yeah.
I was like, babe, is he black? She's like, nope. I'm like, I'll be right there.
Okay, that's some teenage boy logic right there. I'm going to start throwing punches, and if you get in the way, it's your own fault. You can't consent to battery in the state of California. Most jurisdictions around the world are the same as well. But not only that, they sandwiched his car in so he'd away, and then Brandon allegedly threatened that he would assault if he got out of the car. That sounds like false imprisonment. I mean, how can you have a genuine fear of imminent harm if you are actively preventing the threat from leaving? Wouldn't that make you the threat? In fact, if that guy had caused an accident in the process of escaping Brendan's threats, then Brandon would potentially be held partially liable. He really needs a fucking handler, dude. Maybe somebody with a law degree, or even just somebody with an ounce of common sense, just to stop him from repeatedly incriminating himself on the internet. But hey, redacts are gonna redact. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my breakdown of Kill Tony's massive weekend.
Think probably got diarrhea instantly.
Wait, have you seen Presumed Innocent?
What?
You.
Wait, have I seen what?
I can't.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Nothing. Don't ask me.
I couldn't understand what he actually said.
Like in Superman? No, that's not gonna help, right? Do Dr. Doom for Superman. Comic book cover. Not Dr. Doom cover. Who gives I'm not proving it right though. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I do. How much fun is that? Who told you this? Who told me what? Did you read comments to finish it? Did I read? No. Jade said, what are you doing? Yeah. This is why you're unlikable. Just be you. You're yourself.
So the fighter and the kid are back from summer break, and things are not looking good. The views are continuing to tank, the ad revenue is drying up, and there seems to be tension growing amongst the crew. This is typically what you see in the final days just before it's cancelled and the excuses start getting thrown around. I mean, things have gotten so bad that Brendan is giving away a truck just to sell a bit of merch. But I'll come back to that towards the end, because since they came back from their short break, it's clear that everyone is starting to turn on our boy Bubba. And just in case you missed it, while Brian Callen was holidaying in Turkey and Bubba was in the shop working on his truck, they re-uploaded old episodes of the podcast and called them throats. And there was one comment in particular that caught my attention. These should be called Back When the Podcast Made Money. So being the naturally curious individual that I am, I wanted to figure out how much money Brandon's podcasts are actually making now after years of dropping views. First up is The Fighter and the Kid. Using an industry standard CPM assumption and based off their recent views data, my estimate is that the podcast makes around $200,000 to $300,000 per year. Then there's Brendan's personal channel, Thick Boy, which does a similar amount of views to The Fighter and the Kid, but given that most of those views come from shorts, which barely make any money at all, I'd say that channel struggles to clear $100,000 per year in ad revenue. And of course, there's the Golden Hour podcast, which has the lowest views out of the three channels and probably brings in around $200K per year in ad revenue. So in total, across all three channels, my estimate is that Brendan's content brings in around $500,000 to $700,000 per year at the moment, which would be the lowest it's ever been for him in almost 10 years of podcasting. Throw in a couple of producers' salaries, Callie and Griffin as well, not to mention all of the property and costs associated with running several podcasts. Well, you don't have to be a numbers guy to see that something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, Buffett's still burning through cars, his wife's burning through handbags, and the IRS are probably balls deep Reddit monitoring their activities. Thank God for Cringe Puppy, huh? But let's put the numbers to the side for now and enjoy some old-fashioned podcast cringe slop. Because if you thought it was for our boy, then you'd be wrong. You see, when your staff start to smell blood, then you start to lose your authority. And that's exactly what seems to be happening with Buppa's best and brightest. So let me give background. In their first episode back, they were getting up to speed with the latest entertainment news when Brendan apparently had some of his fans by mixing up DC and Marvel.
Coolest thing in one of the current events we have here is announced the new Doctor Doom is gonna be Robert Downey Jr.
Did you see people go crazy?
I was in the room. They went nuts.
Tough one because he was Iron Man.
Yeah. So, but that's the whole multiverse thing, right?
Well, Robert Downey Jr. was also Black Guy, Tropic Thunder, and then it's all Iron Man. How do you feel about people going crazy over that announcement?
I don't know Doctor Doom.
I don't know. I'm familiar with Doctor Doom. Yeah, I know Doctor Doom.
Who was he? He's a villain?
The villain, Superman.
Bad guy.
You're familiar?
Yeah, I know comic books, man. I'm up on that shit. But,
this guy?
I didn't get busting up my pants when Robert Downey Jr. took the mask off. I'm also 40, though, you know?
Yeah, but it's also, he's so good, and, you know, he's going to kill it.
Oh, no, he didn't do no wrong with my book.
So as it turns out, our boy was actually correct. Superman and Dr. Doom did a crossover, which was apparently what he was referring to there. But one thing we know about Brendan is that it doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. He always seems to fumble the win too hard. And it's understandable, right? He's so used to getting ridiculed for being a... Now, when he finally gets something right, he doesn't... And you know it's bad when your number one fan, Chin, doesn't understand why you're getting so worked up over it. The next clip from the following episode is so beautiful, it would personally convince a judge in a copyright lawsuit that it should be considered art and therefore a creative work. And just remember, he didn't bust a nut in his pants over Robert Downey Jr.'s reveal because he's 40 years old, right? He doesn't care about comic books.
Oh, Jay was saying we're getting some emails because we're talking about Dr. Doom. How he was with Superman. So Dr. Doom's from Marvel, right?
Yeah.
Superman's from one's Marvel, one's DC. Brendan's so wrong. I'm not wrong. I had the comic book as a kid. If you look it up,
remember these things.
Yeah, it's my memory remembers things. The cover of that comic book, I remember. Type in Superman. No, that's not gonna help, right? Yeah. Do Dr. Doom for Superman. Comic book cover. Not Dr. Doom cover.
With DC and Marvel.
No, just do that. Dr. Doom, Superman. Comic book cover. You see the action one? There's a few. There it is. Oh, where? Shut up, nerds.
DC.
Yeah, one's DC, one's Marvel. Shut up, nerds.
They did a collab together or something?
Yeah, they do collabs with Marvel DC. They do them every now and then. That was the one I remember.
Fantastic Four.
How'd you find this out? Who told you this? Who told me what?
Did you read comments to figure this out, or how?
No, Jay said I read doubles. No. Jay said we get emails.
Emails about it.
Yeah. Because they're like, one's Marvel, one's DC, those don't mix. That never happened. Brett said Superman. Dr. Doom's Marvel. Yeah, dude, have the freaking comic. I love them. From like 1940. So you got a whole mess on that. I don't think I had the original first. I had the card or the cover. I remember distinctly that picture of Dr. Doom. I guess fuck about like proving it right though. That's what. Oh, I do. It's a thing. Yeah. It's like saying John Elway played for Pittsburgh Steelers.
You're opening up like a Star Wars Marvel thing. Don't get that wrong.
Okay, we'll come back to the shark attack in a moment because there was 3 things going on there. Chin is a useless producer. He's a redacted Googler. The timestamps are always wrong, including in this latest episode. He still hasn't fixed it yet, and he talks too much. But all those things aside, even though Brenda was right, Chin is finally starting to realize the child he was being by insisting he correct the record and let everyone know that he's a beast when it comes to comic books. And who is Bubba kidding? He 100% read the comments on that episode. There were no emails, bro. And just so we can appreciate how low the collective IQ of everyone sitting in that studio is, let's get back to this shark story.
Oh yeah, this was a good one. Great white shark. Australian surfer, leg goes bye-bye. 10-footer.
When did this happen?
July 31st.
Horrible moment servers more like great white shark that drops. Is it in California?
No, Australia.
Oh, well, no, it's Wales. Yes.
Wales, sorry.
Let me see.
So firstly, Naz points out that some Australian guy got bitten by a great white shark while surfing. Papa then says, is this in California? She corrects him and says, no, it's in Australia. Then Chin and Callan jump in and say it's in South Wales. And so they all thought that there was a horrific shark attack over in the United Kingdom. Except New South Wales is actually a state in Australia on the east coast. So Snuz was right in the face. But hey, maybe that isn't common knowledge. However, for a guy like Brenda, who was formerly an internationally recognized stand-up comedian who toured globally before his untimely retirement at the beginning of this year, you'd think he'd at least know the difference between 2 places on opposite sides of the planet. But thank God for Brian Callan's super smart nephews.
God, I'm smoking cigars.
Are you a cigar man now?
Well, if I don't, because I enjoy. It gives me some energy. Something about it.
Cigars like a manly, mature thing to do.
Yeah, I was just with my nephews who I love. My 2 nephews now that are grown men. They're the best. 23 and 27.
A little young for cigars.
Just smart and just they get it. My nephew impressed them. He's a Heat fan. So we go. I don't know if I told you this, but we go. Robin puts us on the floor. We're watching the fights.
Okay, let me just jump in for a moment to give you the context so you can fully appreciate the cringe that's about to unfold before your eyes. Reese Boys celebrated episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, which I covered in great detail right here on this channel. However, there was one part that I left out about why Rogan has never been on the show.
The last 2 are questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize them. The first one is, why has Joe never been on the show?
Good question. He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox.
He's never been on the show.
He called in. Yeah, as far as in person.
Actually, the podcast where he told you to stop fighting was actually our.
That's a Finally Kid, but it was Joe Rogan's studio, so I wouldn't say he's on the show. He's always been the most famous guy in the room, so I just don't feel comfortable asking for anything. We've never asked him to be on the show.
Everybody asks Joe. Yeah. We're his friends.
It makes me feel
so I don't want to be the one to ask him.
Never.
He gets asked for everything. Even when I call him, I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor channel. Other than that, I would never. I don't even ask him for that. No, I asked him that, but
I wouldn't even ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask him. I would have paid him. You're here. I'm like, yeah, should ask him. Like, that's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it.
Okay, so this is a super sensitive issue for our boy Bubba. You see, Along with being banned from Rogan's comedy mothership, Brenda's also banned from attending UFC by Dana White due to his redacted takes on anything to do with the UFC. Basically, Ariel Helwani is higher on the list of people to get free tickets from Dana than Brendan Schaub is. To tell the story about his at the UFC recently with his nephew and Joe Rogan, it hit Brendan on multiple levels.
I don't know if I told you this, but we go. Rogan puts us on the floor. We're watching the fights. Well, we're on the floor. We're just not behind him.
You were caged.
We're not caged.
I just wanted it all to be
I'm
correct.
still on the floor.
You can't see that, dude. It's a big deal, dude.
It's actually a little bit more. You gotta get me about 6 rows back.
Yeah,
No, 6 rows.
we can see 6 rows on TV.
No, 6 rows back.
No,
About 6 rows
I know
back.
exactly where you're at. You're behind the fighter.
Yeah, so that's about 6 rows.
No,
Roughly 6 rows.
it's all good, dude. It doesn't mean that.
Hey, you're interrupting my story with details.
It doesn't mean you're not as famous as Jelly Roll, who they put in the front, or Tony Hinchcliffe.
They got my seats.
I thought it'd be very spot on.
So no, I appreciate that. Rogan texts me and says we're eating such. You know, gives me the. You know, basically
Comes to the restaurant.
Yeah, come by and have a meal with us. And I say to my nephew, I go, you know, it's late, but I'll go for you because you get to meet probably Hinchcliffe. He's a huge Kill Tony fan. I meet just as later.
Those 24-year-olds with
In a second dinner. Just goes, dude, I'm not gonna show up as your +1 and just be that young guy. Because it's going to be work for them because now they have to acknowledge me and talk to me, and it's just an interruption flow. And I went, this kid gets it. He just gets it.
It's a huge opportunity.
Really amazing job, by the way, like an amazing job. And so there's a reason he got that amazing job.
Yeah,
That's so reason. By the way, tell me how rare it is. A lot of people can't read a room, right? This kid can read a room. He can read a room. So I read a room. We go in, we see a situation. We get a situation, and we come out of that situation. You throw us in a room. We're not talking to each other. We come out with the exact same conclusion every time. Right away. We were in a couple situations where everything was amazing. Like it was like, wow, you're in this situation which couldn't be cooler, and everybody would want to be there. And these people are amazing. And both of us come out and go like this. Not good people.
Yeah.
And you're like,
we were at that one dinner that one time. You tell I was kind of zoned out. You're not buying it. I just don't
remember that. So
holy shit, where do I even start? Brendan and Brian calling themselves room readers has to be the funniest thing I've ever heard them agree on. Brendan's too busy reading the comments to worry about reading the room. In fact, the defining feature of Brendan Schaub's whole career is that he continuously fails to read the room. Think back to how they attacked Bobby Lee and Kalila because somebody duped them into thinking they were behind a lot of the hate on Reddit. And after all of the drama, it turned out that Brenda was just butthurt that Kalila's friends doubted him on Trash Tuesday for Cheek to walk into his truck. All the time that he sued a YouTuber for making videos about him and then 2 years later pretended he knew nothing about it after he lost in court and then filed an appeal a few weeks later. Nobody is reading a room than Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen. I mean, the irony of bragging about how good they are at reading rooms on a podcast that should have been cancelled 3 years ago. Seriously, what are we doing here, B? But it gets worse. After Callen told his UFC room reading story, Bubba wanted to get in on the action, so he told one of the most random stories I've ever heard. And at first, I had no idea why in the fuck he was telling us. But then as he got towards the end, it all made sense. See if you can spot it too.
I had a day yesterday, and then I brought Bossy to the studio, right? So he's here with me. And I did some work to my light. I was putting on cheers for my eyes, that's cool. So I was leaving here, and the fuel lines in my truck just blew up before I'm getting on the highway. So, call my girl, I'm like, hey, you gotta pick Bossy up on the side of the road. It's dangerous for him. Get him out of here, and then I'll deal with back to the shop. In the middle of the afternoon, it's 3 hours. It's 100 degrees out here. 3 hours. I'm in jeans, and there's no shade. And I'm so frustrated. I'm just sitting there in silence, so frustrated. I couldn't talk to anybody. The tow truck guy comes from AAA. Young Mexican cat. We came in, we're kind of shooting the rush hour traffic. And you tell he's like, he's not a car guy. He's like, oh yeah, I'll figure it out, man. Don't worry. And I was like, okay. And then there's like that awkward silence of it. How long you been doing it? He's all this 3 years. And I'm always interested in like the pay structure, and I go, so how do they do it? Like even Uber, I always ask him like, how does it pay? Like what do you think of it? So with him, and some of them, I need exact numbers. I was like, how do they do it? Just AAA, like they give you the truck, and then they pay you a salary. He's like, so I do all of salary, right? Like I go all over. And I was like, oh, like 9 to 5. He's like, nah, man, I try to work 12, 14-hour days, Monday through Saturday. I wish I could work Sunday. God damn, man. And I remember I was complaining about my truck. And he goes, yeah. And he goes, yeah, I wish I could work Sunday. And he's like, the big thing is tips, too. Like, we get tips and everybody helps us out. But he's like, maybe it's just the economy. Some people aren't tipping enough cash. It wasn't like he was giving me a sob story. He was just, yeah, it's because you want to do hours. I wish I could work more. He goes, I'd work Sunday if I could, man. I'd work 24 hours. I was like, oh, hustling. Man, he looked young. I was like, oh, just hustle that bread, huh? He's like, no, I got 4 kids. One of my kids is autistic. I was like, how old? 8. Tiger's age. I was like, oh, he's getting to you now. He dropped me a house. Because I have to take the house. Drop me off the house. I literally, and I never have cash for whatever reason. I had this cat. Oh, because Tiger's baseball team went voted for all the dads, and so they gave me a bunch of cat. I had them stacked in my pocket. And you can't get it. Sorry, you did? Yeah. I would like some of that cash. I gave it away. You want to call and ask me back? Half of it.
So Brendan told that whole ass story just to let everybody know that he is a baseball dad. Like, bro, we get it. You quit stand-up comedy to become a beast of a dad. And don't forget, he's always asking questions about business because he's a business shark.
You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business.
And I called this out a couple when I started noticing that Brenda will find any excuse to randomly bring up being a baseball dad. Turns out I was right. Brian was telling everyone about an upcoming comedy gig and asking for advice on whether to drive or fly.
If you left that before, it would take you 4.5 hours. I've done that. I had no choice. I had to get back to Tiger's game. It took me 4.5 hours.
So the move is to take, it's probably a 30-minute drive, like, really.
Jeez, he's almost as bad as those vegans and Tesla drivers he's always bagging. We get it, dude. You're a beast of a dad. Mumphy, he's not a beast when it comes to TV shows. This seriously has one of the worst takes I've ever heard come out of Brenda's bloated lips.
Wait, have you seen Presumed Innocent?
What? Wait, have I seen what?
I can't.
Wait, what did you say? What did you say?
Nothing. Don't answer.
I couldn't understand what he actually said.
Presumed Innocent. Presumed Innocent.
Oh yeah, Presumed Innocent. That's an open movie. That's from.
But there's a four, right?
Is that the remake?
What's your Gyllenhaal?
TV series.
What do you mean right now? Yeah, sure. What? You like Breaking Bad, right? All that, right? Sopranos are good, man. Yeah, it's incredible.
What?
Yeah, that shit easy.
What?
Easily.
Presumed Innocent.
Yeah. Oh, you saw the movie that ends?
Okay, let me get it. Brendan thinks that an 8-part minute series on Apple TV that was based off a 1990 film starring Harrison Ford, which was based off a 1987 novel, is better than Breaking Bad and The Sopranos, arguably 2 of the top 10 TV shows in dreams. Don't get me wrong, I love a good courtroom drama as much as the guy, and Jake Gyllenhaal's an awesome actor when he's not pretending to be a UFC fighter turned nightclub bouncer, but fuck me, Upper CTE is out of control on that one. And speaking of CTE, let's finish off with Brendan's last-ditch effort to sell merch and cover all of his bills. The countdown to the drug giveaway is getting closer and closer, with only 3.5 weeks left to enter. You see, Brett's YouTube channel last year called 2, which ended up dying in ass after a few videos. In fact, on that channel by far is the one of him videos, Bubba decided it was time for speculated that Disney, because he was using their trademark, sent him a cease and desist. But others, including myself, think that it's yet another attempt to refresh his brand and start again.
You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business.
So now his truck channel is Drive Fast or Gas, which stands for, oh, never mind. And so what better way to launch his new brand than to give away a beast of a truck? All you have to do is go to drivefastorgas.com and purchase as much merch as you can to maximize your chances of winning. Or you can just read the official rules where it says no purchase necessary to enter or win. So you just send Bubba a handwritten letter or send him a text message or an email. Either way, this looks dodgy as fuck. And as I said at the beginning of this video, I just don't understand how the numbers are still adding up. I mean, even if the giveaway is sponsored by a bunch of off-road advertisers and he's earning revenue from all ad reads across his podcast network, he doesn't have the views to get them a return on their spending. So either he's making promises that he can't keep, or there's somebody in the background paying his bills and maintaining his lifestyle. Anyway, that's it from me for today. Remember to go and check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see some of my uncensored content, my current Joe Rogan's latest comedy special with full clips and commentary, so make sure you're signed up so you don't miss out on that one. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you.
Is the press blindly behind? Come on. Come on, narrative and everything. Like, now they pretend like she's always been liked and always been like trying to get all like urban. She's like, what up, homies? Oh, Meg the Stallion, y'all. She's like, not only did we do it in 2020, but we're gonna do it in 2024. You know, what are you doing? This is why you're unlikable. Just be you, Joe. You're sucks.
Get your hips into it. Yeah. Devil horns, devil horns. You're 6 hours, bro.
The Joe Rogan appearance has become so ironically entertaining that it's almost here we have the latest fight companion with Brian, the washed-up Hollywood extra thing about fighting. Brian Simpson, a comedy mothership regular who also knows nothing about fighting, and Brandon Schlob, the former UFC power bottom who is known for having the most dogshit takes on fighting on the internet. But don't forget Rogan himself, not only not getting jokes, but that's now become the funniest thing he's ever done. Every now and then, Grumpy Joe will rear his shiny head and create some of the most awkward moments for absolutely no reason. So we'll get to Grumpy Joe later on because we're basically at the point now where his whole podcast is a giant meme, especially these fight companions with Shaw and Callan. Brendan sits there for 3 hours being almost completely incoherent while Brian fishes for viral moments by trying to troll Rogan, except it almost always goes over his head because he takes Brian so literally. I want to start with Brandon though. It's so nice of Jamie to disable the live chat whenever Bob is on a live stream, but that didn't stop people ragging on him after the stream ended in the comment section. What does Brian and Brenda have on Joe that makes him constantly invite them? Why in the hell does he still have Callan and Shaw on here? I look down on whoever puts a mic in front of Shaw. Bubba just agreeing with everything Joe says is the funniest shit ever. Brendan has that microphone really close. If he isn't careful and it touches his chin, he'll end up on the floor doing the upside down tortoise. I hope Brendan isn't nervous being on a podcast that will eventually get more than 50,000 views. Shaw casually ingesting 40 milligrams of nicotine, then lighting a cigar, and this is crazy. Yeah. This guy is on so much shit, it's getting scary. The amount of cope this guy is dealing with on a day-to-day basis is sending him into a spiral of substance abuse, from smelling salts to nicotine to kratom, even peas.
I'll tell you what, that wakes you up, Joe. We have a green room. We'll pop a little step before you go on stage.
in my garage at work before I get out head to work. Ever really? Oh yeah.
Damn.
I got you're all in. Have you had these? The Lucy's, the breakers? No. Oh, these are good. They're eights. They're eights. Lucy's have eights, and they have like a little mint thing in it. So I got 24. You got 24? How many do you have in there? His blood pressure is very high. It's good. You have 24 milligrams in your mouth. I go through 2 cans a day. What are you using? Which one? Buffalo? Oh my God! You push the envelope. Yeah, that's not even an envelope anymore. You got a satchel.
The directions say to keep it a foot away from your face.
Shut the fuck up. Hand me the Lucy. Man, one ain't gonna do it for a trial there. Thanks. I think there's one more. It's the same flavor. Yeah. You already have 24? Yeah, same flavor. I took the 24 out because I don't mix flavors. Well, now you get 16. So you'll have 2 of those. It'll be 16. You see if your heart will stop. Yeah, man. Lucy's are for people who are tired. But I like it better than Zen. A lot better. Because Zen gives you this weird flavor in your mouth that it makes you pick up. Yeah. It doesn't seem good. So how long have you been doing nicotine? Like a year. Why? Because it's good for your brain. It fires you up, man. It's good as like a nootropic. It actually helps your brain. It helps cognitive performance. The real problem with cigarettes. Cigarettes are not good. But the nicotine actually a lot of great books were written on cigarettes. Oh yeah, great.
Yeah, nicotine's great, Bubba. It's also one of the most addictive substances known to mankind. But these guys, neuroscience get in the way of a good plug. Did you hear Rogan there reference nootropics as being beneficial for cognitive function? Meanwhile, the company that he developed Alpha Brain with is being sued for making misleading and false statements in their advertising and marketing. The California, they managed to settle a lawsuit, but this time around in New York is proving to be a little bit more difficult. If you want all the juicy details from the court filings, as well as a breakdown of the study they used to make their false claims, go and check out the link below in the description to my Patreon, where I'm providing ongoing coverage of the lawsuit, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Basically, though, there's a class action in New York claiming that the study they used did not reach the conclusion around cognitive improvements that they have been claiming. But Joe doesn't let that stop him when it comes to promoting non-FDA approved products on his podcast.
One of these? You want a Lucy?
Yeah, let me spit this thing out. Renegade Rogue. Thank you. Do you know the Zenspiracy? Do you know this? We're all being accused of secretly being sponsored by Zen. It's the funniest shit. Okay, watch this. This is crazy.
Okay, so maybe my Zenspiracy has been debunked, but now they've moved on to Lucy's, which isn't a conspiracy because they've been sending boxes of their product to podcasters. Remember this?
We are back. I gotta tell you, there's this thing that happened over the last few months, which is that everybody has this scooter of just nicotine straight to the system.
Let me tell you, I didn't know where you're going with this. If I could invest in anything, and we just know we lost the podcast. Yeah, I wish we had put it in big track.
I love it. Here's the thing.
This is not an ad. This is not an ad. By the way, this is organic. You know we love nicotine. And by the way, this might be a sponsor because they sent us this box.
Yeah.
This box made my harder than anything.
I know, because there's so many flavors, and these geniuses came up with the
breaker.
Do you guys remember when podcasts weren't 1 hour long infomercials? Anyway, let's get back to our boy Crinjo Puppy, because nicotine pouches aren't the only thing stopping him from flipping his TRX. Oh no, wait, never mind.
You know, I now, and like I'm in probably the best shape since I fought. Is that Transcend with like peptides, TRT. It's Transcend. It's a company. And they're like you do your blood work like probably at least every 2 weeks, every 3 monitor everything. All right, you should be taking this, and this, and it's a script plan they send it to you. Oh no, so you start taking everything. They check your blood work. Like that's what Cowboys on, Bradley Martin, like. Ways to well. I've never felt better. Except for your cognitive, like for me, I need my brain to get after getting punched. So cognitive, energy, everything. Yeah, peptides are incredible. Yeah, that's why they keep outlawing. I'm a guinea pig. I shoot myself about 7 times a day, but whatever. As long as you feel good. Oh yeah, I'm gonna
Okay, why is Brendan using PEDs? He's a 41-year-old retired semi-professional athlete who stuffs his face with nicotine pouches and mumbles into a microphone for a living.
Because remember, in the UFC, he wasn't a huge name. He was fun to watch. We didn't have like a great record. And we're like, oh, it's fun, but he's going to be world champ. Leaves, See, I'm gonna do beer and alcohol. It's such a fun story, bro. You got so many pouches in your mouth, you sound like a squirrel. You sound like a squirrel. I didn't say something because I was telling you. Old squirrel shop. Squirrel shop.
What are we doing here, B? But seriously, why is Sean on PEDs? Why are any of these guys on TRT and HGH and everything else they get a doctor to prescribe them? Is it so they can perform better on stage or in the podcast studio? Maybe it's so they can perform better in bed. Let's see if Brandon can explain.
What's always interesting to me is when guys are, we're talking about, Armageddon, like, the days coming, but they don't run. The cardio's not very good.
He's got bad knees, actually.
That's why I run. Yeah, I run all the time. If it pops off, you'll be able to run.
Somebody said that. Yeah, somebody said about that. Yeah. But that guy,
I was hanging out with this drug guy, and he was like a whole bunker for, the Armageddon and Doomsday. What are you gonna do, bro? He's like, and we get in the mountains. I'm like, how? Have you ever tried them? Can you even walk through the mountains? You ever tried carrying 80 pounds of mountains?
Not how to get into those mountains.
No, but I'm gonna get to the mountains. I'm gonna take your gear and run up. I'll meet you up there.
How much are you running?
3 miles a day usually. When did you start doing this? About 4 months ago. I started with 3 miles, then went to 2, then I did a mile as fast as I can. That's crazy. Why do you do the 5 day? I don't know. They invited me to. I forgot. CTE. Straight up forgot. I didn't know until I saw a picture of Jelly Roll doing it.
I used to run 3 miles for breakfast. I was struggling so long.
Oh, come on, guys. Did Tom and Bert seriously forget to invite Bubba to their bed? Been training for it and everything. Hang on, can we just stop for a moment and appreciate what just happened? Here's my read on this, okay? I knew that the Two Bears 5 kilometer was coming up because Tom and Bert started promoting it several months back. Schwab said he started running 3 miles a day a few months ago, which is 4.8 kilometers, so almost 5 Ks. Clearly, he was training for it and hoping for an invite at the last minute so he could rock up and put in a solid performance-enhanced effort and then claim that he hadn't trained for it at all. Now, I know I just made that up completely. I don't have 300 pages of evidence or anything like that, but come on, guys. Bubba starts doing 4.8 kilometer runs every day right after Tom and Bert announce a 5K bear run. Yeah, I'm again in my ass. But hey, we should acknowledge just before we move on that Brandon's apocalypse joke was actually pretty funny. No? Okay, maybe not. Tough crowd. And speaking of tough crowds, Brian Callen just couldn't get anything to land with Rogan.
When I go allude to the fact that he's always partying and like hanging out all the time.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, Hamzat's got a lot of bread, bro. He got a lot of money.
Yeah. He's hanging out with some people that have a lot of money. Same people Khabib's hanging out with. You ever seen what Khabib has?
Yeah, he's got
like that. The land he owns in Russia.
You're friends with Putin.
They take care of their athletes, especially if they're fighting. Yeah, bro. Well, Hamzat is friends with that cardio guy, the guy who's the leader of Chechnya.
Yeah, he won a Nobel Peace Prize.
Did he really?
No, he did not. That was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's not. He's a warlord.
Joe, on what planet is the head of the Chechen Republic getting a Nobel Peace Prize? But as always, it got worse. Guests trolling Rogan has to be one of my favorite dynamics on JRE, and Callen is one of the best at doing it because he's been going at it for so many years.
I love that Francis made a ton of money. I love that he dropped Tyson Fury. I do not love the Joshua fight. Watching him getting KO'd like that against Anthony Joshua, I was like, he's like, you're just fighting one of the best boxers that's ever competed heavyweight, who's a knockout puncher, who really knows how to box, who's in the gold medals, and you've had one boxing fight. One.
He also might have had an incentive to keep that fight going for a long time. I'm not saying anything, but
what?
Yeah, I said it.
Who?
Mike Tyson Fury.
Shut the fuck up.
He may have had a.
You're ridiculous. You're so wrong.
No, I'm not.
There's not a chance in hell that Tyson Fury carried him. He was terrified of his power. He got dropped with a furious left hook in the left round. He got rocked in the 8th round. Bro, it's the same thing that you see in the Usyk fight. He's not all there anymore. Those fights with Deontay Wilder took something out of him. 100%.
Somebody started boxing late in life.
I still think that Tyson Fury fight. Did
you not hear him talking?
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I'm finishing my thought.
Yeah, but you're finishing your thought while he was talking. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but we were already having our conversation, and then you moved on. I'm saying that the idea that Tyson Fury
didn't have a bag of tricks and he didn't carry them. For me, it's very strange to me. It's very strange. I don't know. Maybe he didn't train at all.
He's one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, for sure. But he's also fighting a mountain of a man with insane physical abilities that caught him with a vicious left hook in the second round. If he was carrying that dude, all that should be out the window after you get dropped and rocked like that. Oh, God.
So clearly, Callan was just talking shit, and once he saw Rogan take the bait, he went in for a second helping. But Grumpy Joe takes everything so literally these days that he kept shutting it down. And it bothered him so much that he even brought it up again later on when Callan brought up Justin Timberlake.
Justin Timberlake wasn't selling well in his concert. Yes, that's what
Jimmy, that's when he got arrested for drink driving?
I don't know. Is that conspiracy?
You're a conspiracy. You believe that Tyson Fury carried Francis
I do. I actually do believe
you're a ridiculous person.
No, I think he got paid for it, too.
God, that's the stay on his toes.
Yeah, you could tell Rogan was coping hard. It reminded me of Callan's all-time best failed troll on Rogan from way back in the old JRE days, where he played the tough guy, saying he could beat up anyone that tried to bully him.
You know what happened to me? I got bullied for a full year, and it turned me into if somebody tried to bully me, I'll show up at your house and kill you. That's what happens. I get so angry.
I'm not buying that when he talks like that. I hate it.
It's not true. Bully me. If I bully you, try bullying me right now.
You know, problem.
Hold on, let me handle this.
Problem. You've talked to too many guys that let you say like that, and then it becomes like vernacular. When I first met you, all those people you used to hang around with, those are all toxic, and they're the way you're allowed to communicate with people. Because they said stupid shit, and you said stupid shit. Hey, bro, look at what do you have to say to me? Bro,
Callan was taking the piss and trying to walk up Rogan, but Grumpy Joe came out and started lecturing him. You could tell just from the look on Brenda's face that he knew it was a joke. They probably planned it in advance. Brian actually explained that it was a bit last year when he had Adam 22 on Fighter and the Kid podcast.
No, do you remember that? When I was going to go. I was about to, it was a long time ago. 5
years ago.
Yeah, more. I was about to go with this. I was about to go, I was going to go, and I'll tell you something else. You come at me, you better come at me correct. I was going to joke around with you. And he thought I was being tough.
Yeah, so you think after all these years, Rogan would have finally realized that Callan's just fucking with him, but Joe's having none of it, and there's an interesting dynamic to their whole relationship. Recently, on episode 1000 of The Fighter and the Kid, Shaw and Callan advertised that they were going to have the people on the show who helped make it all happen and were there from the start. So naturally, everybody thought that Rogan would make an appearance, especially given that he was the one who encouraged Brendan to quit fighting and move into podcasting and stand-up comedy. But not only did they have no guests in the studio, Rogan didn't even call in to congratulate them, which raised some eyebrows. The amount of coke in this next clip is off the charts.
The last two are questions that I just got from so many people that we're going to generalize. The first one is, why has Joe never been on the show?
Good question.
He's been on. He called in when we were at Fox.
He's never been on the show.
He called in. As far as in person.
Actually, the podcast where he told me to stop fighting was actually our podcast.
I went to find the kid, but it was at Joe Rogan's studio, so I wouldn't say he's on the show. Outside deal, we did a pretty good job booking the people that made the show through all the years. But again, we didn't think about Rogan because he's never been on the show.
Yeah.
But it's different because also Rogan, a lot of the way we got views is we're on Rogan so many times. So like cross-pollinate. Yeah, next Saturday we're gone. So we didn't even ask Rogan.
No.
Never. He's been the most famous guy in the room, so I don't ask him for anything. We've never asked him.
Yeah. Everybody asks Joe. Yeah. We're his friends. I don't want to be the one to ask him. He gets asked for everything. So I called him and I want to bring my nephew to the fight, to the Conor McGregor champ fight. But other than that, I don't even ask him for that.
See, I wouldn't really did ask him for that.
No, I asked him that, but
see, I wouldn't even ask him for that. I would rather pay, not ask him. I would have paid, and you're here. I'm like, yeah, you should ask him. Like, that's just not. I don't feel comfortable doing it. Like, even people around, close people around him asking for they have to ask him for something. They need something from him, and it made me feel sick. And I called him to him, like, I feel bad for you, dude. He's like, don't feel bad for me.
Because it's fine.
He's like, it's fine.
Everybody's an agenda. Everybody has a
Everyone's pitching him to do it. So it's like, I've never asked him for I've never asked him to be on his show. I've never asked him to come on this show. Nothing. I'll ask him for advice.
I asked him if I could do the podcast one time because I wanted to know about my special Man Tears. And I think that, or those
from all comedy. And that's it. And it's how it works. I was like, hey, can I come on? But he would have said yes anyway.
Yeah, so the real reason they never asked him to come on the podcast is because they know he'll turn them down. Rogan rarely goes on other people's podcasts, though, which is really strange. I also find it strange that instead of going to their studios, he'll let them do an episode of their podcast in his studio. I don't know if he's just lazy or he thinks he's helping them out. Maybe he wants to stay hiding behind his massive Mike Tyson desk and avoid any full body shots. I don't know. This whole podcast world is so weird. They've all basically turned into lolcows at this point. And the ironic thing is that their shows are the most entertaining that they've ever been. Seeing four middle-aged men jumping around, sniffing out of a bottle, stuffing their faces with pouches, and not getting each other's jokes is peak in 2024, and I'm here for it. We're in a post-entertainment where it's just a bunch of clown shows on repeat. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this one of the latest JRE Fight Companion. If you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon, where I just dropped the first part in a 3-part series on Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
This is a very good fight.
Hey, man, give me some of those smelling salts.
Oh, 66A. I'll skill,
but I'll get emotional. It drives me, if we're being honest, you believe this, Jim, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my car, I know you're not like this. I'm only crying. It drives me nuts. Nuts. It drives me nuts.
I think she could be right now. Yeah, so
Brandon Sharp and Brian Callen celebrated their 1,000th episode of The Fighter and the Kid this week, and they did it in style. Okay, no, not really. But Brandon hyped it up all week, saying that we're going to have a very special guest on episode 1,000, someone who played a big role in its success, except they ended up just having their buddy's phone in for a Zoom call. And the best part for me was seeing the top comment get deleted by Chin. I didn't get a chance to screenshot the comment, but it said something along the lines of, how pathetic is this that they couldn't get any guests in the actual studio to celebrate, so they phoned them all in. They got a bunch of likes and it was literally the top comment, but now it's gone, so they must have deleted it. If anyone got a screenshot or knows what it said exactly, drop it below and I'll pin your comment so it's here to stay. But listen, I'm not here to poke fun at one of the oldest and longest running podcasts in the world. The Fighter and the Kid has been going for over 10 years. They started in 2013 on Fox, but then they went out on their own in 2016 after a contract dispute, and ever since downhill. They struggle to get 50,000 views per episode, and considering that they used to get hundreds of thousands and even millions of views, it has to be one of the most epic downfalls in podcast history.
This is where I'm at, like, maybe we don't reach 1 million views or even 100,000 per episode. I'm okay with it. I wish it did, that'd be great, but if it means, like, hustling and playing the YouTube algorithm game, like, I'm not going to do it. I'm 40 to do it.
Yeah, it makes sense. But like I said, I'm not here to poke fun at their podcast. What I am going to do, though, is call out Brandon Sharp for lying about his lawsuit, lying about why he quit doing stand-up comedy, and also for lying about where he gets his money from. As usual, I brought receipts. At this point, Brandon is so out of control and is so full of his own lies that he really needs to stop and get help. I really mean that. I'm not even joking a little bit. Every time he opens his mouth about the lawsuit or about stand-up or anything to do with his decision-making, he only makes it worse. Brandon, if you're watching this, stop it. Get some help. The lies you're telling are damaging the people around you and ruining any semblance of integrity that you never had. For all my regulars watching who have been following this train wreck from the beginning, you're going to see Brandon lying through his teeth yet again, blaming everybody but himself for the damage he's caused, while Brian Callen sits next to him, enabling all his lies because he's got skeletons in his own closet that he's still trying to hide. But if you're new here, don't worry, I'll get you up to speed as we go along. If you end up wanting more, you can go and check out my Patreon via the link in the description, where I have full detailed coverage of all the legal filings in this case, as well as Rogan's Alpha Brain lawsuit. There's also more uncensored content over there that you might be interested in, so go and check that out. For now though, sit back and relax, grab a cupcake, and let me explain what's going on. To celebrate episode 1000, they did a 3-hour podcast where they had their buddies phone in for a chat, which was cringe as fuck. But they also decided to answer some questions from their so-called fans, and nothing was off limits, including how they mistakenly bullied and threatened Bobby Lee, Brandon's failed lawsuit, and his recent retirement from stand-up comedy.
What's going on with you and Bobby Lee? Have you guys squashed everything?
Yeah, I mean, I know real quick, Brian's closer with Bobby. He's always been closer with Bobby than I was. Like, me and Bobby didn't talk like weekly or even monthly. If I saw him at the store, he's cool. Yeah, but it's not like if I, which is the truth, I don't talk to Bobby. I didn't talk to him before any of this, so there's no falling out. We were never that close. Yeah.
I think we spoke a little bit, and I said, I love you, and I'm eternally sorry. And he said, we're good. And so I love him, and I take full responsibility through something I was working on. I was not working on good information, and I was wrong. I was wrong through and through. That guy didn't deserve it. I was defending my friend Brendan. I wasn't working on all the information, and I don't know. I could get into what it was. I was going through some really crazy, and I just lost my. It
was a weird time,
and I lost on the last person that deserved it. And I have apologized to him unreservedly.
So for those of you who don't know, a few years ago, Brandon and Brian got trolled by somebody who was claiming to have evidence that Bobby Lee was behind some of the posts on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, which includes stuff about Brandon cheating on his wife, hitting his children, and other deeply embarrassing details about Brandon's personal life. They jumped onto this fence and immediately started calling and texting Bobby and his ex-girlfriend Kalila, threatening to expose that they were in an open relationship, as well as physically threatening Bobby Lee himself. The only person I know of who threatened Bobby Lee and actually assaulted him as well is Ari Shafir, so they were in good company. Unfortunately, it all ended up being fake. Bobby had nothing to do with the Fighter and the Kids subreddit. Brandon and Brian went into damage control, and the rest is history. But instead of taking responsibility for their actions and being straight up about it, they still blame the people around them for leading them astray.
Well, that whole time was so weird. Like now I'm in a much better place, much healthier. I don't have the wrong people around me. Like when that was going on, like if opportunity came to me now, someone pitched up like, "Are you out of your?" No, it was absolutely so weird. So. And then also, like, I never thought it'd become what it did. Hey, I want to go public. I heard some of this stuff, and then it just became this monster, So it's like.
And part of it's because people love Bobby. I was out of line. You know what I did?
I told you that when we got up, I'm like, holy fuck.
And I've never, to be honest,
and straight, don't get mad. This is horrible anger issues. A little crazy. When you get mad,
when I think my friends are getting mad about some stuff that was going on,
I get it. When you get mad, you get mad.
So at least Brian Callen's being straight up about what he did and taking responsibility for it. He was the one who called up Bobby and physically threatened him. But yet again, here we have Brandon using every excuse in the world to deflect responsibility when all of this concerned him, his family, and the things he was doing behind their backs, allegedly. The reason I'm bringing up the Bobby Lee drama is because Brandon used this in the podcast to try and justify launching a lawsuit against a YouTuber known as Unique. Essentially, his argument is that he was in a bad place, he was trusting the wrong people, and he got dragged into something that he didn't fully understand. This is Bubba rewriting history in real time.
That was a time period. It's like the same thing I'm sure you brought up. Like, even with this lawsuit, this YouTuber, that's all around the same time. I have a whole team, right? You have business manager, you have this entertainment manager, you have lawyers, you have this. I have a whole bunch of people working for me at the time. I've never been the guy to give people like, you can control this. Never. It's not my thing. That's why I'm at where I'm at. But somewhere along the line, I lost my way. And I started delegating certain things to people. And you notice, by like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, my social media was awful because it's not me. Those days are gone.
Did you get that, guys? Brandon never delegates. Never. That's just not his style, except he did it on that one occasion. Basically, Brandon puts it all down to being in the wrong headspace at the time, as well as the wrong people around him, giving him the wrong advice, and simply trying to profit off of his fame and fortune. This is his full explanation, and just so you know, I had to edit this pretty heavily because he was umming and ahhing, stuttering, and repeating himself, so I did my best to help him form normal sentences. Take a look.
So the lawsuit thing, I'm sure it's a question, the lawsuit thing. The guy who's no longer with me, a business guy, comes to me and goes, hey man, there's this guy on YouTube. Again, I hand to God, I've never seen any of it. I don't see any of it. So this guy who works with me, right, doing this stuff, business manager, goes, hey man, I got a call from this lawyer. I've known him a long time. Like, there's this guy on YouTube. He's making thousands of videos, you know, bad mouthing you and using your content. But I don't care. I go, I don't care, dude. Like, there's a million of them. What are you gonna do? He goes, that's bad, man. He said you hit your kids. And I was like, okay. Next week comes back saying, dude, I'm telling you, I really think we should do something. You know, they know how to pull out my heartstrings. He goes, you know, he has a rap sheet where, you know, he beat his son. It's on video on there. I'm like, whoa. All right, do what you got. And I was told, really, I was told, this is easy. It takes 3 months. It's still going on. That was really 3 years ago. It's still going on. That's what people don't realize is they told me 3 months, and I don't know if they were in cahoots together, just getting money out of me or whatever. Me 10 years ago, you beat the internet. Internet's gonna internet. There's nothing you can do. And at the time, like the initial cost, good amount of money, but again, at the time, whatever, your boy's balling. You know, so at the time, like, yeah, do what you got to do.
Okay, so let's break this down because it's important to set all of this out to understand just how full of shit he is. And trust me, it gets worse. Brandon saying that he never knew about the videos Unique was making. It was brought to his attention by a business manager who potentially had some sort of arrangement with a lawyer to screw Brandon out of legal fees to line their own pockets. At the time, they told him it would only take 3 months to get it all settled and done, but now, 3 years later, it's still going. Do you notice how nothing is ever his fault? He decided to go with the lawsuit because the YouTuber allegedly beat his son, so he had to throw in that little humble brag there. That line we've heard him say before, you're never going to beat the internet. Brandon was the one who leaned into all the hate he was getting by telling all of his haters that he's rich, he's more successful than them. What they think doesn't matter because they're all nobody's hiding in their mom's basements. He did that, and look how it all turned out for him. He can't go anywhere, anything, without getting shit on by all of his haters. So for to act all high and mighty with his catchy phrase, it's yet another example of Brandon trying to rewrite history. Anyway, let's keep going. It's about to get good.
Well, thank God, and people don't realize this, and even if he's doing, like, dragging it out, it's pro bono. I don't pay anymore. So whatever issues they have with it, I couldn't tell you what's going on with it. I couldn't tell you when it's going to end. I know nothing about. I don't associate with them anymore. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you. Yeah, I take accountability because that's all. I have to give these people jobs. I have the wrong people around me that I hired, horrible people, right? I have this business guy that had no business managing any of my bad information, and I'm at a time where I'm not sharing the shit, and it's not good.
Okay, first up, Brandon does not know what pro bono means. I think what he's trying to say is that they will work on a no-win, no-fee basis. It also doesn't make sense because he's previously admitted to having paid their massive legals. So either they switched it to a no-win, no-fee basis after the lawsuit started dragging out for years, or he's just straight up lying. But the other thing that caught my attention was the pretty outrageous statement that he wasn't in control of his company, Thick Boy Productions, which is the entity that brought the action against Unique. I went and looked up who the directors are of Thick Boy Production, and I found this. His father, Peter, was the first director, and then he brought his son, Brandon, on as a director as well at a later date. Now, the way these kinds of things usually work is that a representative of the company, usually a director, has to sign off on the legal filings. Sure, your lawyers submit them on your behalf because they're lawyers, but the individual or company bringing the suit is ultimately responsible for bringing the action and would need to sign off on it. So given that you can't delegate directors' obligations and responsibility, there are three possibilities here. The first one is Papa's right, and his lawyer and former business manager are running the lawsuit without his knowledge or involvement. If that's true, the lawyer needs to be reported to the American Bar Association because that's illegal and he would be disbarred. The second is his dad is calling the shots and paying the bills without Brandon's knowledge or involvement. And the third is Brandon knows exactly what's going on and he's straight up lying about not being involved in the case.
Now you can notice the password now. I had to take time out from stand-up. I'm doing too much. I got cut back on the shows. I was going down a bad road, man. I control it. My social media boy's back. I've been back about a year now. Everything you see now is my decision. Notice how much better it is, how much more positive I am. I'm a positive person. That time when Brian's going through that and we're going through all this mayhem, that was probably the darkest hours of our careers, of our life.
And I made it worse by far by pointing my gun at somebody I care about that didn't deserve it.
But to your defense, that could have been Bobby, that could have been Broken, that could have been Bert Kreischer.
I was going.
It just so happened.
I was going to do something.
Bobby, yes.
I was going to do something else, and also I don't like talking about it because that makes an excuse.
And that's an excuse
for me.
So again, I want to give Brian Callen credit here for taking this on his own shoulders and not trying to deflect onto anybody else. But as for Brandon, he made some interesting comments there that we've heard before. Things are different now. He changed. He's in control. He's the one calling this. Hey, Bubba, it's you.
Can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if you're gonna critique stand up or my fight picks or whatever, my football picks, all good. That's what the internet's for. Now, if you're gonna go out there and defamation, like whenever Brent hits his kids or beats his wife, then you got my attention. I'm gonna come after you. Oh, yeah, that game I don't play. You guys suffer from that. So.
That was only 6 months ago, yet Brandon claims to have no knowledge of the lawsuit, what it's about, where it's at, or why he's doing it. Clearly, based on his own words, the lawsuit was always about silencing a YouTuber who was posting videos exposing Brandon's lying and cheating, allegedly. But forget 6 months ago, what about just recently when he finally lost the lawsuit? That's right, Brandon ended up losing the lawsuit, and then a month ago, he filed an appeal. He's appealing the loss. What happened to being in control, Bubba? You just said everything happened in the last 18 months are all your own decisions. So either someone is fraudulently filing lawsuits on your behalf, maybe your dad's doing it for you, or you're just plain full of shit. And that's what I don't get. It's so easy to look all of this stuff up. I've covered this extensively. Does he not realize we all know the truth about this lawsuit, how he lost and how he filed an appeal? One other thing, I've seen this a lot on my travels, both from guys like Rothschild and their fangirls as well. It's the whole argument that they don't know what's going on. It's their producers and their people who are doing the copyright claims and strikes, so you can't blame them for it. Let me ask you this then. If I wanted to fight back and sue them for the tort of interference in my business, who do I sue? Do I sue Ben Pixels, Superbam, Brandon's producers? Nope. I sue the entity or the individual who owns the copyright. So this whole argument, it wasn't them, it was their people, well, it has no bearing in the law. It's just a code. This is why he needs to stop, get help, and get as far away from a camera and microphone as possible, except there's one problem. It gets worse. One of the questions they got from their so-called fans for episode 1000 was one thing that they're proud of each other for. Here's Brandon's response.
I get emotional. It drives me off. If we're being honest. Be this, Jim. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my daughter. I know you're not gonna like this. I'm only crying. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after talent, and your Brian's not better than 99% of those in comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. You want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't agree with. That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud, and not now I'm trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. That's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places.
I don't think she can read right now.
Yeah. So.
Oh man, here we go. Okay, so back in 2020, 4 women came out and made allegations against Brian Callen, which to this day he vehemently denies. He has never been found guilty of any criminal charges by a court and therefore maintains his presumption of innocence. However, Brian did try to sue the husband, one of the complainants, for effectively cancelling him. Brian claimed that her husband contacted his agents, subsequently as a client, as well as various which also refused to book him at the time. Even some of the sponsors of the fighter and the kid refused to do business with them if Callen stayed on the show. Unfortunately, Brian wasn't able to prove his case to the sufficient standard and eventually withdrew his action. That isn't why Brian's comedy career never took off. The real reason is he's simply just not that funny. Now, I don't hold Brian in the same low regard as Brandon, but this isn't it, Bubba. Sitting there in rage crying because your buddy didn't make it in comedy is fucking sad. You can't force us to find you or Brian Callen funny. It's got nothing to do with the allegations. See, this is what I mean when I say Brandon needs to stop and get help. He still doesn't get it. Even though he claims to be back on top, he's making his own decisions and he's no longer being manipulated, he still doesn't understand how comedy works. You've got to be funny. That's it. Brian has access to Joe Rogan on his podcast, The Mothership as well. Any of his buddies' podcasts and get exposure. He's got his own website, his own podcast, so there is no excuse for not making it. And as for Brandon's own comedy career, well, he's finally let the real reason for quitting stand-up slip.
I just live a weird life, man. On the road, like not making decisions like a married man and a father of 3 should do. Like it was, I was going down a road that I was like, who is it? Like I was like, who is this guy? What the f are you doing, man? And me too. That's why you don't see me on the road. That's why I'm around my kids. Like that. I was going down a road that it's not what I do. Guys who can manage that stuff, God bless you. You're figuring it out better than I am. I can't do the road. I can't give you the good quality podcast. I can't do the car stuff I want to do and be a dad and be a coach and be a good husband. I can't do it. So something has to give. That means making less money and not doing the road. Sign me up.
Now, you guys can tell me if I'm reading into this too much, and I'll comment on the chin, but that sounded to me like his wife maybe told him to stop doing stand-up and traveling to keep him home and out of trouble. We all know that Brandon has a thing for Instagram baddies. He's been caught out a couple of times, and so maybe his wife put her foot down and said, you either choose that or you quit and stay home with us and just do your podcast, total drugs in the middle of nowhere. He really just needs to stop talking. But like I said at the beginning, if you want detailed ongoing coverage of his lawsuit as well as the Alpha Brain lawsuit and more uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak more freely without any copyright restrictions as well as YouTube censorship regime. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You look at the valuation of their stock and how much that company's worth now because they decided Rogan compared to what they paid them. You know, I'm a shark when it comes to business. They underpaid them. Well, yeah, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on. Don't get silly. You can't play the America. Yes. Why? Because we'll get copyright. All right, guys. Now that Jamie's back. We're back. Don't be afraid, Jamie. Can we get in trouble? Jamie, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Why are you just reaching out? I'm not a lawyer. So we're not allowed to have fun and use music anymore? Fine. We're just on YouTube.
It's no secret that Joe Rogan's been having a hard time since he came back to YouTube this year. Apart from having to put up with all of us mentally ill YouTube users who comment on his podcasts, he now has to follow the same rules as everyone else on here. It all came to a head at 21:28 with Joey Diaz. The episode was taken down from YouTube soon after it was published, and a short clip was cut out before it was republished again. That clip clip was of Tyson Fury singing American Pie in 2020, just after he beat Deontay Wilder in their second fight. And so a couple of days later, Rogan had this to say on episode 2130 with Coleman Hughes.
From just staying entirely on Spotify to now we're everywhere. Dealing with YouTube is so bizarre. Like, people can claim copyright for things that are 100% not there. But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so you have to remove it, and then you have to fight it. It's bizarre. Well, it's dumb. It's dumb. There's things that you should be able to talk about. If there's a popular song, you're like, wet ass puppy. Like, look at the moral decline of America. Listen to this. I don't cook. I don't clean. I got this wet ass. It's like, you should be able to play that and just go, what are we doing? This is wild. And entertaining and fun and a great song. But so this is Hitler.
But at the same time as the not so powerful JRE was fumbling his way through YouTube's copyright claim circus, one of Rogan's proteges was the headline act of his own circus. In February, Brendan Schaub lost a 2-year lawsuit that he had brought against a smaller YouTuber named Kyle Swindells. Brandon claimed that Kyle had used clips from The Schaub Show and The Fighter and the Kid in his commentary videos without authorization from the copyright owner, Thick Boy Studios. So on the one hand, we have the most powerful podcaster in the world having episodes of his podcast taken down and being forced to cut out a couple of minutes before re-uploading it to YouTube. And on the other hand, we have Bruce Shark Schaub losing a court battle against another YouTuber for using clips in commentary videos. Now, I've also had my fair share of copyright battles right here on this channel, but I've been lucky. I've got a legal background myself, and my best friend is a lawyer. So when Guy Kreischer, Theo Von, Brendan Schaub, the Nelk Boys, Netflix, The Johnny Carson Show have after me and tried to steal ad revenue, I've been able to fight back and win every single time. But there's been one exception. There's been one massive pain in the ass won't seem to go away no matter how many disappeals and legal letters we send. That pain in the ass is Joe Rogan. That's right, the legendary free speech icon himself is the biggest copyright troll I've had to deal with. Not only does Rogan have a whole team of people dedicated to stealing ad revenue from YouTube channels like mine, they've even completely blocked my videos from being published. One time, Rogan took ad revenue from a 20-minute video of mine that wasn't even about him because I used a 20-second clip from JRE.
But if they claim it, then they can monetize your show. They take all the money from your show, so they remove it, and then you have to fight it. It's bizarre. It's dumb.
But here's the thing, it gets worse. You know how Brandon lost his copyright loop? Well, he appealed. And this is where things get really interesting. You see, by losing his lawsuit, he put a spotlight on podcasting and exposed a gaping hole in the industry. But then appealing the district court's decision has blown that gaping right open. I'll explain exactly why in just a moment. I want to say this first. We like to poke fun at Brendan and laugh at his stand-up comedy, inability to string coherent sentences together, and just general delusional and degenerate behavior. But this lawsuit is the single most stupid thing he's ever done. Most of his other failures have been funny and pathetic, but this is something else. I honestly cannot express to you just how damaging this has been for podcasting, but let me try anyway. So, this is what the judge said in making her decision for Brandon. Because Mr. Swindell's reaction videos use the copyright works to criticize or comment upon them, rather than to supersede the work's original objects, the first fair use factor weighs in Mr. Swindell's favor. And to support this, the judge referenced a Supreme Court case from just last year between the late artist Andy Warhol and a photographer who claimed Warhol's use of a photo he'd taken of Prince for one of his artworks was in breach of copyright. The quote section reads, "A use which comments on, criticizes on, or provides otherwise unavailable information about the original is unlikely to supersede the original work." That simply means if you provide commentary or criticism of a copyrighted work, you can use it without the owner's permission. But the judge didn't say it. She also referenced the Ethan Klein copyright case from 2017, which Ethan won. The quote reads, "A YouTube reaction video interspersed with segments of a copyrighted work in order to comment upon that work, formative fair use." Now, when Bubba lost this case, Ethan actually pulled up a screenshot from my video covering the lawsuit that appeared of a gloat about how he ran and lose his lawsuit.
This is also really a fun little detail. Brendan Schwab. Schwab or Schwab?
He's going to be punished straight
Schwab would do with the W. But here it's spelled with a W. I don't know if they're making fun of me about this because I used to say Schwab. I think it's Schwab. It's not with a W. So he sued a YouTuber for making fun of him. He's such a moron. He thought he was suing him for defamation, but it turns out he was suing him for copyright. He apparently didn't know. He didn't know what he was. Because suing him for defamation would be like an all-out loss. He lost the case, and anyway, the best part is that in the verdict decided in favor of fair use against Brendan, they cite none other than your boy. Shout out Matt Haas, because Mr. Swindell's reaction video used the copyrighted works to criticize or comment rather than to supersede the work's original objects. The first fair use factor ways in Mr. Swindell's favor from Hussein's daughter, first line. Wow, look at that. Thank you for the top comment. Ethan has unironically done more for free speech than any conservative dissenter. Thank you so much for saying that. I love that.
Okay, fine. So we know Brandon lost the lawsuit, but what about this appeal? Here is the basic argument that his lawyers are now trying to make. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitute fair use. Now here's the thing. Brendan's lawyers are right. In some of Carl's videos, he used long clips from Bubba's podcasts and provided very little commentary, sometimes just one sentence that didn't really provide any additional context or perspectives to the original content. So how come Brendan still lost? Well, here's the answer. Tucked away on page 26 of Bubba's appeal filing, his lawyers say this. On the podcast, the hosts discuss and debate topics such as news, sports, and celebrities. The podcast takes place in a production studio, and the hosts joke around with each other and provide funny stories and unusual wordplay. As Swindells admitted, Schwab has also conducted interviews with a variety of people, including Navy SEALs, NFL players, MMA fighters, and others. There is nothing factual about episodes. Schwab and the other hosts made creative choices as to what to discuss, yet the district court found that the episodes were factual in nature, that incorrect. So, this is the thing about copyright law. Not all types of media and art are treated the same. For example, a song or piece of music has a higher level of copyright protection compared to a newspaper article in the New York Times or Washington. That's because the Copyright Act distinguishes between creative works and factual works. Now, here's the other thing. Brandon's lawsuit is the first of its kind to make it into the courts. Prior to this decision, there was no that had categorized podcasts as factual works. And if you're wondering what that means, it simply refers to the fact that on a podcast, it's just people sitting around talking about stuff. It's not a work of art in the sense that creative decision about what colors to use for a painting, or the skill in the brush strokes, or maybe it's the creative direction from Martin Scorsese and his collaborations with Robert De Niro. You can use a bunch of different examples. Go for your life. The point is that now Brandon lost, there is an established legal precedent that says podcasts are not creative works for the purposes of copyright law, and therefore don't have the same copyright protections as more creative or artistic works. And that's basically the basis of his appeal. It's a Hail Mary hoping that the appeals court will say, hey, you know what, the Schwab Show and the Fighter and the Kid are creative works, their works, and therefore the standard should be higher for Kyle Swindells. Because remember, the judge said that Kyle did use too much of Brendan's clips, but Brendan lost because, well, basically, there was nothing for Brendan to really eyes of the law. It's just him talking in front of a camera. Anyone can do that. It's not creative. This is to say Bubba has exposed podcasting. Not only did he lose the case, but now he's paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up a precedent that screwed over all of his buddies, including Joe Rogan. The irony is, Rogan can't just play songs randomly on JRE or clips from movies movies or TV shows, but I can use clips from his podcast to comment and criticize things he says. And now, thanks to his buddy Brandon, there's a legal precedent that reinforces my right to their use of Rogan's clips.
It's dumb.
Son of a bitch. Unlucky, Bubba. You did it to yourself, bro. So I just wanted to bring this to you guys here on YouTube. I've been working on my full legal breakdown for my members on Patreon, and I didn't want all of you here to miss out on what's happening with this case. So if you want the full legal breakdown where I take you through the appeal in detail, check out the link in the description. Head over to my Patreon and sign up so you don't miss out. Anyway, that's it from me. I hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. And if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button. Also, don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh my God. He's fine, by the way, so you can laugh.
Provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the or cancel button.
This guy, by the way, lost a lawsuit. And by the way, the guy who lost the lawsuit to he was represented himself. Lawyer.
Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that. Steve will do a guy who went really bad at Dana, and I dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, I will f*** you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f*** you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan Schaub has reminded us this week yet again that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a CE rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that. He filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense. So more on that towards the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like a tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned it into an art form. With UFC 300, our boy Bubba was a vocal critic of the event. He thought that the stakes weren't high enough and it was all for show, which isn't necessarily wrong or a bad, but in the it was a pretty wild. Most people I know enjoyed it. And so in true Dana White fashion, he had a little made up to call out all the critics of the event, which included Brendan Schaub.
Alright, so this is just as interesting. So Dana White does a thing on shout out to Dana White. Dana White does this thing on UFC 300. He basically like his version of a diss track of all the people in MMA media. Not all, he left out a few, but some of the people in MMA media who were kind of critiquing UFC 300. And so he plays this video. I think this was on Saturday, April 20th when he did this. Yeah, Saturday. He played the video too.
What's up, guys? As we rolled into UFC 300, the MMA experts weighed in on what they thought of UFC 300. For all the fighters that were on this card, when I said it's the greatest card ever assembled in the history of combat sports, this is what the media thought of you guys.
Makes no sense. Is any fight on this card 300 worthy? No. This is the most diabolically disappointing UFC 300 announcement. Ooh, they did Jesse dirty. Kind of. Yeah, it is dope. It is dope. Yeah, it is. And it's awesome that he actually replied with respect. That's so awesome. I saw that, and then I put up the chat. I put, why you bring up old shit? You know, I put fair play. UFC 300 was amazing. And then Dana responded, that's awesome, #respect. Yeah.
Do you think Crinjo Papi will ever realize that Dana White thinks he's a joke? I mean, the whole thing was a publicity stunt. Dana grew the UFC off the back of being the underdog that everyone wanted to ban. They were always second to body, took them seriously. So he's always going to use whatever negativity and hatred he gets to promote the UFC and prove everyone wrong. It's so formulaic, you could literally write an equation out for it. So then why is it that Brendan has to take everything so literally?
And then you always have people, like whenever Dana, we've had our issues over the years, but it's good, man. I give Dana, the credit for, give me the career that I have. Fools and do the Reebok deal. Who knows what would happen? I probably stuck around to make the money. but he didn't, and he changed the rules because that was best for his business. He wasn't trying to hurt me. It took me a while to realize that, but that gave me the fuel of the podcast and firing the kid, and the Big Brown Breakdown, and do what I do. So, I should probably give him some sort of percentage, if he needed it, but I would. I don't want to.
Oh, geez, I think I just vomited in my mouth a little bit. Of course, Brendan tries to turn this into, but it gets worse. So we all know who the Nelt boys are. God bless you. You can turn this video off right now and go back to living your life with absolutely zero regrets. But for the rest of us, Dana White aligned himself with Kyle and his buddies, no doubt to capitalize on their audience and maintain relevance amongst a younger crowd. So after Brendan Schaub called out Dana for UFC 300, Steve Will Do It got onto Twitter and trolled him so badly that it's actually funny as hell. Dana White is a top-tier human. Brandon Schaub, you're a goofball. I thought you were a former UFC fighter. You failed at comedy and you can't even talk UFC right. Brandon Schaub is a loser. Then he took it down a notch and made fun of his name, saying Brandon Schaub, or like Brandon Slob, #loser, followed by imagine being a former UFC fighter and get introduced by a podcaster. Lol, Brandon Schaub, loser. So clearly Steve had a few too many hard seltzers, troll the Crinjo puppy, which honestly seems entirely appropriate. I mean, I agree with almost everything he said. He was speaking straight facts. But for our boy Bubba, he felt that he had no choice but to address Steve on his live stream earlier this week.
Steve Will Do It. He came at me on Twitter. I was like, what? Like, why though? He's close with Dana, and I think he's young. I don't know how old he is, but I think he's young, so maybe that's his way of getting his boys back, which I respect. But this isn't. You don't know what you're doing. You're not educated on the dynamics of everything, and that stuff doesn't bother me. I've dealt with much worse. He's defending his boy, which I get and I love. I do the same. I ride for my guys. Do a little research. I'm not doing this isn't it, but this isn't. I have a background, so there's stuff you can go after. Yeah, I was a world champion. No, I'm not Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan. So you can poke stuff at that. It's like, oh, you just don't know. Feel clean. Oh, buddy, you don't know comedy. You don't know comedy. That doesn't work. From your outside perspective, I'm not at Kevin Hart or Joe Rogan or Sebastian's level. No. Does that mean I failed? Then 99.999% of the comments fail. If that's your level, then yeah, all of us are failures for about 5 guys in the world to ever do it.
Okay, this was absolutely wild. Brendan dedicated almost 1 hour of the Schaub Show, or whatever it's called, to discussing the Dana White Steve Will Do It drama. That's how much he doesn't care about any of this, and it doesn't bother him. Almost an hour of an hour and 25-minute live stream. Yeah, this doesn't bother him one bit. And you could tell the comedy thing really got to him. For those of you who don't know, the Crinjo Papi had to scale back on his stand-up comedy commitments because he was struggling to sell tickets and was building a reputation for cancelling shows. So he pretended that he was spending time with his family earlier this year as a cover for effectively retiring from stand-up comedy. And just quietly, on what planet are Joe Rogan and Kevin Hart in the same league of comedy? I should also correct him. He was exaggerating when he said there's only 5 successful comedians on the planet. There's actually 1,000 of them. Or was it 500? No, it was 250, wasn't it? Anyway, I do have to agree with Brendan on one thing. He definitely isn't a failed comedian. That would imply he was a comedian to start with. Thank him, B. But then things were a little dark. Brendan wasn't done yet. He leaned into it and he started throwing veiled threats towards Steve Will Do It. And don't forget, Bubba has no issues with him. None of this bothers him. He's completely cool with all of this. Just saying.
Yeah, with Steve, I have no issues with him. He seems like a good guy. Anybody that knows him tells me he's a good guy. I don't know what he does. I'm informed. But I'm easy to find. Super easy to find. Super easy to find. And we have a mutual friend in Bradley Martin. I text Brad yesterday. I talk to Brad probably once a week. Brad's a close buddy of mine. With my energy levels and peptides and all, Brad's my guy. Absolutely adore Bradley. He's the fucking man. and he's best friends with Steve, so there's a mutual friend there. So I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley. If there's something going on that I don't know about, I can meet you at Zoo Culture, whichever location you want. You can meet there. We can talk about it. If you're so mad, we can go in the back room and figure it out. You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that, and figure it out. No, I don't. You know, that's how this goes. Do that. I know what you're saying. No, but I'm saying if he's that mad, it's like if you want, I have no problem with that. But you would, I know. No, I don't want it. He seems like he's small too. So it doesn't I don't come off as a bully. No, he came at me, so it's like if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down.
Okay, Brendan, there's this thing called the Second Amendment, and never mind, let him have his fun. But all jokes aside, not everyone thought this was as cringe as I did. He actually had quite a bit of support out Steve and saying, hey man, if you've got a problem, we can sort this out like men. And I'm not going to lie, I would love nothing more than to see our boy Bubba line up the Nelt boys and teach them a lesson one by one. The world would definitely be a better place after that. The thing is, though, he didn't just leave it at that. He went on and on and on. Now, I don't know if it was the kratom or the road pouches, the addies, or just two. Brendan went to extraordinary lengths to prove to everyone just how much none of this bothers him.
Whatever community, trucking, car community, nobody that's ever come after me, I've never been worried if you locked me in a room with them how it would go. I've never had a single person on this earth come after me that I couldn't beat up. And that's just fact. This isn't a bully thing. This isn't a cocky thing. So I think that's why it doesn't bother me, because I know Steve, or I know insert comic, or insert podcast, or insert whoever it is, from anything that I do that talks about me. I know if we're in the same room, he would not talk to me that way. So hand-to-hand fighting, I will fight you up. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will fuck you up. These are just facts. These are just facts. Now, we can live in a world where these YouTubers, the guys like Steve, his buddies around him are going, I hate him. Oh, dude, I don't know, dude. He got knocked up by Nogueira that time. There's that world that lives on social media and YouTube. That's not real. That is not, you cannot fight. I promise you cannot fight. The boys and the YouTubers, cool. That's not real, Bubba. This will not end well for you in any facet. This is the real world. You will get severely fucked up. And that's why I'm cool with it.
Yep, he is 100% cool with this. But you've got to admit, Bubba's right. It's all fun and game, the internet, but once the cameras and mics are turned off and it's just you and Brendan in a dark room, yeah, he's going to have you. Hang on, are we still talking about fighting? The other thing is, to play devil's advocate, no one's calling him out to fight. None of us are saying, Bubba, you're cool, let's fight, I'll smash you. So it doesn't really make sense to call him and fight you when all they were doing was pointing out that you're a loser. It's like if a kid says to another kid that they're stupid and read too slow, and so the other kid says, yeah, but my dad's stronger than your dad. Yeah, but you're still a slow reader. Either way, Brendan's Sookfest apparently worked, or so he thought. To me, Steve was still him and talking absolute shit. I want to take back anything I said about Brandon Shaw. The guy is a very nice person and I shouldn't have attacked him. I don't think he is a nasty person. My bad, Brandon Shaw. You're a good guy, I feel. Looked into you more. It's no more nasty people than 2024, and I don't believe you're nasty. He also said, I listened to him talk about me on his podcast, and I'm like, this guy seems like an awesome guy. So I want to take back what I said. And so Brandon took the bait and replied with, all good, my brother. I'm so glad they managed to clear all of this up, and Bubba still has no idea that this whole thing was a massive joke at his expense. But wait, it gets worse. Oh man, this was cringe as hell. Let me explain. So, like I said earlier, not everyone shared my feelings about this whole situation. A lot of people sided with Bubba on this and thought it was about time that he called these clowns out and set them straight. The fact that Steve fake apologized apparently fooled people into thinking Brendan had won, and so it wasn't all bad for our boy. But then, true Crinjo Puppy style, he took it too far and tried to milk it for everything. This was the thumbnail for the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. He's got Steve in the middle talking into a mic. It says they hashed out their beef, and to the average person, it looks like Bubba managed to get Steve on his podcast to settle this beef. Except it was pure clickbait. In fact, the clickbait was so bad that not only did they not get Steve on the podcast, they spent less than 60 seconds actually talking about it over the whole episode.
I feel like most people are like, just like, remember Chin on Monday? I told Steve will do a guy who went really bad on me. He was like defending Dana, and like, I went dark a little bit how I can kill people, which is out of character for me, and I apologize. Me and him connected. I thought we talked.
You did?
Yeah. Okay. Because him and Bradley are super close, and Bradley texted me. He's like, "Yo, I'm gonna connect you with Steve."
And when you talk to him, I'm sure he's a great guy, and you guys get along. You know?
He was like, "Oh, dude, I watch your podcast. Like, you're actually a good guy." He's like, "Oh, man," he's like, "I was just firing off at the mouth."
I love it.
He was like, "I'm sorry, man." He was like, "I didn't
Good
mean
for
it."
him. That's
And
amazing.
I told him, I said, "I get it, dude. It's all good. We're more similar than we are."
Of course. Good for him.
Yeah, it was
You
great.
know who I like a lot? Luke Thomas, but I don't know.
Yep, that was it. And it wasn't the homeless cats that got their knickers in a knot. We all know Brendan's petty tricks, but it was actually his dying audience that started to turn on him. The Steve will do it clickbait was pretty shameless. Come on, guys, don't do this. He's not even on the pod. What the F? Clickbait. It's 50 for 5 seconds of Steve will do it. Laughing my ass off. Not on the pod? Guys, this is ridiculous. Crazy clickbait to put in with the mic, which is from the Nelk podcast. Wow, what a misleading thumbnail. How is the headline about Steve will do it if you only talk about him for less than 1 minute? And that's how Brandon managed to take what little credibility he threw this fake beef and turn it into yet another massive L, all by himself. And the funniest part is the clickbait didn't even work. That episode has less views than they usually get, which makes it all so much better. This got full-on train wreck at this point, and that extends to the courtroom. Here we go. All right, let's change gear. For those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, Brandon sued a small YouTuber in Dells who goes by the name Unique. And earlier this year, the judge sided with the defendant, going against our boy Bubba, declaring that Kyle's use of clip Brandon's podcasts fell under fair use, dismissing Bubba with an enormous legal bill with nothing to show for it. If you want the full breakdown, you can go and check out my video covering the legal dispute. But you would think that after making one of the biggest L's in internet history, Brandon would let it go, lick his wounds, learn his lesson, and go back into the hole that he came from. I mean, Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghost lawyer. Nobody knows who he is. It's a complete mystery. He operates from the dark using an untraceable email address, feeding Kyle everything he needs to make his legal filings and representations in court. Anyway, sorry. So you would have thought that Bubba would let it go now, but in true Brandon style, he had to make the whole situation worse by lodging an appeal. Honestly, this guy is the gift that keeps on giving. This is what it says. Reasons why oral argument should be heard. If appellant, Thick Boy Productions, pause, respectfully requests that the court schedule and hear oral argument in this case. This case involves novel and important issues of copyright law and fair use, and how these legal standards should apply in the modern age of internet podcasts and YouTube. The main issue on appeal is whether Swindells has met his burden of showing that his extensive use of Thick Boys podcast episodes, while adding at most relatively short and insubstantial voiceovers, constitutes. So, if you recall, the judge agreed with the defendant on all the elements of fair use, except for one. She actually agreed with Thick Boy Productions that Unique had used more clips than were necessary for his commentary and didn't specifically comment, criticize, or analyze all of the copyrighted material to the extent that perhaps he should have. She said, all of the accused videos include segments of the copyrighted videos which Mr. Swindells did not criticize or comment on. This is actually something that I personally agree with. Too many comment channels just dump clips into their videos and don't address them specifically or comment on them. They don't actually transform them into giving it new context based on an opinion or perspective. They just dump whole sections of podcasts and say, look how stupid Bubba is, without actually explaining why he's stupid, which is actually quite an easy thing to do. Yet Bubba still lost. Because the defendant satisfied all the other criteria so well, the judge had no choice but to rule in his favor via summary judgment. So if you want to know more about this appeal, I'm going to upload a full breakdown to my Patreon, going through all 60 pages of the appeal. I'm not going to do it here. It'll be far too long and not everyone will be interested. But in that video, I'm going to explain exactly why this appeal is doomed to fail, which has implications for all podcasters, including Joe Rogan. It all comes down to one specific thing that all of the circle jerk, never been funny comedy podcasters can't seem to get their head around. So check out the link in the description to Patreon, become a member so you don't miss out on that video next week. But that's it for now. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
You bully me, bro. I don't give a shit about your UFC bullshit. I will come right at you. I could pin you on the ground right now and put my dick in your mouth. You could try. No reason. You could try. And guess what? Guess what? I would come right to your house. Bang, bang, bang. No, you'd be dead, Joe.
That's considered Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got it. See, what happened was the traction control, which I thought was off, was not. So when I'm trying to do a sweet donut for the boys, I flipped my TRX.
So Brendan flipped his TRX. On the latest episode of Toontown titled I Flipped My TRX, Brendan explains how he flipped his TRX. And so far it's looking like the fourth installment on his new channel will probably be the most successful. I mean, it's not every day that you flip your TRX. And in case you can't tell, not be more proud of flipping his TRX. He actually did something worth making a video about.
Turns out my neck isn't messed up. I got a concussion. Arm got a little roughed up, but overall I'm okay. Bad news is my truck's not. It's totaled.
So the good news is Brendan's okay. The bad news is this actually happened over a month ago.
Let's do this, man.
Yeah, I gotta get back to the shop, man.
What do you mean?
My hands like.
You're always in the shop now. Yeah, right, I get it, dude.
I got my own shop now, dude.
Yeah, you got a little wound on your arm, too.
Well,
looks like it's seeping.
Dramatic.
It's seeping. That wound is seeping, and Sanaz's mouth just opened. Yeah, it's still open right now.
I can't see it.
That looks like it's seeping. That doesn't look good. Yeah. Oh. Not good. Not fun.
Well, that's what happens when you.
Now, since you're talking about the shop, I'm probably gonna have to bother you now.
I gotta get back to the shop.
How you feeling?
I gotta get back to the shop.
You gotta get a shop?
Yeah, I got some work to do.
What for the truck?
Well, this for the lighting, different. The other truck's out of commission, which I'll be able to talk about. What's your chance?
Other truck might be in the hospital right now.
The other truck might be 6 feet under. And I probably should have been 6 feet under.
Yeah.
You saw the video.
I saw the video. What happens? I feel like insurance will be like, yeah, you have a.
I talked to this one.
Yeah.
Geez, he's lucky his insurance agreed to pay him out. You'll see why in a moment when I show you the flip. But who knows this guy, right? He's known for making stuff up in the moment to sound cool. And while I agree that he probably needed to wait a little bit until the insurance was sorted out before posting a video, the timing of this upload is definitely suspicious. See, he hadn't uploaded any videos to this new channel for the last 6 weeks, and the TRX isn't the only truck that he features on Toontown. So I wouldn't be surprised if he knew this video would attract a lot of attention and banked until the judgment was handed down in his failed lawsuit as a distraction from what's become the biggest L of his career. And also no coincidence that Brendan's team are deleting any comments asking about or mentioning the lawsuit this week. I've been keeping tabs of this week's uploads across all of his different channels, and in the first few hours of upload there have been comments asking when he's going to talk his lawsuit, except now they're all gone. Sounds like someone's trying to cover something up. So as soon as I saw this video and remembered that he mentioned the crash when it happened 6 weeks ago, it immediately clicked that he was keeping it up his sleeve until the judgment came out. So just as a reminder to anyone new here, or if you missed my full breakdown of his lawsuit, Brendan sued a smaller YouTube channel called Uniqueness 2 years ago for using clips from The Fighter and the Kid in his commentary videos. And this whole time, he's been lying to his fans by telling them it's a defamation case, but I revealed that it was actually a case and explained all the details earlier this week. I handed down in favor of the defendant, a guy who was self-representing with the assistance of a rogue ghost fan. phantom lawyer. Nobody knows who it is. It will forever remain a mystery. True story. So, if you don't believe me, go and check out my breakdown video. But here we are witnessing one of the funniest things Brendan's ever done. Just take a look at some of the comments on his TRX video. I thought you were going to give up on comedy. This was hilarious. Spending so much money tuning this truck and then crashing it almost immediately is the funniest done. This is just like his stand-up comedy. Bubba has finally found his niche, just needs to make a video where he totals a new vehicle every week, and he will be back on top of the YouTube world. I didn't know Bubba had a new special out. This is comedy at its finest. And so how did all of this go down, and how exactly did he come to flip his beloved TRX? Well, as usual, the episode starts out with some modifications, and then he took it off-road to test it out. Now remember, Brendan is a beginner off-roader. He has no experience handling high-powered modified vehicles in an off-road environment. But due to his commitment to the Dunning-Kruger effect and his love of trucks, he found himself out in the open with an absolute weapon.
Well, we made it. We're in Johnson Valley. We're in the middle of nowhere, but this is where you come to put your truck to the limits. We've done it all. You guys have seen it. We got the King Shocks, Kibby Tech, Alcon brakes. We need to be able to stop. We have the Overkill tuning going on there. We have the Innovate wheels, Toyo tires. Now it's time to take this Street Princess and get her dirty. Let's go.
So you can see just from these clips how heavy the TRX is and how much movement it has due to the raised softer suspension. Now, I know a little bit about this stuff, having done a little bit of off-roading over the years and a little bit of physics in high school as well, not to mention some basic common sense. But with these types of off-roading setups, you have a lot of weight combined with a higher ride height with softer suspension, obviously a lot of power, and in the wrong hands, this can lead to disaster. Just for a quick comparison, think of a Formula 1 car, for example, which is complete opposite. They're very low to the ground, they have incredibly stiff suspension, they're much lighter as well as an incredible amount of downforce. This creates a lot less body roll and weight transfer, resulting in a lot more grip on the tarmac. But for off-roading, you want to have more freedom of movement so you can clear obstacles and get through more harsh, unforgiving terrain, similar to rally driving, right? If the suspension is too stiff and the ride height is too low, you'll end up just sliding everywhere because there's nothing to absorb the weight of the vehicle. Pretty basic stuff, right? So when Brendan decided to leave the dirt road and go for the softer silt road, well, it was obvious that it wasn't going to end well.
Hey guys, we changed locations. We're at the Silk Road here now. This is the money shot. So you notice this is finer than sand. It's like, it's so fine. The issue with that is you can't stop. Once you get going, you got to just pedal to the metal and just march through. Otherwise, you get stuck. It's going to be a really sad video. So I'm just going to blast through this thing. It should be an epic shot. We'll see.
So these are some pretty cool shots here. This kind of off-roading is so much fun. There's a lot more movement, a lot more resistance, and you've got to put in more work to follow the path of least resistance. And like Brendan said himself, you can't lose momentum. You can't take your foot off the gas. Otherwise, you'll get bogged down, which makes it incredibly difficult to get going again, especially if you're an inexperienced weekend warrior like Brendan is. So when you try to power your way out of it, you just kick up sand and sink deeper, pretty like Brendan's stand-up comedy career. Now, this right here is so typical of everything he does. He'll try something, it won't work out, so he'll try again and again and again until he's exhausted all possible failures. It reminded me of Murphy's Law, which states anything that can go wrong, go wrong. Or is it the other way around? It's hard to tell. I've heard it both ways. Anyway, Brendan refused to accept his latest failure as a sign from God and decided to push on.
All right, that's up. We got our asses kicked. It's finally time to go home with our tail between our legs. I thought, you know what? Let's get them out of the desert. But you know what? One more cool shot. We're out here. Why not? What's the worst that can happen?
Starting emergency calls, the SOS service provided by the manufacturer. To cancel, press the SOS or cancel button. Starting SOS call.
handled that pretty well once he realized he'd rolled over. I think it's easy to criticize people in these situations when you're watching it back in hindsight, but the way he took a quick moment to accept what had happened, he took a look around, and then he scrambled to get out of there. I'd say he acted pretty quickly and just got the hell out of there, which is the right thing to do. You don't know what's going on outside, if there's a fire or if the car hasn't settled yet, so I'm not going to bag him for that. But from the limited angles available in this video, it looked to me like the front end found some grip and grabbed, and then the traction control started cutting the power to the rear wheels, sending all of that weight into the suspension, which just soaked it all up and rolled over. I don't know, maybe some of you watching have more experience.
Remember, Chin, on Monday, I'll tell you about that. We'll do it, guys. Unless your name's Francis Ngannou, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will f you up. These are just facts. These are just facts.
Brendan this week, yet again, that he's the biggest loser on the internet. Whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or he rant on his live stream that nobody watches, and then clickbaiting his dying audience on the fighter and the kid. But it's not just that, he filed an appeal this week in court that doesn't make sense. So more on the end, because no matter what this guy does, he finds a way to extract maximum damage and make himself look like an absolute tool in the process. He really has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned.
Let me say this. Well, we can't play it. Oh, we can't play it because of YouTube. Listen, YouTube, I love you, but come on.
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
Oh, because like I just started the B stuff?
That's correct.
I just started the B stuff?
Yeah, I love that, because what happened is carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high.
That's what those fans are.
I've gotten to do amazing things. About 5 of my friends' houses. You know, I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. You know, I've got to like be there for my friend. I love help with my mortgage at my house. I just really need it, bro. I need to feel. Just need to feel. Bring it, Brian. I need to feel that you really need it.
She's so much stronger than Brian.
But I mean, Brian, if you could.
Brian could do that.
Brian, yeah, just like this.
No chance.
She did hold it up, though, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. I like this podcast. Shit podcast. Right,
here's some bodies for you, Brian.
I want to quit right now.
Every week, Brian Callen gets closer and closer to walking out on Brendan Schaub and quitting the fighter and the kid. We've passed the low-energy phase of the podcast. Now we've moved into Brendan's last-ditch effort to save the thick boy empire by getting rich dudes on the show and begging them for money. I honestly didn't think they would last this long when they moved to Texas, but now it looks like they're running on fumes. But I'll get to their latest guest, Aubrey Marcus, in a moment. For those of you who don't know who he is, he's one of Papa Rogan's former business partners, the guy who founded Onnit. He brought on tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan to collaborate on the now infamous Alpha Brain supplement, and then sold the whole company to global personal care corporation Unilever during the pandemic for over $200 million. However, like I was just saying, all is not well in the Lone Star State, because Brian is getting sick and tired of having to put up with Brendan's constant exaggerations and fake hype over his latest discoveries.
Styles Switch Barbecue.
Why do you say it's good? Because I have to be honest, dude. You're one of those guys that you annoy me because you'll be like, the best wings, the best pieces wings.
Yeah, no, their wings were good, but
that's like Brendan's equivalent to Andrew Schultz's epiphany. He figures something out for himself. It's the next best thing, and he cannot wait to tell everyone about it. You know, well, and that's the ongoing theme with Brendan. It seems like the more things slip away from him, the more immature and juvenile he becomes. There's a segment in the podcast with Aubrey Marcus later on that I'll play for you. If you close your eyes, it feels like you're back in middle school over again, except then you open your eyes and realize you're watching 3 grown men dressed like teenage fuckboys, unironically talking out of their asses. But the thing for Brian Callen is that he's clearly struggling financially, and the daily grind of having to turn up to Brendan's storage unit to record the podcast twice a week, while being forced to inhale fumes from Bubba's beast of a truck, and then slogging it out at the comedy mothership where he's constantly workshopping new material that doesn't seem to land. Well, it's all starting to weigh on him. For Brian, everything's a business transaction for him now.
Aubrey Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months.
I know, bro.
But we get a certain age, buddy, where it's like, if we ain't making money, if we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too old to be hanging out. I got kids.
I often have kids.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how we're starting comedy podcasts these days. I'm sorry I haven't seen you since I moved to Texas. I couldn't justify it financially. But we shouldn't be too hard on Callan. It must be hard to support 5 separate families while still living in the shadows of all the allegations that were leveled at you a few years ago, forcing you that you clearly despise. You cruise into your 60s with no end in sight. And now that Brian called out Joe Rogan for cosplaying as a scientist from the recent Fight Companion, I'd say his opportunities at the mothership are drying up too. Personally, I'm sad for him. I really wanted this move to Texas to work out, finally escape from captivity and leave Brendan behind once and for all. Theo Von did. But the thing is, I'd rather watch the fighter and die a long, slow death of 1,000 tiny cuts until the lights literally go out in the middle of a podcast. Oh, no, wait, that already happened. But all jokes aside, no pun intended, the most recent episode with Aubrey Marcus was eye-opening to say the least. I've been documenting their struggle to book guests on the show on this very channel, and here we are with quite possibly one of the slimiest snake oil scene here to lecture us on authenticity, on the fighter and the kid. He's lecturing us about authenticity on the fighter and the kid. All right, I've made my point. Let's roll the tape.
I'm still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new correct supplements.
Yeah.
You know, there's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and then they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife or their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things, how the same equal amount of energy expelled. And being actually, that's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our in truth by spirit. Our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than the positive emotion, just being real.
Well, I think especially now, like with AI, like Logan and Cynthia talking about, like AI is going to take over, it's going to ruin the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic, propelled, like destroys all that. Where we're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic and actually have talent are going to be bigger than that.
So the guy who lied about his football career continues to take anabolic steroids for recreational use, got caught cheating on his girl multiple times, sued a YouTuber for him, and was then forced to submit a sworn affidavit to the court admitting that he blatantly lied multiple times on his podcast. He's telling us on that very podcast, propped up by fake views and bots, that all creators with talent are gonna be in high demand once AI takes over. And we're only just getting started with this episode. The absolute lack of self-awareness on display is mind-blowing. You've got Brendan Schaub, the human embodiment of failure, sitting there nodding along to snake oil salesman Aubrey Marcus, talking about the power of authenticity, while Brian Callan's soul visibly leaves his body with every passing minute. You can literally see Brian calculating in real time how many more episodes of The Fighter and the Kid he'll have to sit through before all his kids turn 18 and he's no longer on the hook for child child support. Meanwhile, Bubba's sitting there thinking he's about to stage a comeback off the back of a supplement collaboration between him, Rogan, and Aubrey. What if I can get the Scorpions to milk themselves? When I was listening to this episode, I thought to myself, this is the perfect snapshot of a dying brand. The bots are hate watching at this point.
That could be a real fight. Did you say this next
exhibition? How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're close with Jake. We both love Jake.
Yep.
I'm with Dana when he was on Pulse, and he's like, dude, you and your brother, fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing? Like, fight people your in size, man. It is. I'm a little bit like the Javante Davis, Jake. It's like, right, can Javante deal with the size? You know, but I just don't. For Jake, and it appears you'd know better than most. He has like this yearning for whatever reason. He wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just
that's 100%. And
but my thing is like this is pushing that further and further. It was kind of here, and then Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going.
Well, so he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fight. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it's still got him ranked. Then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question: how will speed do against size? And Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind as a fight.
He's making tons of money.
And like that, so he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. No doubt that his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake being legit in boxing, being the cruiserweight champion, I think that's going to be more difficult than he thinks. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know
money in the
Jake's one of my best friends.
Of course, this guy is best friends with Jake Paul. So far, everything checks out. And did you see our boy flip-flopping around, desperately trying to agree with Aubrey about Jake Paul's career trajectory? First, it was, I agree with Dana. Why doesn't Jake stick to fighting people his own size? And then after Aubrey spun his web around Short's head, he came out with, why is he trying to push for the cruiserweight title? Just stick to the circus money fights. Oh, buddy, what are we doing here? Whenever Brendan's in a room with someone wealthier than him, he goes into autopilot and ends up on his knees searching for the truth. Callan, on the other hand, wasn't convinced. The only redeeming features of Brian's character is his willingness to call people out on the spot. After sitting there listening to Aubrey Jake Paul's balls, he finally had enough and said what we were all thinking.
Usually me and Ob talk before the fights, and Ob predicts the win. And he's been right, 3 for 3?
Yeah, like, no, 6 for 6.
But
three of the times we saw the meditations together and breath work, and we'll have visions, and they turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all 4. You can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment. Their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this?
I don't get it.
Jake's doing this. He's got plenty of money.
I know.
And so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path. Yeah, on the path where he's not off the rails. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if they'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler, at the end they have a battle, spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to align. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Lucas Mack, one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Vailana singing the sound bowls. Like, We're bringing the best spiritual energy,
Hey,
got the best training.
Excuse me, because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. Really do. Thank you for your spiritual energy, bro. Because when he's in there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a
I say that Alex Red does the same thing.
I'm sure he does, but
you know
but
what?
Alex
Like
Guerrero's for a long time.
So, but I'm saying it's like Alex Pereira when he does that thing where he walks out. It's for real.
Yeah,
it's for real. Bringing some. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Did he just say deep jungle energy? Fuck did we just listen to? I lost several IQ points to listening to that clip. Deep jungle energy sounds like his next supplement. Imagine admitting you're friends with Jake Paul in public, but then doubling down by claiming you're his breathing and spiritual coach while wearing those pants. It was only a few weeks ago that Jake Paul announced he was quitting podcasting because he's not good at talking, and all his friends agreed with him. Jake thinks he's cooking by fighting a guy almost 70 pounds lighter than him, an exhibition fight. But that wasn't the worst part. Being such good friends and a former business partner of Joe Rogan, I should have known that Aubrey Marcus was trained in the fine art of stand-up comedy worship. You guys know I don't use, but I'm issuing an official cringe warning to anyone new here, or just for anyone with a weak. It's like that old saying goes, laughter is the best medicine.
All spiritual people need friends like all of us, because we can get way too fucking serious.
Yes.
Also, laughter is the most underrated as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a that's dialed in, that's locked in,
right,
and you're under a seat, and your gut is bursting.
I say that to people
it's
who
like
give me
ecstasy.
Yeah,
it's
people,
the best
people
thing.
who hate on comedy, like we literally spend all our time trying to make people laugh. It's like that's the worst we are, right? You know, but for the most part, I promise you, that whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around and try to think of ways to be funny.
Look, I work with the best shamans in the world. And the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that's safe and keeps you like focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole in stadium. You know, try to get one ayahuasca shaman. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the best of the best. But like you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing, and it's the best, highest. Imagine like comics. They're laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, and I'm so true.
Brandon was awfully quiet during that conversation. He wanted absolutely none of that kind of stand-up comedy. However, we're getting to a point where comedy worships out of control. The Austin comedy gatekeepers aren't just trying to monopolize comedy, they're trying to monopolize laughter. Do these guys actually believe the bullshit coming out of their own mouths, or are they just so dialed into their grift that it all comes naturally to them now? Aubrey Marcus was talked to like it's some sacred psychedelic ceremony, while Brendan Schaub was sitting there looking like a kid in timeout. The comedy writes itself with these Muppets. And Brian Callen's speech about comedians spending every waking minute thinking of how to be funny is just as bad. The reality is they spend every waking minute scheming how to grift off their audience. This brand of pseudo-spiritual grifting is next level. The Austin comedy assassins have moved on from promoting vitamin supplements to pitching their comedy as vitamins instead. And we all know the golden rule of comedy in Austin. If at first your audience doesn't laugh, just keep saying it until they do.
Every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world. It's like,
well, that's the term cabal. And I think that's like...
That's right, by the way.
That's cabal comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen...
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of... And 2,500. Certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews. And probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm Jewish. Like, I care more about the good than anybody. Yeah. 87% Ashkenazi.
Damn.
So like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, they have... There's something that's in. I think it's also like.
That's why.
So there's this idea of
Wait, you're douche? He goes, yeah. I went, get out.
So there's this idea that genetic bottleneck theory.
You got there in the end, Brendan. There's no trend that Bappa won't jump on board with. Did you see how proud of himself he was there? There's nothing quite like interrupting a conversation to explain a joke that didn't land in the first place. One suggestion though, Chin, if you're listening, please get Brandon to say the word anti-Semitism. Seriously, could you imagine? That would be epic. And then after he says it, ask him what he thinks it means. Come on, Chin, you've got the opportunity to do something funny here. But getting Aubrey Marcus on as guest is just further proof of just how desperate these guys are. We heard Brendan complaining just the other week over on his Patreon that it's too hard to book guests because he's too busy with the kids to make a phone call or send an email, and also, for some reason, Brian doesn't ask anyone in the Mothership Green Room to come on the show. So all that's left is a Rogan affiliate who peaked in 2016, so Tropics to CrossFit. This guy takes word salad to a whole new level. Hopefully, though, Brendan is officially entering phase. We all knew it was only a matter of time before he entered his right-wing Christian arc. Could you imagine him sitting there on his own after him, fumbling his way through the Bible, trying to explain the subtext of each passage? Meanwhile, Brian Callen, who just recently publicly humiliated Joe Rogan, now spiritually handcuffed to the very man-child that Rogan helped to create in his own lab. This is actually ends for Brian. For once, he's being forced to suffer the consequences of his own actions. That was a low blow. I think that's enough slander for me for today. Make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my breakdowns of Kill Tony, as well as my special reviews and much, much more. And if you want to see more cringe outside the podcast universe, head over to my newest channel, More Cringe, and get subscribed so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man?
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. You can regulate, so, you know, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed or get made fun of.
That's cool.
That's why I would do it.
Huh.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBI in football and MA. Brendan sitting there biting his nail, winting as he read off the screen about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up, the beauty of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing: we're all gonna die. Take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, you know, it's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian a piece of advice that seemingly lied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off. You guys are the best. All right, Chin, roll the tape.
What are you going to do for the fights, Chin? Watch myself drink? Nailed it, didn't I?
Brandon,
so many people messaged me after that episode, by the way.
What they say?
A lot of them on my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, the way you
do your thing, bro. Do your thing.
No,
one that says do your thing.
The one thing about the internet is you can count on that, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciate their support. And they also, but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. You know, go to this rehab center in this area.
Yeah, people that care about you, or people that actually are in for your best interests.
Or we care about
you. Yeah, of course. That's what we're trying to help.
The main thing is that
people that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think I've been around long enough and have our own issues.
Yeah.
And so I think what happens when you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about, last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. And he said, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, "Oh, those guys are assholes." Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little bit more successful and criticizing them? And it's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? You know? Yeah. One thing to say. So,
and you're talking about some old salty comic.
Yeah, sure.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like,
no, I know you don't. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in, one way or another. There's like, things happen in life, but you know, what are you going to do to get out of it? And but there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been just more successful. And it's like, hey, bro,
that's all they are.
Yeah.
They're lashing out.
Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. So you're not happy with it.
What do you got, Jen?
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian spelled out Brendan's entire in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan. His whole downfall started because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark narrative is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, make casts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in a meeting, a binary budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about the Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. Some guy was talking about me on a podcast. Rogan texted to me. He goes, "Yo, he's not your boy." And I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. He doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like people talking. And like, just giving you a heads up. This guy he said it to me, and I was like, a guy. I'm on my podcast 2 times.
What was it about a real thing? Like I was on an Instagram live rambling on, like I do. And I was talking about Netflix. And basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture. Echelon of comics can just do, pop and make millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And I wasn't talking about who I. Do you know who I was talking about? Andrew. No.
Chappelle. So I
it is. Yeah. It's not an unknown thing. It's a public known to me, but yeah. But I decided just to be diplomatic and not mention names. And somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Kreischer.
Oh, that's how it started.
And then, like, I'm scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying, like, there's this guy, we were friends, he's been on my show, I've been on his show, and, like, he said some shit. And, Rogan Rogan got in my ear and said, he's not your boy and all this. And his name rhymes with, and I'm like,
So, Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, Mark who? Like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius with little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the hate and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour, his comedy special, has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know? Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling out for the same effect. Now maybe Schultz should try that at it. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight, they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
I'll get emotional here. It drives me, Paul, if we're being honest, leave this, Jim, don't edit this out. I'm speaking from I know you're not going to like this. I'm going to look right. It drives me nuts that Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callen. I challenge any of those comics. I don't give it the Comedy Store, where Zanies, wherever they're at, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those fucking comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't with. So what makes me proud, and not mad, I'm trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those places. Sorry, dude. Thank you. What else?
I don't think she could read right now.
No, do you guys miss Brendan's side piece, schnoz? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bupper, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's got to take responsibility for where he is. Sitting next to a washed-up UFC power bottom with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in studio, had a health scare with the baby girl. You guys saw my social media. She went in for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing, and she's been in and out of the hospital, like I explained on my Instagram post. I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. And usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens, but I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm gonna pull back from touring so much, and just gonna be home, man. I can't miss Tigers games. Can't miss my Bosty growing up. Baby girl. Just I can't do it anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now. Not that I'm gonna stop doing the pods, but as far as the plane life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. My new spots in LA, new local, SoCal, NorCal, going international, or going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? Let's have well and truly broken Brendan Schaub, and at this point it's big than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
Dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we just podcasts. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be awesome.
We're just do podcasts. We don't have to worry about reads.
If we were smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And so then eventually, if that gets built up enough, we're making the same money you are off ads. And it's just all free for the actual fans.
We're going to do it. We're with the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans.
Yeah.
So it would be for them.
Yes.
That's the reason I would do it.
Yeah.
And you can regulate, so because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube super toxic, you can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment and not get destroyed.
Yeah.
Or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it.
Like that.
You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of a free show, why they're paying whether it's $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show, right? Where they're like, dude, we got it free for 10. I mean, if you give some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do episodes just for the Patreon, like you give them a reason to subscribe to it, that makes sense.
Yeah. I'm down.
Are you though? That's my biggest fear. Are you?
What do you mean?
You down?
I wouldn't have
to commit to it. It's going to be a beast if you
Let's
now.
go, bro.
All right.
All right. What do I look like?
Afraid? What do you think, Jen?
I'm done. As long as it gives, we'll still put up free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since.
Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah, and the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads and we're just doing.
We can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. Which
also, we don't have to go punch.
No, yeah, just
you can play music on there, videos. Like Jen doesn't have to edit the video. No,
oh my gosh,
it's the Wild West of it.
Really, that'd be really
just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something.
It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things, and Jen has to edit it out.
Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. That kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Oh, you mean current event?
Yeah.
All right. Have you guys heard this story?
This is wild. I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription because who's going to pay for all the bots? Being serious, think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers, but because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fool. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production be middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors. make a decision and then announce it. Talking about pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a rude shock if they ever do start a pet. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up in for the low price of $3 a month and no ad reads too? I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored content. I'm currently working on a video covering the Disaster Kill Tony show in London that Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
And with McConnell, right, and this is prototypical Brendan Schaub. Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I post a truck, did you flip it? The standard, right? The standard. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue.
If you think yourself as dumb, think the people that watch the Brendan Schaub show on YouTube, the comedian, the special, that's terrible. Okay, bro. Even I can do better than that shit, brother. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funnier than you, my brother. So
wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on?
Hold on.
No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't
He
get it.
didn't go on. He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
only that, or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
Schaub is losing his mind in the most prototypical Brendan Schaub way possible. This is some of the shit I've seen in a while. The guy simply cannot stop taking L's. Whenever there's a new situation with his podcast, or someone's calling him out, or he fumbles a business venture, he always manages to misread the room and make the situation worse than it needs to be, while also embarrassing himself in the worst way possible. This beef between Brendan and UFC fighter Renato Moicano is no different. It's the same shit, different day. Brendan starts it, the other guy claps back, and then Brendan has a full-on meltdown over it while claiming, wait for it, this is the best part, he does not give a fuck. Brendan cares so little about this situation that he decided half an episode of The Fighter and the Kid to addressing 2 sentences Moicano dropped on the Ariel Helwani show. This reminded me of the time Brendan lost his mind over a 6-word Nate Diaz tweet where he ranted for whole episode and nearly had an aneurysm, see Clemson, just to tell us how much he doesn't care. And he even brought his beef with Nate while ranting about Moicano. This dummy spit has everything. We've got Brendan confusing himself, we've got Brian Callen pushing back with logic and Brendan shutting down by humiliating him, and we've even got some new Schaubisms. So if you like my videos and you want to keep up to date with my uploads throughout the week, make sure to subscribe to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites, and check out the link in the description to my Patreon for uncensored exclusive deep dives on all the usual suspects. But for those of you who don't know what's going on, this is where it all started.
So I'm sure you, I don't know how much money you're getting.
Give me my money. Give me my money. I got no ties to UFC.
Yeah.
Give me my goddamn money. I already put a deposit down on a ZR1. Got it. McConnell, here's the thing that's up about this. So
was it safe for the audio listeners?
Yeah. So what Jim brought up says Renato McConnell turns down $200K, which I fought longer than him. $200K settlement check in a bizarre display of UFC solidarity. This is not what free market is about. He says, here's the thing, McConnell. That money is getting allocated no matter what, buddy. No matter what. You being a company man and not taking it doesn't give you an inch of good grace with the UFC. This does not matter. There's guys that are more famous than you that are fighting right now that are taking their settlement. The UFC does not give up. The UFC made out in spades. They got off so easily. It's so dumb not to take them. It's so dumb. It makes no sense. I'm not his friend. If I could just take him to the side and explain to him how, if he has kids, like, but you can take this money and invest it for your children.
and the UFC's not getting me a bad match. I really don't care. I'm probably the one guy who's gonna stop you dead in his tracks. He's sending goddamn money. I don't get paid for it. He's just uneducated situation.
This all has to do with a recent class act antitrust lawsuit that Brendan was part of by default, which accused the UFC of using monopolistic practices to suppress athlete pay by using exclusive contracts and coercion. The UFC ended up settling for $375 million in October last year, and it was officially approved by the court in February of the year. This whole thing had been going on for over a decade, but the final settlement was split between fighters from December 2010 through June 2017, which is why Brendan Schaub was included, and of course Moicano as well. Except Moicano rejected his $200K portion of the payment because, in his own opinion, it just didn't feel right.
On your podcast, the Show Me the Money podcast, the great Show Me the Money podcast, shout out to the YouTube channel. Here you are saying that you turned down the settlement money, and this created more. And so everyone weighed in on this. Everyone, Brendan Schaub, all the media weighed in on it. Other fighters were writing you and whatnot.
The whole lawsuit stuff was based on UFC is a monopoly. I think they should treat the athletes better. I think they should pay more money. And so they filed the lawsuit with the lawyers. They went to the court. At one point, they say, no, let's settle this down. And they do agreement with the fighters in UFC, and they say, no, we're gonna give you 300 and I don't know how much millions, and drop the lawsuit. So that was not about UFC being a monopoly. That was the way for the lawyers and the fighters to get money. I'm not playing to be friends with UFC after I'm done. I'm just doing things based on what I believe and my principles.
As you can imagine, opinions are pretty divided on Moicano rejecting the payment. He's basically saying if he accepted it, he would implicitly be agreeing that the UFC is a monopoly, which he disagrees with, and that he was paid earlier on in his career, which apparently he also did. But his main point is that if the fighters who started the lawsuit genuinely cared about putting a stop to the UFC's predatory tactics, which everyone is well aware of, I mean, Dana White's the biggest tight end, unless he's playing blackjack. But if they really cared about holding the UFC to account, they wouldn't have settled and instead pushed for a judgment to actually force the UFC to make changes to the way they do business with fighters. Instead, they forked out a few $100 million and went back to business as usual. So I can see where Moicano's coming from in the sense that this decade-long lawsuit didn't actually change anything. It just put a little bit more money in the pockets of a bunch of fighters who were underpaid. But Brendan, being the business shark that he is, thinks that choosing not to accept the money based on morals and principles is so outrageous that it actually hurt his feelings.
For you to forgo that because you think that you're going to be in a good, great UFC brass, buddy, I hate to tell you, they could have two. That's the truth. If nobody in your team has told you that, and if you're agents or managers or people in your camp and coaches telling you not to take it, fire them. Any other brain busters, Chin?
All right, hang on. First of all, what the fuck is a brain buster? Bubba, you can't just keep making this stuff up. A brain buster is a wrestling move. I think you mean brain teaser. You know, like 2 × 2 + 1. And for the love of God, stop saying they could give 2 fucks. It's they couldn't have, as in could not. I mean, even Moicano knows how to say it, and English is his second language.
I don't care less about UFC, a company.
Honestly, Moicano is easy to understand than your boy Brendan. But brainbusters aside, a few days ago on the Ariel Helwani show, Renato clarified his position on the money in quite a bit of detail, doubling down on his reasoning and how he believes it's unethical to take the money. But the best part was when he called out Brendan Schaub for saying he was dumb for not taking money. This is what now has Bupper's knickers in a knot. And a whole episode of the Schaub show a couple of weeks ago shitting all over Moicano, saying he's dumb and doesn't understand business, saying he doesn't understand what's really going on with the lawsuit, that his handler's not explaining it to him properly, etc. And so while he was talking to Ariel, he had a message for your boy Bubba.
Keep calling me dumb, keep calling me whatever you want. I live by my principles and I don't expect you that don't have principles to understand understand what I did, and it is what it is. This is a free country, Choose and give your opinions. I don't care. You can give your opinions. Again, I did not watch your show, and I did not watch Brandon Shelby or whatever he did, because he spent a whole hour talking about me. I saw a small clip and I'm commentating on that, but I'm not gonna be watching every clip that people talk about me. It is what it is. You can do whatever you want. Sometimes when I'm doing the Show Me the Mind podcast, I cannot articulate like that. I cannot say the things that I believe on, because it's a 1 hour show and I have to be funny. I have to be funny. I want to be funny. I'm speaking on my second language, and so that's why I can understand why the people click and they say, "Hey, this guy is dumb," And if you think yourself as dumb, think that people that watch the Brandon Shelby show on YouTube, the comedian, the special, that's terrible. Okay. Even I can do better than that shit, brother. And I don't even speak English, and I can be funnier than you, my brother. So,
okay.